What's up, Kuma? Bull, Jesse, good to see you. Bull, get back here. How dare you pretend you're not a chatter? How dare you? How dare good. I was just posted an email. Oh shit, that's bad. Okay, hold on. Hi guys. Okay. Minecraft tournament, fucking around and shit. There you go. Do I feel better? Kind of. Kind of. Do I sound better? My throat does have a little bit of in it, but that's okay. Nothing vaping can't fix. I won't push myself. Butt cheek man. Oh my goodness, I hope we're doing well. I feel like it's been a little bit since I've seen you. Actually, no, it's been recent. Never mind, I'm stupid. Hi, Painkiller. What's up, Ventura, Jackal, Jesse? Hi, Nag. What's up, Revy? Guys, so I'm gonna show you guys one more teaser for the mecha, and then I've decided to go full radio silent till debut. So anything I cook up, you guys won't see, but you guys are gonna see the last thing I worked on last night. And then anything else, I'm gonna go completely radio silent, so you guys have a bunch of surprises, okay? So you guys are gonna get one more teaser. For redeems, everything. I have to set those up still. The mecha's still not fully finished, but it's ready for launch. So I have to put a lot of work into setting up bits, gags, getting the video I wanted to record set up, which I have a bunch of ideas for. It's really cinematic. It's really saying, hi, Doc. The snow apocalypse. I went outside and it's just snow. It's like 3 inches of snow. That's nothing, man. That's nothing. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. What's up, Sterlino? Thank you so much for the resub for 8 months. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I will have to take it easy on my wrist, though. I do have a lot of chunky in my wrist. Push me on 9 inches snow. Plus, I have a busy week, so I don't want to destroy my wrist. So we have... Ow. Sorry. Lungs, please. Where's my inhaler? There we go. Oh my gosh. Sorry. Sometimes your lungs just are like, yeah, fuck you. Fuck you. And I'm like, okay, fuck you. Then whore. Slutty whore. Slutty whore. Hi, Barry. Aww. Friends. What's up, Kuma, Jesse, Morvok? Dougie? What's up with you? I gotta set up a whole bunch of shit. I also have to figure out why some stuff's not working. But outside of that, it do work. And I'm proud of myself. I'll have to leak DMs with Bull, but it's just me talking about the new year. It's just okay. Because it's what I had up. At the time, you know? Something is messed up. Oh? Fiki? Oh, did I not change the thing? Okay, this isn't the day that God turned away. God is smiling upon us. Dude. Fiki! Can you guys hit... Fluff, I'm at a very exciting time in my life. I feel less nervous than I did ever. Less nervous than I did ever about my debut, chat. I was like showing Minky, my model mama, and she's like, holy shit, May, this is so cool. I'll have to do some mock-ups with you guys probably too, because I had a couple ideas for some stuff, so we'll see. But it's all coming together. Slowly but surely. I think I still my redeems. Oh, Rin! I'll see you when you wake up, okay? Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. Oh my god. Peke says she wants to share her axolotl with me. We can raise an axolotl. Good night, Rin. Rest well. I know what time it is where Rin lives, actually. Do you know what time it is right now where Rin is? It's 8:50 p.m. Bro's unk going to bed at a normal fucking time, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Bro's going to bed in a fucking normal time. Unless they live in Siberia, then it's 10:50, but still. Yeah, I know time zones. I know time zones. 050? Damn, you must be far on the right scale. What the fuck? Dog, do you get your food flown in? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Because it's like, damn. Bro might get their food flown in or on train. That's insane. Well, to be fair, I shouldn't say train's weird, but it's weird for an American. It's weird for an American because, like, in America, right? Like, they in America, they got these fucking. Yeah, in America, we just use trucks for everything. Sorry, I'm gonna be invisible for a second. My bad. Let me fix this real quick. Hold on. There you go. Hey. Oh. Sorry, I was doing testing. Do you guys want to see the testing? months. So put the mocap on Throne. Dude, it's like $2,000. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. You already have a thing on Throne for a commission that's not it's partly filled. But there's me so much stuff. I'm gonna upgrade the mecha, so well, I'd rather also the money go towards the house because I want to get a big house, or I want to. My goal this year, chat, is okay. So VTubers really focus on, like, how do I say? They focus on tracking. They focus on tracking all the time when I want to show that you can do cool 3D stuff without tracking. So I want to do the tracking component, but I also want to build a VR studio, and I've been planning it in my head, right? So I'm gonna have 6 poles, with curtains all around them, right? Or maybe like some sort of like actually maybe I'll do a box. Maybe I'll build like a box or something. I don't know, but like some sort of like room, right? That has, okay, this is my goal. It's my goal, right? I'm gonna get those like gym mats all over the floor. Gym mats all over the floor. So it's gonna have like those little like gym mats I can like tumble and jump on and stuff, right? Right? And then I have another idea. Basically, I'm gonna attach a certain camera, and what these cameras do is they shoot lasers in every direction and measure the depth of an object. And this is gonna be important. So I'll be able to render a 3D object into like, you'll see. It's gonna be cool, but it's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be awesome. I'm excited. There's a whole bunch of shit I want to work on. You guys will see. That's for the future, because I have a big dream in mind that I want to work on. But honestly, doesn't sound that expensive, just needs space. Exactly. So I'm just going for the big house. So I'm doing, I didn't want to do like a subathon, because I'm gonna be honest, I don't like subathons. I hate subathons. I think they pull the soul out of your content. This is also why I'm switching to 2D. Why the fuck does this background move like every time I press this button, man? Every time I gotta reset this shit. Like, I don't understand why it does that. So good night, Isaac.
May,
yes, I'll let you guys know.
I have $20
I'll see you later.
on you for this tournament.
$20?
You can do this. Just kidding. I bet my house on you.
Okay, well, if you want to know our team, because they did change some things up, our team is SK, Wolfie, Prince Zam, and Darapichu, and me. So I think we're pretty stacked, low-key. We had a sub out, so it's gonna be good. I mean, it doesn't seem bad. It doesn't seem Darapichu. I don't know. Trapichu. I don't know how to say the name. Look genuinely, but I don't want to do a subathon, you guys. I don't want to do a subathon. I think subathons are like a really low quality form of content, if that makes sense. Also, my model's fucking up. Hold on. So I really want to do something different. Because that's the wrong thing I did. Hold on. I feel like every VTuber, they follow the trends. I'm not a trend set. I'm not a trend follower, a trend setter. I want to do my own thing, you know? That's what this mecha project's proven to me after like having so many people tell me stuff and things like that. And I'm like, I want to do my own thing, you know? So I'm really focused on like doing this like I want a highly cinematic, cool thing that I can just build upon, you know? And I already have plans for the future. So I was thinking for debut, I would do my debut, and I would also start my marathon. I want to do 1 to 4 marathons this year. All of them will have a shared goal. And the marathons are going to be 1 to 2 weeks long. Okay, so the idea for it is, right, we have, 3 to 4 marathons. Let me type this out. 3 to 4 marathons, okay? 1 to 2 weeks long each, right? Shared goal. And I think I'm going to put the goal, I don't know what I'm going to put the goal at. I was thinking the big goal would be 100K. Because this is all going to a down payment on a house. But I also have to figure out about taxes and stuff, which I think I can figure that out. Hold on. Which that's like I'd have to put aside 25K in taxes. I think so. I think the real goal should be a little bit higher, but I don't know how high to make it. And I don't want to like shoot too high because I'd feel bad. I'd feel bad, you know? So like we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out, but that's the goal. That's the goal. And I want to do, I don't want to do like things like get a new model, you know, because I'm already going to get a new model. That's stupid. So I was thinking instead of this, I would let you guys pick between a few themes for what you guys want next for like my next big theme, because I'm working on this thing like branding in my mind, you know? So I was thinking instead of like getting a new model, because I'm already going to do that. That's a stupid goal. I would do chat picks.
Can we get a suckler Twitch emote for the goal?
Design idea thingy. So I have a few things in mind. So we're gonna be doing after the mecha, because I want to keep the mecha in universe, but I want to keep doing more things with it, right? So I was thinking, how do we go after the mecha? So it's either gonna be spaceship or submarine. Okay, spaceship or submarine. I decided to do submarine. So you guys are gonna get to pick a design, because I'm gonna do 1 to 2 designs with this. I want to do like with each like new theme that we do with like new mecha, new robot, new vehicle, new something. I want to build a couple of outfits for it. So I already know my mecha is gonna have 3 to 4 outfits with it. 3 to 4 outfits with it. The submarine, 1 to 2 outfits, right? Or sorry, 2 to 3 outfits. Once again, 2 to 3. I think we're gonna do 3 for that one. So I know I want to maybe let you guys pick a design theme or something, and like let's like see what we can do with that. So I was thinking that would be a fun goal. I want to do fun goals that are like also not involving me spending money that I wasn't already planning on spending, because all this money, I don't want to be the person that gets subathon money and uses it for a vacation or like non-necessities. All this money is going towards a house. All the money during the subathon will be going towards the house, or it minus my basic living needs. So, you know, that's the idea for it. That's the idea for it. It's not a subathon. I keep saying subathon. We're going to do marathons, because I don't want to do subathons. I want to do 1 to 2 week planned marathons 3 to 4 times this year. And I'm going to have like a bunch of content condensed and all have the same goal, you know? A Captain May outfit, space or admiral, pirate or admiral would be kind of sick. Ooh, true. I mean, I want each design to feel really cool and stuff like that. So you guys haven't seen what the nurse model looks like. The nurse model is really cool. You've seen the work in progress. I'm hoping that might happen. So we might show off the live 2D for that on the 14th, you know, Valentine's Day. We'll see. We'll see. No promises, but I do have merch lined up for that. It won't be a big debut. I don't want to let you guys down. I turned away my focus from live 2D, so I don't have new overlays. I don't have any of that. So it's just gonna be this overlay with a new model, if that's okay with you guys. I've been so focused on this 3D, direct donos instead of subs. I'll still count subs. I just mean like, it's gonna have a goal, and I'll have an algorithm. So like I already know what I get from subs. So like if you guys give me like 1 sub, right? 1 sub equals $4.2. That's what I get, because I have 70%. 70%. So this is pretty accurate. I sometimes get more, I sometimes get less. But let's say, look, we can measure what I have right now, because I don't mind talking about my earnings on Twitch and stuff. It's nice to be transparent with you guys. So this month we have $780 in gifted subs, right? 780 divided by 4.2 is, let's see, 185 gifted subs supposedly. Now I can check how many gifted subs I got in this period. Let's see. I can check. I can check. I can check. Let's see. A little, listen. Now listen, I wasn't far off. It's 220. 220-ish. So not super far off, you know? But yeah. Yeah, it's been a short month too. It's after Christmas, you know. So like even then, I still earn like I earn around $3,000 to $4,000 every month on my low end, which I'm okay with. You know, right now we earned $3,211. I'm gonna show you guys the chart. You guys want to see the chart? You guys want to see the chart? Because I don't mind showing you guys this information because I think it's good to be clear. It's good to be clear with you guys about this stuff because I know you guys like to know where your money's going and things like that because that makes me happy and it makes you guys happy. So, you know, it's pretty normal. It's pretty normal. I would say ads make up a large amount of my income, but this month ad money's been low because it's after Christmas. So if you guys want a better idea of what I make because of ads, you can kind of like figure this out. So this is December, for example, and you can see there's a big difference because there's not a lot of ad slots in January. There's not a lot of ad slots in January, so ad revenue goes down a lot, but like whatever, you know? No, I don't want to make that much money. I'm gonna show you guys how much I make. I make good money. Oops, I accidentally remove background, but see? Yeah, so there's a large difference, but I also streamed a little less this month. It'd probably be a little higher, but it's like I said, it's not a big deal. That shit's not a big deal because like money's not my big focus in streaming. I just like being clear with you guys and transparent. Wait, what's bounties? So bounties are Twitch's sit rep that I don't do. It's their sponsors. It's their sponsor system and it sucks. It actually sucks. Do you guys want to get paid per sponsor? You guys can calculate how much I earn per sponsor. It's my average CCV. Okay, ow, what just hit my foot? It's my average CCV per viewer, or average CCV $1.5 per viewer. So that's like, sorry, $1.5 per viewer per hour. So right now, I usually average around 500. So that's 500, okay? 500 times 1.5, okay? Do you guys know how much it is? $750, okay? Per hour, so it's 750 times H. And that's how you do my sponsorship income. And if you want to learn how they earn from sponsorships just off numbers alone, so if I do 2 hours, that's $1,500, right? $1,500. Sorry, America's stupid. $sign before $1,500, right? So let's say someone that has 2,000 average. That's 2,000 times CCV, or 2,000 times 1.5 per hour. So that's like, I don't know how much. That's like 3,000. So that's $6,000 for a sponsor. Is if that makes sense. So, but there's also additional stuff. There's also additional stuff too. So now, if I showed you guys Twitch's sponsors, let me, because I don't care about showing you guys this shit. And this is why I don't do these. This is why I don't do these. Ew, bro. Ew. So, if you guys want to know how much that is for me, okay? That's, let's see. That's like, I don't even know. Like, I'm trying to figure that out. I'm trying to figure that. That's like, because I make 1,500. That'd be 5 times less than I usually make. But also like, that's also like for 2 hours, by the way, guys. It's like 2 hours. They're not like, they're expecting to play. That's max payout. Is that for a tourney win? No. These are sponsors offered by Twitch to do things. So let's see. This is, I can look at the details. Marvel rival assets will be placed on your stream. You have 1 hour. That's a 1 hour sponsor. So that's like $500 less than I would make. You know, so that's crazy. That's crazy. And it's a nice little extra cash. Yes, but it's also bad to take those. It's also bad to take those. Do you guys know anything about creator rights? So as a content creator, you are your own advocate for your own rights. And every person that does contracted work, like a talent or a creator, industry standard is $1. $1 per hour. They are paying like 16 cents per CCV per hour, which is way below rate. Way below rate. You know? And it also, if people accept those, it drives the they drive the rates down even more. Partner only and Steph Wack. Then, well, that's a customized price given to me, you guys. Someone smaller than me makes like $30 from that. They make $30 from that. That's like insane, because that's like 15 cents per hour per CCV, or per CC per hour. So that's like insane. That's insane. That is so below market rate, and that is like that's predatory. That's predatory. That's less than like minimum wage. Exactly, dude. Because like you have to understand, like when you're providing a service, like you have to look at it like a contractor, you know? So it's like, ooh, that's a good point. Well, it is a good point, yeah. I mean, be my manager? Hell no, dude. You don't need a manager. Listen, I'm gonna be so fucking honest. You don't need a manager. You need, like, as a VTuber, like I've been told, like I talked with Giga and stuff like that. She's like, you're better off without a manager. And I'm like, I know, because she knows how I am. What you need is an assistant. You need someone to do your emails. You need someone to do the assistant. You need an assistant. You don't need someone to manage your content. What I say is don't fuck with the bread and butter. Don't fuck with the bread and butter. Don't fuck with the bread and butter of your stream. You don't get a manager, because what they're going to do is they're going to ruin your content. They're going to ruin your content. You need an assistant, a secretary, you know, a project manager, you know? A project manager, because you don't want that shit. You don't want someone to like if someone told me, May, you need to stop smoking like weed on stream, you need to like do this and this, I'd tell them to go kill themselves. That's my content. That's my brand, you know? And you don't fuck with the sauce. As a talent, you make the stuff, not the business, you know? And it's really important to understand that, because like people try to like it's okay if like a manager gives you like content strategies. For example, actually, I was talking to the gamer subs people, and I was like, hey, I want to shoot for a cup this year. And instead of being like, you have to do this and this, Eternal gave me a bunch of like information about their products to tell you guys. They gave me like some ideas, and they said, some of these are promotional ideas that I have that I've seen others use. If you'd like, you can give them a try. You don't have to do this. You're not forced to do this. And he said some of these are also things that you might already be doing, you know? So like, that's good. That's good. That's a good thing to say. And and when he did that, I was like, oh, you're right. I don't have a channel in my Discord to discuss gamer subs. That's like the one thing I don't have. So I just did that. And now you guys can talk about it and things like that. An associate from the mob? No, I used to do business work. I do know business stuff, chat. I used to, so without doxing anything, I went to a alternative high school. There's like 100 of them in Massachusetts. There's a thing called alternative high schools. And what they are is they're high schools that focus on a thing called a shop class. And I did like different like things there. I got an internship at one point and stuff like that. And a lot of that was handling business with customers. I had customers that would like fund my school stuff and things like that would come in, and I would work with them and do stuff like that. I know how to do machining, CNC, milling. I know how to do like business shit. So I'm very smart, but like when it comes across the stream, I don't want to talk about that shit on stream. That's not me. You know, I'll bring it up sometimes as like a fun fact, but like I kind of like to be the dumb bitch, you know? I don't want people to think I'm like a super smart lady. You're doing CAD and shit? Yeah. You teach us how to do taxes for a stream? My taxes are not like your taxes. I'm gonna be honest. I just pay someone now. They get too crazy. They get too crazy. Every year I make an expense sheet. I make an expense sheet. So what I do is like I do this. So I have to do this because I haven't did it this year. I have date, money, or cost, rather. Cost, product, reason. Okay? So this is to give to the IRS. So I do like, let's say like we bought something in January, right? And I was like $1,000, $1,000, and I put 3D model for my VTuber stream for work purposes. I put that there, right? Sorry, I did 10,000. And I do this and all the money gets added up. I put 10K. That's okay. It's fine. And I do that. And I use a spreadsheet or, you know, a CSV, and it takes the cost and it adds everything up at the end. So I get a total. And everything. And I also have, for the products, I actually have a drop down box I program myself. Did the IRS? No, I usually don't put VTuber. I put like stream broadcast, you know? So like, and then, so if this gets handed to the IRS, let's say this handed to the IRS, they see my big expense sheet, they see this and then go, oh, okay. You know, okay. You know, as long as you have that, that's important. And you can write off as much as you want. So let's say I made 80K. Right? And I write off like 35K. The IRS only cares about the 55K in profit. Okay? So you only pay taxes on the 55K, which drastically lowers how much I owe. You know? So, fun fact, cool. That's 45K? Oh, 45K, sorry. Hey, I can't math. That's why I pay somebody. That's why I do it. My computer does it for me. So I have a lot of products that I just like sit on, like Bull, for example. Bull's a contracted work. I don't have Bull on payroll. You know, Bull's also in a foreign country. So every month I put Bull's commission in expense sheet, right? Bull's working expense sheet. So I take this and I go, I'm paying Bull for this work. I add it all up and I get to write off like 20K every year. From my taxes, and I pay less taxes. So 80 minus 35 equals 55. So I was right. Wait, then why did someone say 45K? Why did someone say someone lied to me and I had it right? Fuck you, dude. I have dyscalculia. I fully believed you. No, 8 minus 3. That's 5. Okay? 5 minus 0. That's -5. So 55. 55. I was right all along. You added 5? Fuck, I don't give a fuck, dude. I failed math class, man. Okay, that's not one of my strong suits. I know physical math. And sure, you pay taxes every month. You can write stuff ourselves and in the month. If we want to, we pay max tax up front and we get our money back. Yeah, I don't get my money back. I don't usually get my money back. I usually have to pay at the end. I know I'm paying at the end of this year, dude. I know I gotta pay. I think I'm gonna owe like 9 to 10K, which I have saved up. It's not an issue, but like I had more pressing shit at the time. Like so I was dealing with my insurance and I didn't want to like put money away because I had to like figure out my insurance. I have like 10K like saved aside, so I'm fine. I'm very smart with my money. I'm a saver. I know I have a, people don't understand. I have a budget every month. I have a budget every month. I give myself. I budget myself. I have a food budget, entertainment budget, like so much stuff. I'm really excited. Oh, chat, we're doing a Minecraft tournament today. We're doing a Minecraft tournament thingy today. I don't know what it's about. I don't know what it's about. I just know it's called Chungus Trials. Do you guys want to see our team? What's your eat out budget? I usually do like 40 to 60 a week. 40, I feel like that's a healthy, like 40 to 60 a week. I usually get it like twice a week and it's like $30. Sometimes I go over if it's like a special event or something, but like I don't spend, I spend a decent amount on takeout, but I like food and you know, it's kind of like a reward for me. But I don't buy a lot of like things, if that makes sense. I buy games and stuff, but that's work, so I don't really count that. And you know, I think my entertainment budget just goes to like HBO and like Crunchyroll and Hulu and Disney. All of that's only $30 a month, so I don't spend a lot of money. Most of my money comes from commissions. Let me see the Chungus trials. Let me see the Chungus trials. Let's see. Welcome to Larry K Live. I didn't pull up the tweet for Chungus try. Does anyone have my tweet for Chungy? My Chungy trials? Anyone have my tweet for my Chungy trials? I forgot to retweet that shit. I thought I did. Maybe I did. Maybe. Oh, you know, I retweeted a while ago. Hold on. Hold on. This is before MagFest, I'm pretty sure. Is it? No? Guys, where's my Chungus? Guys, where's my Chungus? Oh, I found it. Okay. I found it. So this is our team. Okay? Listen, don't cancel me, okay? This isn't like me being mean. They're gone, okay? Okay, so listen. Mapix out. Mapix out. Okay, this is our team. Mapix out, okay? They're gone. It's SK now. SK. SK is filling in for Mafic, okay? SK. SK, okay? So that's SK, all right? So we have Wolfie, who you guys know. That's the guy who goes, hey guys, my name's Wolfie. Welcome to the next Block Wars. I talk like Moist Critical, and I have the Minecraft accent. And then Prince Sam. Oh my god, hi guys, my name's Prince Sam. I have the Minecraft accent, but like hyperactive Minecraft accent. Hi guys. And then there's me, and then there's the Rapichu, who I don't think I've met yet, so I can't roast them. I can't roast them. I don't know them either. You, Prince Sam, we've met a couple times. We met a couple times. We also met Wolfie a couple times. Why is your face? Are you? Do I? I'm not gonna call you. I'm not gonna call you a slur. I promise. But you listen. Listen, you get me to a point where like there's no words possible to call you like something, you know? There's no words to describe how fucking stupid you are, man. I'm just saying. At a certain point, I gotta invent new words for stupid. So yeah, we're getting SK. They said our team might be too strong. We don't know. And I said it's okay. I'll pregame. And Wolfie said, oh, are we drinking? And I said, well, I'm smoking. And then I met with this person named Chaos, who was really sweet. And they're like, oh my god, this is like the one of two Minecraft like people. And I said, I'm a Minecraft person. And Wolfie says, I've only ever seen you play Minecraft. And I said, I don't know if I'm a Minecraft streamer. I don't know if I'm a VTuber. You dimwit. You fucking dimwit. You walnut-brained dimwit. You daft walnut-brained dimwit. How about that? Yeah? You like that? Huh? You fucking pea-brained fucking oxygen snorkeler. Fuck you, mouth-breathing fuck. There we go. Dillweed. My mom yelled at me. My mom yelled at me. I called my friend a dillweed, and she's like, "Mate, you can't say that. That's a swear." And I'm like, he's being a fucking dillweed. And she's like, I literally said, he's being a fucking dillweed. And she looks at me and she's like, I raised you all right. Yep. My mother would always say, you little shit, you motherfucker. You're a motherfucker. And she would say, you motherfucker. You know, so like I took after her. I'm like, and she would say shit like, he's being a fucking stupid motherfucker. And I'm like, I know, mom, he's being a stupid motherfucker. And she thought it was so funny. She thought it was so funny. Imagine 11-year-old being like, yeah, that guy's a stupid fuck, mom. Don't worry about it, you know? I love Boston. I love, my mom was awesome. You guys would have loved her. She was, I'm like her. I'm like her. I think. I grew up like her. I definitely act like her. I was snooping in her phone after she died because I was curious, and I saw the messages she had with people, and I got like whiplash because she would be like, "Yo, what up, bitch? What's going on? You wanna drink?" And I'm like, "Fuck, dude, fuck." I type like that, man. I talk like that. Like I go, "Yo, what's up, motherfucker?" You know, when I saw that shit, I'm like, "Shit, dude, shit, man. Oh my god." Apple didn't fall too far from the fucking tree. That's right. That's okay. That's okay. She was silly. She was silly. She would party a lot, drink a lot. She used to like, I'll be in a car and she would like speed in a sports Camaro with me in the car. I know people would be like, "That's dangerous to do with the kid." Whatever. She'd play rock and roll, and I'd be in the passenger seat, in the front seat, and our shit would come on. You know what our shit is, chat? It'd be we used to play this song, and we like stamp our feet and like sing to it. It was this one by Queen. This one, she loved this song. She loved this song. This one by Queen. She also really liked this Pink Floyd song, Another Brick of the Wall. She loved this song. I could see her now dancing, and she would point at me, and she would sing this part. And she plays like, "Hey, teacher, leave this kid alone." I want to put this song on. Let's listen to Pink Floyd. Fuck it. But like she would put that like song on, and I just remember, so she had like the biggest smoke. She had like the smoker voice, I like, it was insane. She was awesome. Hold on, let me see if I can find the song on like a. Is it this one? No, is it this one? It's this one. My mom was based. She loved classic rock. I grew up on classic rock. If you guys ever wonder why I listen to classic rock a lot, it's because I grew up on rock music, classic rock, folk rock. You know, we weren't a country house. We had a lot of Johnny Cash, Pink Floyd, fucking. I'm trying to remember. Oh my god. Pink Floyd, the Beatles, Led Zeppelin, Rolling Stones, Queen, The Who, AC/DC, Aerosmith. Let's see. I'm trying to remember. I think they played Fleetwood Mac. That's his name. Fleetwood Mac. There's more. They listen to so many. Oh, Guns N' Roses too. Guns N' Roses. So. I think Jimi Hendrix too. I think. So Fleetwood Mac was his name. I can't remember. I have dyslexia, guys. I don't know things. That's the thing. Like I only remember certain things. I'm like we can say my dyslexia is like a damaged memory chip after watching Planet something. Planet something. We watched Planet something yesterday. Will you crack one with me? We have to wait, dude, because I drink a lot. I drank one already. Why are you spamming it, man? No, Planet something. Treasure Planet. That was it. Treasure Planet. Here, I'll crack one open now, but this is gonna be a mistake because I'm gonna have to pee during the game. No, Treasure Planet. I'm sorry, I have dyslexia. The Android chip in my brain is damaged. Okay, we have a damaged memory chip. How about we write that into the lore? I have memory issues, man. No, I'm just fuck with them. Treasure Planet was good. It was super good. Release it one drop at a time,
Shinomi
dog.
peeking.
Dog, I don't want to have to pee. Yeah, I have like people like get mad sometimes at me because I have a really bad memory, but I have the worst memory ever. I have like the worst memory ever. And it's fucked up, dude. It's fucked up. It's fucked up, dude. Duo leveling. If you guys want to see the cutest, and I mean cutest, VTuber duo ever, they're so cute. They're twins. It is so lovely to see you two. I hope you two are doing well. If you guys don't know them, they're Yuki and Yuna. They're one of the coolest people ever. No problem. Go eat, you two. I hope I see you guys again. Let me know. I want to catch up. Guys, go check out duo leveling. They're so cute. Yuki and Yuna are the cutest ever. Ever. I'm being so for real. They're so cute. They're so cute. They are so cute. Criminally underrated. Yes, twins. They're twins. One of the first VTuber twins I met, actually. There's a lot of twins I know. I know there's but duo leveling is the one I know the most. There's duo leveling and and they're so cute. They're so cute. They're so cute. Criminally underrated. And then outside of that, there's Ecotone, who I love. I love Ecotone. Do you guys know Ecotone? I go, Ikea, Ecotone. And it's one of the cutest things ever. One of the cutest things. Like, shout these people too. Oh my god, they're so cute. I love Ecotone. They're so cute. I used to be in a VTuber group with them a long time ago. VTuber duo as well. They're so cute. I seen a VTuber group with them a long time ago, but things like that. Saturator, we don't get fresh moldy rations. Please have good rations. Please have good rations. I hope you have good moldy rations. I have a weird memory. I remember the weirdest shit from a trigger word. Well, yeah, a lot of dyslexia is like, and memory issues is like, some things stick with you, some things don't. For example, chat. For example, my mom knew she was gonna die. My mom knew she was gonna die. You know, if you guys don't know, she took her own life. Whatever. You know, I've talked about that before. It's not I don't care about it. But 2 weeks before she passed away, she told me something, and it makes me laugh. It makes me laugh because I'm like, what the fuck, man? What the fuck? She looked at me, and I'm sitting in the car looking at her. I'm sitting in the car looking at her. I'm like, she's like, May, this is important. Okay, and I was eating my Subway. And she's like, May, this is important. You gotta listen to me. And I'm like, yes, mom. And she's like, listen to me, okay? And this is important, so don't you fucking forget it. And she pointed at my chest, and she touched, like poked my chest in when she did that. She said, don't you fucking forget it. I forgot everything after that. I just remember her saying, don't you fucking forget it, while tapping me in the chest. What was the sandwich? It was tuna fish sandwich with cucumbers on cheesy bread at Subway. I forgot it. Maybe it'll come back to you when it's important, you know? Like, hey mom, if you want to come visit me and, you know, remind me, I forgot. You remember that sandwich? Okay, there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that, because I as a kid I was autistic, so I had my every Wednesday we would go to Subway, and my order was I'd get a tuna fish sandwich with cucumber and extra mayo on cheese bread, and that was my order. Was autistic? Okay, I still am autistic, but still. And we had a schedule. Every Wednesday I would do that. Until, okay, this is like trauma dumping, but my uncle ruined it for me because he got me the wrong sandwich and then made fun of me. And then so I said, fuck you, man. And I stomped on the sandwich and walked in the house, dude. He got me the wrong sandwich on purpose. So fuck him, man. Fuck him. You don't fuck with me. People say I'm just like my mom. You know, any family I had left, it's like, wow, you really take after your mother. And I'm like, I know, fuck you. Because my mom was very blunt like I am. She would tell people how it is. I have a funny story. I think it was like but here's the thing, you can't tell my mom things because she would get mad. My mom I think it was my father. It was the last family Thanksgiving we had together. We're at Thanksgiving, and my mom comes out and she missed like a spot of makeup on her forehead, and my dad goes, "What the fuck is that on your forehead?" And she's like, "There's nothing on my forehead. What are you fucking talking about?" He's like, "No, there's something on your forehead." She's like, "I'm gonna beat your fucking ass. There's nothing wrong with my forehead." And I think you guys know where I get it from when I do that shit. Sometimes I just want you to know I take after my mother. And sometimes I'm like, there's nothing wrong with it. Shut the fuck up, you know. But my mom would also go to people and be like, she'd be like, "What the fuck is that on your face?" like she would just ask people. She's like, you know, and I do that sometimes. I'm like, "Dog, you good? Like, you fucked us. Something wrong with you." You know?
I love May.
May, get yourself a nice sandwich or something else.
Oh, sad. Thank you. I'm gonna save that for the house. We're gonna get a house this year, so I'm gonna work hard. I'm gonna do a bunch of marathons this year, Zeddy. Yeah, so hi, Zed. Hope you've been well. I'm gonna do a bunch of marathons this year. I'm gonna try to get a house. God, I love that. Dude, my mom would have loved you guys. You say your audio is too loud? Well, to be fair, they can go fuck themselves, man. They go fuck themselves. I got my audio is perfectly balanced now, as all things should be. Actually, my games are sometimes too loud, but every time I turn them down, chat complains that they're like, "But now I can't hear the people in game." Cry me a river. Cry me a river. I'm busy working hard, makes it hard to find time. That's okay, Zed. I'm always around. Okay, it's very nice to see you. Makes me happy. Zed's an OG, chat. Zed's an OG. Do you know how long Zed's been following me for? Since 2022. It's been good, Zed. It's been good. I don't know if you heard. We're gonna be doing 2 to 4 marathons this year. 2 to 4 marathons this year. And we're going to be doing a shared goal for all of them. I'm gonna try to buy a house, Zed. I'm gonna try to buy a house. You know that's a big dream of mine, to buy a house. And I'm gonna try to buy a house big time. So I'm gonna try to fundraise for the down payment this year. So I'm gonna work hard this year. I'm gonna try to do it, and I'm excited. But man, I want to hear slurs from the randoms and Ark. True new. I mean, how's the audio now? Do you guys like it? I know my games are a bit loud, but I think Bull can tell me. Have you seen the housing market? You mean how it's crashing and it's in prime buying zone? That's true, Mister. But you're also an OG, dude. The market's at prime. Listen, the house bubble's crashing, man. Listen, it's crazy. It's crazy. By the time I go to buy a house, it's crashing. Yeah. Big time. Big time. Big time. If you go in any house right now, you'll see like that shit's dropping and dropping fast. Like, look, I'll pull up a place in Vegas, right? Like, let's see, house. Let's see, houses for sale. Let's do a big house to show you guys an example. Here you go. Okay, save search. Hello? Why can't I see any houses? Oh, I see why. I put lots in land. My bad. They're building like crazy? Yeah. I mean, it depends on your look. Like, here's a great example, chat. Let me show you guys a good example, right? I'm trying to find a house I wouldn't buy, right? Oh my god. I started this by like high to low. Jesus. Old people are dying. People can't afford houses. So like the bubble is going back down. The bubble's going back down in some places. You want to survive living in the feds? What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? You guys know my head moderator's a federal agent, right? Just kidding. Just kidding. Fed's not a Fed. Fed's not a Fed, but he jokes about it. He jokes about it. But just kidding. Don't go to prison? Why would I go to prison? Dog, I can't go to prison. Oh, here's a great example, chat. It's fine. Look, listen. Listen, this house hasn't sold. This house hasn't sold for a little bit. So look. It's going down, man. It's going down. Like, give it a couple months, this shit's gonna be like rock bottom. Because the big boom that they had like during like you know, it's going, look at that, it's going down. Big house is slang for prison. Oh. No, I just mean like thing in the AI bubble too. Well, guys, the AI bubble is just OpenAI and all the derivatives of OpenAI. It's OpenAI and all the derivatives. OpenAI is a piece of shit glorified language learning model that knows nothing. The only AI that's gonna persist is AI that like actually has proper like uses. Which is why OpenAI like works towards the consumer. The consumer. You need to look at the people working for companies, you know? So like, I think the only AI that's gonna be left around is Google. It's gonna be Google probably. I'm gonna be so honest. Google and the Chinese ones. Hi QV, hi! Hi AC, hi Sippy. The Gooner AI will persist. Yeah, I mean, people can jerk off, man. I bet there's AI edits of me somewhere. It's implanted everywhere. Well, it's just the next fad, dude, you know? You have to understand, we've been on the internet for so long now that the crypto bros are like could enter politics and you know, the fucking a 30-year-old senator, I bet a 30-year-old senator somewhere has own fucking NFTs. He has a bored yacht ape or whatever. You know, he's just sitting on his fucking apes. You know? I don't know. It's all bullshit just to generate fake money. People think it's cool, but it's just like it's like oh, this is the future, but it's lazy. It's lazy. But the only AI I care about really is like, you know, I Google it. I like Google's AI. I do fuck with Google's AI a little bit. It's also not like killing the environment. I hate OpenAI, dude. If OpenAI kills the environment and shit, it's so bad. But Google's like whatever. I mean, it's whatever. You know, I have fucking AI in my phone. I go, hey Gemini, list me all the types of boners. Hey Gemini, list me all the types of boners available in the world. Thank you. I don't know. It just like tells me shit that's like fake, and I'm like, yay. Yay! Okay, I'm booting up Chungus. Exactly. Like I fuck with Google, you know? Like I know like AI still has a lot of like bad moral stuff, but there's a lot of good things with AI outside of like stealing artwork, which is the big problem. AI will make us dumber. Truth Nova. But another reason I like Google, do you guys know Google has image generation, right? Google embeds all of their image generation, and this is something AI, ChatGPT and Sora doesn't do. It embeds all its AI generations with a synth ID tag. So if it's AI generated, you can go into Google and say, hey, Google, is this AI generated? And it says, this has a synth ID tag, meaning it's generated with Google. Which is so fucking cool to me, because like that's they need to do that. So I imagine in the future when like AI gets more evolved, they're gonna start like watermarking like text documents. They're gonna input a little code in a text document that says, hey, this is synth ID'd. Why is that? You know? That's what I think, you know? I mean, it makes sense to me. I mean, coding co-pilots are fine. You know, that stuff's fine. The only bad thing really is generative AI that's like dismantling and using other people's work, you know? If you use AI to push away an artist, you're an asshole. If you use AI in tandem with a voice-acted person, a voice actor, and say, hey, can we like use your voice and buy some rights to your voice and pay you fairly, that's fine. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. That's why I play Art Creators. Art Creators did that. No fucking problem with that. No fucking problem with that, dude. Hi, Zed, thank you for the 5. That's so much. You know, I don't think it's gonna be a dystopia. I think people are just gonna be a little crazy. Can I log in? Proceed. Proceed. I'm bit Chungus. 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 Yeah, has its uses, exactly. I'll probably hop on. You need to install Noxesium? Bitch, excuse me? Oh, I didn't install. Hold on, I forgot to put Noxesium in there. Give me a second. I thought I did it. I thought I did it. I thought I did it, man. I thought I did it. Don't laugh at me. They're gonna laugh at me, dude. They're gonna laugh at me. Requires version of the fab. Did I do the wrong? I think I did the wrong pack. I'm gonna be so fucking for real. I think I did the wrong pack. What version are we playing on? What version are we supposed to be playing on? Playful pigs. Okay, I'm on the right version. I'm just stupid. Didn't install Fabric? Wait, is this the one Fabric then? Want somebody to love. Don't you need somebody to love? Okay, let me just install Fabric then. Fuck you, man. Let's see. Edit. Concentration in medical field. Yeah, well, there's nothing. The problem with AI is like people use AI as a catch-all term when they need to make new terms if the AI bros are gonna be doing this shit, you know? So I usually say like generative AI if it's like images, but not, even then not all generative AI is bad. You know, chud maxing. We're joke chud maxing, yeah. I don't know. Why? Hello? Guys, I think I might be stupid. Yeah, tech bro AI. We had terms like, yeah, machine learning, you know? Like, I use AI, and people are like, if I say that, people are like, no, that's bad. I'm like, no, dude, like, I have a language learning model trained off my voice that interprets what I'm saying. So that's when I turn it on, if I say kill yourself, it's trained off my accent so it knows what I'm saying. You know? Yeah, that's AI. If I say I don't know, Jesus. It's trained off my voice, you know? That's trained off my voice. It interprets what I'm saying using AI. But it's not bad AI, you know? Well, I don't have anything programmed on the word Jersey, but I can put Jersey in. I have it set up. Install Loda. Okay, we have the I need the Fabric API. Fabric API. They didn't tell me all this shit, man. Okay, download 1.12, 1.21.8 is AI. Yeah, I would say this is AI though. This the tracking on this VTuber model is not AI. You can put AI into it, but the way like live 2D models work is it has that tracker. Like if I use a tracker that used AI, yeah, but the body things like that, you know, but I don't have that. That's not AI, sadly. There is some AI ones, but they suck. And I say sadly because a lot of the AI ones suck. Yeah, I'm an AI. I think when I switch to something, it will have AI like learning in it, which is fine. That's nothing. You know. This one's pretty simple, you know. I only have face tracking and the head tracking, and it just interprets what I'm looking through frames and things. Will this work now? Or will they kick me from the Chungus trials? Yeah, I'm a Jehovah's Witness. Chungus. What is that noise? That's a nice noise, dude. Did they all make that noise? Oh, dude. Hold on, let's... I had a crush at this guy in Staples, and I think he was a Mormon or like really Christian, and he was 6'9". He was 6'9". No, he's 6'10", and he was really cute. He's really cute. He's a skinny blonde boy. This skinny blonde boy who's like 6'10", really fucking tall. And he would drive me home from work. And he was so sweet. We stopped and ate food sometimes. And then he gave me his number, and he said, "May, I'm going on a mission. I don't know if I'll go back," because he didn't like his family. So he went on a mission to New Zealand, and I never saw him again. I never saw him again. Did you date? Maybe. I mean, we didn't have a... He left, dude. He left. He was tall. He was like... We had a life-size Shaq cutout in Staples, and he was taller than it. New Zealand got him? Yeah. Dude, it sounds like a CIA mission. Dude, I still think about him. He was so sweet. New Zealand's not the worst place. I wonder if he died or like he's just like a full-time priest or something in New Zealand. What what is it like? Religions even do like New Zealand. This jump is hard. Got his number? I called it. It's a dead number. It's a dead number. It's a dead number. Religions even do? That's what I was asking. Like, I don't know. I knew a friend who did like a lot of like, his dad did a lot of like religious stuff, and like he did like a lot of mission work in Africa, and a lot of it was just like helping people there, you know. They used to take pictures, and they would spend like weeks with like a random group of people, and like they would help them, give them food and stuff, which is interesting. I wonder what they do. Have I been messing with you? No, he wasn't, dude. He wasn't, because he hated his family. I met his mother. He hated his mother. The mother was mean, you know, and she was super like religious, and he said like, "Hey, I'm doing this mission to get away from them," you know. And I never saw him again. I knew him for a year and a half. I met his parents. Like, we were friends, and like it was so weird. She got mad at me because I had like a necklace that has a pentagram on it. She's like, "You can't bring that in here. That's devil magic or something." And I'm like, "Oh." The keys are like you not knowing at the time. I don't want to date anybody, you know, at the moment. I mean, I might change my mind in the future, but I don't know, chat. Like, I like streaming more than anything else in my life. Like, relationships are cool, but like, I like talking to you guys. I like hanging out, I like having fun, you know. And maybe that's just because I'm you know, I saw a post online about like we should leave like the ladies that want to be left alone, like the weird women that stay in their house all the time alone, you know. And I kind of relate to that because like I don't have a lot of family, and like you guys replace a feeling for me that I'm satisfied with, you know. Like I have family with you guys, you know. And like, as cool as it is to be like, oh, you can date a streamer, you can date a friend, you can do this and this, I don't think it would work out, only because I do so much time with my work. I barely have time for friends outside of stream. That's why I do my hangouts on stream. I hang out with streamer friends. A lot of my friends are streamers because like having a non-streamer friend relationship is hard friendship, any sort of relationship, you know? That's not a stream. It's hard because people get mad at you. I had someone reach out to me, like this year-old friend, and they said like, hey, how you doing? And I'm like, I'm doing good. I talked to them, caught up, and they got mad at me because they're like, I don't care about this streamer bullshit. Like, why don't you hang out with me? And I'm like, dude, it's my work, man. It's my work. Like, I can't do it. I was in a relationship during stream at one point. I have an ex-boyfriend, not a bad person, very sweet, but it just didn't work out, and the issue arose. I knew it happened. So I didn't want to do it again. It's been like it's been 4 years almost. No, almost 4 to 5 years at this point. And relationships are nice, they're fun, but I'm gonna be honest with you guys, like, streaming gives me more than I could ask for. I love streaming. And people get sad when I say like I don't want to date anybody, but like I feel like I'm just dedicated to my work. Yeah, I'm dedicated to my fucking work more than anything else. And more and more I realize that like it's either a stream or a relationship. You know, for me, because like I don't want to like I don't know, I don't want to like have that dip, because every time I've gotten good things happen in my stream, everything I've had like good in my stream, every time things are good and I start a relationship, I would lose that focus in my stream and get really sad because I wouldn't be streaming at my peak potential. You know? Exactly. That is such a hard jump. I mean, like, I know some like people probably like, oh, I watch streamers for the girlfriend experience, but I'm not a standard VTuber. You know, I don't do like the girlfriend experience and stuff like that. I'm very much my own person, and I know like there's gonna be someone that like goons to me and shit, but like I very much don't adopt normal VTuber stuff because out of principle I want to do this shit different. I still like being a VTuber. I won't show my face. I won't do things like that, but like, you know. Look at my skin, by the way. I'm the new cat, the new Minecraft baby cat. Crackhead neighbor sense. Exactly. I like when you guys like say like I'm like closer to like a little sister, like a friend, you know, that makes me happy, you know? I wouldn't want you guys getting attached to me for something that isn't even possible for a fucking non-person. Is this even possible? What is this? That's a 4-block jump. That's tough, man. But I know it's tough. Oh my god, is it Ebbo, parkour master? Shit, they did it. Now I gotta do it. The parkour master did it, man. Hold on. I gotta do it, dude. I gotta do it. You look at it, it's like really far away. Exactly. I don't know. I like you guys. You guys make me happy. You guys give me a life I could never imagine. You know, it'd be weird to say like I'm not a little bit parasocial, but I don't use the word parasocial for you guys. This is a community. It's social. It's just social. And streamers that do that say don't be parasocial stuff, I feel like they don't understand. This is just social. This is just social. This is we have a community. We hang out, we watch movies, we hang on stream, and like my way of streaming is like hang out with all my friends. You know, that's how I see it. You know, you guys make me happy, and I want you guys to fall in love with the community and not me. You know? And that's my dream for streaming, because you guys replace something I don't have. I wanted a community. I wanted a place I can be myself, you know? Happy fucking good times. You feel me? I mean, you guys are like my friends. It's hard though, because like I also have to worry about my stream and stuff, and obviously like I'm a streamer friends, which is different because like, you know, but I also like playing games with you guys. I invite you guys on stream to do community nights and stuff like that. That makes me happy, you know? It's a hard thing to understand and process, because like I don't want to like, you know, I can't DM 1,000 people, you know? But I know you guys get that, and I hope you understand that, you know? But I love hanging out with you guys and spending time with you guys and things like that, you know? Do I listen to this music during Chungus trials? Do I listen to fucking, like, classic rock? First of all, it's cops up. Like my friends all on once week and I see him play 1,000 hours games. Something. Exactly. That's not parasocial. You guys hang out with me. I recognize names. I get so excited. You guys know when someone hasn't shown up for a while, I get so excited when I see them. I get so excited when I see them. I'm locking in to do this, by the way. I'm gonna kill myself. I'm gonna kill myself and them. In Minecraft. Quite literally in Minecraft. locked in, man. Thank you so much, Akira. Well, I like hanging out with you guys. You know, I wouldn't want to like treat you guys like my content is my content. You know, we'll try a real. I can't see. I don't know how I did that. Thank you so much, by the way, guys. Thank you. I'm holding off joining. Hold on. Hey, it's that's legal. That's legal. That's legal. That's legal. That's legal. That was legal, man. Hold on. Erm. How do you play with such a high FOV, dude? I think people think I'm a fucking freak for playing a 90 FOV, man. How the fuck did I hit that? Is my team on yet? No, we're good. Chungus! Chungus! Oh, you wanna? We're gonna be in this view, actually. Hold on. Because I like this view more for like event stuff, and also I just like this view more. Actually, I'm gonna try some. Bull suggested I try this out. Hold on, I'm gonna duplicate this scene real quick, you guys. Bull said I can try this out, so let me go do. I'm gonna freak you guys out a little bit, okay? I'm gonna freak you guys out a little bit. This might be the game to do it on. Who knows? Hold on. I'm gonna do something a little freaky. Please don't freak out. Please don't freak out, man. Please stay normal. Please stay normal, okay? God bless your soul. Hold on. Let's try, like, right here. Okay, I'm sorry. Listen, I'm sorry. Don't mind me. Looking... Okay, almost good. Hold on. I just realized my camera's been messed up. Don't freak out. Stop freaking out. Stop freaking out. Stop freaking out, man. Stop freaking out, okay? Do you guys like this? Do you guys like this? Hold on, let me fix the chat now. Hold on, let me grab the chat box from here. Stop freaking out! Bull, why are you freaking out? Why are you're not supposed to be freaking out. It's funny? True. 16:9 chat middle. 1920 by 1080. Okay, not that big. Hey, calm down. Well, you want this? Okay, this is hard to do. Hold on. Should I make it smaller? Do you want this, Bull? How's it? How's this? That good? Bull, you want this? How's that make you feel? How's that make you feel? That works? Cool. You guys like this? What do you guys feel about this? So I'm returning around to she went for Antrolis and partner and it's like 2K followers, why not? She checked me so like I'm so parasocial as shit. Just I got comfortable and talked to her like I do with all my other friends. And maybe almost quit Twitch altogether, realizing you support and cheer someone who doesn't give you a fuck about your relationship sucks. I see. I see. I see. Hold on. Hold on. Bull was right? You like this? Okay, we'll stick with it. Hold on. I can't read that message anymore. But see, I would never do that to one of my friends. Why did you talk like XTC? I don't know. I was reading fast. It's tough. I mean, I feel like something I've experienced that I can't really like talk about, like now that I'm a bigger streamer, like it doesn't affect me anymore, but like I remember that people change when they grow. Yeah, it's the see more chat, and also I guess like Bull wanted this, like when I'm doing 69. Do you guys like this? Is this fine? People change. People change. They do. They change a lot when you grow and they grow. And me and Giga have been streamers for a long time, you know, and we've been through a lot together. We used to have a lot of people in our lives that we thought were close to us and weren't, you know, and I've also had my own band of friends that I thought I was close with, and those people, chat, not a single one of them fuck with me no more. Not a single one of them want to be friends with me anymore or anything. I like change. I'm sorry. Not a single one. I mean, this is closer how like an actual fucking streamer has it, man. Not a single one of them fucks with me anymore because they'll go, oh, man, you've changed. Man, you've changed. You don't support us and all this other stuff. And I did support them. I did love them. I appreciated them, and they just wanted more and more and more. And like they didn't understand that like I have less time. But I'm more confident in myself. I was happy, like, you know. And they thought I changed, and I realized they changed. You know, I realized they changed, and that when I grew bigger, their perception of them was based on my viewership and not me.
People sad.
And that was when I was at like 100 people, chat, like 100 people years ago. You know? Thankfully, the people I have in my life now, they don't care how big I get. Sunny and Minty are the nicest people I've ever met in my life. And I talk to them about this, and they're like, you're me! You know? And I remember when Giga was growing, and she was dealing with like similar stuff that I did, right? And I remember I was talking with her, and we were like having a deep conversation, and she wondered like, May, why are we friends, right? Why are we friends? Like, why are you like the way you are? Like, you know, I've grown a lot, right? Like, and people use that against people, you know? Like, people use that against you as a streamer. And fucking, I said to her, I don't care how big you are. I don't care. You're just Giga. You're my friend, you know? And we both came to the conclusion that, like, you know, like, it doesn't matter. Like, you should support your friends that grow, you know, and not be manipulative or, like, other things, you know? Because, like, here's the thing. If I grow, it benefits all my friends. If they grow, it benefits me. It's a mutualist thing, and that's how streaming should be. Not this clout chasing bullshit, but supporting your friends. Do you guys know how much it makes me happy to see Fishy and all my friends grow and see you guys in their chats when I'm not on and things like that? Like, that makes me so happy. That makes my heart melt. And that's what I want. That's what I want. I want you guys to support my friends and support my community and things like that, you know? And that's what I want. I don't want to... I used to have a mod in my chat, and they were so, like... They were nice, but they were also, like... I didn't realize how much drama was just being fabricated, you know? I didn't really understand how much drama was just being fabricated, because like I'd wake up every day in mod chat. I'd wake up every day, I'd see a ping in mod chat, and there'd be like one chatter who said something a little weird once, and they would at me and say, hey, we gotta fix this. We gotta fix this. We gotta do stuff. And I'm like, dude, oh shit. Oh shit. Hey.
We're good, actually. Never mind.
Hey. Sorry, I was yapping. Hi, SK. Hi, Derapachu.
I was waiting for May to be here.
Hi, Pentar. Not Pentar. It's Prince Sam.
Not Pentar.
NT though. NT.
Let's try NT.
I have dyslexia. It's over. Oh my god, are you a cat? Are you a cat princess? Oh my god.
I am a cat princess. Yeah, that's my profile picture right now. That's my Discord PFP ATM. But I'm also a chick in the games. That's right. Cool. Like a little baby.
Yeah, I'm the cat in the game.
I didn't realize.
Oh, you're the cat?
Yeah, I'm the cat. You want to see my skin? I'm at spawn.
Wait,
I see you.
Wait, I see you. Wait, oh, that's
cute. Yeah, you're so good. That's cute. You both got cute ones. Oh my god. Wait, have I talked to you before, Derapachu? I do know you.
You've never. You do know. You know me?
Yeah, we've been in like 8 events, but not together.
Like talked ever?
Like, no, never.
Wait, that's insane. I feel like
okay, here we go. We're gonna do 50 questions. No, we're not doing 50 questions. We're doing,
okay.
Too many.
Listen.
I think you and
Can I just give you the rundown? Wait, are you all not family friendly?
Yeah.
Are we good? Am I safe?
All of us, none of us are family friendly, right?
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Okay, listen.
He knows.
I'm from Boston. I say a lot of swears. Okay, I'm a dumb motherfucker from Boston. That's my whole personality. Okay.
You sound New York.
Nice to meet you. I'm gonna kill myself in
Boston.
Minecraft.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry for.
I'm
calling
failing
you
this
out.
4-block job.
That's like the worst thing.
That's like they just pulled. Why does everybody
Essentially just
say
the
that?
equivalent of a slur. That's fucked up, man.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Did I really drop
Dude,
a
that's
slur?
fucked up, man.
Yeah, you did. You did. You dropped a slur on
He
me.
has a, what's it called? You know,
That makes it even
doesn't
worse.
know much about
No, I
American
can't forgive
accents
anyone
and
that's
dialects and
Australian.
stuff. You know,
Sorry,
like.
I'm so sorry. I'm
Yeah,
so
he's sorry. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
I'm
Okay.
so
It's
sorry.
okay.
I did-
It's okay.
yeah,
It's fine.
I'm so
It's
sorry,
fine.
my bad.
Okay, I
It's,
know that.
I'm just
sweet little
fucking with you. I'm
gratitude.
just fucking with you.
Don't-
But I get that a lot. It's just,
on me.
Mhm.
Wait, okay, let's get introductions down. You know,
Okay.
we can start with you because you were talking about where you're from, real quick.
yeah, my name's
keep
May. I'm
going.
from Boston. I swear a lot. And I smoke a lot of weed. Next.
Let's go.
Oh,
Let's go. Oh, I play Minecraft. You guys play
weed
Minecraft?
sesh one time.
Yeah.
We
play
do
Minecraft?
play Minecraft. Yeah.
That's
yeah,
crazy.
Oh,
Yeah.
no,
Wait, are you a
weed
lifesteal
sesh,
guy?
that's good.
I know Zam's lifesteal.
I
Yeah.
am a lifesteal guy. Yes.
Okay. Awesome.
These are after our
I'm a
buddies.
lifesteal guy. Yeah, we are lifesteal. Me and Prince Zam.
We are
we are lifesteal. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
We are lifesteal. Yep.
Probably, yeah.
Dog,
Yeah.
they need to stop saying we are.
Yeah.
They need to stop
Wait,
saying
I've
we
actually
are.
been to Boston. Boston's really cool.
Yeah.
I went one time.
Oh yeah.
What'd you do?
What was there? What did I do? I did weed.
That's
That was
lit.
that was not fun.
That's it.
actually.
You
That
can
was
stop.
not
That's
fun.
the only good thing about Boston, man.
that's-
Except that. Oh,
yeah,
did you go to
yeah,
Plymouth
yeah.
Rock?
Can I be
Wow,
honest?
incredible,
I've only
really.
done weed twice in my life. One was in Boston. The other one was in Rotterdam. Not good.
Haha,
The,
Netherlands.
the Boston one was really bad. That one gave me a bad trip.
Well,
Netherlands.
that's because
Netherlands.
they're scary there. I'm being so honest. It's the air.
Oh.
Oh, I did it in my Airbnb though.
Yes, no, it's the air. It's the air.
Oh,
It's the air. Okay.
The Boston air.
I've never smoked weed before in my life. Wait,
An
should we
air.
move on to the
Okay.
next introduction?
Yeah.
yeah.
That's a
go
good
with,
point, yeah.
Okay, who wants to go next?
Yeah.
I'll go. Okay, hi guys. My name is Prince Sam. I play Minecraft a lot. I like playing on the Lifesteal SMP, and I like editing, and I like
Okay.
screaming into my microphone.
Yay!
Yeah.
Yay!
And being very pretty in Minecraft and having a wonderful, lovely time always. So yeah.
Mm.
You're always so
Yeah, I
joyful,
appreciate that,
Zam.
thank
I want to see you on like
I
a
try.
non-joyful evil
Fun
arc.
fact
I
about
want to
Prince
see you on
Zam,
like an emo arc.
Yeah, actually, May, I've been incredibly depressed on Lifesteal before. All my arcs and stuff that I do is incredibly angsty, actually. So
That's
you can
good.
see that if
Really?
you really want
Yeah,
to,
that's,
but I mean, like,
no, you don't want to watch that. Okay, that makes you pretty fucking depressed pretty quickly.
Yeah,
Oh, I
it's
didn't turn down the
like
music.
an
Oh
hour
my
video
god.
going on right now,
Oh my god.
and,
There you go.
it's loud, right? I turned it down. Yeah.
Why does this sound like
Yeah.
Coldplay?
It kind of does.
You're
I
actually
actually
kind of right. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
This doesn't sound like
Okay,
Coldplay.
Wolfie, you can go next. Your new
Yeah,
introduction.
well,
Let's go.
your introduction, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm Wolfie. I'm Dutch. I'm tall. I play Minecraft, and I organize block wars.
Okay.
Okay, SK, you go. Let's go.
Okay, go.
Oh,
SK,
what
you
do I
go.
do? I'm SK. I was trapped in prison for 8 years, also known as Overwatch.
Hey.
But I
Oh,
escaped.
yes.
I
Yay.
escaped
I'm so
and
sorry
now
for
I play
you.
other Things. Minecraft, Marvel Rivals,
Wow.
Arc Raiders, Deadlock, and I always get the highest rank. Yay!
Oh, I know someone in the CC who likes Arc
Wow.
Raiders.
Ooh,
I love
yeah,
Arc
I played
Raiders.
for
Okay.
2 months,
Okay.
12 hours a day,
Yeah.
and I haven't played ever since.
I love
Oh,
Arc Raiders. I've
Yeah, last
that
time
ga- I
tuned in
said
May,
some
all she
awful
talked
things
about
in that
was Arc
game.
Raiders.
Well, yeah, I mean it's fun. I have a sponsor coming up for it. I love Arc Raiders.
Oh.
Hey, give me an
okay.
Arc Raider sponsor, please. Oh my god, I'm getting all full.
Wait, what are all these games? Wait, does anyone know what any of the games are or no?
I don't think I know any of the games, no. SK, you're gonna lock in. You're gonna win. I think.
Oh yeah, the game.
We're gonna do great, dude. I'm high as fuck. I've been smoking weed to balance the team a little bit, you know. But I think it's locking me in low key.
Does anyone know what's going on besides me?
We're cooked. It's
Yeah,
just
we're-
you,
you're
bro.
done.
Okay.
Team leader Wolfie,
great.
here's to victory.
that's a problem for our team, I think.
No, I watched a video. I'll remember. I have this. I can't remember.
Knowledge.
Oh, I didn't watch the update video. I'm fucked. GG's.
I didn't either, so you're good.
Hey,
Okay,
let's
I
vote
love you.
for
Okay,
zone
so
control.
competition
Let's
using
vote for
the
Hey, how you guys
yellow
going so
text.
fast?
Wait, kill
Yellow
Boogie.
text. I died. Okay, cool.
Woogie's here? Oh. Oh.
Yeah, he's right in front of us.
I thought it was you. Maybe I'm high. Maybe I'm high. Maybe
It's
I'm
okay.
high
I get
with
better
me.
at games. I get better at games.
I'm noticing that the less
What is this
I know,
GTA
the
4
better.
ass music? Hold on.
Demon Paul reference.
Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. but yeah.
Also,
I
SK,
think-
your skin is on the wrong version. You might want to like update it.
Oh,
I forgive you, bro.
crap.
You don't have to
Oh,
change it at all,
SK's the
actually.
cow.
The
Cute.
black bars are
Dude, I fuck with
aura
the cow
farm.
heavy. I was actually
Okay.
low key jealous. It was super cool.
Wait, how did I don't
It's okay. You can be the
understand how
pig.
this game-
I
Oh,
like your
okay.
pig.
Uh,
You're
so-
your team mascot.
Flow
Yeah,
Flow
I'm a
state,
pig.
this game,
I'm the
this game,
mascot.
team, hello, hello.
God.
Elytra.
This
Elytra.
game, have you guys all played Trailblazers?
Yes.
From Walkers?
No, never.
Yes. It's
just
Explain
like
it to me.
Mario.
I've never played that before.
It's
No.
like Mario Event.
It's like
This
so
game
you
is just
pl-
like Mario Event.
Yeah, well, yeah, it kind of is.
It's
This
legit
game actually
Mario.
is. This game
This is
actually
a good
just
little
is,
Mario.
by the way. You play parkour, you play elytra, you play dropper, you play trident, something like that.
I'm doing parkour last because I suck at parkour. I'm gonna do all the
The
hard on
difference here-
elytra and trident.
The
Man, I
difference
gotta
in
be
this
honest
one
with you,
is
bro.
you
I
have to
love
play
your
all of them.
accent. Can I borrow? Can I have it? Can I?
Dog, you
I
have an
also really
accent.
like
It
the
sounds
accent, by
similar.
the way.
It sounds similar. I know a lot about Australia. It's not like no, it's okay. It's
Bro, I
fine.
lost my accent.
No, you
I
didn't.
lost my accent. I can't even lie. I did. bro, I
Oh,
did. I sound
okay.
more
Let me
American than
let me
I
get you.
Americanized. Yeah.
Wait, let me get you hyped up. You ever do a
Yeah.
shoey? You take a hit from a goon bag before? Like. Do you wait? What about the goon of fortune? What about the goon of fortune? You do the goon of fortune.
Bro, I don't have no goon bag, bro. I don't have no goon bag.
What the hell could this mean?
Can you explain the
bag
goon
is
of
a
fortune?
sack that you drink alcohol from.
See? No, it's the.
Team, lock in.
Yes,
team,
yes,
lock
I'm
in, lock
locked in.
Okay,
Don't worry,
so-
don't worry.
I'm gonna elytra. I'm gonna elytra.
So in front of you are games. The last game you pick is gonna be double points. So pick
Oh.
whatever you're worst at first.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Whoops.
That's good comms. I'm glad I didn't jump before that.
Oh, whoops.
What if there's not time?
Then you don't get to do it. This one you have to play. Sorry, yeah, I was gonna explain that, and then Darapju started talking. So.
Hey, I just picked my best one first and put on expert. So you want it? That's fine.
It's chill. It's chill. So you have to play all of the 4 modes back to back to back. So that's like, yeah, you don't get to. That's the difference between Trailblazers and this. In Trailblazers, you can just ignore half of them. And this one, you.
I'm gonna
have
get
to do
this.
Shoot, this
that.
is
And then
hard.
yeah.
Dude, the expert elytra is kind of messed up. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's actually crazy. Yeah.
Oh, I finally got it. Ooh, yep.
No, I'm Australian. This is racist.
Oh my
What the
God.
fuck?
No, I'm Australian.
It's just the first drop is really hard. Everything else, because I keep hitting something, it's like instantly killing me. I might drop down the hard.
Yeah. So
Thank you.
in Elytra, if you touch a wall, you like immediately die.
Really?
Pretty bad.
Yeah, wait. How do I get out of this thing? Do I have to do all the levels? Like.
You have to do all the levels, but you can swap to different difficulties.
A whole
Yes, yes.
space. I'm so stupid.
How do you swap the difficulties?
On the
It's
bottom.
in your hotbar.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's not for. There isn't anything for Trident.
Oh no, Trident's just like a time-based thing.
Oh.
These are so easy, but I'm like bad.
Kids
I'm
heart.
so
You know what I
lost.
said? Like it's like Trailblazers. That's what I meant. It's like Trailblazers.
It is a lot like Trailblazers. I see.
Obiek, thank you so
Yeah,
much
so
for the
that's-
resub.
Expert one is so hard.
Well, I'm a C student.
Yeah, I did
Oh my
hard
gosh.
one and then switched to expert one, expert 2. Seems a lot easier. So
Oh, okay.
hard one was easy. I did that no problem, like second try. Expert 1 was impossible for me.
Yeah. Oh, there's like
Oh,
multiple
shit.
levels. Oh, I'm a
Sorry.
chunk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where Chungus is, dude.
This is hard as hell.
Oh, true. We are Chunguses.
Chunky ass,
We
bro.
are Chungus.
We are
I'm just gonna do hard elytra, dude. The expert's so hard on that one.
Dude, I'm gonna break my monitor. Yo, Wolfie, fix this, bro.
I'm gonna break my monitor.
I have to fix it. I can't. Hello? I didn't pick that you're gonna be Australian.
Oh.
God.
No, like hard's
getting lost,
easy. I do
bro.
hard, easy peasy, man.
Oh my
It's-
God,
it-
oh my God. Holy shit! I'm gonna bust in Minecraft. Okay, let's keep
Dear
going.
God.
How hard's expert 3? How hard's expert 3?
I just went through the tightest nook and cranny I've ever seen in my life.
Which one did you do? Expert 2? Expert 1?
Like expert 3 or some shit. Yeah, I
Oh
don't
my
know.
God, I see
Yeah,
that.
I
I'm just gonna stick with
completely
hard after this. I don't think I can do that. That's insane.
I've just been doing the 3rd difficulty. Like I can't be asked with expert.
Oh my
man.
God. Yeah, that's crazy.
I have my limits. Okay.
Oh.
I'm trolling a little bit too hard.
Only a little too hard. Oh.
That's hard.
Bro. Okay.
Get
I
it?
just did a 360. I'm Tass.
Okay.
I'm not
I
Tass.
don't know what
God
I'm
fucking
worse
damn
at.
it.
I'll do Elytra, I guess. Okay.
Elytra expert's
Oh.
evil, Sam. Good luck.
Really?
Yeah,
actually
it's
so bad.
it's
Like, I actually
evil.
want to jump off a building. Yeah.
I switched to hard. I tried expert and it was like you're in a
was like a
4x4
floating
tunnel.
What, amigo? Come on.
Whoa, this guy's in a flow state. No way.
Like I'm breezing through hard. I just could not do expert.
Yeah,
Oh my
I feel like I'm
I
kind of
just
an
did a
Elytra demon.
720.
I did the first expert one.
My
Is it just one level? Oh,
No, it's
Oh
5.
my god, I'm so chopped.
it's 5. Okay.
That was so bad. That was so bad.
Expert's hard. I can do this though.
What?
Oh,
Oh, there's so much speed you gain there. That's hard.
But yeah, we have to do all 4 though. Or you know, so like it's a little scary.
Yeah.
obstacles
I'm
is
really good at
fun.
controlling an
I've never done
Elytra.
anything
I know how to do this.
Oh yeah, no.
I know how to
obstacles is
do
really
this.
Fun. I'm having an awesome time right now in obstacles.
Obstacles is
Yeah.
fun. That's true.
I'm gonna.
I just jumped off at the end twice.
But I need more speed. Okay.
Holy shit.
Oh, I got an S on it. Wow.
Good job.
Let's actually go.
Fuck. Sorry.
Oh man.
Dude,
okay,
doing this
hard.
while
I'm
high
doing
is
things-
like the scariest thing ever. Man, Jesus.
This is fun.
They designed this event for me. I've discovered.
Oh my
I'm
god.
a Chungus man. I'm Chungus man. I'm Chungus.
Oh, this is hard. Okay, yeah. I get it.
I'm so
They designed
Chungus
this event for
man.
me to
If I
sell,
got
bro.
C time,
It goes so
I
fast.
think I can do better. Oh, damn. I mean,
Okay,
don't.
There we go.
we're good.
Slow down here.
Oh.
We're good. We're good. We're good.
I am moving my head with the movement. I'm scared. I'm scared.
Okay,
I'm actually tweaking in Minecraft.
I'm tweaking the freak out.
I'm tweaking, man.
Okay, hard
What the-
complete.
Nothing happened.
Oh my god. What happened?
Nothing, clearly.
Clearly.
I'm so bad.
I had the
bro.
exact same thought in my head though. That's insane. You read my mind.
What am I doing?
Holy shit. Oh my god, oh my god. I just got a new PB. Holy ST completion. Task.
Let's actually go.
Nice.
I think my sense is fucked or something. I don't know what I'm doing. It's bad, though.
Dude,
Where are you guys seeing like the ladders?
Above your hotbar.
But my hopper.
What?
Oh
Mine says
my
H.
Your hotbar.
Right
Bro, what the hell is H?
It says H, bro. You invented a new rank.
No,
what
that's
the-
hard. H for hard.
Oh, okay, that makes
Task.
sense.
Holy cow. Okay.
I actually have no idea where the hell you guys are seeing the fucking.
Oh wait, what mode are you playing right now, Zam?
I'm on Trident now, but I was on Elytra.
Elytra doesn't have.
Oh, I see it now. I see it now.
Yes. Okay, I'm trolling. Hold on.
Oh, my Trident app player. Help. Help. Oh my god. Okay. Is that? Do I have to touch this? I don't know if I have to touch that or not. Okay.
I hate this
come
game,
on.
man.
What the fuck?
I'm not tasked.
Is the gold not a checkpoint
What?
on the
I
Elytra?
scrolled. No.
No, you have to reach a finish line.
No, the gold is a checkpoint.
Me when I left, by
I
the way.
landed on it and died.
No, not the Elytra.
Not on Elytra. Yeah.
There's no checkpoints.
No checkpoints on
Oh my
Elytra.
god, I finally did it, bro.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna
It
kill
only took 5
myself
minutes.
in Minecraft.
Yeah,
Gimme,
you get it, you get it, you
I'm
get
with
it.
you on that.
Okay, I can.
Dude, you know one of my favorite ways to say that is I'm gonna jump 24 blocks.
Oh! Well, I gotta
That's
do that.
good,
I
that's
can't even
good.
lie. I gotta do that. I gotta do that, bro.
Oh.
Okay, Elytra expert is mad hard.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Hey
jump 24
guys,
blocks.
come on. Not all of us can be experts at Elytra, all right?
Okay, May.
Yeah,
My
guys,
sense
come
has to
on.
be chopped. My sense has to be chopped.
I'm so bad.
Let's go. That's good. That's
Oh,
good. We need
6
that. We need
minutes
that. No, we need
left.
that. We need that real bad.
Oh my god.
Where the hell am I going?
I knew parkour is gonna be my worst.
Boys, stop resetting. I have to. I want the S.
I'm gonna.
I can do this. I can do this.
You can do this.
No, I'm with you on this, Sam. I'm with you on this. No, I'm with you. On
I've
this.
run out of time, man. I can't sit on the I can't sit on these levels. I'm running out of time.
Buy a gun.
I want to win the Trident level. It's my
Oh.
thing. It's supposed to be my thing.
Oh.
Oh!
Oh, that was
I
slow.
did it, I did it, I did it, I did it.
I'm gonna cry.
Wait, am I just locked in like? Oh, is there no difficulty for Trident?
No, it's just time and play in game.
Okay. Time play.
Yeah. That's what I said. I think maybe.
Time play. Yes.
Yes, of course.
Oh!
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god!
How might be already? It's been 2 seconds. What happened?
SQ completion. Thank you.
Okay, whatever. I'll take it.
I got C on every Trident level.
Oh my god, this one's trans. Wait, is that the right flag? Shit.
Oh my lord.
Oh.
I actually don't know if that's the right flag. I'm so sorry if I'm
21
wrong.
seconds. I can do this. Come on.
If it's pink, blue, and white, I'm pretty sure it is.
Okay, I was right. Shit, I fell off.
It's okay.
It's okay, man. We all fall off.
Trident app player. Yes.
That's awesome. Wait, that's not awesome.
We got an S tier.
I don't know. I just
Let's actually go. Actually, let's go.
Let's go. Nice S tier.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Let's freaking go.
I'm gonna jump over. No, I'm leaving this event.
Finish
I'm
the
leaving. I'm going back to
full
Cobb 1.
course,
I'm actually going back to Cobb 1. I'm actually going to
Perhaps you know.
You're going back to Kabbalah? Oh, hell
I'm
never.
going back to Cobb 1. Yo, let's
Yes,
join
I got
me.
eight
I'm not
here.
holding your hand again. No, I'm not holding your hand again.
No,
That's
no,
just
join me.
You
can figure
Let's
it.
go. Let's go. No, we got the shiny hunt event that we gotta go to. Let's run it.
Oh yeah, good point. Good point. All those streamers are playing in that, right? Totally.
Yo, if I start speaking Spanish,
Don't translate what I
speak
say.
don't translate what I say.
La vida es dura, pero mi polla es más dura.
Oh!
Puedo ir al baño. Can I go to the bathroom? That's what that means.
No,
Oh.
senor, no.
No, that's how that used to work in school.
Absolutely not.
They used to tell you you can't go to the bathroom, bro. What am I meant
It's
to
a
do
hard
for
game.
myself?
I'm
I
gonna
think people don't realize that Minecraft is a very hard game.
But we are Chungus.
True.
We are Chungus.
Dude, all I do is MCSL ranked, bro. Like, I don't do any of this bullshit all day, man. Fuck my life.
That's the thing. When you're playing, when you're starting out on a new skill, you can't expect to be good at it.
All right, guys.
True.
4 minutes. 4 minutes left.
Thanks, kitten. Appreciate it.
Thanks, kitten.
I would choose not to respond.
Fuck me, dude! Oh my god!
Me too. Holy shit.
Sorry, what's it called? I had a perfect S tier run and then I placed a block in front of myself and killed myself. This is the worst.
Oh, you guys are getting S tiers? That's cool,
on.
man.
You can
What
slow
is
down
Trident?
on
Why are you
obstacles
question
a
blocking me?
lot.
This is the
I
most
did them
common
quite
thing.
slowly and I got S on.
No, please, just
That's true, yeah.
just
fast though. 'cause
give
it's,
it
like,
to me in the back, bro. Like,
True, it is aura.
Yeah, right? If you like move really fast through it. Oh! 21 by like half a second. That was insane. Whoa.
Nice.
Oh, I thought that was a fucking depth perception, man.
Oh!
I play Minecraft. Sorry.
Yes!
oh my
I
god.
was,
Let's do
I was
it.
playing
Oh,
expert
quick.
Fortnite. Out of my
Chungus.
ass.
We are Chungus.
Oh.
Hello. Hello.
Oh my god, I'm
Poor
so
player.
tasked.
This guy's Tats?
I'm tasked.
What am I doing? Hello?
I'm gonna kill myself.
Yeah, me too, buddy. Me too.
I might be
You're
tasked,
fast,
but then I
you're
just
fast.
jumped.
Hey, Zam.
Oh, but then you're not Tats.
Dude, it's like 6
Bro.
a.m. in the
Sam, I need you to
morning,
lock
like,
it
I
in for
can't
me.
be yelling.
Okay.
So you can't, but you are.
Thanks,
so
buddy.
It's interesting how that works out.
Anytime.
I say, yeah, thanks. Thank you. Appreciate it. You really lock it in. You're kicking ass.
Yes. I did everything on hard mode except for the parkour. That was hard.
I almost got S tier and then I saw
Talk.
Let's freaking go. Ghosty Fruit is doing Elytra.
Buh.
It's so of them.
Oh.
Go, Giraffe, you can do it.
Thanks, kitten.
Anytime.
I've decided that I'm not doing that.
Let's freaking go. You can do it. Play it slow. You can do it. No!
Oh, am I the last one? Have I not finished?
No, that's
I'm
me.
playing still, I'm playing, don't worry.
I'm just spectating you.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, darling.
Anytime.
Dog, I keep overshooting the things.
Oh!
Oh no, I don't know how to do honey box. You just
Oh.
rub your face on it?
I think so.
You hug him. Hug the walls. Shit. That's it. I'm going back.
I'm going back to my Bed Wars days. Holy, I need to like replay Bed Wars after this. Like, I don't know what I'm doing.
Alright.
Headphones,
Go in your Bed Wars arc.
my Bed Wars arc, guys. stream Bed Wars Arc. Starting today.
2026 is all about going back to 2016. Maybe Bed Wars was around back then.
Oh yes, I'm done. Okay, obstacles. Oh fuck, I'm GG's.
What, you have
Wait,
to
no,
do
we're
all of obstacles right now?
I gotta do the particles. No, I gotta do parkour.
Oh, okay. Let me try.
Wait, all the parkour?
Yeah.
Ooh, you gotta go easy mode,
yeah.
man.
Yeah, I'm going.
Let's freaking go.
Oh my god! Sorry.
Wait, I want to try this. Oh, I can't. Aw.
What country is this?
Are you looking at a pride flag or an actual flag?
I genuinely don't know. It might be a pride flag. I'm assuming it's a country though.
I have the trans flag in front of me, so it's really funny you said that. No. It was an actual country.
Okay, I finished.
Wait, what country is this?
Oh, that sucks.
Let's go.
I'm not finished. I got one more course, man.
No, you're fine.
No, dude. That's for the last course.
We played the video game.
So close.
We got second. That's
place.
good.
Yo,
I was stuck on the last course, dude. That's so messed up.
Team ever. How did we get second?
W.
Yeah, I got
Seven.
9
So bad.
Let's go.
That's 3 points.
Hey, how many players are in this?
How many players are in this event?
Yeah.
Yeah, is it 40?
What? Players?
Is it 40?
Yeah, 40.
Yeah, no, it's 60,
Okay, so
right? It's 60. I got
I got
top
top
35. Yeah.
Okay.
Top 35.
Top
Dude.
35. Let's
Hell
freaking
yeah,
go.
that's big. No, that's
I messed
big.
up my best
Wait,
by doing it first.
Where's the leaderboard with the players standing there? I want to see myself.
Oh, here. Wait, where are you at?
Show me.
What's in a whole nother room?
Prince
That's
to the
so
right.
bad.
Prince behind you. Prince over here. I'm
Oh,
jumping.
okay.
Left.
I'm actually blind.
Right in
No,
front
you're
of
not
you.
blind. He's just blind
I have a
again.
blindness. I'm sorry. Yeah, I
Hello?
see you.
Right here. Yeah, this guy.
This guy. Wait, I want to see. No, I want to.
I'll lock in. I'll lock in for the rest of the events. That just wasn't my game, you know?
What? Oh, the player statue?
Yeah.
Oh, you were going the right way. Wait, hold on, my
I
bad.
was going the right way, and then you stopped.
My bad, bro.
Could
No, my
you?
bad.
Wait, SK, if you want to change your
go.
skin, you can change it
So
right
the
now.
problem
You
is,
can get
though,
the
it's only a
pretty
top
skin.
8?
The clean skin.
Oh, wait.
Wolfie, what the fuck? Why would you make it a top
I know I have the
8?
black bars, but
Me?
Yeah, why'd you
Bro, I
do
didn't make
this?
this event. Hello?
I have all
What?
the
Yeah, you
black
did.
bars. Wait, Evo, what the
no, I don't play this.
Rick?
God, first, what the?
No,
Yeah, I
he
was
is
actually really good at
parkour
parkour. That's something I saw in firsthand. That's
Yeah,
scary
wow.
noise.
Isn't that the
parkour
parkour
civilization.
master?
He's the
Like,
king of parkour civilization.
God.
What do we want?
Golf!
Let's go for yellow.
I love
Zone
golfing.
control. No, but we're good at that, maybe.
Oh, yeah, I am good at golfing. Zone control.
Zone control, yellow
Okay, we're
one,
playing
yellow
zone
one,
control, I
yellow
guess.
Okay, I have no idea what that is.
26.
Oh,
It's like Splatoon round.
I did okay. I did okay. Chat, that was, I knew that was gonna be my worst one.
But it's new, and I don't know.
I think the
how.
rest I'll be fine at. I think the rest of
like
the
a
games
track
I'll be good at, man. It's just that I'm not a parkour person. I'm bad at it.
SK, can I ask, do you still play Overwatch?
Oh, hell no.
Okay.
Fuck, that's like asking a vet, like,
that I want to do less than play Overwatch.
That's
Okay,
like going
so
up to a
maybe
veteran to
asking
be
you
like,
for,
hey, do you got
Overwatch coaching might
PTSD?
not
Like,
be a
check
good
this out,
idea.
dog.
I'm so sorry. Like, I have.
That's so messed up.
PTSD. Like, when I see that game, my mood is ruined. Like, genuinely.
I'm
I
so
mean,
sorry.
listen,
I'm actually
I'm
so
so
sorry.
glad you don't play that game. Look, the only reason why I want to play that game, I have a good friend. Her name's Bidotter.
Her name is Bidotter. Yeah.
Yeah, and she keeps begging me to play Overwatch for like years now. I only want to play it if like I have a professional coach. But yeah,
It's an interesting
Yeah.
requirement. Yeah, interesting.
Dude,
I'm gonna pick up. I'm gonna be
bro,
blasted. I want the
watching
new.
an Overwatch game is like watching like I don't know, bro, like pigs fly. Like I don't know what the hell's going on whenever I watch Overwatch.
It's confusing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a confusing game.
Mad confusing.
I got the game when it was $80. I regret every. I regret that so much.
Gosh.
Oh
Yeah.
Jesus.
I made my dad buy it for me for my
Wait,
birthday. Can you believe
wait,
it?
wait,
And I
how-
never
wait.
played.
Man.
That was
Wait,
good back
what?
then.
It was like alright.
Wait, how
I
old
only
were
played
you?
Overwatch 2.
I don't know.
Oh God.
We're like 12.
Oh God.
Yeah, maybe like 12, 13. I don't know.
Overwatch
No.
has been out
You.
for 10 years almost.
26.
What?
Oh my
Oh.
god, mate, you're 26? Dear
Yeah.
god.
Oh, that's not how we. That's not how we usually say that. But yeah, that's interesting.
6 is at her prime of her life. Like, what are we talking about?
No, that's when I'm 40 and I'm a nice wine on.
This year. It's not that bad. Let's say
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm a wine
Minecraft
on
is
and
alright,
I'm
26
drinking and I'm happy.
Is not super young.
I'm turning
Wait,
24 this year.
Wolfie,
It's
click
unreal.
comes.
Man.
What is this game? Oh wait, let's hear it.
Splatoon,
Oh,
round
no.
robin. You shoot. Okay, so there's the glowing squares, right?
We'll never know.
I think that's the most important part to shoot, and then you can shoot everything else that it matters. But the most important part is the glowing part.
Can you kill them?
There's different
Yeah,
roles.
you can PvP.
There's different roles, and one of them has a nuke.
Yeah,
yeah,
and there's
different
kids.
roles.
So this one's kind of like Overwatch.
I want the nuke.
Yeah, unfortunately.
They turned the conversation back to Overwatch.
Which kit should I go?
The second one has a nuke.
This game's new,
The
bro.
the blaster has a
Wolfie,
nuke.
why?
Get a nuke,
Wolfie, you
Sam.
made this event, bro. Hello?
No, I didn't, bro. I
You
didn't.
made this event. Hello?
No, you're right. Actually, I did. I've
Hey,
decided
Wolfie?
that I've
Make,
now
like,
made
every
Why do you keep
event,
inviting me to
You make
Minecraft
every event.
events? Why do you think I'm a
All of them.
Minecrafter? I'm a VTuber. I play Arc
You
Raiders.
can be a Minecrafter and a VTuber.
You like Minecraft?
VTuber.
I asked him why he
VTuber.
invited me to this event, and he said all I've seen you play is Minecraft. I'm like, dog. I'm gonna go blaster. That you get the bomb. It's a nuke. I'm taking that shit.
What's a sub? What does sub mean?
I think you press F to use up. I think there's like a special.
What do these mean?
Okay, if you right click the vanilla paint gun, it's a vanilla paint.
Okay.
Do I crouch to reload?
Do you respawn?
Oh, cool. Yeah, you respawn. Okay, I think the opposing team knows how the game
What?
works.
There's an iron sword win this game? Why? Why didn't anyone tell me
We
that?
gotta go iron sword. We gotta go iron sword.
Yeah, iron sword seems like the best thing you could get in the entire
Iron
world.
Sword.
Yeah,
I want that
we
one.
can go for that. Okay, we
We get
wanna
a
go to the
mini
green
nuke, too.
square and paint the green square.
Oh.
I was like, yeah, speed will make me good. Oh my god.
I have a
can't
mini
change my
nuke. I'm
kit
dropping
at
it
all.
on B, man.
Can't you do kit? Actually?
I don't think so.
You can. When you respawn.
Definitely can.
Really?
Okay, we got it. We got this
US
point.
bank?
Okay, now we go to the green
Excellent
one
work.
on the other side.
I'm ready, dude. I
have a
can't wait.
sub and a sub.
My ultimate's ready. I have a
Let me try
nuke.
the sub. I don't know what my sub
I dropped the
does.
nuke on them. Watch out. It's about to explode. There you go.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting. Oh, I didn't have my sub. Okay, cool. There's a villager in the spawn.
Okay.
Oh no, the.
Okay, that's chill. No, we go to the middle now.
I'm kind of kicking ass.
Wooden sword for speed.
Guys,
is not worth it
we
at
gotta
all.
paint
I'm
our
gonna kill
spawn, by the
everyone
way. I just painted our spawn. That's why. There you go.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill everyone.
Nice.
Okay, we claim the whole squad.
Hey, bro.
Or whole square, not squad. We claim everything. Okay, that person's dead.
Wait, they have more paint.
Okay, that person's
Wait,
dead.
wait.
Yeah, I'm going around painting stuff.
Steal their paint.
this
Quick.
way.
Oh, that was around. Okay.
We
interesting.
lost.
almost
Oh.
won. I guess. I don't understand.
Are we
but
sure? I'm pretty sure are we supposed to? I don't know.
Wait,
No,
we
now
gotta
that I have an
the
iron sword,
zone
we're gonna win,
when it
guys. Don't
caps.
worry.
Okay, good.
I
okay,
covered the
good.
There's,
most
like,
ink.
It like
Yeah.
counts down, and then you have to have the zone when the countdown
I
ends.
covered the
I
most
think
ink.
we lost it there at the very end, even though we were all alive.
Okay, so we're picking swordsman.
Yeah, swordsman is actually task.
Guys,
Yeah, it just seems
don't
like
for
the
the
best.
don't paint the spawn before you leave. I did that by the end. Like we kind of got fucked over.
Wait, special is plus 8 hearts for 10 seconds on swordsman.
Oh, that's good.
So wait, we want to paint
Yeah, there you
our
go.
spawn?
Yeah, you can paint our spawn. Look, the ground, man.
Oh, and you get percentage for that. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, well, you gotta paint the ground,
I wanna find
Wolfie.
The middle part.
Middle.
Hey, bro. Wait, why are you running for me? Stop.
Okay.
My bomb
to
is
rep
ready
you,
to
get him to rep
drop.
you.
Okay.
Okay. Far back. New one. I don't know. Probably not.
Oh, far back.
Pussy! Wolfie, help me!
With what? There's a person
I
here.
was 1v1ing plushie.
Oh, that's good.
Good one.
Dude, it's over.
Okay.
Oh, you
Oh
got
my
it.
god,
I
plushie's so
think.
good, bro.
It's C.
Oh, I
C.
got
C.
it.
C.
How
C.
many
Okay,
things
but
you
this
have?
is
Green, 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 green.
We're gonna see.
Okay.
What? Oh, that's not
Wait,
direct
this
shoe. What the fuck? Who is that? I'm so confused.
Okay, that person's dead. Yep, good. Okay, think
I
we have
will
it.
own this point, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Okay, now we get the mid.
Middle, okay.
You plushie.
I put my weapon in the offhand. What the fuck? It's not supposed to
I don't
do
know how
that.
use the special lead, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, I'm dead. Okay, cool.
Press F. I'm pretty sure.
Wait,
Oh, Oh, you have to
Oh my
use.
God.
You have to use your
I got
sub.
jumped.
What the hell?
Oh my god, I fucking aced. I actually
Let's
just
go,
aced.
Drapture.
Good job.
Wait, Drapture, you're the goat.
Holy shit.
You dropped our whole
so
team.
close,
Really,
dude.
really go. Oh, we lost.
So close.
Holy shit. And we still lost.
We lose.
Sure.
Guys-
Did not capture every point.
I don't. Is it capturing points or is it painting the ground?
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm fairly sure. I think from how it works, I think it just like counts down. Like you listen to the music, like the points open for a limited time, and whatever you have covered is what you get. So it's like a percentage. It's not like a 100% capture. You just have to do.
Oh my god, that's so ass.
I fucking know, man. It's a new game.
More paint, less kills.
Okay.
Bro, I want the whole point.
I'm pretty sure you paint the ground. Like, is that more important? I keep getting things for painting the most ground and getting 8 bonus points. I'm just gonna do that. I'm gonna focus on painting the ground this time.
These guys were German.
Go.
Yeah, guys, I'm pretty sure we're supposed to paint the ground and the capture points give us bonuses. I'm just saying because I'm painting the ground and only focusing on that, and we got so much extra points.
Yeah, okay, so I think the capture points don't matter as much as we think they do.
Yeah, I think they give you something else. Like, I think they give you bonuses. I'm not sure.
Okay, then
I'm
we.
sorry to
What did that
wonder
get
if
us?
I'm
Did that give us like
colorblind.
alt points or like what?
I don't know, but see how we're winning now. They're focused on painting the
Okay,
ground,
I got
so
something. My
which is
bombs
crazy.
are
That's
here.
crazy.
I dropped the
Okay,
bomb.
so
Okay,
yeah, you're
that didn't do
supposed to
anything.
I have a bomb.
I have my ultimate, which is a nuke. There you go.
50% of the ground points, apparently. Good to
What do they do?
I was probably in the tutorial somewhere. I just didn't read it.
What do they do? Sorry.
50% of the capture points are 50% of the ground.
Oh, I see on the top. Yeah, on the top you can see.
Okay.
We're losing points. We're losing.
Gotta get B. No, not B. It's A.
Wait, holy steel, holy steel.
That's what we gotta do, dude. That was the difference, man. Wait, what?
In what
I'm
world?
gonna fucking tweak, bro.
Dude, what are we doing wrong, man? What are we doing wrong, man?
Dude, they took our whole like the home point, I think, is what it was. The C. They took our whole C, I think. I think that might have been what it was. I don't know.
Okay,
This
I
is
think
so
we should like
confusing.
okay.
I'm gonna focus on the ground, and if you guys want to like push kids, I can just like cover all the
I think
ground.
we need.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we need like SK and like who was like SK and Wolfie. You should go on like the marks, and then everyone else should like shoot around and kill people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Separata.
Nice,
Oh my god,
dude.
please get rid of Shrood. Please get rid of Shrood.
Oh my god, I can't kill anyone because I'm so bad at the game.
Truth Nova, dude.
Beautiful thing.
Okay.
Hey, don't say that. Why would you say that?
Okay.
Nice. It's not nice.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm getting C. I'm alone. They're all here.
There's a bar on the top and it's going up and down. I just don't get it. Like, what does that
B?
mean?
Yeah, like I just don't understand.
It's so, and like we're playing against the person who probably made this game. It's like whatever.
Oh.
See, go to C,
Okay.
go to C.
Die chaos. Oh my god, their whole team's on me. Okay.
Yeah, this all of
They're
them are
coming to
alive.
C. Their whole team is on C.
Yeah, they need those capture points, big dog.
Okay, we
You want to just focus? Just steal it. Yeah. Just steal it. There we go.
Did that work? I have
Yeah, that did. We got 451 bonus points now. Let's get A.
Ah, okay, cool.
You just troll. Like I'm just going away and sniping it. Okay. Oh shit.
Like, why are they hunt? So
We have 10
if
seconds left and we're down, guys. What do we do?
The point. Cover point. Color point.
Oh.
We gotta get points, guys.
What
This
the
feels.
heck?
This feels.
Oh my god.
Interesting.
I don't know what we're supposed to do.
So-
I'm a big hater of this game.
Hey
I hate
guys,
Splatoon, so, like,
guys.
yeah, it makes
If
sense.
I may, if the lady may speak, maybe,
Good point.
maybe.
Good point.
Okay. We have 2 people that go around painting the outside, and then you guys rush points and kill people with the swords, and then capture points because you get bonus points to the captures. You have to color the points though. Yeah. Well, the green ones you
On
go
the floor
to,
outside.
yellow unlocks next. Yellow unlocks next.
Okay, I see. Okay, so first fight should be for the middle one. Okay.
Middle.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
So if you have that filled up at the end of the counter, you get bonus points. See, and we also get bonus points for panting it too, but the count after like the ding, 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 get bonus points if it's fully covered.
Okay, you got that.
What, the tabby?
Thank you, SK. I'm helping.
Laser ulted me.
Nice.
Yay.
C, or not A, B, B, B.
T1
Other.
gaming in our back line.
No, Ish killed me. Fuck.
Kill that boy.
So yeah, cover up B.
Yeah.
Edbo killed me. Shit.
Oh, shoot, I'm on the complete wrong side.
So
See why we're losing now.
yeah,
I'm just
no,
really
we need to go to
losing
C,
it all.
C.
Wait, I killed myself in Minecraft. Oh my god, no way.
So now you go to C.
Enemies are on me.
Dude, I'm loving the colors this arena has. This is awesome, man. W colors.
Oh, I got absorption cards now. I'm coming to
Oh, I
C.
got damaged by that.
I have a nuke. Check this out.
Oh my god.
So we need A, the center.
They were up on points though. Okay, take
Yeah, I'm the only one in
So
A.
many things going on bed.
I'm on my way.
Thank you, Sam.
I
Just
killed
keeping it
that
colored.
Tabby. Oh!
We win.
There you go.
We finally win.
See, just keep A. That's all I gotta do. Control point. There you go. See?
Oh!
Look at that. Good comms. Good comms, dude.
Yes.
Wait,
Oh
May, I think
my
you figured out the
God.
game.
I did.
Yeah.
I told you we had to
Good.
just focus on painting and get the things,
Wow.
man.
Wait, May, I think you figured out the game.
I
Let's go.
yeah. No, I did. I
Wait,
absolutely did.
Go. Everybody, follow May's lead.
So A.
Meg,
Yeah.
Yeah, go A.
Sorry.
So go A, Sam. Go A.
Oh, sorry, I was looking at a thing.
And just make sure you're painting on the way. Make sure you're painting on the way.
Sir, yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Chunguses.
Slip, get A. He's gonna focus on keeping. I just kicked the postcode here. Cause see how we get bonus points just for covering it? So as long as we keep it covered, it's fine.
She's better than me.
The bar on the top is whenever they calculate our bonus points, by the way. So whenever that fills up, we get points for all the blocks that get covered. That's how it works.
We gotta go to B next.
Go to B, to B.
Yep, just keep it covered. Keep it covered.
To the B site we go.
Okay.
I have a nuke, I'm using it.
By myself. That might have been a bad
I use my
idea.
nuke. It's okay, they're all hurt.
You're right, they are all hurt.
Yeah, I put a nuke on it.
Nice. We got
Oh,
it.
we take that.
Nice.
We are winning.
So yeah, I figured out the bar on the top, when that counts up, all our blocks that are on the bonus points get added. So if we just have this covered, when that bar goes up, see we get points.
Oh, that didn't kill her. Interesting.
To the point.
Go A.
Okay.
Yes, they're
Oh my god, he's floating.
W trade.
As long as we have it covered and they're not like, it's not filled up by the end of the bar, and then they don't get points. I figured it out. So I'm just spamming the point while you guys kill them.
Nice. Wait, mate.
Yeah, oh my god. Watch out.
I think I used things correctly.
There you go, see?
Yeah.
I figured it out.
We figured it
Mate's actually so
out.
small. What the fuck? This is peak, bro.
Don't tell anyone. I just
Lost a
pretend to be
single game.
stupid. I used to do robotics and stuff.
Isn't that interesting? Huh? That
Bro, that's
works.
not fair, bro. He knows how to play the game.
He probably made this game. Like, hello.
He knows exactly how to play the game.
Yeah, classic.
I look, he might change kits. I kind of don't care
Yep.
about winning fights.
Blast,
anymore. I want
Blaster's
what's it
cool.
called.
You get a nuke as your ultimate.
Yeah, I have a nuke for my on swordsman as well, I think.
Well, no, you get a
We all
nuke,
nuked.
like it
I'm gonna be
explodes as a
blaster now.
bomb.
I'm gonna be a blaster.
A.
Started blasting.
Oh, this is like, oh my
Just
god.
fill up A early.
Yes.
Yeah, you do shoot so much slower.
Guy May. Yes.
Okay, so I'm just getting jumped by 2 people.
Oh!
Ow.
Oh!
Yeah, but we got the point filled up, so it don't matter.
Doobie.
Wait, we do need people PvP. No, we do need people PvP. We need to kill people.
Fine, I'll
We
switch,
lost
I'll
that
switch,
point.
Yeah,
I'll
we
switch.
need PvP. B.
Yeah, I'm not winning no fight at all with that. Okay.
Oh my god,
I got
I'm
my
just getting
special
jumped
ready.
by everyone.
Yeah, their team's good PvPers. We have to stick together.
Ow.
Lol.
B.
This is my
Kill
first time
Doobie.
ever
Kill
PvP.
Doobie. Oh my god, they hurt me.
Hey, see?
I dropped the nuke
See?
already.
See?
Good news. I'm gonna be first on C site. Let's
We're good. We just need to get these filled up.
Let's go.
We just need to keep this filled up. So PvP? PvP? I'll keep them filled up. I'll keep them filled up. Yeah. Dude, they're saving their bombs. And they know tech. They're saving their bombs and like throwing bombs at us and stuff. It's A.
Oh my god, Wookie.
Actually bad, bro. No, they want to win and they're going to. No. Wait, I have a bomb now. Good news. I wasted my bomb. I'm so sorry to say.
I used my ult.
Oh my gosh.
Dude, I'm just getting like actually like comboed right now. Annoying.
Okay.
It's over.
Dude, they have the whole site!
They
Oh
knew
my
tech,
God.
man. They knew
That's
tech.
insane.
They knew tech.
No, they just kicked their asses. That was like unfortunate. They just like, oh man, I don't even know what you do there. I genuinely don't even know what you do there.
Oh, interesting.
Interesting.
Yes, interesting.
We learned that way too quick. We learned that way too late, but I got it.
Points. Oh.
Really?
Wait, really?
Yeah.
That's good
I
to know.
got 38 points for killing 19 people.
Oh, dude, I killed 19 people. Let's go.
Oh, we didn't get.
Wait, we came like
Wait,
oh,
I
we came.
killed
I got like 8.
Wait.
Did you guys get the
Wait.
8 bonus points
Is
for
it
having
team-wise?
most ink in your
Team-wide, it must
like
Oh,
dual
is
of
it
zone
team
control?
kills?
Oh, that's not good.
Mm,
Oh, I got 291 on that. What'd you guys get?
we s-
Rudy's
291.
Yeah, well, that's
Of
crazy.
course, it's the team that literally organized the event got
Yeah.
first place.
It's okay, guys. We gotta lock in. We gotta lock in.
Hello?
Try hard trial.
No, but that's because that's why we voted it early, because I knew this was gonna happen, because I didn't understand.
Oh,
the way
you're
we did.
smart, Wolfie. You know how to play to our advantages.
Wow.
Great
Yeah,
work.
young
Right,
genius.
right,
That's what
we
they call
played
me.
early,
Young
right.
Oh, red
genius.
team score is
So
incorrect.
smart.
Apparently.
Oh.
Uh-oh. They're gonna be ahead of us. Maybe not.
If they go to first place, I'm calling a retrial, recount.
I'm gonna call
Might have to
I'm gonna become a
redo
martyr.
trial.
I miss the music.
Oh my god.
Enjoy sleeping in that cage. Whoa.
Who's putting you in a
Some
cage?
Very, I don't know.
That's scary. That's scary.
Shrew keeps making
off.
allegations that I've been sleeping with him, and I'd like to say I don't sleep with Shrew.
Tell him to
Like-
back off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I might have to. I might have to.
So have you ever done a
Good idea,
shoey?
maybe. I have.
Oh!
Wait, really?
Oh!
Yes. Yeah, it was not my
What
proudest
game do we
moment.
play? Let's play soccer.
Sam,
Soccer, I
Darapachu
think,
done a
is-
shoey. That's
sure, soccer's
awesome.
fun. Nobody's gonna
Okay.
vote for it, but sure, we can vote for soccer.
Wait, let's see what people vote for then.
Okay.
They're all going for
Not
Blitz
Souls is
and
going for
Mad Dash.
Blitz or Mad Dash.
Come here, everybody.
Which one's over here, boy?
Ow.
Oh,
No, not to our teammates. Sorry, no, I was hoping to get some other people to join us.
your vote will now be worth
I
negative
too.
3
I
times.
gotta
What game do you
try
wanna play,
a
guys?
I gotta
What
try a
game do you wanna
shoey.
play?
Are you gonna race Mad Dash?
I'm gonna click Blitz, bro. No playing.
Where's
Blitz is a
ice
battle.
boats,
Blitz is a
dog?
battle.
We need more ice boat
want a
maps,
battle.
man.
Okay.
Chunk lock.
Blitz was
Chud lock.
lowest voted.
So,
Chud
Zed,
lock.
do you remember Temple Lockout from Pandora?
Yes, this is my favorite game ever.
Yeah, this one's kind of like that.
Yeah, I figured.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah, that's how that works.
Cheers to that.
Chunk lock.
Drinking
Yeah,
a Diet
okay.
Coke.
Dude, this game is so good.
Wait, is
a
this
good
like the hide
game.
and seek one? Is it like the hide and seek one?
No.
No, you have
Um,
like there's different chunks that you
Wait, fly
unlock
really
when
high
you
up, you'll
capture
see. You'll see the
points.
map.
Yeah, there's
We're gonna
capture
spawn
points
in
to
like these
capture.
different spawn rooms, and then we have to battle the people as we get closer to the center.
Oh,
and, like,
I played
like,
this
the borders
yesterday.
close
I played this
off.
yesterday. Yeah.
It's like Meltdown,
Kind
but
of,
with
yes.
swords. Think about it
Yeah,
like
it's
that.
kind of like that.
And like a
little
lot
bit,
more
yes.
PvP. Who's meowing?
Wait,
Yes.
derp. Can I call you derp?
Yeah.
Okay.
The rap.
So
call me Derap.
derap. Okay.
Yeah.
Was it your own shoe or someone else's shoe?
I do not have the ability to answer this one.
Let's freaking go. Let's freaking
Sam, would you do a shoey? Would you do a shoey?
Absolutely not. I wouldn't do a shoey. No, that's gross.
That is, yeah.
It's kind of gross. Yeah, I don't know.
Drap did a
There's
shoey.
the Australia trip coming up. Yeah, you should do a
Like the
shoey.
Australia trip. Yeah,
You should pull up.
right.
Yeah, you should pull up. Yeah, you should do a Lex to Australia trip. Yeah, you should pull up.
Yeah, Blake can play Goon of
Absolutely
Fortune.
not.
Goon of Fortune.
What the? I don't want to play Wheel of Fortune. What's the last thing I want to do is play Goon of Fortune.
No,
Why
let's
not,
Goon
dude?
together, Sam. Goon of Fortune, bro. Goon of
You
Fortune.
God.
This is not getting any better, is it? I'm interested in how that works.
Goon of Fortune.
I have a lot of experience in
I'm
Goon of
sorry.
Fortune. I've
okay.
I've had a goon bag
Why?
before, because I've drank from a goon bag before, you know.
I'm shit. W Goon.
Oh
bro.
wait, a
W
goon bag doesn't mean something gross though. That means like
No,
like alcohol,
no.
like a bag.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bag of wine. So when you
Yeah.
play Goon of
That's
Fortune,
actually
it's a
lit,
bag
bro.
of wine.
Okay, you know what, babe? I support you, bro. That's lit.
Zam,
There's
why
nothing
is
I
this-
want
gooning.
more
That's
than to
gooning.
wear like what you know those like detective outfits that people have like the big
Mhm. Oh,
long
wait,
leather,
tutorial.
coat and then day drink out of like a little flask.
Wait,
That
yeah,
Oh
looks
my
so
God.
cute. That's my
We should
Guys.
read the tutorial this time.
Chunk Lock is a battle royale combat trial where you aim to open as many chunks as possible. Summon to eliminate your opponents as the trial across the border. Will shrink around you for its combat between to try to get caught between the border.
I didn't even want to read it, but I mean, okay, like
I
I
got
didn't know
you.
that we were teamed with Eminem. That's crazy.
Yeah.
you wouldn't do that, but you'd pour a Red Bull into your pants.
East Coast Eminem.
That's true.
The
You
pants
are
Red
a freak
Bull.
for doing that. You
You
are
get
a
The
freak.
pants
point-
Red Bull
you
is
get-
similar to a
you
chili.
guys, you get points for unlocking the chunks. There's a currency in the game as well that doesn't give you points, but you can use it to get better stuff and shit and unlock. it.
Okay.
We'll get to it. It'll be-
Iron, gold,
yeah.
diamond, and netherite rooms. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. The higher value the block, the better.
You can upgrade your armor and revive teammates with currency. 60 to upgrade armor, 90 to
There's
revive.
currency in this game?
Yeah, you can revive people.
Yes.
Aren't goon bags cheap
Who has the
alcohol and
time for all
tasty
that even?
So one of the things about chamber trials is that, like half of the games are super complicated. You know,
Yeah,
like
there's
how
no
Blockers
need
has
for
order
currency
up,
in this
right?
game. It's already interesting. Come on.
This
how
one's
Blockers has,
easy.
like order up, and people are like, "Wait, how does this game work?" That's in here like 4 times. So
Yeah.
That's easy. So there's a
Okay, wait.
1,100 damage pool and a
Wait,
1450
important
chunk.
question.
Yeah.
Has anyone on the team ever done a pants beer before or no?
A pants beer? No.
Yeah, like pants
I've
beer.
peed out beer before, but like not
That
pants
shit was
beer, like,
not
no.
important.
okay.
That shit was not important.
Yeah,
Oh.
sorry for cutting you off.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
So there's a
Anyway.
1,100
Dang.
damage pool. So damage is important because
So-
the chunk pool's like 1,400.
we capture this chunk, and then we
You
get
gotta be-
currency from it. It's shared.
Mhm.
and then
Gold
we'll
door's 20.
unlock that
Gold door's
chunk.
20. So we can unlock this one.
Yes, we should be fine. So we right click
Yeah.
this door, and now
Oh,
we
we
capture
unlocked
this.
the door. Oh,
Team, team, team.
Oh.
Oh, they backed up. They backed up. No respawn. Don't die. Don't die.
No respawn. No
Cap it,
respawn.
Don't worry, what's it called?
Oh, it's not
I just
open
got
for a
out of
little
3 hits
while.
without
We'll have to
taking-
unlock in 30
It
seconds.
opens
So
in like 40
We
seconds.
can go back.
Yeah.
We can go back.
Let's just,
Follow
let's
Wolfie,
just,
everyone
okay.
follow Wolfie.
Well, we'll be
So-
IGL. We'll be
The
IGL.
capture points will regenerate. So when the beacon is white, we can capture it again, and we get.
we get to go back to that one, okay.
And we can use it to upgrade stuff or to unlock more chunks. We want to unlock more chunks early on.
Okay.
Warner currency's
Oh,
not shared,
yeah.
is it?
It is shared. It is shared.
Okay.
So we can unlock this
We
chunk
can
to the
buy
right.
armor too.
Or unlock this
Yeah,
to the
let's go
right.
Is the armor upgrade for all of us?
Yeah.
It just opened. We
yes.
can stand on it. Yay.
Respawn
yes,
cost
yes.
is 20.
Can we upgrade armor after this?
I think we should.
Because the
unlock
diamond
another
room's
chunk.
over there. Okay.
We're gonna unlock
Wait,
this
there's
chunk.
people in the diamond room.
Diamond
We're getting
room is
points
open.
for
Well,
this. so this
yeah,
is
well,
looking
we
sure.
can do it right now. We have 86 hurt. Let's do it.
Because
I'm
it's
upgrading
a
armor. Yeah, we just upgraded armor.
Our armor has been
Wolf on
upgraded.
one.
Yep.
Okay, nice, good job. We can unlock this chunk
Awesome.
now if we want.
Yep. And once we get this, we
Yeah,
can
so-
unlock. We can do it. We can
Yes.
unlock another door, and then get more armor.
Yeah. Alright, and now we
Yeah, if
capture
we
this.
keep our
and we
armor
run
up, I
to
feel like
the
that's good, because then we can be OP players.
Yep,
Hold
yep.
it right behind us.
Okay, middle. Follow. There's
Middle,
a-
middle, come back,
Okay,
come
can
back.
I get it? I'm
So Wolfie, come back.
I'm
come
upgrading
back.
armor. I'm upgrading armor. Our armor's maxed out. Our armor's maxed out.
Careful.
SK super
They
greedy.
have secondary.
Sorry, you're down one right now.
They don't have max armor. They have max armor.
That's chill. That's
Wait,
good.
come
You're
back.
making a good play.
Oh,
They're
yep,
rushing
that's
us,
good,
they're
that's
rushing
good.
Thank
us.
you. Oh shit. Okay, I'm coming.
Oh,
They have
careful.
chainmail. They have diamond. We are out gearing
they're
them.
Fighting? Oh shoot.
Okay, careful. Okay, they are fighting.
I'm dead. I'm dead to Ever.
Why?
Kill C1. Kill C1.
Ish is almost dead. Ish is almost dead. One shot an Ish.
Get rid of Ever. He's the best player.
Yep.
They're dying. They're dying. I'm pushing barrier. They're dying a barrier. They're killing me. I'm dead.
Mace dead. Mace dead.
Yeah,
I hate my life.
that's okay. SK can respawn us. SK can respawn us if they can.
Oh, I can still keep going. Wait.
Yeah, just stay out of PvP if possible.
Oh, Zam's in the border.
I could have survived that actually. Yeah.
Can you respawn us, SK?
Oh,
I'm too poor.
Okay, that's okay. Just hide.
Keep hiding. Yeah, keep hiding and hope that the team.
Respawn's 80. We need 30.
Yeah, we can get it once we get this. Maybe no, you can't get it yet. Just hide.
This team might capture
They
that,
can't see you,
we just
so
have to-
Respawning disabled. in 10
they see you.
seconds, Are you kidding?
Okay, that might be a problem.
Okay.
Try to capture it, SK. Try to
Alright,
capture it. Just
win.
like
Yeah, just
we
try
sneak
to-
on it.
Hero mode. Hero
You
mode.
task. You task.
You got this. You got this.
Win.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Oh, it's disabled.
you
Shit.
better get-
Freaking go!
W second.
That's okay. Just kind of be a rat. There's people over there.
There's
Hide.
a whole team there. Just don't worry about them.
Yeah, just keep hiding. Keep hiding.
Oh my god.
They don't see you. They don't. They're. Oh, they see you. Oh no. Oh my god. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Kill Squiddo, kill Squiddo, kill Squiddo, kill Squiddo!
Kill Squiddo, kill
Kill
Squiddo.
Squiddo! Die, Squiddo, die!
Oh, the border. That's so crazy.
Wait, I got him. I got Squiddo.
Dude, you got to
Holy shit.
Dude, Lifesteal SMB got packed by holy.
Yes, bro. Dude, the border killed me. I'm actually like.
We actually did pretty good on that one. I ain't gonna lie. We did pretty good.
I'm terrible at positioning, bro. I like ran in there and then jumped in
We have
front of
3
the
rounds of
entire
this,
team and then
so.
got like hit by 5 crits at the same time and then had to die. Like it was actually bad. Like,
The armor helped a lot. They had chainmail armor, so we got to kill a couple of those guys. So I think you should focus on upgrading armor once you get later on.
I did nothing. I
Curious
had
if
no
the
value in
chunk
that fight. I just
unlocking
took
was
crits.
good.
It's okay. I think it's
We'll
good,
see.
but we should keep some money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think making sure
That's
we're
unlocked.
geared is important. We unlocked 4 chunks.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
No, because well, unlocking chunks gives us money too.
Wait,
Okay.
not capturing the point? Then we should just spam
No,
unlock the
capturing-
doors.
Well,
with all our
yeah,
money.
no. We got
Capturing
bonus
the
points for
point
doing
gives
that.
you the money. Unlocking the
Oh.
chunk gets you points.
We should just unlock the iron ones too then, yeah? For extra
Yeah.
points? I
Yeah,
feel like we
might
have
as well.
money,
We could do that.
Although I was
Let's
broke at the
let's
end,
focus on doing gold
Oh,
and
so
also
the
getting
doors are what
armor
matter.
upgrade too.
Yeah,
Once we max out our armor, you can just
but-
upgrade.
Let's give money, yeah.
Doors. Unlocking the doors is what gets us money. So we can.
There's
actually
an iron to
split
our
the
right.
doors. I'm gonna go
Yeah,
left.
let's get right and left.
I'm going with Wolfie. I'm going with Wolfie.
Oh, red team's here.
Oh,
Back up, back up, back up, back up, back up. Let's go left.
Careful. Yeah, just come with us. We'll capture.
go left,
here,
yep,
we can
yep.
Go to the gold.
Ooh, SK split up.
Yeah,
Zuma,
sorry.
thanks for the raid.
Let's keep trolling.
Oh.
I'm gonna go back and get. I'm just gonna go focus on capturing. I got it. I'm
Sorry,
capturing our original
sorry,
chunk.
It was my fault.
It's all
Wait, you
good.
can Stay there, stay there. I'll come to you.
I'm capturing our original zone real quick,
Yeah.
I'm capturing
that's
a
good,
gold
yeah,
zone
Unlock the
now.
gold one.
and I'm also gonna go and get the zone over there.
On the right.
Oh, this
Yeah.
gold one's unlocked already. Never mind. I'm leaving. Oh my god.
I'm taking the OG gold they opened up.
Yeah.
It's okay. We might as well do this. This is not a bad strat. Splitting up like this on the later rounds, like That's fine.
Someone upgrade to Alma. No.
yeah, we can do that. We have 98 tokens.
Yeah.
There you go.
I did
We
it. I
should
did it.
look for the red ones, because that's the ones that's unlocked or still locked, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
Hi Zoom, we're doing a Minecraft thing
It would be
We
fun.
wanna
right now. Thank you so much again for the raid. I hope you're doing well.
Captured this.
We haven't.
Thank you
And
so
then we
much,
follow
Zoom.
us.
I love you, Zoom. I love you. I'm gonna go see if anyone's got this gold one real quick. No, no one's. I'm gonna take this. It's
We
free.
can go for PvP maybe if we just upgrade our like what's it called, armor and stuff. And then
Yeah,
we
I'm
just
also. We
as
also get
well.
currency, like bonus points for extra currency. Also, I'm just splitting up. I'm gonna take some zones while no one's around. It's just free points, so.
We're getting this diamond one.
You want secondary item? You want
Let's try to
secondary?
unlock doors if we can.
Secondary
Yeah,
item?
yeah, we can
Farmers-
save
Got it. Open.
Okay, and then we
Wait,
save
heading
some
up?
money.
Yeah. That's
We
Save
save some
Okay.
money for what's it called?
Full team over there. Way better armor than them, but
Revives.
Yeah,
Let's get enough money for a respawn.
There's a team on the left. Team on the left. They're hurt.
Okay.
Seems it.
Orange.
Oh,
Yep.
this seems this seems dangerous. I can't even lie.
You have bows. They don't. So
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, I guess.
I'm gonna
yeah,
see.
like,
I'm gonna sneak away.
We can just leave it.
Blue's
Well,
hiding on the
I'm getting this diamond chunk over here.
sky.
Oh, blue team behind us.
Oh, the team behind us. Okay.
Yep.
Flush
Dark
it!
blue.
Get his ass. Get his ass.
Oh my god, his whole team's here. Careful.
Keep shooting.
SK!
I'm running.
What? Like, how much health do you have? What the fuck?
I'm on their whole
Shit,
team.
we're too
Oh my God,
poor.
I need help, I need help, I need
I'm
help.
capturing the zone
Thank
again
you.
to get revive somebody. Back up. Back up. Back
Big
up.
Arf.
I'm gonna revive SK. Okay.
Go for bow shots if you can. Go for bow shots if you can. They're low.
Bang.
So.
Revive SK. Revive SK.
I got you, SK.
Back
I
up
got
if
you.
you
There you go.
Oh,
Or drop
wow.
it you. I can't pick.
Back off, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I got mixed up.
Back off if you can. Back off if you can.
Okay, right.
Serious?
Oh my god. I lost all my
This
arrows.
is so stressful. You know, I'm gonna get this zone over here before the bone
trench.
trenchings.
We got
Careful
everyone.
border. Careful border. We're running
Oh, border's gonna kill us. Border's gonna kill us. Border's gonna kill us.
Let's go.
We have to leave.
Back.
Leave. Quick.
To the right. To the right. To the right.
It's gonna cut us off.
We're
Oh my god, one blue here.
Here.
Octopus in here.
Oh, their whole team's here.
Ow, ow, ow.
It's a fight even. Hello.
Fight this one, guys. Nice.
Okay, I'm getting absolutely chopped.
Wolfie, don't lose the guard.
Yellow's
No.
gonna clean us. We have to run this.
I got
way.
it.
Nice.
Is there still a blue? Or no? Okay, yeah, no, they're
I don't
dead.
think so.
No, it's just middle. It's just mid. It's just mid.
Okay.
Zone's
Take
open.
corner,
Zone's
take
open.
corner.
I'm just taking it.
Take corner. We don't need to capture.
Zone's
the
open.
corner.
It's taking. No, we can capture. Look, there you go. See? Bam.
But there's no point, right?
You get bonus points for extra currency if you capture.
Okay,
They
pick
have
up
so
the
many
arrows.
arrows. Can you guys run out already? Hello?
Pick up their arrows and
Pick
just
them
shoot them
up.
Yeah, but I don't want to fight an arrow fight. I want to kill them.
Well, the border's gonna shrink and push them into us anyways.
Hey, boys.
Does high ground matter? Just take them.
I'm not sure. I'm just kind of keeping distance. Okay.
Smack him.
Good flank. Good flank.
Yeah,
Good kill.
You guys got that.
Let's go, dude.
Bang.
Let's go.
Yes!
Beautiful.
Flow state, baby!
Not bad, dude.
Baby!
Hey, baby!
Yeah, you get to see bonus points for extra currency, so might as well.
Shit!
Oh
Not
my
bad,
God,
not bad.
let's go.
I didn't get any kills, but I was going around capturing points, dude.
Oh, man. The practice really has paid off. Oh, wow.
Good job.
What's
Nah,
this
good
so
job.
strat
good.
to unlock more chunks? Because they were
Yeah.
all gone already.
Yeah.
100%,
Is
yeah.
it just unlocking
split
chunks that
more?
matters or capturing? Because I got us a lot of bonus points by capturing just like different
Capturing
points.
just gives you, it only gives
Currency?
14 bonus points at the end.
Ah,
but
I
unlocking a
see.
chunk is like 20. So I think
Ah.
we should prioritize that, but I'm not sure.
Well, there's also
I
a
think-
kit like a damage pool and other pool that they don't show.
Oh, okay, wait, I think what we do, capture first point, unlock gold, capture that, then go back
Mhm.
and unlock the 2 irons on each side.
Oh, and then we.
Okay, yeah,
split, right?
opening
I
chunks
assume.
is better, so you get 20 points for surviving. There's different like damage percentage. You get points for that, and you also get
Nice.
points for opening chunks and having extra currency. So
Mm.
you know,
Okay.
Oh, shoot.
Okay,
Oh, I think we get
this
like a
one,
freaky
then we
ass
get the
kit
gold
now.
one,
Yeah.
Oh,
and
what?
then- Oh.
Yeah, we
Zoom,
get
I
axes
love
now,
you.
no
Thank
shit.
you so much. I miss you. Let's hang out
Everything
soon, okay?
reduced?
So I'm locked in.
What?
Yeah, so you Trident's the what's it
Is
called?
it
The
spam?
ranged
Okay.
unlock.
Okay. Cool.
Sorry.
Okay, we get this one, we unlock gold, we get that one, then we
Guys,
come
my
back for the
silly
2
award was
irons.
getting announced. I tapped out for a second. Okay.
Oh, someone,
Okay, wait.
how did they do that?
Oh, green
Okay,
team's
no,
already
we
here.
just-
I'm gonna split then.
Oh,
Right?
How did they do that so
back,
fast?
I scale it split. Let's go this one and Wolfie up the other one.
A thing.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll be with Zam.
What
for
the-
now.
how much money do we have?
That's good.
You got that?
Maybe we can get that gold one in front of us, maybe.
Yeah.
Did you
Yeah,
unlock
yeah.
this,
That's already. No, that's already.
That's iron.
unlocked,
That's
so-
iron over there, actually, SK.
Interesting.
This one?
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I unlocked
They're
the
both
gold one.
iron.
We unlocked it. Wait, it's open. It's open. Yeah.
Wait,
Hang
this
on.
one unlocks in 2 seconds.
I just unlocked another
The
one.
gold one we can
Yeah,
unlock
we
on our
got
left.
that.
Me and Wolfie
Yep.
are hard split,
Let's do
guys.
this, Dura.
Careful.
Let's
It's
do
okay.
this.
We're all hard split. I'm just
Go
unlocking
left,
chunks,
go
man.
left.
This way. This way.
Okay.
We'll get. We did this last time,
Chunk unlocks,
so.
We can go here.
Oh, wait. Place.
Zam.
Okay, we run.
Run.
I mean, Wolfie are on our way.
I don't think they did. I don't think they. Yeah, they didn't open this one over here.
Fight for this
Check this out.
diamond unlock if we
A
want
yoink.
on the gold. Nah.
We should all get together again so we can fight.
Okay.
Okay, I'm coming back.
I'm gonna get bonus points.
Where's this other?
Hey, watch out! You're
Hey,
close to
it's
border,
good. Yeah, I
so-
know. It's gonna close in.
Okay, we clear this. We grab this.
Yep,
It's
running.
coming fast. We
Let's
should
go
move.
meet.
We should move.
We'll be good. We'll be good.
Where are you guys?
We're getting
Oh.
split.
Yeah, we'll meet up. Let's
No, we
go
should
take a
also-
right to
we should
wrap.
upgrade armor. We should upgrade armor.
Okay, we can all meet up here.
Hey,
Here, I'll
spawn.
upgrade armor.
Yep,
Oh,
yep.
this one. Take this one. Take this one.
Let's just take it. I'm gonna split up.
I'm taking
You got it. You
Someone
got
on
it.
diamond over here? No, this is clear.
Okay, I don't think we can unlock anything anymore. We just have to gear up.
Yeah, I mean we can just get bonus points to get bonus points because it like
Yeah.
you know.
That's it, yeah.
Oh, plays are
Drop
Hey,
it.
yellow left. Yellow left. Do you want secondary? Let's get secondary.
Let's get together. Let's get
There
together.
you go.
Yeah.
It has loyalty. You come back.
Alright.
Okay, there's a team on our left. On our left. Yeah, through there.
would probably do some offense. See where they are.
I think they went right. Yeah, they went right.
There's a free gold one in front of us.
Bro, we should hide on a site and then 5-stack jump people when they get on it.
I'm down.
When they think it's clear.
You can hide here. Can I hide here?
Wait, this diamond one unlocks. Do you guys want to come through the... Oh, well, I guess we can fight for a diamond one, but there's one back here that's free, so...
Oh, well, is it
Come
unlocked?
back, come back. We can get our free diamond site.
Was it unlocked?
Right here. Yeah,
Yeah,
unlocked
grab it,
now,
grab it.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Grab it.
Vamos.
Blue's coming?
Okay, let's go.
There's a blue here.
Kill them.
I
Actually,
can't
maybe
see,
not. I don't
bro.
know. They're getting,
I'm
like,
hitting. I've gotten
completely
3 hits,
jump.
dude.
I hit them for 6.
I'm crazy with him.
Oh my
Dude,
god.
this, the trident noise, bro.
Trident noise, yeah.
Ow, Woogie. Not nice.
Where'd that blue go?
We can take this one. Oh, we can quickly.
Wait, where are we? We're split. We're split.
I'm catching up. I'm catching up.
Wait, don't go there. Don't go there.
We have to. We have to. Oh, okay. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. Okay, I'm sneaking behind orange.
Oh,
Oh, so much you're seeking. Well, we just threw a fucking trident, dude.
my bad.
Yeah.
That's okay. We're in the middle. We can just like do damage as we can.
Slice the pie, guys.
Do we just rush a team? There's a team on our
Friends
left.
are
Okay,
gone.
we have to go in. We have to go in. We have to go in.
Lord.
Just establish dominance.
I established a little too much dominance. That's not good. Woogie down.
Make him smell you. Make him smell you.
I'm dead.
I'm not actually that low, dumbass. Okay, sorry. Ow! Ghosty fruit came and got
This
me.
is
I didn't
scary, dude.
heal.
Oh, Ghost of Fruit killed me as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I got jumped on when I was low. I was actually low. Go, Wolfie! Aw.
So close. So close. He was only on 10 HP.
Oh man, it's a hard game. It's a hard life.
Yeah, this is tough. Yeah, this is very
It's a
difficult.
hard game.
I love you, Zoom. Is Zuma still here? I love Zuma. What is Zuma doing?
Good. I got like 2
How was
kills there. That
Ocarina?
nice.
Can you play Ocarina sometime? I'm gonna go with
They're
Zuma.
hard to PvP with. Like, I don't know. Like, normally you're supposed to be like fast, flow state, critting people out, not like getting combos and stuff. But like, this one I just like kind of hid behind you guys and just like ran in with the axe crit every.
Yeah.
It was scary. It was
So
scary.
bad.
Dub.
Yeah,
dub.
I didn't
Oh my
like
god,
it.
F-ball. What the f?
We got 6. Look at us.
Whoa.
That's not
go.
bad.
We're kind of goaded.
I wonder how good we did.
Yeah, that's second highest.
Also, every
yeah.
chunk unlock is worth 10 points. I see.
Let's go.
So
Mhm.
it doesn't matter what tier the chunk is?
No, it does.
Oh,
No,
actually
wait, no, it
does.
doesn't.
Never mind. I'm
Never mind.
tripping.
Oh.
Let's
Doesn't.
freaking go.
Oh, we got third.
Oh,
Nice.
yeah,
we
not
got
bad.
that.
Look at
Nice.
that.
Hell
We
yeah.
take that, I guess, yeah.
Seventh
I got
individual, let's
26, okay.
go.
Oh, I'm
That's not bad.
Top 50. Fuck. I'm
I
on
got
top
26. That isn't bad at all.
Top 50%.
Oh, top 50%. I guess I was gonna say
Let's
top
Like,
50.
I'm like,
I got a
Well, we're
lot.
saving our
Yeah.
best games for left. That's good, SK. Holy shit, 11?
I don't think I actually
Let's
did.
go.
No, you did. You slayed, dude. That means crazy.
Stay in the top frag,
Oh,
let's go.
SK.
Carry the torch, Zoom.
Me?
You're top frag now.
They need to stop saying like they need to stop
Whoa.
saying
Wait, where's
carry,
you, Wolfie?
and we are
23rd.
because I'm
Okay,
losing my
much wrong.
fucking
I'm
mind.
not a
I'm
PvP
losing my
guy, bro.
fucking mind,
I
dude.
forgive you.
They don't
It's-
know, but
it's
I
okay,
know,
it's
and it's
okay.
really fucking with
That's all right,
me
I'm
in a
ready to
bad
just
way,
see how
dude.
it
I'm 9th. I'm
Yeah.
1 off. Damn it.
It's somebody
It's
else's.
really
Why
fucking
is
with
it
me in a
top
bad
10?
way,
Why can't it be
dude.
normal.
It's really.
Usually
I'm not
this
doing
event's
bad
worth
for
32,
There's some
so
actual
it's a
Minecraft
lot
event
for
chat. There's like actual
No, I get you, I
Minecrafters
get
here.
you.
Bro, I want to be up
Oh
there.
my god.
That's all I want. All I want is a streamy with the leaderboard, and then I can lose. That's
Dude, if
okay.
Callie was here, he'd be losing his fucking mind with me. If Callie was here, he'd get
I
it.
see Sap's is on there. Oh.
Oh!
Oh, does it
That was
matter?
so
Now, guys.
It doesn't really matter.
I love
honestly.
golf.
Let's
I
get
hope we
Gold
do
Rush. That
golf
seems
last.
Like, yeah.
Gold
Because
Rush is like
I'm a gamer. Oh, I got triple vote.
I killed someone.
I'm running for Gold Rush. I got triple vote.
Yeah, run for Gold Rush. Yeah, we vote for that.
Okay.
Gold Rush
That's
is
too-
like, kind of like, it's a
Wait.
dungeon crawler.
We might actually get it, dude.
I think our team was the only one that ran for it, so I don't think we're gonna get it. But
Well, I had triple
That's
vote, so we
alright,
that's
that's
that we had
alright.
technically
Oh!
yeah 3 plus
Three.
3 plus 5, so 8.
Oh my god. W
That's
German
not so
team.
bad. And I pushed the German
That's
team
not
in
bad.
there, so-
That's not bad.
That's good, that's good, that's good.
We might get it.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
That's funny. I did
That's
triple
all because I
vote.
pushed the German guy in there too. That's
I had a fucking triple. My vote was worth 3.
Hey, gang, what did I miss?
Hey, bro, we got Gold Rush. Oh, we're in a trial chamber. I love trial chambers. Yes!
Yeah, this is a dungeon crawler themed after a trial chamber.
What is this?
I don't know what's happening
get maces?
anymore.
No.
Do we get
Well,
maces?
actually, there. So you have to get a
Mm-hmm.
breeze rod or 4 breeze rods, I think it is, and then you have to
Okay.
turn. That's me. You have to turn those into a heavy core and use the heavy core to unlock a door, just like the last game.
You gotta collect gold. Gotta collect as much gold as possible. Okay.
I want a maze.
I'm gonna give you the easy one. Okay. Easy though. The 4-1. You gotta collect gold. Collect gold. Okay. Right click blocks with a locked door with a heavy core. Okay. Breeze rods.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
At
Breeze
once
rods can make a heavy core. 4 breeze rods. Yeah. To make a heavy core.
Wait, can you say
To
heavy
open a
core
door.
again? I like the way that
You
sounded.
get 4 breeze rods to make a heavy core to open the locked door.
That's good.
That is
No,
good.
that's
That was good. That was
That's
worth
good.
it.
That one's awesome.
That was worth repeating. Let's go.
That
4
was
rods
really
equal
awesome.
heavy core equal unlock locked door. Okay.
Heavy core. I can't even do that. Heavy core.
No, heavy core, heavy core.
That's so good. That's actually so good.
Unlocking the door. Oh,
This always
that's so
happens to
good.
me. No, the heavy core opens the locked
Heavy
door.
core, lock the door. That's so
Every
good.
core opens a
4
locked
breeze
door.
rods make a heavy core to open the unlock the locked door. Okay.
Wait, how do you say
But,
coffee?
like it's such a good accent. Like,
Coffee.
it's actually so good. Like actually so good. Like
Oh,
How do you
actually.
say
Oh,
yard?
Yard.
Oh,
This is awesome. That was great. Fantastic.
Anything else you wanna- anything else you wanna get over there?
Yeah, car.
I'm not falling for it.
Car?
Sam. I'm not falling for
You
it.
Did you know that?
I'm
rough
I'm
is the only
driving
word
my
you can't
car.
say back to back?
That's so hard.
Try it. You actually
I'm
can.
banging a Yui with my car.
Parking your car.
I'm parking my car in Harvard Yard and I'm giving the guard a quarter for some shout out to mom.
Oh.
That's the full thing. You ever hear the full
Bablu
thing?
Bablu just said she sounds like Family Guy people. You can't say that, bro.
Fuck yeah.
I'm fucked up because someone
fucked,
said someone
yo.
said I sounded like Lois Griffin and I've never
Yeah,
recovered.
you kind of do a little bit, but not.
Family Guy people's insane, bro.
I think
That's what you mean.
that is insane.
Peter,
That's incredible.
the horse is
Wait,
here.
Oh my
actually,
God, wow.
for some reason, this reminds me of something. May, did you know that the Rapture is Japanese?
Onichi,
What?
what's up?
Moshi
does that
Moshi
have to do
Baka
with anything?
Arigato Sharingan Rasengan, right?
Because May knows how to
Oh.
speak
She's a VTuber?
Japanese. That's why.
I
that's
don't know
why-
how to
and
speak.
she's
I
a
know
VTuber,
like
yeah.
Moshi Moshi Minasan fanboy!
No, you know how to speak. You know how to speak
That's
Japanese.
good, Darachi. That's good.
dog. I know like
Oh, shit, the game's
basic
I'm
words
half
and like
Chinese.
some
Wait,
words.
How do you find shit?
Oh,
That's so good. Wait, we need
Okay,
torches.
so-
I'm keeping my Fulbright on, bro. I don't care.
Oh, I've been
Bro, you
playing with
got a
Fulbright
you
on
got a
accident.
Fulbright.
Lucky-
I thought they
lucky.
said cheating.
They said that's cheating.
Oh.
Turn it off.
Prince Sam said cheetah.
Hold on.
Look at you, you little
Fine, I'll turn it
cheetah.
off.
You little
Yeah, turn it
cheetah.
off.
I want a competitive advantage anyway.
Wait, say cheetah. Say cheetah.
Cheetah.
Say cheetah.
Cheetah or cheetah?
Oh, cheetah.
Bro,
I
mate,
thought you
you're
were gonna
funny,
say
bro.
cheetah.
No, cheetah? Cheetah. Cheetah or cheetah?
Cheetah.
Wait, guys,
Cheetah.
you
Like
started.
he's a cheetah. He's a cheetah.
Yeah, okay. Oh, like the animal or like he's a cheetah?
Cheater.
Cheetah. He's a cheetah.
Oh, cheetah.
Cheater.
Yeah, cheetah.
Okay, what?
Say
What?
cheetah a lot.
I'm saying the same
Let's
thing.
play the freaking game. Let's play the
Yeah,
freaking
let's
game.
play the freaking game, man. Okay, so we want to split up as much as
Research
possible.
required.
There's gonna be some team challenges that we have to
One
do
person per
together.
door.
One person per door. I got you.
You get gold. Also, you get gold from mining spawners. You get gold from mining like
And
gold
blocks.
blocks in the walls.
What does iron do for us?
Okay, have
We
to
get money
calm
for
this puzzle
iron.
right now, guys.
I'm so confused. Oh,
I have 1 wood. I need to deposit a crafter in here, guys. I need a crafter.
I have an iron pickaxe, an iron ingot, and a piece of
Wait,
wood.
May, smelt this for me?
Okay, I got
2
you.
cobble and 2 wood.
I got here.
Um,
Cobble,
Can you make me
wood,
the... Oh, wait.
iron
Oh, you have
ingot.
to craft
I'll
it.
get you more.
Okay, SK, you have to craft
Oh.
the crafter, okay?
Oh,
Okay, cobblestone, cobblestone,
Okay.
cobblestone, 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 redstone.
Oh yeah, I need
As it's telling me.
I'm sure you
There's a
can
thing
figure
over
out
here.
the recipe. You got this, yeah.
Is there
It's
a cobblestone in the middle?
redstone on bottom. It says a thing over here. I see surrounded by cobblestone with redstone on the bottom.
Wait, where's the cobble? am I doing?
I think
this?
I gave it to you.
Check all the boxes.
Oh, I need 1 redstone.
Oh, I have a
Do we have the
redstone.
Where's the
Here.
Wait,
redstone?
I need a dropper,
Okay.
so I
There
need
you
3
go.
more cobblestone.
I got
Dude,
one more cobblestone.
Cobblestones learned
Here you
how to
go.
climb
I threw
Three
redstone.
more,
Yep,
3 more.
I'm hurrying, man. I'm doing my best.
Bring that cobblestone over. Where is it?
I tossed it to you,
I need
big
2
dog.
more.
I'm so overwhelmed,
Ow.
buddy.
I found another
There's a lot
one.
going
I don't have any
Here.
more.
I got you. I got you.
Another one?
Yeah, there's a bunch of. I gave it to you. I
need
gave it
2
to you,
more
man.
cobblestone. Oh wait.
I took it. There you go.
I know, but we need more. I know.
Check your barrels, SK, if you can.
Please.
Cause I'm all out. I got everything. I'm mom.
Push up the pain.
She's kind of homeless.
We have to be missing one somehow.
Oh
Where?
wait, here, mine something maybe?
You can mine cobblestone. I don't have any more to mine.
What am I supposed to do?
I already mined all my cobblestone too. I don't know. Where could it be?
SK, check your barrels one more time. Just check your barrels, cause I found mine in my
I only need
barrels.
7. Sorry, I'm trolling.
Oh.
Stupid.
I still,
Like,
I
actually.
still don't have. I need 2 redstone though.
Oh, I got an arm. Hang on.
Oh,
Wait, what? I'm confused.
Wait, guys, are we supposed to?
I didn't know what I needed.
I'm
I just
so
have one.
confused.
I've called. You want some coal? Sam. Hey, Sam. Sam, here you go.
I'd say coal too. I guess. I don't know.
You need some stuff.
Guys, am I supposed to break this
Is there
forest?
1 redstone?
Yes.
Okay.
No one has
I got a
any
breeze rod,
redstone?
guys. I got a
Wait,
breeze
Sam,
rod.
I gave Sam the redstone. Sam, you got the redstone?
I don't have
I need
anything
1
in my
more. I need 1
inventory.
more.
Wait, what do you need one more?
Am I
What do we
stupid?
do?
Wait.
It's cobblestone with 1 redstone on the bottom.
Wait, are you sure you know how to craft it?
I made a dropper. I have a dropper.
Okay. Well,
I need a crafter.
we need a
so I
dropper?
need 1 more.
No, we need a
redstone.
crafter.
I have a crafting table and a dropper and 5 iron and 1 redstone, and I need 1 more redstone to finish it.
yeah, there's 1 more redstone needed for the recipe, but we don't have the other redstone. Where is it?
I'm looking. Look on the ground.
Our cave is broken.
I'm gonna face my problems later.
There's redstone on the floor. Look around. Wait, look around, guys. You might find redstone on the ground.
Oh my god, I'm stupid.
I forgive you, SK.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
Yeah. Okay,
Just
there we
kidding.
go. We were in this puzzle for way too long.
No, it's fine. That's
My
fine.
bad.
You know what?
I'm trying to understand
I
what
don't know what
the
happened.
Oh, we did it. We can get out now.
Oh, I did it.
We can leave. What does that mean?
Yeah, down here.
What?
Wait, the breeze rod. There's a breeze rod.
We have a breeze rod.
Oh,
We got another breeze rod. Another breeze rod.
That was fast.
Oh,
That wasn't bad. That wasn't bad.
Freaking go. That wasn't so
Could be
bad.
worse.
Then now what?
Did someone do this 1 player
You
required?
flick that.
Maybe.
No.
I'm gonna go check. I'll check.
This game now.
Wait. Oh my god. Drop you. Oh, this I glass.
No, no one did the 1 player. I'll do it.
Flick the lever.
Wait, SK, you do this.
To the right. No. Emerald.
Oh.
There we go. Beautiful.
Oh, wait, go to the diamond one.
Oh, I
Diamond needs red.
Click
Okay.
the diamond, and then I get to do this.
Yep, you got that.
Oh my
And then
god.
I have to. Oh yeah, there we go.
There we go.
Nice. And then I got this
iron
one.
for you.
Oh shit.
And then how do I get nether?
You got that?
Another.
Oh, bottom.
I got a breeze rod. I got a breeze rod.
Nice.
Oh my god. Okay, that was really
that
close.
work?
Nice work.
Okay,
I got another breeze rod.
We have two.
I rolled.
Okay, do we want to
Can I
fight?
lapis?
Dude,
Oh, wait.
I'm good
Yeah, I have
on that.
lapis at the
I
start
can,
here.
I can do this.
Right, I can just go to it. There you go.
Okay, wait. How many rods do we have?
Wait, go to
We have 4.
lapis.
We have 4 because SK has
you
one.
can
I'm
go
pretty
to the end
sure.
of the room.
And then I have
send it,
one.
send it,
So
Let's go.
I have 2. I have 2
What did I
now.
get?
here.
I
Oh,
have 2
here you
as
go.
well.
Take one. Oh, you gotta right click it. Wolfie, come here.
Wait, hello, what did you get?
Oh, I gave it to
You
Rap.
got a
Giraffe has it. Giraffe has it.
Breeze rod and gold.
Oh.
Fine.
bet.
Where are we going?
We have 2
I don't know.
rods now, I think.
I think we
How
can open a
many?
locked door with that. It said
We have enough.
Where are you?
we can open a locked
Don't
door.
worry. I'm with May.
I already been up here. I'm just mining. I'm getting extra gold in here. You don't want to come up here. There's extra gold up here. You want more?
I give you the
Sure,
rod
I
and
guess.
Door.
Okay. Well, we have to listen. We have to find a locked door somewhere with
Did you
the
guys do
the breeze
fish
rod.
room?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay, the door's not in here.
Lock doors on me. Oh wait, I'm tripping. Sorry.
Are you sure?
I forgot what it looks like.
I forgive you.
Ow.
I think you are
What did they do?
triggered,
So much
though.
damage. Oh my god.
Careful.
Oh, is it this? Is it this? This has to be it, right?
Yeah, it is.
I think
It is. Come to us. Come to us.
Come.
Okay. We're going.
Okay.
Okay.
We must open this door, guys.
How do you get there?
Let's collab on this door. I got 3 rods.
Come along,
I'll
team.
drop you 2.
Oh, here it is. Okay, it's down and
We
up.
have 5 total, or?
Where is Wolfie?
We have
Yeah.
like 6.
Oh, bad. We're
Oh
goaded.
my god. Okay. Well, I have a heavy core.
You gotta
right?
craft the core. Yep, there you go. Awesome.
Oh, let's go.
Oh, okay, okay.
Freaking go.
Mind the spawners for extra points.
Creeper. Oh man.
3 players on the right side. Hey, come to me. 3 players.
On the side
No, no,
at the
no,
same
Hey.
time to pull away the block.
Sam?
Wait, we don't have
Sam?
3 players, so this is confusing.
Oh,
Wait, there's
okay.
another 3 over here, May.
Okay, well,
Hard.
shit. All right.
3 player
Yeah,
puzzle. What if we just do 4 players?
Two buttons at the same
Okay.
time.
I'll look around. What's the other
okay,
one?
Here, I'll jump for this one, and then someone jump for the other one at the same time. Okay, 3,
Okay.
2,
You got that.
1, go! I missed. I missed the button.
Missed.
Okay.
Good job, man.
3.
All right, 3, 2, 1.
Fucking
Oh my gosh,
motherfucker.
it's really hard.
All right. Okay, 3.
Wait, no, SK, don't jump at the same time as us, because the things.
Oh,
Yeah,
this is
I
where
do.
we came from.
Yeah.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
No.
Actually, you didn't jump at the same time as me. Okay.
There's stuff down here, Wolfie.
Okay.
You
Okay,
good,
on
mate?
1, 3.
Yeah, there's just stuff down here.
1. I missed.
1 player required. I'm doing that one.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
I got it. I got it. I got it.
Nice,
Oh, you got it.
nice, nice.
Hell yeah. Okay.
Holy
Now we can do that
shit,
other
okay.
one.
Okay, 1 player
Jesus.
required.
Wary of the lying monsters. What?
This one's on. 3 players required.
So what did you hear? We have to hit targets or?
Oh, wait,
Oh,
someone has to
you have to
parkour. Someone has to parkour. Okay.
I'll do it.
Yeah, that was easy. I got a breeze rod.
Player.
Oh god. Oh my god.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'll get the
okay,
first
okay.
one. Just go. I'll
okay.
time it for you.
They're sending a wither skeleton after me, man.
Okay.
Jesus.
And then, what we
I
gonna
guess
do is
you
we're
guys
gonna jump
I'm
up.
getting your
me?
front left. I'm getting your front
Shoot the one.
left.
Yeah. Shoot these. Thank you. And then. Oh, wait. Shoot this one. Bet. There you go. Another breeze rod,
Nice.
9 gold. Let's go.
Wait, we're
Nice.
task. Holy fuck, that's sick.
I got 1 breeze rod, by the way.
freaking go.
If we.
I
I should have another.
I have one.
I got a
Someone
breeze
just find
rod.
the
I got a
door.
breeze
Someone
rod.
find the door.
Yeah, we gotta find
Okay, we
another
have
door
So
now.
much gold. Okay.
Anyone see?
Okay,
the
wait.
door?
So we don't have the door?
I just went the wrong way.
We can.
Ish died. Lol.
Do we not have the? Okay, we can get the
It
door
must be
then.
in the smooths.
Wait, Zach,
I'm in a puzzle room right
I'm
now.
not ignoring you
You
guys.
see the door?
Stop it.
Straight puzzling it. No.
Oh, wait, Zam, cool.
1 player or this one says 1.
Yo, I think, I don't know if this is 1 player though. This does not feel
I
like
think
one
totally
player.
is. Yeah, you can.
Okay.
Really? Okay.
Is it actually 1 player? Did you try?
Yeah. Here. You might not be able to do it
Oh,
'cause
W.
being
Robert.
low-key.
Oh my god.
Oh, holy shit, you're good at the game.
so
Here we go.
Ugh.
Wait, anyone need an iron helmet? I low-key didn't know this. I had extra.
I have
Guys,
nothing
mind the
in my inventory
spawners to get
from the
extra
puzzle,
gold,
so-
man.
Oh, we found the door. Oh, we're here.
How much gold you guys got?
Wait, man,
whatever.
take a helmet.
Thank you.
Oh my god, that's good.
Who
Right
is
there.
the
I'm sorry.
rose? Here.
I have 3.
I give you one. May has one, right?
Oh my god.
Yep, I got one. I got one. Here.
Come to me.
Guys,
Sorry,
go
I'm
out there
mining the
at door.
spawners. If you mine the spawners, you get extra gold.
Unlock the door.
I gained nothing. Okay, I'm leaving.
OMW.
Prince Aim interrupt you. Lock in.
Sorry, kitten. My bad. Pulling up.
Yeah, we low-key solved. We were doing a puzzle that someone already solved.
Oh no.
2 players.
3 players.
I'm joining you, man. I'm
We
joining
need
you,
one
man.
more up here with Wolfie and I.
I need so I think it's a parkour maybe because it shoots one up and then it shoots one down.
Someone
So-
come to the jumping mans.
Hey.
Yeah, so you gotta stand there. Stand there.
Okay, wait.
Okay.
Why is my button out?
Do you hit it?
Hold on. Okay, there.
Oh!
There you go. Okay, I'm gonna shoot again.
Oh, orange.
Orange now.
Orange. Yeah.
Gotta hit it.
Now I'm
There you
on
go.
light blue.
Oh.
No. Okay. Again.
Okay, yeah, no
I'm
problem.
in the room now. I got a chest.
Okay.
I got a breeze rod. Let's go. Okay. That was so weird. You got
so
dropped me
weird,
in a
okay.
tunnel. Okay.
Okay,
Nice.
okay, I'm gonna send it again. 3, 2, 1.
Where am I going?
I haven't fought a single mob.
Does
Have you guys
counting
fought
help?
mobs? Hey.
Dude, yes.
There you go.
Yes.
Yeah.
I fought
So
so
hard.
many
Wait, you try this.
Okay,
It might be like.
I've
based
literally
on-
only been playing puzzles. It's been fun.
That's awesome.
Oh.
okay.
Nice. Okay.
1 player required.
Can we keep jumping?
Wait, what?
Oh, I see. I have to grab it midair. Do it again. Oh, I almost got it.
You got it?
I got the gold. Do it again.
Oh no. You're muted, by the way. I think.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you have to grab the chest midair. Can you hit me again? I got the gold. I just need to get the breeze rod.
Yeah. Okay.
Wow, that was incredible
Okay.
stuff.
Is anyone good at limp bow?
I found a door. I found a door.
Oh, fuck.
Where you
I'm gonna die. Hold on. You wanna try it? Just try grabbing it midair.
yeah,
Try grabbing it midair.
I'm at the door. I need 1 breeze rod.
Oh my god.
Okay,
I'm
one more
playing my
time.
entire
Wolfie,
inventory.
drop me a breeze rod.
Oh, no.
Try. Let me try.
Yeah.
That worked. I didn't get the breeze rod.
I just dropped
Oh my god.
You can't drop
I
them.
got a breeze rod.
Oh, you have to right-click your teammates. There we go.
Did anyone
Heavy
find the door?
Let's- I found it. Yeah, it's right here.
Sorry,
Dog,
I'm
this is
playing
hard.
right now.
You try.
Go door.
Oh, nice.
Wait, I'm a Sudoku professional. I've been practicing it so that I could get it in Minecraft.
No, I'm so good at this. I'm so good at this.
go.
I gotta go. Don't worry.
Did you get it? Okay, good, good, good. Dude, that was so hard for what? You have a breeze on?
God. Yeah, I got a breeze rod. I got a breeze rod.
Whoa. Oh no, please
I
don't
go
be
here.
crafting.
Okay, click
go
B to
left.
check your answer.
Or Asim did this one?
Okay, I need to describe you to describe a thing to a teammate.
Okay.
Okay, yellow block in all 4 corners.
Okay, all 4 corners, yeah.
Yellow block in the center.
In the center, okay, yeah.
Yellow block on top and below the center yellow block.
Top and below, okay.
And then on the top yellow block, there's a red one on top to the right.
I think
and
that
to
was
the
already
left.
solved, I think.
To the right and to the left, okay.
Mirror that on the bottom.
Okay.
It's
And
over,
then fill in
man.
the right and the left
They're not
middle
stable
with
ones.
red.
Right and left middle. Oh, okay.
Did it work?
I clicked. Oh, damn it!
Oh, damn it.
I had to click check my
I think we did. I
answer.
think we did
I
pretty
think we got
solid.
it
So
though.
close.
I got 20. How much gold did you guys
I
get?
think you got it. I think I
Okay,
built
wait, we
it
came
perfectly.
second.
Yeah, we
but
got
you
second.
said-
Good
Nice.
job.
I got so much extra gold, dude, in that.
Yeah, I got like quite a
Yeah.
bit as well. Wait, I actually thought we'd be like low-key lost. What the
No,
hell?
no, I think I got it
You
after
took
the
so
first
long on
part.
that First puzzle.
Yeah.
That first puzzle took
Dude,
a
I got an
while.
ace.
Let's
Oh, we got an 8. Let's go.
Hey.
Wait, I actually am tasked. What the
No,
hell?
we all did that. We all did
got
that.
the
It's your
same
team.
score.
It's Gary's score.
Split, yeah.
How much individual gold did you guys get? Because I had like 26 on me.
How do you
I was because
know?
if you broke the spawners, you
I
got
think I
plus
had 20
1.
something too. I don't remember.
Maybe my chat knows. I don't know. I wasn't paying
There
attention.
was some in the chest after, and I got 8 every time, so I had like 40.
Hey, Chad, I just want you guys to know, just because I'm not reading your messages, because I have to mute to read your messages, I saw all of you guys
Oh, I had
kissing.
like 80 apparently.
Okay,
cool.
I just want to let you know,
The ground
I'm
shakes
seeing
and the
chat. I
cubes
saw
begin
all
to
of you guys
shake,
kissing.
and
I
then the
saw you
cubes
making
fall,
out.
and all of the tribe members
I
begin to
saw you
fall.
guys making out. You guys
Am I
don't got
there? Am I
private.
there?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I read your guys. I read every message in chat. I just can't find a good spot. I don't want to interrupt them. You know. I want to interrupt them.
Shit.
Oh my god.
Oh my
God.
Oh!
It's incredible
It's all I've
stuff.
ever wanted. This is the best day of my life.
This is too much lore, man. I can't read this. Can someone do a voiceover?
I'm not reading all that.
Wait, there's
I'm in,
lore?
I'm in 6th, not first. I'm
Yeah,
in
there's
first.
law.
No, you're in first. Just ignore the top 5. Let's go.
I should go to the top 5. Let's go.
There's a loser corner.
There's a
Yeah, I like the loser corner.
I'm
It's so
actually
cool.
surprised
I don't know
how
what it
well
is,
I
it's
am
cool.
doing at
Oh my
this,
God,
you
loser
know?
corner. No way.
I'm only
Oh,
30
shoot it,
second,
ish.
guys. That's crazy.
Cool.
Whoever shall place lower will be.
Oh, they get chained up in here?
In Chungus
It's a battle.
forever.
Well, it's just first into. Oh wait, no, that's not Ish. That guy looked like Ish.
Oh wait, it's
That is-
built. I didn't even realize. That's like they just did that, huh? Interesting,
Yeah,
Wait,
I went in the
hold on,
party
hold
room.
on.
I'll see you guys. There's like lasers and shit.
dude.
that's
Just-
cool.
What?
Yeah, there's a little party
the
room
top
with like
2
laser
tries.
light show.
Where's that?
Let's go.
No, I think it's the winning thing. Hold on. It's
Oh, I've been there a
North?
few times.
Have you been up on the stage though?
Yeah, twice.
No, I
think
mean,
that's
like-
why they didn't want the team to be good. But we're gaming. We're playing video games.
It's okay. I've had a lot of weed. I'm definitely sandbagging a little bit. I'm
Oh.
like 36.
Ah.
Or no, it's 32nd.
Ah.
I'm 32nd.
Oh. Oh.
Wait, how do you see what place you are?
You click
you
the
remember
guy.
This little Steve guy at spawn.
Yeah.
Here.
Steve.
I wish I had
Steve, I
lobby
must speak
music,
to
man.
you.
Does-
I have to
does
put,
the
let me put
Steve
some
guy
love
have
music
any
on.
of the
Yes,
Lifesteal
yeah, right
members?
here.
Doesn't the
Look.
Lifesteal SMP
The
have
bright
like
yellow
6 people
character.
with the Steve skin?
Hello, bright yellow character. Oh, Steve with a
Hello.
That's Will, right?
suit. Whoa.
Or which
I'm
one
not
of the
throwing.
Steves in Lifesteal is the black
Oh,
shirt?
Youngie.
Youngie, right? My bad.
Yeah, Young Will.
You scared me for a
Yeah.
second there, Wolfie. I was like, what are you
Why?
about to say?
Dude, he's the one with the what's it called? With black as his
Wait, say what?
I was worried. You scared me there for a second. I was spaced
What
out.
did I say?
It's Wolfie.
He's Wolfie, dude.
It's Youngie.
It's Youngie.
Ah! Who the hell did that?
What the?
Who did that even?
The,
Wait,
the voices. What is that? What?
you mentioned Youngie and I got excited. I'm sorry.
That's what excitement sounds like.
Youngie is my teammate on
Teacher,
Lifesteal and he screams a lot
please
and it's
don't
my
cancel
favorite. I love him
out.
so much.
Isn't Youngie
That's my teammate
Australian?
Youngie. He's also Australian, yeah, and he's really good at PvP, and he beat Clown Pierce. Clown Pierce is the strongest player on the server.
Wait, I know that guy. I know.
I
him.
could beat Clown
yeah,
Pierce
yeah,
on
yeah.
Lifesteal.
Yeah.
Me and Clown Pierce went.
No, mate, you
drinking.
couldn't
It
beat
was
Clown
awesome.
Pierce on Lifesteal. He's strong. He's the deadliest player.
You don't
He's the
understand.
world's deadliest Minecraft
Does he have a
player
lot
of all
of
time.
hearts?
Yeah, he has a lot of hearts. He got the most on day 1.
You don't understand my
Oh.
And now he's been
ingenious.
gapped
My
by me and my team.
ingenious.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's crazy.
And now he doesn't play anymore. He plays like Elden Ring or something.
Yeah, I did notice that.
Oh.
Yeah.
What the?
Mhm.
There's Minecraft event Elo. I just learned.
Yeah.
You're number 100, I think, SK.
Wait, that's kind of hype.
Wait, how do you
That's
find your?
pretty
How do you
good.
find
That's my
Elo?
running
What?
I
Elo.
play this game.
I'm like
Who's
number
teaching you about
180, so that's
Elo?
pretty good.
How do you
Wait,
learn
what?
that?
How do you
What?
Minecraft
Not
event
be
Elo?
higher
I
than
want
you.
higher.
I don't know. I have a log history with the Elo sheet. They don't like me like that.
Dog.
Oh.
They only count the events I do bad in, and any event I'm good at, they're like, nah.
Well, how do
that
I
doesn't
know
count.
my Elo, man? What?
Go
Yeah,
to
I want
the
to know my
website.
Elo too, by the way, please.
Yeah, what the frick,
which-
dude?
I don't actually know the website. I just always get told.
Oh, my username
I'm
is
bad.
Prince Sam if you want to punch it in.
Mm.
Look at this up. Hold up. It's crazy. Is it this one?
Freaking go.
Where's the Elo, man?
I don't know. There's no search bar on
There
this
might be a
one.
Discord. Let me look in this Discord. This probably has it.
I hate my life.
What?
Sorry,
Oh, I found
I missed
one.
the jump.
You found one?
What the heck? I found one. Hold on. I'll put it in.
Oh!
I'll put it in the team chat.
Wait, the event started. Dirapchu, come back.
Oh shit! Oh, we're playing video games again.
Dirapchu! Everyone, guys, quick!
Here, I'll put it in the team chat.
Guys!
Hey, I'm looking.
It's event
What?
time! We have to vote!
What do we vote for?
What are we
Oh,
voting
it's Mad Dash.
for?
Mad Dash,
Mad Dash,
it's
Mad
racing,
Dash,
racing
Mad
game,
Dash,
racing,
Mad
racing,
Dash,
racing,
Mad Dash.
Yep.
They don't have my new account in here, dude. They have my old one.
That's
Oh,
really funny. Pofa's in my chat. He said, "Are you winning?" Yes, Pofa. I'm doing so good.
we're top
Pofa's
Rank
my friend from the Life
500.
SMP.
Bang bang.
Zam, I'd like to correct you. He's actually our friend from the Life
He's our friend from the Lifestyle SMP. Me and Dirapchu.
That's crazy.
Yeah, we're friends with him.
Ah.
My rank's only that
it's
low
pretty
cause fucking Wolfie puts me on teams that make them worse.
What?
I'm evil.
what?
Yeah. Pofa's dressed up as a princess right now, by the way. She's wearing a whole.
I know you do, man.
And it's beautiful.
I'm blaming you. It's your fault. It's your fault.
Is this Ace Race? Is this Ace Race?
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
love
you ever heard of
Minecraft, y'all. This is
racing
the
in
best game
Minecraft?
ever.
This game's awesome.
Oh, wait, this is literally just freaking, what's that one game that you have?
Yes.
on the, come on, Wolfie.
my God, I
what's,
figured out
the
who's
one, what's
meowing.
that one game on Block Wars? What is it?
Race.
Is it really called Race? Dude, you
It's
gotta,
called Race.
you
Yeah.
gotta up that name, bro. That's a fucking
No,
ass
I
name.
No,
know
don't-
you agree though. Like,
Nah, keep the names basic, bro. It's stylistic.
No, bro.
No,
like, I
make
like
it make
Ace
it
Race.
like
Ace Race is a good
like
name.
Okay, make it over the top. The
Okay,
grand
yeah.
journey to the other side. That's what you should
That's a
call
good
it.
one. That's a good one. If you want a shorter
Damn.
name though, you can just call it Goon Race if you really want to.
No! Wolfie, goon means something really bad. Don't call it that.
Zam, I'm aware. Don't worry. I'm aware.
Can you-
I'm European, but I think
I'm a level 1 goon.
Goon Race.
I'm
Yes.
a level 1 goon.
Level 1
Yeah,
Goon.
level 1 goon
Level
versus
1
level
Goon.
100 crip or something, right? What was it again?
Yeah.
No,
Mafia
not
boss.
Chris.
Dog, what are you saying?
Mafia
Or
boss.
not crip. Mafia
Wait, Wolfie,
boss.
they have your
Mafia
face in
boss.
this.
Blood versus crip.
6'7". Yeah, right. You're right before the 6'7".
Wait, the Wolfie's face is in here?
I think so.
6'7".
It's just a red guy with like
Wolfie's
black
on
dots. It's at hard. It's at hard in the water
Oh my
area.
God, my
I-
teammates are flirting with me.
There's a red guy with like 2 dots and 4 dots on his face, 2 with his eyes and 2 for the mouth.
Where's 6'7"?
Okay,
It's
I can't
after
find
your
the
face
6'7".
in
Where
hard.
can
It's
I
in
find-
okay, go to the water section. Okay, the water section in our water.
Oh, there's so many of those.
Okay, well it's the first one. The first one. Then you take a right
First one.
Where's-
and
Water
hard, and then it's
section.
6'7" after your face.
Oh my God, it's me! Wait,
Is
Wait, that is me. No way.
And then look
Where?
after you. Look after you. It's a 6'7".
There's a very easy joke I can make here. I will
After the
spare
water
my
section, you take a hard right where?
I'm going
what's
into
after
Wolfie's
the
mouth.
6'7"?
Before the water,
I
like
wanna find
in
Wolfie
during
so
in the water
bad.
section. In the water section.
Yeah.
Were you swimming?
Is
Okay.
this a
Are
gang sign? What am I looking at?
you in the water section?
I think so. Is this not the water section? Am I
Ich
blind?
bin durch.
Doug, okay. Are you at the beginning of the
Can
race?
you try that again? Try it again.
Yeah.
Try again. I know it.
Oh,
Okay.
Are you
ich
German?
bin,
Speaking
no,
German?
Oh,
You're
it's
the beginning of the
backwards.
race, am I?
Wait, no.
bin durch.
Ich
Look
bin
behind
Deutsch,
you.
that means
The
I'm
candy
German.
cane. The candy cane.
Oh.
The big candy canes that spawn. You go through, and then there's the first water section where it says easy and hard.
Mm. Mm.
Oh, I got
Was-
TP'd! I found
Was halbe
Wolfie!
de Stirre
They
Grey.
TP'd me into the thing because I couldn't find it.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Oh.
Isn't
Oh.
in Lugner,
Oh.
by the way.
Oh,
Mm.
so East Ein, that's like is or this is.
Wait,
I don't
wanna
know.
get
I don't know
eaten
what
by
Lugna
Wolfie.
means.
We're taking
I'm gonna
our
do eaten by Wolfie
sweet
roleplay.
time.
Wolfie, please don't eat me! Ah, I don't want to get eaten by you, Wolfie. Oh no! Ah!
I have a lot of German people. But what does Lugna mean,
That's
chat?
like
What does
getting eaten
Lugna
by
mean?
Wolfie RP.
Liar? Oh, Darapshu is a liar.
That's excellent.
That's what that means.
Thank you. I'm
What
working
happened?
on my material.
It means you're a liar.
Expand my palette.
I'm a liar?
That's what Lugna means. Liar.
Oh, liar? Oh.
Yes, they're saying calling you a liar.
Ich lieben der Rapture. What does that mean?
Okay.
Ich liebe the Rapture?
That means they love you.
I love the Rapture.
Yeah.
Oh.
So what?
Oh.
Is it Dutch or German?
German.
It's German.
They're speaking
Oh,
German.
German? Wait, why not
Yeah,
Dutch?
I'm
Let me,
gonna-
let
I'm
me
gonna
see
teach
if
y'all
I can
some,
pronounce this.
Wolfie, let's speak Dutch since we're both Dutch, me and you, okay?
Okay, you start.
No.
That's not one of the words. That's interesting.
Wow.
Like, no words.
Yeah,
I say no in Dutch.
I do.
No,
I do.
no in Dutch is
Ik
nee.
ben Prince Sam.
You know, like the sound
Ik
a
ben-
horse makes.
Ik ben.
That's the
Yeah.
word
Ik
for
ben-
no in Dutch.
I say
It's nee.
Rapture. I hate Rapture.
Dude, they're
Nee,
making a
that-
Bluey's
that's
making a
nee.
wish right now. Bluey's making a wish right now.
Ik
Oh, which
spreek
right now?
Deutsch.
Yeah, they threw gold coins in the well.
Okay, so why are we taking so long to start? What is
I
happening,
don't know.
everyone?
I think
Damn.
Someone's
someone's
gone.
practicing the map.
No, someone's
Oh,
gone.
Zam,
Crazy
say
again.
this ist ein Robberfell.
This is ein Robberfell.
You just
Yeah.
said you like penis. Oh.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, got him. Got him.
Wait.
Okay. I'm okay
This
with
is
something.
ein
The rap.
penis
Can you-
lover.
Can you say what I typed in chat?
Ich
Ik
liebe
liebe
dich.
dick.
I love it.
No, that's not what.
Ik
it
liebe
says.
What does that mean? What does that
Wolfie.
mean? What did you make me
It
say?
says I love you. That's
Oh.
what it says, not
Wait,
I
why
love
is,
you.
why is dick in German literally
Ooh,
penis?
Harige low. Harige low. What does that
Why
mean?
is it pronounced the same way as like dick?
Wolfie,
Like,
Wolfie, Wolfie. What does Harige low mean?
Oh, that means hairy cock.
Yeah, I learned that one from Lifesteal Season 2.
Why?
one of the
Who,
members?
who in Lifestyle's German?
Oh, I knew
Dutch.
one.
Dutch.
Dutch. Oh,
Dutch, that would be
Peggy.
clown pears or pinky.
Peggy.
No, it's clown. No, Google translated it to say it to clown. Clown
Okay.
Pierce, Liebe Harige low. That's what they say to him. in Lifesteal
Yeah,
Season
low.
2.
That's right. Low means cock. I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lol.
Low. Yes.
Lol.
Yes.
I remember.
So-
I remember.
so-
I used to type.
Oh.
I used to type
God.
lol in clowns chat, and he'd be like, "Dude, that's so funny." Every time I see the lol emo, I just think of penis, and I'm like, "Why?" It's like because in Dutch,
Yes.
it's like lol means penis.
Oh, clown just-
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait,
Well,
guys,
the
I'm
clown
family
does, yeah.
friendly.
Oh no!
Oh,
Oh no!
really?
Oh.
No, you
No,
ain't. No, you ain't. That's what I say. No, you ain't. No way you maintain that while playing Overwatch. No, you ain't.
Are there any family-friendly Overwatch streamers?
No.
I have lots
I
of
feel like after losing one round, you
Geshlek
can't do it anymore.
I feel like half of them either say slurs or they just swear. That's it. That's one or the other.
I've
Hi,
played Marvel
Seal.
Rivals. All the skins I have equipped.
Hi,
have ass
CL.
out.
Oh.
Heel.
That's true.
Hello,
That's why I don't play
hello.
anymore. It got too
Good to
That's
see
why I
you.
kept
friendly. I
playing.
can't. What's it called? I
Alright,
just couldn't
bro,
defend it anymore at a certain
They-
point.
they
what are
tapped
we
into their
talking
target
about, man?
audience too
Bro, what are we talking about? Zam, you watch anime, but you just secretly don't you just don't reveal
No,
that.
no,
We all
no.
know you
Watching
watch
anime is different, dude.
Yeah, but you
Don't
watch
watch anime.
as well.
Yeah, but that was years ago.
It's good. I'm in a tournament
Wait, so
thingy.
what's the
I've
difference?
changed.
What's going on, Theo? How are you, Kill? Good to see you.
I'm not a
It's
gooner.
okay. Yeah,
I
what
am
do you-
Prince Sam.
I'm not a gooner either.
I'm playing
I just
game.
appreciate women.
Okay, you
I-
know, you get
Me
behind
too,
that.
wait,
That's
me too.
cool. Yeah.
For today, I'll get behind that.
I love women.
Just
For today.
Classic
Come on,
misogyny.
man.
It's
Tomorrow I'll
Women's Month soon.
reconsider.
It's Women's Month
Oh,
in like 2 months.
I'm busy that week.
Yeah. Whoa.
Dude, what the hell,
Sorry,
Wolfie?
sorry.
Not
I watched
cool.
it.
Yeah,
I
not
watched
cool,
it.
dude. You're getting,
Sorry, I got
you're
influenced.
canceled, man.
Yeah, you're really coming off as a misogynist here, and that's not good at all.
What does that mean? I don't know how to do that.
Dude, don't do that no more, please.
Hold on, I'm trolling. Wait, I'm last.
Oh! How do you play this game even, Hella?
You
I'm a
just
little
go.
confused as well.
Yeah, I kind of like wasn't like hard paying attention, so like
Wait, I'm gonna go to my face.
behind.
I'm
gonna go
low
Wolfie's
key.
face,
like-
too. Clampius Libe Harige Low.
Facts.
I love the part where you're mixing German and Dutch. That's great,
Really?
actually.
Aw. I didn't know I was doing that. No, I fucked up
fine, I
the entire
don't- I
electric course.
really
I'm in
don't.
last place now, guys.
I really don't care.
No,
Not good, man. Not good.
I'm not you being last. Sorry.
My professional career is over. Oh man, I was really enjoying being in top 10. It's over.
What the fuck? Like, what is the point of the trident?
I'm
Oh.
close to this boat, dude. Wow, yeah. I'm gonna have to like really try if I want to get. Okay, no.
Dude, I'm
good.
really good at boat, man.
What is going on?
Oh my god, I still have a boat. Wait, can I hold on to this forever?
I'm so confused. Yeah, like I don't know what the glitch.
Yeah, the organizer of this event does like famously dislike Australians, so that might be a
Yeah,
factor.
like I'm like, yeah, I think he's low-key racist. I'm not gonna lie.
No, I
Might be
would believe
true.
it honestly. You know, I can't defend them.
You can't defend him? What?
We do not claim Chaos 21A. No, we do not claim it.
Oh!
I was like so high up on the earlier.
Dude, easy.
Man, you're
No,
making
I'm
me
doing
sad.
better than expected. We take those.
Good job.
What rank are you?
Thanks. 20. 20.
That's not bad.
Nice.
I'm 18th right now, but I wanted to do really good, but I'm not doing really good.
I'm doing
man.
okay right now.
I know it's sad.
Okay, the guy that just subbed in got first. Guys.
Okay,
That's
so
not
cheating,
fair.
Guys.
Wait, what?
Guys.
One lap
That's interesting.
completed. Let's freaking go.
Oh my
There's
god.
all this tech I could have done, but I didn't know about any of it.
Dude, I choked on the last part, man.
It's not fair. Have people played this map before? I blame it on
Yes,
that.
I've played this map before and I'm doing really bad.
See, that's not fair at all, and I just messed that up. And I think I'm just getting 18th, bro. Like, I'm not passing anybody. Like, it's okay. Like, I'm just gonna set my fate, bro.
Yeah, that's how
Oh,
this works.
18th? Yeah.
19th. Don't let me catch up to you.
Okay.
I'm 14 right now.
Dude, I was all the way in like 11th earlier, and then fucking hashtag Australia, bro.
Yeah, dude.
Uh,
Just being
I still tried
phobic,
to-
man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is fucked. I'm
Oh
upset.
my gosh.
Is it okay to hate Australians, Drafter, or no?
I think it's problematic actually, a little, just a teeny weeny bit.
what about New
Then I
Zealand?
won't then.
Yeah, we can. No, actually, I'll fuck with New Zealand. They're kind of cool.
No, that's not on character, man.
What?
You're not supposed to say that.
What did my Kiwis do, bro? What did my Kiwis do?
My Kiwis.
Can you say that?
What did my Kiwis do?
Can you say
Can I
that?
say that? Of course I can say that. Why can I not say that? They're just Kiwi.
You're the Kiwi cats.
They're the Kiwi guys.
Yeah, the Kiwis.
Dear God.
The Kiwi squad. Yeah.
Oh my God, my trident is not in my slot. Dear God. Okay.
Wait, I'm locking in. Hold on.
How am I 28th, cunt? Are we serious?
I forgot you can say that. Yeah. I can say it too.
I'm 29th. I'm 29th. I'm right there with you.
I'm better. I'm the better player.
Oh,
Oh, there's a skip there. I'm so hard.
Oh my
In
god, the Germans have
Minecraft.
caught up.
Go team, go.
Going.
Yes.
Everyone's
Oh!
so fast.
Oh! I hit a skip. That's cool.
Nice.
oh, it's
Okay,
over.
I moved
It's
up one
over.
place.
Oh.
What do you do there, even? Hello? Okay.
It's a disaster
I'm really
on
bad
all
at this early
fronts.
part. Oh my God.
I'm bad
Me
at the
too.
late part, dude.
I'm bad at. Yep.
Oh, look,
I get way better towards the end of the race, but at the start I'm bad. So that means I'm just locked into like low placement. That sucks.
I don't understand that.
I do understand that. If you don't do good at the start and you make one mistake, you're just stuck in 15th forever. That's how these games go for me.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is how racing.
It's brutal out here.
Are you 15th now? You climbed from 18th.
I'm 16th. I'm climbing. Yeah, I'm 15th.
Wait, you're close to me.
Really?
I'm dropping.
Yeah, I'm 14th.
Dropping like crazy.
I'm like fighting for my life out here.
I'm stuck around 27th to 32nd, man.
16th now.
That's all right. We take this.
Oh, I see like 5 boats in front of me though. So hold on, I can catch up if I just do good in this boat race. Wait, I'm motivated to catch up again now. Hold
Oh
on.
my god, someone just went back. They spun out.
I'm so ready. I'm so ready.
Oh my god. Okay, this is hard.
Oh,
I can catch
my
up. I can
gosh.
catch up. I can catch up.
That was
I
hype.
can catch up. I'm the catch up player. I'm the catch up player on this SMP.
WSMP?
Yes.
Chungus
I'm
SMP?
that jump pad work.
Please.
Surely
Please.
Chungus SMP has happened before, right? There's no way it hasn't.
Hit that. Yes. 13th,
And we're
baby,
saying
come
the
on.
Rapture
I
wasn't
can do
invited? That's
this.
crazy.
I'm not a Chungus.
I don't see anybody's boat in front of me. It's over.
Don't make me lick your face, bro. 5 gifted.
It's so over. I don't see anyone's boat in front of me or behind me.
No! I missed the jump pad by like a frame! I'm cooked! Wait.
I'm locked. Oh my god,
saving
I'm not
it.
locked. Wait, that was... Wait, hold on. That was Tass.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I'm Tass. I got 9th. W.
13th! I made it up! I made it up! I made it up!
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Wait, see someone in front of me. I can beat them in boats.
okay, I got 20th.
W.
Go, SK!
This is incredible.
Woo! The big leagues are calling! They're calling our names!
The big leagues
Let's
are calling.
freaking go!
Let's go on the left boat.
Oh my god!
It's so over, dude.
I thought it was cooked, but then I went up like 5
You
places.
got that? You got that?
not so bad.
Motherfucker! Like, oh my god, this server's racist. Holy shit. Alright, we're good. 27th. Whatever. Bro, I was like all the way to 11th early in the game, bro. Fucking hell,
I
bro.
don't think there's
Okay, Rapture,
team
I get how you
finish
feel.
bonus.
Thank you.
Oh, there
Wait, what did
is.
you place?
Appreciate it, bro.
32nd. 31st.
Coming in.
Oh shoot.
I just passed one at the last second.
Second team to finish. Let's go. That's big.
Wait, I thought you were a
That's not
top
bad.
10 race player.
Dog, I was so confused because I don't know whether sprint jump or run in this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's supposed to sprint jump, but yeah.
You're
Wait,
supposed
so
to
is
sprint
Chris the
jump?
owner of
Yeah.
Oh.
Like I didn't know because when I got
Sorry.
speed, I'm so used to like
The
block
owner
wars,
is
you know.
Ranter.
Yeah, block wars
I
has
was just
speed too,
running.
so you walk, but or like you
You're-
yeah.
Oh,
But also like some parts you get a
This is a
speed
fun
boost.
map.
Is it
I'm
better to
just
sprint jump when you have the speed boost or not? You know?
I think when you have the pads, you don't. I don't know. It's not like they give you time to check that, so.
Yeah. Like I just kind of did it. I was at 27th most of the race, but I fucked up the last section once and I dropped down. I just couldn't catch up.
Dude, I had like a nice 6th place for like 2 seconds, then I had a nice 11th for 2 seconds, and then I fell like a little bit, and then I dropped down to like 20 something.
Yeah.
But I made it back. I'm happy. 13th, like that's not bad.
We take those.
I really brought it back.
For a map
Yo,
you've never played
Nicholas, what's
before?
up with you?
Yeah.
My
Isn't
lap
that
times
a-
improved every lap.
Yes.
Me too.
Mine
How
did
are you
too,
meant to get-
actually. Yeah. I went from 221 to
Like, 6
217 at the
seconds.
end.
We take that. We take a little 5th. Very nice.
I'm a consistent player.
Not
What
bad.
was your
Yes.
first lap, Wolfie?
I got
11th.
Or wait, what's the time?
Oh, 2 minutes 4 seconds.
Oh, okay.
What's
I
up,
see.
Yuna?
Okay.
My last lap
That's
was
crazy.
1
I
minute
got, like-
57.
Holy crap.
Damn.
Yeah, that was
How do you even
really
get it that
good.
short?
I don't even know, man. I just went forward.
Dude, I got 207, 201, 201. Like, there's only a
Whoa.
6-second difference between my first lap and my
Take
second.
those. I take those.
Yeah.
I was so
I
slow
got
in some
two-
part.
it
I
was
didn't know
like
any skips.
220,
220.
and then
Okay.
207,
to-
and then 202.
Damn.
That's good. You really improved.
Yay!
Let's go.
We have to lock in to beat the orange team. I think the
Oh, we
German
can do
team
that.
is looking very promising. Yes.
We can do that.
I'm still in the top 8. Let's go.
I'm gonna be number 1 in golf.
Oh, I'm
Okay,
full.
so-
Is it just
So
mini
how
golf?
Yeah, so the
Wait, we have to
remaining
play
games.
golf?
Yeah, golf is a team game. So we have to do mini golf courses as a team. It's very
Oh,
interesting.
that's easy. I'm so good at golf.
It's probably this event's best game.
I hate to
And
drop
and
this on
SK,
you all,
did you
but
mean
I'm really bad
Hanzo?
at
Did you
golf.
mean Hanzo? It's just geometry.
I was top 500 on every hero.
So there you go. So yeah.
Next.
We should go
Blitz.
for golf, I think. No, we should go for golf. I think
Let's say
golf is
golf
actually
last.
good for us to vote here.
I got a boost.
Yeah,
So
Oh,
we're
I
going for
can
golf.
move people back.
yeah, vote golf.
Everyone's going golf, man.
Because I think we're good at
Lot of
PvP
golf
probably, so we should be fine at Blitz, and then soccer
Oh
is
yeah,
like
we're definitely good at PvP. By the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get this person to golf. This person wants to play golf so bad.
You wanna play
I
golf?
want to play
Dude,
golf.
you
I want to play
simply-
golf so bad.
Soccer is like what's it called? Soccer is.
You guys didn't even end up voting.
Okay, that's fine. That's okay. That's okay.
Wait, if
Yeah.
we voted, it would have been golf.
Oh my god, wait, shit.
It's okay, I forgive you.
It's Blitz.
Wait, so what is that? I'm turning
Is
on
this
full red,
Valorant?
I don't care.
No, this is battle.
Guys, we're
From Block
queuing
Wars.
up Horizon Luna Colony,
What is
Don't pick a
Battle
kid.
from Block
and
Wars?
Winston's throwing.
you haven't
Okay,
played that
so
one.
just like lock
No, you
in.
have played that one.
Have I?
Were you in the lifesteal
Oh!
walkers?
Yes, I was.
Okay, you've played it then.
Okay.
Yeah, when I was in Lifesteal and I did the cool backflip.
I lied, and it's just totally not like that.
I had a feeling, yeah.
It's a battle royale game, but you get a kit, you don't pick one, and you mine the ores for extra points.
Oh, so it's like
Hey,
the.
you were on Lifesteal?
The.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
Chamber
I
Trials
mean,
one.
me and Pentar, we queued up. You
Oh, I
know?
The,
Work together.
You love lifesteal.
Yes, that's actually.
Wait, is this like the Pandora's box one then?
Oh, I fell in the death pit.
Oh, we can mine. There's iron and diamond blocks to mine.
Yes,
Ah.
yes.
Oh, so
That
it's
is
like Sky
important.
Battle, but not the sky?
people.
Oh, so this is
There's
like
2 minutes with double points.
heist, but you kill people. Okay.
Yeah, something like that.
Why is
Yeah,
this game
no, it's literally-
confusing? Can we
look,
just play the Chalice game
it says-
again?
So it's
You
not-
kill-
it's
you
not-
kill
the
each
thing
other
that's
while
funny is
surviving.
It's not confusing. I just can't explain it. It's
Okay,
just-
guys,
it's a
come on,
guys,
dude.
I got this.
battle
Okay.
battle
got this.
royale, and you
Okay, May,
mine the
explain,
ore
let's
box.
I got. Okay, so it's a
Alright.
map.
Don't get points
There's
for
bad
them.
enemies. There's players. Each can kill you, but you also want to mine iron and diamond blocks. You get points for each one you collect, but you also get points for killing a player. So it's like heist, but you can kill people.
Okay.
There you go.
Where's our kid? Oh, there we go.
Right there. There it is.
Well, they knew
Well,
my
let's-
Guys, you see that
house.
diamond? You see that diamond? You see that diamond over there to our right? The diamond over there? It's looking
Find
juicy.
another team over there. Yeah, there's.
Flat, let's fight, kill, let's kill
Diamond.
people, man. Oh, it's are they bad guys?
Oh, it's the orange team. They're good.
They're bad guys. Yes, every other player is a bad person.
It's okay. I'm
We're SK.
messing them up with a
Okay,
crossbow.
we'll
He's going in because he thinks he's him. But
Right
he's
side
not.
behind you, behind you.
Woogie's Loki, not him. Woogie
They backed up, they backed up.
Shut him
Hard
down.
pushed up. Yo, the
Oh, there's
Boogie
a
first
flare.
hit.
Rocks again.
Woogie's like 3. Woogie's like 3.
Oh my god, Woogie's
He
dead.
split off. He split off. He split off. He's so dead.
He split off left.
What a weird ass mining technique. Why do we have to jump and mine?
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing it. Is it worth it?
We got this.
Let's go. Let's push up our team.
God, bro. I
Yes!
understand. I understand.
Good work.
Beautiful.
Oh,
Just honestly, just-
Woogie's 4. Woogie's 4.
He's
I'm running.
just for it. We low
Wait,
key is for it.
SK, watch out. You're like overpushed.
I'm running it.
Okay.
Oh, there's blocks up here,
Let's just
Gerard.
run
Look
this
at this
orange
one.
team and ruin their
This one's
lives.
5. They're worth more money than the
Don't
blocks.
run in too hard because we don't want to get third party.
True.
We're gonna get third
Well, yeah,
party.
I'm just worried about getting third party, yeah?
Sorry.
Sorry. Okay, sorry. Okay, sorry. Oh, quick.
It's all good. It's all good.
Good job. Good
I
job.
forgive you.
Be careful. We're a team of 4.
Let's kill everyone.
Nice.
Yeah.
I think
That's a
they
good
mined
idea.
that.
Let's do that.
Wait, did they mine this stuff? Aw. Wait, there's diamonds
They
to
did.
mine, though. Look.
Yeah, I mined one of those diamonds.
In the ears. In the ears.
Let's freaking go.
Oh.
I found a diamond.
Good job.
Order shrinking.
We can also mine. the
Science to
iron
right.
blocks.
Science pushing. Science pushing.
We're gonna
No,
shoot.
they're not. Let's
No,
go.
not. Oh, they backing up.
Bing.
They might be weak.
Wait, they're the Evo team. They're scary. Don't go near them.
Oh,
They're
yeah,
they're about to get hit by red. We can third party them.
Oh.
Let's third party this.
Yeah, yeah.
Bing.
Oh, they're not committing. Red is not committing.
Bing.
I
Bong.
can ghost for you. I can ghost for you.
Yeah, wait,
Red is
W
not
goes.
committed to anything. Yellow is holding center. Red's pushing you.
Red doesn't like
For
me.
long. Oh.
They know you're 4. You might have to run back. but
Blue's
you're
over there.
good.
Blue's over
Blue's
there.
right there too.
Blue's weak though.
already
Blue's
good.
weak. So
Wait, you're fine. You can go back right. Red left. Red left. Go back right. Go back right. Or you can go.
yeah, let's get him.
Wait, let's clean. Yeah.
Well, green might turn on you.
Hey, boy. What?
Green's
Swifty's 1. Swifty is 1. Wait, I really want that kill.
You can hold this space.
Yellow's
Yeah,
here?
There's 2 yellows on you.
Ow, ow, I'm gonna die.
I'm going around outside.
That's just a bad time to get jumped, bro. I was trying to heal. That sucks.
Oh my god.
Man.
It's okay. I got this. I got this, guys. I got this. Let's lock in.
Let's go, mate.
Hold up.
They see
Hold
you.
up. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Drop,
Red's chasing you.
drop one of
Wait,
them.
it's a
you're
one.
getting chased.
It's a
It's a
1v2.
1v4. Oh, kill him though. Oh no,
for
you're getting
Minecraft.
jumped, dude.
Oh no, he plays Minecraft.
It's over. It's so over.
13 Steve for Minecraft.
Oh,
Don't get
wait,
shot.
you're
Don't
running.
get shot.
Wait, you're
Don't
falling.
get shot.
Oh
I tried. I tried.
no. Bro, he's got his first ever kill, bro. Oh my god.
All time. Dude, insane.
It's like Big Chungus Apex Legends.
Let's actually go.
We did kill all of Orange,
Who am I
so
rooting for?
We did solid there. We did solid. I
The
think
kills are worth double points first 2 minutes.
we play aggro and we mine more ores and then we're
yeah.
good.
Okay.
So don't go in by yourself because if we lose
Yeah.
a player, that's bad.
That's true.
I'm looking at how many ores they left behind.
Yes,
Hold on. I'm so
Run that
curious.
back. Run that back. That was crazy.
We're all so low.
This is good. We're gonna go catch in the VC. You guys are stop. Wow. This is the best log course I've ever played in my life.
Walkers.
Oh.
Wrong game, buddy.
This-
Dude, who is this witch tiger guy and why are they so good?
German.
That's not fair.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
You could say that.
Wait. Hear me out.
I'm
hear me out.
stimming.
Listen
I'm
up.
stimming.
16 diamond blocks was worth the same as 1 kill in the first 2 minutes.
Oh!
Surviving at the end gives you 20 points. 1 kill in the first 2 minutes gives you 30.
Let's
Let's
kill
just take
people.
this first fight no matter
We're
what, though.
killers. We're killers. Yeah.
Yeah, we're the killing team. We're the killing
We
team.
are lifesteal.
We got lifesteal.
Yeah, we're gonna genuinely decimate this red team. Let's go.
Red team, red team, red
This
team.
map.
Hey,
is
red
gold
team.
tier energy,
I'm going to
man.
kill you with my weapon. Okay, they bowed me. That hurted.
They're mining. Kill
Guys,
them.
target split out. Target split out. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Oh!
I was.
Oh!
Keep pinging him.
Die, Hannah! I don't even like. I like you.
That was gonna say that. That was.
Wait, we knocked them so hard. We're getting all the diamonds.
We actually did. Yeah, we're getting all these ores. Yeah, these are all. ours.
Okay, the ones on top sucked a mine though. How'd you get up there?
Alright, just park off.
Parkour.
Should we follow them?
There's diamonds.
Yeah,
over here.
Let's kill people. Let's kill people.
Okay.
Wait, gear up, gear up, gear
Right
up.
in front of us over here. Okay, I'm coming.
Alright, get this diamond. No, we're right. Let's.
Oh, they're on me. They're
Oh
on me.
yeah. Wait, get these
They want
diamonds.
the
right here.
diamonds.
See if we can find
They're
them.
little miners.
Up top, up top.
Whoa.
Go, SK.
Okay. Oh, I'm dead.
They're all 8.
I'm good. They're killing me.
Get out of here, player.
That person's warm.
I'm good. I'm good. I somehow lived. That's crazy.
Oh! I didn't know I was alone.
Pyro's hurt.
Hannah's 2.
Yo, we're getting partied.
Oh crap.
We're getting third. We're getting third party. Back out. Back out. Back out if you can. Back out if you can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Come on. Go super soul.
We're still alive. Back up. Back up.
Oh,
Orange is here too. Orange is here too. Watch out. Orange is here too. They're all here. They're all here. Blue's here. Every team's here.
We just kill, get rid of red. Get rid of red.
Kill Ish. She's bad.
See what gaming?
I'm dead.
4v1.
Oh my god.
I'm so cooked.
Dude, that was crazy. Orange is on your guys' right. They're following you.
Behind us, orange.
Tabby has 1.
You might as well just kill people, dude. You might as well just kill people.
What is that? Like, what the fuck?
He's like
is
a little
that?
baby. I don't understand.
What,
How?
what the fuck?
Yeah. Wait, Ish, you better not live.
How'd they do that?
Mad. I'm so mad. Like what? I'm so mad.
Dang it, why did 2 more teams come? Sorry, squad.
Dude, we had 5 teams out there at one point, dude. That was scary.
Yeah.
That was so messed up, man.
Wacko.
That was impossible.
Oh man.
Dude, this is fucking absurd. It's a massacre in here.
Dear
Like, what the
God.
hell's going on?
Why is Dexter Morgan on my screen? Why did I press to do that? What the hell is that? Oh my God.
What the freak?
We are lifesteal.
I'm actually mad.
I'm mad we didn't get the red team kills. Blue took all of our red team kills.
Yeah, Blue took all of our
We are
kills and then
lifesteal, guys.
humiliated me
Lock
in
it
front of
in.
everyone.
Lock in. We are lifesteal.
I think we got one.
We got like 2, I think. I don't know.
We are lifesteal and we are block wars.
Oh, we got 2.
We are lifesteal.
We are lifesteal.
I killed Ghosty Fruit and then I had
Next
5
round, we are obliterating. Like, we are totally gonna like melt their minds. Bro. We're actually gonna kill them.
Yeah.
Man, I see you trying not to laugh.
Oh, next round is tridents and axes again, by the way.
Hell yeah.
Oh,
They only gave Cyan a busted team, bro, because like Ish is there, bro. Because he's not good at the game at all, even. So. They just wanted to see him do good. They just
If
wanted to see him do
Pentar
good.
was
They
here-
don't have to stay, bro.
That's my
If
challenge.
Pentar
They
was
just wanted to
here.
give him his day. They just wanted to give him his day. Like, it's fine. Like, it's fine. It's fine. Whatever. It's his day. Whatever.
Pentar didn't reply to Prince Am because he would be
didn't.
too
He was
OP
busy,
for
though.
the team. No, it's because
He also would be way too OP for the
No,
team.
it's okay.
Yeah, which is sad.
Pentar
Also, I like having a
Pentar
team,
would
that's
save
okay.
us.
Yes, I actually do like
Yeah.
having. a
He's our
squad
sixth
more
teammate.
because
He's our
I don't
sixth
know
teammate.
Pentar.
Pentar's our sixth
Yeah.
teammate.
I just don't know Pentar.
I like SK. I think this is the first time I met you. I think
This guy's a great addition to the team. and I
nice to
couldn't be
meet
happier.
you. Or maybe we spoke
Yeah.
before. I don't know.
Yay.
Let's freaking go, guys. All right, let's genuinely obliterate these people. Let's wipe their faces off
Nice to meet you.
first.
Hey, go to the downside, go to the
Never
downside.
mind. I take it all back. I hate my life.
I'm just putting my
Oh,
pickaxe
man.
far away.
I don't want to do
What-
this.
What team is on the other side?
Trident melee damage. Oh my god, it does more damage than the axe. What? Guys, the Trident does 9 damage. It does more than the axe.
No, it's
Right?
nerfed. It's nerfed. It's nerfed. It's nerfed.
Oh,
it's
did it?
nerfed.
Oh my god.
Damn.
Wait, this is the dumb
How
issue,
come I hit
bro.
that?
Wait, careful, Eppo. You sneaking?
They're running off.
They're running off, yeah.
Yeah,
I take the top. Take the top, yeah.
Got it.
I hate you people.
Wait, I agree.
What should we do?
Kill Eppo
There's
for
more
parkour
iron on the
save,
right we could get, but
These guys are thieves.
You can just kill him. But they keep running away.
wait, I'm gonna get this iron really
I don't know
quick.
about just killing
Goodness,
them.
Here's
We
this
can try.
diamond.
Hey, Red's over to your right.
Bang, bang.
Far away. They're not pushing us. We're good.
Oh, you got that?
Yeah.
Okay. Red's fighting Cyan a little bit.
We'll grab that diamond. We'll grab that iron over there that no one picked up.
Yeah, Loki, Sam.
Low-key.
Oh,
I'm grabbing iron. I'm grabbing iron. There's iron, dude.
Grab the iron, grab the iron. Yeah. Wait,
Yeah, yeah, look.
grab
Guys,
one?
it's free. No, look. It was free, man. Might as well. He's sitting there eyeing me.
Dang. I hate this game.
No, you don't. You love this game.
Like 100
Hit anybody with
thieves?
a trident.
Oh.
I
Who the hell
keep.
uses a loyalty trident?
Not that shit.
Bro.
Riptide getting, Riptide getting.
Riptide forever,
Oh,
bro.
that bow's really low.
That is really
Oh.
cool. Let's just keep pushing.
Should we? Yeah, should we just?
I want my revenge.
Yeah, I'm
bro.
focusing him. I'm focusing him. Well, he's going into the border room.
There's just 7. Oh wait. I just
They're
realized.
pushed into the border.
Yeah, yeah. Like,
I thought people had 20. They only
Oh,
have
yeah.
10.
No, they only
Yeah.
have 10 yet.
Also, everyone's
They're
been
good,
double
though.
the HP I thought they were this whole time.
Oh!
Oh.
Yeah, that's detrimental.
Oh, yellow, they're pushed up to yellow.
Positional awareness, guys. Yeah.
yellow's over here. They're hurt too. 4 HP on one.
Yes, team captain Prince M,
Yellow
yes.
is
Wait, let's
really
kill
hurt.
yellow.
One's
Yeah,
on,
it
like,
doesn't
one hit,
close
one
fully
tap.
on the outside. You do have a little gap at the end. There you go. See?
Yeah,
Oh,
tridents are
here
gone.
comes,
Oh,
here
okay.
comes light blue.
Don't go for them. Do not go for light blue. We're gonna die for dude. Let them
Oh,
fight.
yeah,
Let
just
them fight.
turn
Let them
down.
fight. Let them fight.
Where'd yellow go?
Yellow's over
better.
there.
Oh, right side. On our side. Other side. This way. Yellow's this way. This way.
This way. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna die. Hold on one sec. I need to eat.
I'm backing up to eat too. I'm hurt.
Careful Careful, careful. Orange is cleaning. Orange is cleaning.
All right, rotate.
This game's hard. Hello? I'm just gonna. Oh my god. Okay.
Purple's here. Purple's here.
Run.
I'm so low. I'm so low.
Blue's here,
I'm so low.
blue's here, blue's here.
Go eat. Go eat. Go eat. Go eat.
Yeah.
We have time. We're good. Yellow's getting third party. We can.
Just don't, we don't engage.
I overengaged. But
It's okay. It's good. We're good. We're good. We made out. We're made out. Look. Go for
We're
picks.
still 5. Okay, that.
Blue's here. Blue's here.
Ooh, that's the opposing team.
That's okay. They're left with red. Red's there.
Go inside. Go inside. Inside. Right.
Yep. Right.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah.
Orange is here.
Targeting the shit out of me.
They're chasing us down blue.
Yeah.
Get on
Blue
that
is hard
side.
on
Oh
us.
my god.
See what's half?
Come on! Let me get one more fucking hit, dude! Like, what? Whose idea was it to make axe and tridents? Are we like?
Okay. See what was border glitched half the time. See what's like 1 HP.
Oh my
Oh, he's dead.
god.
Run. Okay. All the orange
What a
teams
lovely
got.
day.
Okay, that's bad. That's unfortunate.
It's okay. Orange getting mopped up, dude.
It's okay. It's a good thing we got this out of the way before golf.
I felt like I kept hitting people and my axe would do nothing.
Yeah, I don't love max PvP, but I'm just bad. So.
I have it on for visuals. I didn't. Oh my god. Oh my god.
What?
I've had debubbing on the whole time.
Oh.
I didn't even realize.
Is that bad, guys?
It shakes your whole screen. People tell me not to use it. It makes you better at PvP apparently. I don't know.
I'll turn it off.
No, I think it's preference. I don't know.
For damage tilts?
I really think it is a preference, but yeah,
until
damage.
just now.
I think damage
Yeah,
tilt's
you
the
can
one.
turn off.
Damage tilt.
Damage
yeah.
tilt's the worst. Yeah, you need to turn that one off 100%.
Hey, how do you turn off
but
damage
debubbing
tilt?
is like a little negotiable.
You go
It's
to
like,
Oh,
it's like, Forcey win. Forcey win. No.
Oh, why are we
the
eating?
green one
No,
again.
Forsey, no.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Yeah.
No,
Accessibility?
guys, no, we don't like the orange team. They're beating us.
I don't like the orange team either. They have Woogie
Oh,
on there.
I didn't know about that. I didn't know about the
Boo,
damage
boo,
tilt and
orange.
accessibility.
Damn.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Wow, that could have helped
Yeah,
so
turning that off
much.
is important. It makes your screen, what's it called? Shake like
Guys,
crazy.
I
Don't
believe we
shake
did
like
good.
crazy,
I
yeah.
believe we did good.
Yeah.
Manifesting second
don't.
place.
I only have 4
Manifesting
kills.
manifesting
team
second
scores?
place.
I have 1.
I feel like
That's
we're
okay,
still,
okay, you
we
did
still
good.
are maybe in like in 3rd or 4th place.
Oh yeah, we took a 5th. It's not too bad. I got 28th
I got 10th.
that game.
I'll take
Oh,
it.
interesting.
Whoa.
We didn't lock in, guys. Well, I can't blame us. It was Zam's fault.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
7.
Yeah,
Oh, we're still
6-7.
in 4th. That's pretty good.
Nah, I let the whole team down. There's nothing good about this.
Okay.
No,
What's up, Spam?
You did
But, yeah.
nothing. No.
Guys, let's have an
I have to
emotional
do better.
speech. We are lifesteal. Spam, you wanna cut? Or not spam? Sorry,
Lifesteal.
Zam, you wanna cut things out? You wanna do it?
Guys, I'm sorry. I failed you. I was meant to tear everything up and completely put everybody on my back and do the entire game on my own. 1v5 every team.
Dog, I said a motivational speech, not this
But
ain't
no,
therapy.
But just because I didn't do it in the
There you go, there you go.
PvPs doesn't mean I can't do it in the golf and the soccer. So we're gonna win golf and soccer, and I'm gonna do really good.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm not sure if we should play golf or soccer first because the
Hey,
problem
guys.
I
is
don't like either of them.
soccer-
I'm not gonna do anything.
Hey,
for the rest of
guys.
the game.
I know
I'm
things
not
are
doing a
rough.
single thing.
I know things were hard.
Yeah.
It's not gonna get any better, but we still have a chance to
yeah.
win.
So
We are
so the
lifesteal.
Soccer.
We are life
Soccer.
steal. Yeah.
The problem with soccer is Dirachu won't be
I
able
have
to
triple
play
vote.
Oh, let's vote soccer.
because soccer is very ping based. So Dirachu will have a rough time.
No, I believe. Maybe it'll give you a bonus.
Everyone's
The
voting for
Aussie
soccer.
bonus, you know?
Aussie bonus, mate.
The Aussie bonus, mate. Crack up in a tinny cut. Like,
Yeah, so how this one's gonna work.
What? That's shy.
Actually, I'll wait. I'll wait.
Figured it out. Figure out what
I'll wait. Hold on.
No.
Okay.
Oh.
In this one, we shoot an arrow at each other, and then we shoot a golem to score. And it's round robin.
I, as usual, I will re-explain the rules from the description.
We get to practice.
We'll get a practice.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Here's how you
Well,
play.
Yeah, kind of.
You have to score as many goals as you can. So it's like Rocket League. If you guys have played Rocket League, you've been playing Rocket League. It's like
So you know how the
played it,
game
Is
but I
being
is?
good at like
You know?
comboing like
It's
good in
kind of
this
like
or
soccer.
It's kind of like soccer. That's interesting.
of every round, immediately after a goal score, both teams will spawn on the opposite sides of the arena, while a bow will spawn in the middle of opposite sides of the brace of the bow, tag the bow, take it. You must shoot one of the iron golems at the enemy's spawn. Okay, that's cool. Oh, if you
Yeah,
shoot the
so
arrow
we're
and it
playing soccer.
misses, it hits the wall. So if you shoot the arrow, it hits a wall, it drops. And you shoot your teammate, you can pass.
Oh! Is
Okay.
this the
Yeah.
Chalice game?
Not really.
Can you kill
is.
people or no?
No.
Does punching them
Someone
take the
ball
bow?
or no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, you can steal the ball from, or steal the arrow from someone. You have to punch the villager to get the bow.
Oh!
Like when we
I
spawn
shot it
in,
and I missed.
I bet.
Yeah, you have
Yo,
to shoot
Zam?
it the other
Passing?
side.
Passing?
Oh, never mind.
Dog, you gotta catch it. There you go, there you go.
Yeah,
Pass it back, pass it back. There you go.
go.
Yo, pass it, pass it.
Guys over here, guys over here, over here.
Dude, you did not pass that shit.
What?
Guys over here, over here.
Where are you meant to pass it to?
You have to shoot the iron golem in the goal. So there's like an iron golem over there or something you have to shoot it into,
Yeah,
but...
also,
I don't see the iron
Oh,
golem.
good shot!
Well,
There's no-
Spam
there's
shot
no
it already.
golem right now.
Spam shot it already. Or Zam. I keep calling you
Okay.
Spam. I'm sorry.
Spam.
Oh!
Yeah, you'd
Sam,
shoot
are you
it.
in a tin can?
Am I what?
Are you in a tin
Nah.
can?
Check this out. I'm gonna hit this iron
it.
golem. Check that
Can?
out. That's in. That's
In a
in.
tin can? Are you
See him in a
Spam?
tin can.
Are you a flavored piece of meat?
Wait, stand over at the goal.
Oh, what are you talking about, dude?
Interesting.
What's stopping us from shooting it across the way and someone just sits at the end?
That probably that big blue thing in the sky.
Oh, that was at the
Ball
end.
and-
Right.
and
Yeah.
Also, you have to shoot quick because they can steal the arrow from you.
Oh,
Can we go
what?
I'm gonna
forward?
kill them!
We put one person goes for mid arrow. I'll pick it up. I'll shoot it to the. Okay,
Shoot it,
we
shoot,
don't have
shoot.
anyone, right? That's chill.
Oh!
So we wanna have people like.
I shot it back.
positions,
Shot it
right?
back. Wolfie, to your right.
Yep.
Oh,
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Shot it in.
Pass it.
Hey, go.
I passed it. Oh, okay. It's in their spawn. It's in their spawn. Just body block.
Why you
Oh
hit me with
shoot.
that? Oh no.
Nice try.
Get it, they're at.
Go.
Shoot it.
Pass it. Pass.
Yes!
Holy shit!
That shit's hype, dude.
We're good.
That was so good.
They get a bonus. They get a bonus this time, though, I think.
They'll never do anything with their lives.
Can you punch or steal the bow?
Outside.
You got that?
You're on
That's
the.
it?
Oh, no, good.
Good shot.
Pass it over here. Opposite side.
I'm gonna go.
Opposite side.
Nice.
Good shot. Good shot.
Beautiful pass. Shoot it opposite side.
Oh, okay.
Shoot, why would you pass it back?
Sorry. Forward.
They got it.
Oh.
GG.
They're pushing it.
Okay, they kind of sunk it, but no one's over there. Pass it back.
Oh, SK's tap.
Good shot.
Yep.
Okay, I'm shooting it right. Yep. You got that? Pick it up.
Nope, they got it.
No, I didn't steal it.
That's okay.
Let's go, SK.
Nice.
It's gone. It's gone.
Nice.
It's out there.
It's out there. Let's go.
I shot it far.
Okay.
Go
We should
left.
Probably have someone on.
Oh,
on
Yellow's going,
offense,
Yellow's
like, not
Yeah, I'm
all-
playing mid. I can go to the other side if you guys want me to go to the end. I'll do that. I'll play near the end field. How about that? Like over here?
Just stall. We're winning.
Oh.
Just slow.
I picked it. Nice, dude.
All right, that's how we do it, guys. That's how we do it.
Wow.
So I'll rush. I'll rush Enfield. I'll rush Enfield. Like I'll play near their side.
That was so good, Durant. That was so good.
Holy shit.
Yes. Okay,
I'm gonna go far. I'll play far right.
Okay.
Far left.
Okay, I'll
Okay.
play a little
Right
more
is
defense
important.
Play
then.
mid Zam,
Right, it's
or
important.
you know,
Okay, I'll play mid.
like you can still be like mid. You know.
Oh, here they come.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
They have a really good lead. Guys.
we're
We get that. Wait.
No, we got it.
So we can have a goalie.
Wow.
Okay, should we have a goalie then?
They got it.
I'll be on defense.
Okay.
Pushing up, far up,
Okay.
far left.
But did I not get it? Oh, I had to punch.
This is
Go,
an
man.
interesting position.
Yeah, go.
Okay, yeah, nice.
I passed it left. Oh, they fucking hit the wall.
Oh.
That's okay. It's past to you.
Oh my gosh.
I'm over here.
No,
Oh, they got it.
You.
Don't hold on
Gotta
to it
shoot
for too
fast.
long.
Bro, I didn't even get to hold it for a second. It was crazy.
Yeah, you gotta insta shoot.
Where's the fucking arrow?
There you go. Good shot.
Left.
Nice.
Nice, man.
Shoot.
That might hit. Nope, they're there. They have a goalie.
Oh my god.
That's okay. That's okay.
I can get this. I can get this. I can get this. No. No.
Shoot it, just shoot it,
Oh,
shoot
Wolfie?
it, shoot it across the field, across the
Okay.
field.
No.
Oh shoot, dude.
Oh my god.
I don't know how they're getting it so quick.
Yeah,
I don't know. They have like, they just like move, bro. They like, I don't know.
Shoot it. Oh, they got it, they got it.
Yeah, no. Oh man, I body blocked that. That's so annoying.
Oh my bad.
Okay.
You need one defense. Oh, nice.
Send it
Shoot up.
far right, far right, far right.
Go, mate, go.
Go, May. You have room. You have room. You have
Behind
room.
you.
You got time, you got time.
Yeah, there you go.
Nice.
Good strat. Good strat.
Oh, that's it.
At least,
That's it.
at least it's 2-1.
Yeah, we did
Ow,
that.
bozo.
Yeah, yeah.
That's not nice at all.
That's fucked up. That's fucked up.
Yeah,
Okay.
what the frick?
2-1's evil,
We just
dude.
have to movement as fast as we can to the
Yep.
arrow, I think. So I'm gonna, I know like the optimal path thing. I'll do it, like,
Okay.
and then you guys just go far
Yeah,
out.
whatever
I'll
we
pass
did
it up
last
as far
round,
as
we had
I
a
can
good
to
thing
one of
going.
you, and then,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll play kind of like far right mid.
Interesting.
Okay. I fucked up.
I'm going. Oh my god, it's the Germans. It's Germans.
Oh, incoming!
Oh no.
They're passing
what?
to Wolfie behind you.
Nice.
No!
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Holy shit.
Nice.
They got it. They got it.
Come on!
They shot it. They shot it. I'm here. I'm here.
Up to me.
Oh. Okay.
Got it.
Nice. Sam, shoot up. Shoot up.
I shot it up.
Shooting left. I got you. Grab. Get that. Get that.
Good shit. Oh my beautiful.
Shoot.
On you.
Nice. Sam, go for it.
I no!
That's okay.
They
That's
punched
okay.
me, They punched me.
They're passing it back.
Fuck
They're
my
not.
ping.
Watch out! Watch out! They get...
Right here?
Nice steal, nice steal.
Left.
Go, May!
Go, man.
Got
go,
it.
man.
Nice.
Let's go,
This is a
dude.
good game. I fuck with this game heavy. This is good.
Oh shoot, dude.
Oh my god. Okay, they haven't passed out. Nice!
Yeah.
Oh no, that's not
I'm right side, right side.
Shoot!
You got it. Shut it up.
Oh my god.
Wow,
Wolf,
I
watch
didn't know
out.
that.
No! No!
Oh, they hit her goalie. They hit her goalie.
I brought
Good
it.
stuff, SK.
Sam, shoot it up. Nice.
Oh, I'm behind a walk.
Okay.
They're gonna get that. That's okay.
No!
I body blocked it.
What the?
I shot it. I shot it. I shot it. I shot it.
What the freak?
Oh my god.
I got it again. Passing left.
Oh my god.
I got you. I got you.
Thank you.
Hit it! You have to hit it! You have to hit it! You have to hit it!
No, that's
You
good.
wanna? That's good. That's good, dude. Oh my god.
We won.
Okay, wait. I was looking at the round log. I thought that was total score. Oh my god, okay.
No.
I thought we were tied.
Hoggers.
Oh.
Okay. That's good. Okay.
Bang.
Okay, so I have to
That was a
get
good
onto
shot.
that ice and then jump on parkour from the ice into the middle to get there like as fast as possible.
Yeah.
Optimal route.
Go. Left side. Oh, it's
Why
off.
would you
We
punch me?
No, it's not.
No, this is good. We want.
That was not
more.
good.
No, that was great. Actually, it was fantastic.
Nice. You got it.
Okay,
Shoot up.
step right to
I
do
shot
the
it very
challenge.
far.
I'm right. If you wanna pass it.
Nice.
No! Saparata's
We have,
lagged out.
we have way too many people on pink. We have way too many people on the left. Side.
Yeah. I'm on the right, just waiting.
They're shooting right?
Nice.
Wait, May, you steal that. Oh my
Yep.
god, we steal
Good
that.
stuff. I'm taking it. I got it. I got it.
Nice. Wait, just
No,
shoot
I
it.
don't got it. Oh, I can't get it. It's body blocked. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
nice try. Nice try.
Okay, Chaos Runner is hacking. He's
We have no defense. We have no
Chaos
defense.
is genuinely hacking, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I ran too far.
Dude, we got it. We got it.
Oh my god, nice steal. Nice steal, Wolfie.
How did you do that?
You just saved her everything.
Okay. Oh, they got it.
Oh my gosh.
I stole
Okay.
it.
Go.
Oh my god, they fucking.
Oh, nice try. Nice try.
Dude. They don't know where the ball is. They're stupid. Oh wait, what? Saparata. Holy lag.
Rush.
I think the
Nice.
game's
Shoot
slightly.
on the. Oh no, all good.
You got that
Oh,
man?
it's lagging.
Guys, shoot it to the
I'm
left,
here
shoot it to the
again.
left, shoot it to the
Nice,
left.
Wolfie.
I can only get it on
Go
right.
to mid.
I can't shoot it left.
I'm trying to shoot it to the left, but there you go.
Left, yeah.
Nice.
Go, go, go. Watch out, Spoon's on you. Spoon's on you.
Oh shoot. Okay.
Oh, that's a problem.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Oh
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Shoot it.
Let's go.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Nice. Just leave it.
No, it's okay. It's okay. We.
Oh my god.
Dude, that was crazy.
That was an insane round. Oh. Oh.
That was crazy, actually.
That was good. That was really good.
Holy shit.
I just shot it away. I just shot it away, dude.
All right, go.
Oh.
Oh.
Sabro's lagging out.
Pause. Man.
Yeah, they had a really good chance if Saps wasn't lagging, unfortunately. They were down a player.
Dude, oh my gosh, that was so good. That was such a good round.
Dude.
Good shit.
That was so
Holy
funny,
shit,
actually.
dude. Okay, yeah. If you're gonna pass from one lane to the other, this is a note for myself, but I gotta shoot it further up so that Draft actually runs forward to get it.
Also, pass to the
Instead of
right a
going
little bit
through
more
him.
sometimes. Like,
Yeah.
so a little bit.
Okay.
So I can just
Yeah,
pass
yeah,
it
yeah.
back to Draft
Oh,
and confuse him a little
Saps
bit.
is 1 bar.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's not
Dude,
good.
this game is
Interesting.
good though. Like, holy.
Yeah, it's a good
cow.
one.
It's,
Yeah, this one's awesome, dude.
Golf are the most popular ones.
I'm so excited
Okay,
for
that-
golf, dude. I'm gonna slay at that.
Bro, my throat's gonna be so bad.
I have to be quiet, man. It sucks. I would have screamed my lungs out.
Go. Are we playing against Cyan? We are.
Oh,
Lock
yeah.
it.
What?
I hate you, Evo. I hate you with all my heart.
Conditioning left?
Oh my god, wait, they're going. They're going.
They're going.
They have tech.
Let's go.
Nice.
Shoot it.
Get it out of there.
Good stuff, Wolfie.
Lob.
Get that name.
I just shot it. Don't worry, I got it again. No, I did. Oh, you got it, Sam. Nice job.
I got it 4.
Do it again.
Oh my god, I'm so dropped.
No.
It's okay. They shot it up. They didn't get much air.
I can get this.
Oh, ich drück
my God.
C, ich drück C.
Okay, that's okay.
They're bringing it up.
I'm gonna go left.
Oh my gosh.
Get it, SK.
Nice. Shoot it forward. Shoot forward.
Nice shot.
Oh, hit Evo.
Oh,
How come I can't hit
Okay.
elbow? Oh my gosh.
Oh, my bad.
Nice try.
Oh, man. Okay. Oh, good.
Oh, my bad.
Keep going.
Dude, stop punching me.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Where's
Yeah.
the ball?
Where's the ball?
Okay.
It's right there.
Oh my god, it's in our
Oh,
thing.
got it.
wait, you can't pick it up again?
Interesting.
I don't think so.
Are you kidding me?
Nice.
Go, 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 go.
I shot it far. Get it, May. Shoot it up.
I got it. Ugh. I couldn't.
All good.
I'm with you.
Damn.
Oh, they shot that far, dude. What?
Overpush. No.
Well,
Guys, always
SK,
good.
behind you.
Shoot it up. Nice.
Good shot, SK.
Oh, they dropped it. They can't pick it up.
So bad.
Shoot on left.
left.
There you go. Oh, dude, I wish I had more time.
Why does it not count that I'm hitting them? Oh my god.
They get
Yeah,
immunity for a second. They get immunity.
I hit people. I never get the hit, dude. I just do it.
Yeah, when they're wearing the netherite, they have immunity. Just stand in front of them so they can't. What's it called? They
Yeah.
can't shoot it.
Oh,
I need the
okay.
rounds
When
to be
they're
like a
netherite-
little bit
Just stand
longer.
in front of them and body block the arrow.
So a little bit longer would make me happy.
Alright, send it. Bang!
Stop, bro.
Beautiful
Okay.
That was good though. That was good though. That was with the.
They're shooting left
Yep,
side. Left
they got
side.
it. They got it.
Where's the freaking arrow?
Nice. Shoot it up.
Left.
Oh,
Wow, that is beautiful. I can't even lie.
yo!
I'm impressed.
I pushed her into that, bro. It's not even like, oh my god.
Dude, I'm not even gonna lie. Ghosty just did a 10 billion IQ play. That was beautiful. I can't even lie.
Where are we shooting?
Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Shoot it back. Shoot it back.
It's okay.
I forgive you, SK.
It's okay.
A little far. I can't get it. Okay.
Oh!
They shot it back. They shot it back.
Oh,
That's okay.
jeez. Oh,
Whoa.
Shoot it, SK. Oh no!
Whoa.
They stole
no.
it!
Oh,
No way! Oh my god, we're getting our asses beat!
That's a big problem. That was definitely a hello.
Okay, let's keep going.
They have a lot of people right. I'm just saying.
I have to punch it. I'm so stupid.
Yeah, let's go.
Go to rap.
Oh
my God. That's not
I just
good.
have pyro sipes sitting on me the entire time, dude.
Yes. Nice trap. Shoot it up.
Okay.
What? I picked it up, cunt. What the
That's
fuck?
some bullshit. I don't even know how. Oh my god.
What?
What?
Just shoot it. Just shoot it. Oh my god.
What is happening?
I'm so pissed.
Did I not take that? Oh my god.
Interesting.
Shoot up. Yeek.
Oh my god. Okay. Go.
I got you, Wolfie. Pass it. Just pass it. Pass it. No, there's someone over there, man.
We're all four together.
Yeah. Just pass it. Just kept like pass it back.
Oh my god.
Okay, interesting.
Dude, I'm actually so angry at the ping that
Damn.
Just, I
You
experienced.
have to
Penis.
punch it. When they're wearing the netherite, I can't. Oh my god. Okay. Like,
That's it, man.
you have to punch it.
Well, I think we need to have people ready to catch passes because everyone's just running to where the
Yeah.
arrow person is. It's like 4 people put together.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah. What do we do?
Dude, I've never gotten it by punching them. Good stuff, Sam?
Go, May.
Oh my god, there's all. Why are they all over here, dude? It's
How do
okay.
they-
Right.
Left side is open.
Dude,
by the way.
that's
If you guys
insane.
ever get the opportunity, shoot.
Yeah,
shoot
they're
right
all
to the
over
left
Oh
here.
my god,
Please.
They're all here, yeah.
No.
This is bad.
Oh, they got it.
I'm gonna
They got
go-
it, they got it, they got it.
No fucking way, dude!
Drap, me and you
In
play
what
left. Me and you
world
play
do they
left.
do that?
We'll just tank left, guys. I shoot left. We're gonna me and Drap. We're gonna both go left.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I shot hard left.
Nice.
Nice.
Nice, nice, nice.
I'm just
Shoot,
gonna.
shoot,
Yep, I
Shoot
shot. I got it. It's in their goal,
shoot. Oh,
so
they got it.
Full feet.
Okay, okay.
it's okay.
No! Why
Left side is
did you do
heavily-
it first? I saw you.
Me.
Oh, okay. No, it's okay. That's okay, because I can't shoot it out easy.
Get a drop. No way.
That's
No
alright.
way.
SK. No, no.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
That's okay.
No, it's
This
not,
is really
it's not even
intense.
your, like, this is we can't do
No, no,
that.
Oh shoot.
Nice.
Oh my
block.
god.
Oh,
I didn't block it. No, I didn't. Yes, I never get to block it. Well, you have
This
like
is so
aimbot to
stupid.
like shoot them specifically.
Yo, this is so stupid.
Okay.
You should have gotten that, dude. This is
In
evil.
what world are they getting it before us, dude? Like, I'm physically seeing you guys land on it before them.
so
How do you body block? You body block it. You're not near me. You're not even anywhere near me.
What is that?
I'm so annoyed.
You're not even anywhere near me.
I'm actually so.
What?
That actually pisses
Dude,
the
they're
fuck
evil.
off.
They're
Like,
evil,
Are we
dude.
fucking kidding?
Something different.
Oh my god.
Like, what is going on?
Oh my
What is
god.
going
Squiddo saying now
on?
you're bad. Squiddo, God, bro. Like, I actually
Squiddo.
like. Oh my god.
We are lifesteal. We are lifesteal. Let me see this clip. I can't. Can you send me the clip?
Oh my god.
Oh, it's not Wolfie. It's over.
Oh my god.
That was rough.
actually-
Now, what the fuck?
I
Yeah.
don't know what the hell we did wrong there.
Oh my god.
What the
It's okay, guys. Team
Remember
lifesteal.
we got like top 3 in like our first like, 5
Perfect
games?
goal.
What the hell's
Perfect
that all
goal,
about?
man. Perfect goal.
What the
Perfect golf. Perfect golf. Easy, man. Perfect golf. Think about it. Just think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Perfect
we
golf.
can do
Easy.
that.
What?
We can do that. Yeah, we can do
You all
that.
play mini golf, right? With a little windmill and
This
shit.
game sucks.
Yeah, so the important thing to know for golf is you have to sprint hit it every single time. You can't like stand still and punch, it won't do anything. It's being an armor stand that you have to hit into a piece of water.
It's easy.
By the way.
It's easy.
That's the whole game.
It's easy.
Bro, that Gold Rush game got us like 400 points each, and we got like top 2. I don't
Yeah.
understand.
It's
Oh,
interesting.
whatever, bro. Whatever. Surely we can bring it back. We can bring it back. We can bring it back.
Well, the point differential
Now
from
Albania World's saying I
fifth to
suck in my
second
chat,
isn't
bro. I hate
big.
you, Albania World. I hate you.
It's like it's only a couple 100-point diff, you know?
True.
Not that bad.
True.
Yeah.
And there's a billion times multiplier.
Yeah.
That's
Think about
true.
it. Just think about it, man.
Oh, thank God they just
Oh.
celebrated
Your
it,
yelling's
and I was
making my
gonna-
fingers cramp up. I just want you to know that.
Okay, we get to practice. So here's how it works, right? You get a stick. So one of us has a stick. Oh, I have the stick now.
Give me the
You
stick.
Punch it forward with a sprint hit.
Oh.
So now SK has the stick. You can see above your hotbar, there's like our names. The person with the underlined name has the
Oh, I
stick.
see. I see.
Oh,
I
we
get
got in the
it.
sand. What do we do?
Okay, well,
Okay,
I see.
You have to
Respawn.
reset. Okay,
Yeah, there you go.
So
Reset.
everyone should take their time with the shots because if you get it in the ice, we're cooked.
Yeah.
Time
I
loss.
didn't even get to hit it.
Shoot it to the left. Shoot it to the left. There's a
So
door.
next is okay.
Because it can help
SK,
you.
You have it now.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Wait, which ones do we want to get it in?
Against this
Which
wall
one do we
to
want to
get
get in?
close.
Okay. Wait.
I get it. We'll figure it out.
Okay, and now we shoot it across. Okay.
This is our
shoot it
finale
across.
game, guys. No.
No, it's good. We're gonna do great. We're gonna do great.
First.
This is a practice room. There's no goal to hit it in, dude.
This is fine. This is
There's no
fine,
goal to
guys.
hit it in, you know?
So how it works?
SK, open the
is
door.
We all
Check this out.
we hit
No.
the armor.
Sprint hit.
stand.
Sprint hit. Get a sprint hit. So 3, 2, 1.
I didn't hit.
Okay.
Okay. So for one person gets a club at once. So we want one person to be in the position of hitting it at once.
And you gotta sprint hit
And then
it.
We'll cycle through.
It's over. It's so over, dude. We got this. No, we got this. Easy.
Well,
Team Lifesteal. We are Lifesteal. Yeah. Well, I think it'll be easier now to have those confusing, because I think this is confusing. We got this. Look, it's first hole, easy.
Okay, yeah, this is a good moment to see. So May has the thing. We want to punch it across, or first
Okay.
you spawn an armor stand. Then you want to punch it left or right. Doesn't matter. Okay, we want to punch it on the ground.
Okay, well, you know,
Same, yep, and then it's my turn. Yep.
Yep,
that's
okay, I
fine.
got it, I got it.
We'll punch it over here. Yep. Get it through here. Okay, the rapture. You punch it like straight diagonal here.
Good stuff. Oop.
Okay, you go.
Okay.
Nice work.
Good save. Good save. May over here.
Hey, I need you to move. Thank you.
Nice. Okay, Zam hit it diagonal. Yes.
If it's in the corner, don't get too close to it, because other people can't hit it.
Rapture, punch
Put
it
it in here.
in.
Let-
Yep, in the
yeah.
hole there, Yep. Okay.
Okay.
Too
In the
far
hole,
diagonal.
SK?
Do it like diagonally.
You have to
Hey, hold on.
sprint
You
it.
got
I
it,
got you.
Yep. Nice.
Let's go.
Nice.
Okay.
Then we go forward.
Bet. Okay.
Yippee! Okay, it's not bad.
Zam, you're first. Punch it
Bah.
forward. Okay.
That's so bad.
Straight forward, I think, to start.
There you go.
Then we punch it to the
Left.
side here.
Yep.
And then punch it over here.
Bro, is there like a tutorial like that Pentor video?
Got it? Okay, that's gonna be scary. Be careful. Good hit.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Nice.
We're good.
Dude,
Oh my
let's
God,
go.
Beautiful, gang. Good shit.
Yeah, we're locked in, we're locked in, we're locked in, we're locked in.
I know my knockback. This ain't so bad. Okay.
Okay, the rapture, you first.
Yep, that's easy.
Okay.
Straight diagonal.
Get it, sprint hit it.
Okay, man.
There you go.
For Zam. Beautiful.
Go, Wolfie.
Okay, and then
You're at.
The rapture, you got that. Bang.
There we go.
Nice.
Next.
nice.
Cool.
Okay.
Alright, SK,
That's-
hit it.
you hit it. I think you can hit it over. Okay, you can.
No,
So
definitely not.
hit it
Okay,
back,
okay.
hit it back, hit it back.
No, I think you hit it over. You just gotta
Hit it
jump
back.
hit it like this.
Hit it into the back wall, into the back wall.
You sure?
No, no.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, hit in the back wall. There you go.
Yeah. And then,
Oh,
and then
yeah, nice.
we have to go diagonal. Okay, we don't.
Okay.
Dog,
I
are you?
thought you were
Hold
shooting
on.
across from there.
Okay, wait.
Extra
Hit
eyes.
it
Try-
diagonally into the back wall.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Okay, it didn't move.
Diagonally into the back wall. Okay,
There you go.
Then
Okay.
you try to
Yeah.
punch it diagonally forward so it goes closer to the edge.
There we
Okay.
go.
Oh, I see what you mean.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
And now into this wall, into this wall, into this wall,
Yep.
if possible. Okay.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Oh my God.
That's okay, that's okay. Same strat, same strat.
May do it again.
Yep. I got you.
Yep.
Alright, get it, Wolfie.
Yep.
Right,
Okay.
Nice.
Actually,
And then
SK, wait, before you do that, SK, stand here to try to like
Yeah, I'll save it.
save it.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Go. Oh,
You
Okay.
No,
sprint
never
it.
Now May stand here.
No, we did get it.
May.
Or that,
have to
that's
save
the
Oh,
most word,
you got to save it?
Yeah, like as
Hit it
it's
again
slipping
before
off,
it
you have
falls
to hit
off.
it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This is so weird, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's confusing. I understand.
Weird.
So same strat here. So
Oh my God.
So SK has to
bro.
save it.
SK
Okay.
hits that, and then May tries to like
Yep.
combo.
Get ready.
Wait, you have to stand on the
Yep, I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. No, I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. I need. I know. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, okay. No, I got it from
So you
there.
got that? Yep.
Yeah, I got it.
Why don't I just do this? Why don't I just do that? Why don't I just do that? Why didn't I just did? I did it. Yeah. Why don't we do that the whole time?
Okay.
I was like, there's a wall there. There's a wall there. Like,
Here.
Okay.
Yep. And then SK hits it in. Maybe?
no, we have to. We have to a little to the right. Okay, hold on.
Back here.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Run it back.
run it back.
So into the wall. Yep. And then diagonal
there.
forward. Drop
And then
it
shoot
over.
forwards.
Yep.
Oh my god.
What?
Can
I'm
you
so
body
sorry.
block it?
Sorry.
My bad. I think I body blocked it.
Yeah.
I don't
So
think you can
diagonal
block
back.
it.
Diagonal forward. Samus it over. Nice.
Line it up on the wall. Yeah, do it.
Yeah, you just hit the wall there.
Yep.
Okay.
And across. Nice.
Okay, cool.
And then over here.
Yeah.
I got you. There you go.
I'm gonna hit it across.
Cool.
Nice, good shit. Oh my god.
A little too long.
That's okay. We'll catch up.
That
was a tough one.
Punch it this way and then punch it now closer to the middle.
How do I even do this? Yeah, I can't really take a whole
Dude, like you're doing the
Here.
Minecraft speedrun thing.
Excuse me.
Sprint hits from up top.
No, we gotta
Sprint hits
reset
from
that,
up top.
dude. You can't. It's so hard to hit it. There you go.
Wait, Zam's
It's
task.
good,
Holy
it's
shit.
good. Oh,
Nope.
That was good. That was good. I was just not ready for it. I wasn't ready for it.
Sorry.
Into the wall.
What the fuck?
Dude, Rapture, have you ever
then-
moved a boat in like speedrunning or no?
I have. No.
Try to
Oh.
punch
I
over
don't
here.
need to.
That's so hard, dude.
Yeah, hold on. Like that.
Okay.
There we go.
Now clear the
Across,
ledge.
You got that. Perfect.
Yep.
Nice. And then across again here. Yep, good. Bang. Just like over here, that's fine. Yep.
Dang.
Is this the hole? No.
Nope.
I think you. Yeah,
It's over.
yeah.
Yeah,
Hang on.
I was just,
Nice.
there you go. Cool.
Dang.
Oh god.
Yay.
Cool. Okay. Let's go.
Spawn. Yeah.
How do I
Just
do
wanna
it?
hit it forward.
Push over?
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah. Nice.
Okay,
And then
cool. Wow.
Do last guy?
Over and then
Left. I'm gonna do
yeah,
left.
I would go into the wall. Yeah. Nice.
Oh, it slid. Damn it.
Close.
Yeah, a really hard left there.
Okay.
Okay.
If you hit it over.
Derp.
Okay. Oh,
No, you gotta go
Not
really
across,
hard
not
into the
across.
left.
Try to
Really
get
hard in the
into
left.
Into the wall.
Okay.
We cannot hit it across in one shot there. Yeah. So just into the wall.
Shoot. Yeah.
Close.
Yeah, gotta go really hard into the wall, guys.
You're.
If you go too far though, it gets caught on this wall. Though, that's the issue. It has to be like perfect.
That should be fine. Because you
Seem
can
a
hit it
little
from
left.
above.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
this is
this.
Okay,
Okay, hold on.
Like this.
Yeah, like that.
Nice. And
No,
then
I was just trying to get the
diagonal
angle perfect,
across.
so I don't want to like slide
That
against the
works
wall, you know?
too. I think this is fine.
Yep.
Yeah, and then just
Hit it in.
I just gotta launch it in.
Push it
Okay.
in. Yeah.
Yep.
Nice.
I was low-key fully expecting you to hit it and nothing happened.
Straightforward should be fine.
What? Straightforward. I was a little.
Nope,
bit
you gotta hit it.
Straightforward.
Oh, it has no ice. It has no ice. That's why.
Yep.
Oh, good
Oh.
point. W comps.
Okay, and then what?
Right.
Just like over.
Diagonal here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Diagonal.
Okay, that is a little
Oh
hard.
my
That's
God.
fine though. We just need someone to stand there, probably ready.
Okay.
Yeah, into the wall first. Then across.
If I can get it over here, that'd be good, right?
Here. And then
Yep.
this way. Oh, me
Or
when I
actually, I'm
missed.
scared that's gonna. What's it called? I think that's gonna go over. Oh.
That's
there we
good.
go.
Nice.
Oh, God. Okay. Wait, get in position, guys. Get in position, you know? Oh, it's my turn. Oh. Wait, oh, shoot. Okay, yeah. Sorry.
Diagonal first.
I keep running.
Into the
I keep
wall,
running.
into the wall,
Yep,
yeah,
into the wall. Into the wall. Not diagonal. Into the wall. Into the wall, dude.
Cool. Yep,
Fuck my
yep.
big fat
Bro, we
chunk
had a
is
good
life,
event,
dude.
bro. Like, it's been fun. Why are we doing this? Like.
This way. Okay.
We gotta hit it. We gotta. So whoever, someone has to sit here and hit it. You know?
Like holy moly, bro.
Yo, no, keep going. Yeah, you got that.
So SK, hit it towards me, and I'll hit it. Oh, okay. Well, you want it? It worked. It did. A sprint didn't work at all, dude. The sprint didn't work at all.
Yeah, and now you hit it across. Nice.
Then in. There you go. Awesome. Wait, no, I got it. Hold on.
My life.
There you go. I don't know how you did that. That was awesome, though.
This way.
Yeah.
This might not be far enough, but if I just
Yeah.
next person to hit it over.
Do actually hit it over. Wait, it's gonna slide
Nice.
across. Oh,
That's
that
good.
should be fine. That's
Yeah, go
good.
ask it.
What did I do wrong?
You have to look up a little bit.
Oh, that's a great question.
You have to look up a little bit when you hit it.
Oh, good job.
There you go.
Nice. And then is it just this?
Drop. Yep.
Go direct.
Yep.
Go diagonal.
No, it's okay.
Oh!
That's fine.
Oh, it's good.
Okay. Oh, got it through. Got it through.
Okay.
Keep moving. Keep jumping. Keep moving.
Wolfie. There you go.
Okay, that's fine.
Diagonal.
Okay. Okay.
You get it from up here. Nope,
can't
SK?
hit
Okay,
him.
Okay, hold on.
Okay,
The
okay, this
doors.
is the one. This is the one. This is the one.
Go, May.
Take it all.
Dog, I'm too good at
Take it
fucking
all.
hitting him far.
Take it all.
Okay, there you go.
Okay.
Shit. Drop shoot.
Why do we have
Oh
to
my
sprint
God.
it? Why do we have to sprint? Why do we have to
Okay,
sprint?
hold on. I got this. Hold on. Excuse me. I need. Okay.
Go, May.
Now hit it from there. Hit it from there. That should be easy. That should be easy.
We go back. Go back.
What the hell do you mean that should be easy?
Go back into the
That
doors.
should-
Go back into
No, just-
This is insane.
Oh my God.
Okay.
the
No,
Now
don't.
diagonal. Now diagonal.
There you go.
Yes.
I'm fast. I'm fast.
Dude, this game. I take it back. This game mode sucks.
This is the worst game mode. Hit it across SK that way. Or
Yeah.
Bro,
okay.
I was sprinting.
hit it.
On my life, I was sprinting.
What? 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 What?
I hit this game.
Okay,
What did I do wrong there?
The worst game ever.
Okay, hit it forward. Hit it forward. Straight forward.
like this way?
No, right. Just hit it to the right.
No, believe,
That goes straight forward.
Trust.
Oh, okay.
leaving the street. Okay.
Dog, see, you're wrong. Yeah, you're wrong, man. I was right.
I'm sprinting.
Whatever.
Set it back. Now hit it to the left side. Left side.
Diagonal
Yep.
forward. Oh, no,
Thank
no,
you,
no,
dude.
okay.
Oh my God. That's why it's there, Wolfie. That's why it's there, man. Nope, we gotta go.
no,
Okay.
you can skip, I
Go a
mean,
little to the
I can't
right.
make that, can I?
No.
Yeah, I can
Oh,
make that,
so
yeah,
close.
sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, diagonal.
Okay, back and then forward. Yeah.
Yeah. See, that
Yeah.
works. And then across.
Get this across, bro. Fuck this. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Skip, there you skip.
Dude, we're cooked. We're cooked.
Cross. Yeah.
We're cooked, man.
It's funny, yeah. And now this way. Okay, and now this way.
Oh my God.
Okay, and then we hit it.
How do we?
Oh. Wait, that's gotta be good.
Okay.
Fuck my life.
I'm gonna go into the corner.
I'll meet you
here,
guys at
and
the
then
next thing.
Yeah.
Mate, you're gonna have to hit it.
Hit here.
Okay,
Oh
yeah, there we go.
That's big.
Okay. Well, what the hell do I? Okay.
You can hit it in the middle.
Something like that, yeah.
Nice.
I'm gonna hit it into the wall.
There we go. That's good. All right.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Okay, hold on. So hold on. You're gonna hit it, and I'm gonna hit it to the left. Hold on. So SK, get here and hit it right in
Don't
here.
do that. Don't do that.
No?
This is a knockout on the iPhone.
No, we can't. It's not. Think about it, dude. Think about the tech.
I like this tech, but we should think about our move.
Wait, hit it into the wall. This way.
Yo, Caleb, I hope you die, bro. Why do you come in here to say, why are you so bad at golf? Genuinely, like,
There we go.
I don't like you, bro. I don't actually like you, bro.
Just fire him.
Like, that's not helpful
Dog.
at all. I'm unmodding you. I'm banning you.
There
Like,
you
I
go.
actually, like,
Wow.
Oh my God.
Into the wall.
not even a little helpful. No, you come in here and you, oh my God.
Sam,
Almost.
down.
It's okay. We're not the only. We're not the only one stuck on 10, guys. We're actually catching up a little bit. You know. SK.
Fucking God, I can't do it.
Fucking
It's okay, guys. It's okay.
I fucked up. No, hit it in the middle. Actually, Zam. That's fine.
No, diagonal this
Fuck my
way.
life, bro.
Yep.
Fuck.
I hate golf. I hate golf.
There you go. Drop shoot.
No.
Just hit it towards the middle island.
Fuck.
All right, guys. Listen. Just hit it to the left, guys. Hit it to the left.
Oh my God.
So hit it to left.
Oh my God.
Wait, what if we do it this way? Hold on. Now we can't fuck it up.
Well, yeah, but now it's gonna go into the dog.
Oh, really?
Okay, SK, hit it to the. Yeah, hit it. That way, perfect. Guys, it's this. You do this.
Go left.
You do this.
Yes.
What are you guys doing? Oh my God! Hit it into the walls. Hit it into the wall.
Oh,
Okay,
like
drop
earlier.
it. Shoot, you're up. Yeah, like earlier. No. Oh God. Okay.
Yeah, it's good.
Go, babe.
There you go. It's set up. It's literally free, Zam. It's literally free. There you go. Wolfie?
Oh,
It's free.
Oh, it's me. Hold on. Hey guys, I was
Wolfie
gonna say.
didn't touch it.
Shit.
No. Give me the club. Give me the club. All right, SK. Good work. Good teamwork. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Back away. Don't let it- Dog, I can't hit it when you're in the way, Sam.
I'm so strong.
You can just pass it, Sam. You can just pass it. You gotta hit it into the wall, guys. Hit it into SK. I got you.
I'm about to fucking leave.
Just hit it into the wall. Hit into the wall. No, in the wall.
Hey, we're fine. We're done.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
Plus, no, plus,
Good,
plus.
guys.
Hey, you wanna? I had a good time though, all things considered.
We did first. We
What a
got first
lovely
in that
game
one.
that was. Wow, I
first
sure
in that
do
one.
love playing Chamber
We
Trials.
got
It's my
first in that
favorite game
one, too.
ever. Oh, well, isn't that
We
just
got first in that
swell?
one. That's good. Okay.
Isn't
We
that
got
just
first.
lovely?
Nice.
So, Wolfie, I just want to say, why the fuck did you ever say that we should do golf last?
Did
I was a guest. I wanted golf. I wanted golf the whole
Yes.
game. I've been fiending for
You
it.
said golf last.
Interesting. I didn't know that I said that.
Oh
That's
my
interesting.
fucking.
I'm gonna kill him, man. I'm gonna kill him. That was the most stressful Minecraft of my life. My left hand's cramping. I'm old, guys. I'm old, okay?
You guys wanna play golf with friends?
Fuck no, not with you.
Oh my god, like I get it.
Fuck
they're better.
no.
Dude, the next one would have been so
Stop
easy. And the one after that.
No.
Dog.
Not last.
We're not last, guys. We're not last.
Not lost. Wow.
Wow.
And I'm not last either, guys.
Would have been like 6th.
We went from literally like top 3 to bottom, second bottom, bro.
I'm blaming Zam. He gave us the bad speech. He read chat. He read chat in a pivotal moment and got rage baited. We are lifesteal.
Unmodding Caleb and banning him.
Yeah, you got rage baited, man. You let the rage bait you through. It's fucked up, man.
Range bait.
Yeah, the range bait,
What do you
range
think
bait.
he was trying to do?
Then why'd you read it?
Falling with a rage bait already. Falling with a rage bait literally right now.
Prince Sam, you're so easy to rage bait. Prince Sam, I'm
should
gonna use
all
your full
die,
name.
Is what I think. I think you should all die. Is what I think about this current situation.
SK, lovely
Because
game,
guys,
lovely
like,
game. Wolfie, lovely game. Drapchu, lovely game.
Rage
Nice
bait,
meeting you.
rage
Hey,
bait.
Zam.
Just be nice. Oh my god, be nice. It's not nice. It's not nice to do that to someone. It's not nice. Oh my god.
It's okay, Zam.
Sunshine and
Wait, I got you.
rainbows.
Guys.
No.
The
I
people
really
in life
enjoyed
still
it.
remember this. Yeah.
Half of the games. It was awesome.
I'm going to lose.
Hey, I hope I get invited to this again. You know, I
By the
hope
way,
me and
this
Wolfie.
finale is actually really cool. That's
Really?
that's the sad. Yeah, this is a really cool finale. They do
Man,
like
we could've
5
played it if
different
we
mini
tried.
games. Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
Wolfie, I just want to say, bro,
Caleb, I
hey, please invite me to any block wars. I really like being in them.
Wolfie, please invite Drapchu to more block wars.
Yeah, am I in the next Block Wars? What's going on?
Can
Can you make this
Also,
team but
just
in
wanna
Block
say,
Wars?
If there's a Twitch, if there's a
make this
Twitch
team in
Rivals
Block
on,
Wars,
can you invite me
low-key.
to that one. Smile.
Drapchu, I told you why you weren't in the last Twitch Rivals.
Okay, well that's stupid because. Wait, can I
But
say
that's
this on
not my
stream or
that's
no?
not my choice. Not my choice, by the way.
Can I say this on
I
stream
can-
or no?
Probably not.
I'll just say.
Now I wanna know,
the
shit.
The time is. It took it like whatever, bro. Whatever. Bro.
Yeah, no.
Now I
it's-
want to know. Now I want to know.
I'm down
type
to
it in the
tell
chat.
you.
I'll type
Bro,
it
look,
in
you
the.
don't even want to watch this final
Twitch
game.
chat.
Like, it looks
Don't
cool
say
as
it out
fuck,
loud,
and I'm
though.
just gonna.
Yeah,
I
you
won't.
can say it.
I'm a closed book. I'm so curious.
That's fine. Yeah, type it in the VC or team chat. That's chat.
VC chat or team chat? I need to know.
VC chat.
Yeah,
Sorry, I forgot laughing.
that's the reason. Yes.
Let me
that's the
see.
reason you couldn't play.
That's FDO.
That makes sense, kind of.
Yeah,
What?
yeah. Boot up League? Should I actually?
I think you can say that. What am I doing?
No, I don't know if you can say that. Maybe. Okay, so they have to push and pull the little thing to the right.
Oh, like the Squid Game.
Sense of
Squid
time.
Game.
Squid Game. Sense of time. It's like sense of time. This is like
It's the
sense of
Squid
time.
Game.
Bro, push it,
This
push
is
it.
like low-key, like sense of
That
time.
one. No, that one. That one. That one. That one. That one.
Squid Game.
Please, man. I know how to do this. Why am I not doing this? Please. This one. This one.
It should be! It should be me! Wait, I actually don't know where the hell you go from there. Are they hard stuck?
No, they did it. They did it.
Wait, really?
And now they. Yeah, if they just.
I'm looking at a different person.
Please.
Really hard locked themselves.
There you go. There you go.
The player don't know.
Yo, that person completely hard locked.
Now press the button.
it's
Press the
a
button. Press the
puzzle.
button. Press the button again. Pull it back. They're gonna put. Yep. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Oh my god, they're stressing me out. This is stressing me out.
They're getting it. There we go. That person
Orange
got
has it. Orange has it. Orange has it.
Whoa!
Oh, I figured it out. You push
Cool
the
event. What
Oh, that's such an interesting
That's
tech.
really
Okay, once you
cool.
figure out the tech where it's like you push the piston out to push another piston, that once you figure that tech out, it's easy. Oh,
This
this
is
is
a
awesome.
one duel.
That
this
stressed
is
me
so
out. That
fucking
stressed
cool.
me out.
That's
My
what
blood,
That's what I said.
my
This is
blood
insane.
pressure
This
went
finale
out
is cool.
watching
Yeah,
it
that's
because
what I
I could have done that.
It's Woogie versus the German team.
Wolfie,
Let's
it's
go.
time to make a new
And Forsey.
finale, bro.
No, we
Wait,
already
this is
have like
insane.
12.
Bro, Wolfie, bring back Bridges, bro. Come on.
Yeah.
Interesting.
No.
Zem,
Can
you
we
know-
can we can we get rid of lunch and like
Where's Zam? Zam,
I don't know,
where-
like put in
Zam,
golf
were
or
you in
something?
The November one,
I don't think so, no. I had to drop out.
the charity one.
I was teamed with Freeberries, I think, and I got dropped out, right? Or no?
Wolfie,
The one in November?
Wolfie,
The charity one?
Wolfie.
Pretty sure. No, no, that was the one
Wolfie.
with Pentar, where I was talking about Pentar.
Can you scrap lunch and just like make it party all the time, please? Because I don't want to play lunch ever again, please.
Wait, Wolfie, it doesn't matter if they bring back Bridges one time. If I don't make it to the finale, I want to play it, boy.
Please.
You played it because it wasn't the finale. It was like
What?
a halfway, midway through 30v30.
Oh, I remember. That was really fun.
Isn't
No,
the tech
okay,
just
I
to shoot all of them? Like,
Well, then if you're shooting all of... Oh, wait, actually, I don't know what you're talking about.
yeah, you can just like lower all the paths instead of like trying to think which one it is. You can just rapidly fire. You know?
This seems really easy. I don't understand the
Hey, Prince Am,
Yeah?
I'm telling on you, full Caleb. Caleb tweeted, "I never speak in Prince Am's chat ever again," and post a clip of you.
Yeah, because every time he
Yikes.
comes, dude, it's not, he can't play the victim when he comes into my chat every time, intentionally trying to piss me off, saying like I suck.
Dude,
Like, I don't- like,
dude.
From Quag, just
The-
fire him from Quag.
I'm unmodding you immediately, bro. You can't go I love you after tweeting about me crashing out on you. That's not fair.
I mean, the
This
mere
was
mention
like
of their
hardcore
name, the mere mention of their
This is
name is
sick.
making your like blood pressure
it's
rise,
horrible.
dude. That's crazy.
Yeah, May, because he's being mean.
I'm gonna pee, dude.
It's not fair. He's being mean. Why are you laughing at me? He's being mean.
I'm sorry. It's fat. It's
You're
just.
gonna pee?
Stop laughing at me getting made fun of. It's not funny.
I know. I just.
Something funny about it. Why do you guys keep laughing? Stop. 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 Oh my god.
Man, just tune into your stream, bro. I see you try not to laugh. That's disrespectful as fuck. My Sam, they're kind of rage baited, like.
Oh my god.
Oh. Oh.
Oh.
What if I got a euro?
Oh.
I didn't eat
Yo,
today.
Forsey's not winning this. I'm sorry, Forsey.
Poor
Actually, he's up.
Forsey.
Wait, no, he's up on points. Wait, Forsey, win this. You can do it.
What is this?
SK, did you know that Forsey's my friend from the Lifestyle SMP? And I watched him play.
I didn't know that. Yeah. Oh, I was about to
That
ask.
was
Did you know I played MCC with 4C?
Yeah, I was in the stands cheering you guys on.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, I screamed and lost my voice when you guys lost. It was bad. It was like actually really
No.
bad.
It was actually cinema the way we lost, though.
Yeah, it was an okay way to go out.
Oh, I'm so hungry.
That
I'm
one
so
was
hungry.
Whack. I didn't want to win. I was like, if I win, the crowd's gonna hate me. I was really relieved when we lost.
Aww. That sucks. I'm sorry.
It was like 99-1 when they did the vote.
Oh man.
I'm so
That's
hungry.
unfortunate. Well, I was cheering you guys on and
What do I
Thank
get?
you,
What
thank
do
you,
I
you're the
get?
one. The goat.
Thank you.
Chat, what do I eat? What do I eat? I'm so
Also, you guys
hungry.
lost the
Yes.
finals.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
sad.
yeah.
Oh.
I'm so hungry.
I could never do
I'm
that.
so hungry. Do I get a burger?
Watching.
No, I want something lighter than that. I want
And they
like
gave
I
an
could get a
award.
burger. I could get a
They give
burger
Tubbo an
actually.
award, too. They give Tubbo an
Just a
award.
burger
They
sounds
should
really
award
good.
them an MCC invite. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
I might get my favorite. I could. Let's see what burger Red Robin got. Let's see the Red Robins. How about a glass of water? Bitch, I'm hungry.
Beat him.
Nah, me too, bro.
You shouldn't tell a woman to drink water
He's
when
also
she's
our friend from the
hungry.
Lifestyle SMP. Boogie.
I'm hungry,
Once
dude.
I won, and then I never got to play again.
Damn, telling a woman just to drink water. Chicken sandwich. I could get a chicken sandwich. Yeah, you're right. I'm gonna drink water from now on. Yeah, I'm gonna drink water from now. I didn't eat today. I'm hungry. hungry.
Whoa, Woogie.
I'm hungry, man.
Oh,
You can do it.
A nice filling glass of water. Do you guys want me to get a fucking eating disorder? That's how you get a woman to get an eating disorder, Chad. Like, I'm being for real.
Kill him, Woogie.
Woogie.
That's one of those things you don't say as like a guy.
Yes.
That's one of those things you don't do as a guy. Like how about a glass of water? Like you know, like things like that. You know, because that's like destined to make him like a woman, like an eating disorder, dude. Like for real. Like I'm being so genuine, chat. Don't say that to a woman. Don't say that to a woman ever. Like, you know, that's not good. If they haven't eaten, especially if they haven't eaten,
oh shoot.
especially because that's gonna make them say like they're like oh am I fat?
What?
What am I doing?
Oh.
Wait, did it end? Is it over? It doesn't matter.
Oh, you're saying May.
This one already happened.
Oh, we were cheering on Woogie when it didn't even matter. Oh.
Oh, that's
Oh, I didn't even realize. Oh.
okay.
Yippee!
Germans want.
I didn't-
Okay.
Make sure to eat though. You should eat.
Let's go, Germany.
I didn't eat it
That
all.
was awesome.
Oh, Germany.
I didn't eat it all, guys. So like I'll take a glass of water.
Every time they play MCC,
I'll take a glass of water.
This is the one about the.
Oh, really?
That's
Oh.
Yeah.
That's my fault, guys.
German
Let's go.
people. The entirety of Germany is really proud of you.
Yay, W Germany.
Yeah.
I love Minecraft.
We didn't get last. That's good. That's good. That's
Not
good.
last.
Yeah.
Nice meeting you and hanging out with you and having a good time with you guys.
Yay.
Nice to see you again, Sam.
This is such a
Nice
fun
to hang out
team.
with
I'll be
y'all.
sad. I don't want us to leave.
Sam, so you're gonna do Goon of Fortune? You're gonna do Goon of Fortune?
I agree.
Good of fortune.
Yeah, hop on Pillars of Fortune, Sam. Come on.
I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, you run some CubeCraft. Fuck yeah. Hold on.
Are we gonna play CubeCraft? Is that what's about to happen?
I just said Pillars of Fortune. And he's like, CubeCraft, CubeCraft.
Let's play some MCCI, bro. Let's play some MCCI, bro.
I'm good.
I actually started the stream with an hour of
Oh.
MCCI.
I don't know what these things are.
Event back. Let's run the event back.
Wait, let's
so we
just
can
play the
try
whole
it.
event
Yeah.
over again, bro. I'm ready.
Play again.
I'm
Yeah.
genuinely ready.
Without golf.
Bro, fuck golf. I fucking hate golf. I'm also never listening to Wolfie again when it comes to, oh yeah, let's play Golf Lost.
Dude, of course the Germans won golf.
Bro.
True.
GG.
All
It
right.
went so far. It like kept going. Like,
Holy
oh my
geez.
god. GG.
It was all Zam's fault.
Lemon.
Not
Wait,
kidding.
are we
It was
all
that
online?
one
You guys wanna
chatter.
Take a screeny?
Oh
Yeah.
my god, yes.
Let's take a
Thumbnail
team
screeny,
screeny,
thumbnail
guys.
screeny.
This is
I'm
gonna be
next to
included
May.
into Prince Sam's like karaoke at the end of the year, bro. I can
Yeah, it
tell
will.
already.
It will. It'll be my karaoke video. My
Yay!
yearly karaoke video.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I
I'm
found. Oh, sit on
excited.
this rock. It's a nice little rock.
I'll be remembering the memories. Hey, SK, where are
Wow. SK.
I coming. I coming.
you? Let's go.
We gotta keep skits too. Yay!
Yay!
We are live
Yay!
This is good, bro. This is good.
We are lifesteal.
I took so
We
many
are
screenshots, so this is definitely going
We are
into
lifesteal.
karaoke. that's
I'm
for
gonna
sure.
see this in like
We are lifesteal.
I'm gonna see this
Yes,
as like a
yes.
black and white photo with like one of our eyes
lifesteal.
crossed out after one of us gets canceled. Probably me.
No.
And then they're
no,
gonna say
no,
this-
No.
It's gonna be me,
It's
Sam.
not gonna happen.
It's gonna be me. I'm getting canceled.
2027 No, in 2027, I'm gonna do a cover of a song, and I'm gonna have my entire screenshots folder as a slideshow. and That's gonna be one
Aww.
of the slides. That's my yearly tradition.
That's cute.
Awesome.
I'm
Wait, so
excited.
that
Yeah.
is that gonna be one of the
Lovely,
slides or
lovely.
like?
Yeah, one of the many slides,
screenshots
yeah.
Back to back.
No, one of the many slides.
Can I commission
I'm gonna
art
say,
of me like you like I'm Homer Simpson and you're Bart
What, killing me?
and like I'm strangling you like
Oh,
I
wow,
like
wow, I
yeah.
was right on the money, huh? Wow, yeah. Why would you do that? Why the hell would you ever do that even?
I don't know, man. I
Don't
just
do
have like
that.
I have like aggression for you, you know, like
What the hell did I do?
it just means I can enjoy your company.
That's
It
it.
means I
If
enjoy
you
your
have to
company.
really-
Really aggressive at you, Prince Sam. I've noticed.
Okay,
People
actually,
get
you're actually
aggressive at you.
right. Okay, Clownfierce has said on multiple occasions that I am his favorite person to beat up on Lifesteal, which I take with pride. So
What an honor.
Alright.
You know, there's this thing
That's
called
interesting,
cuteness
huh?
aggression, and when something's like really nice or sweet, you just want to like kick it. You know?
Oh.
So I have that.
Yeah, because you're really sweet and kind and like a innocent person, so people just want to like hit you.
A little puppy or a little.
Oh, I love being a little puppy.
Yeah.
Yay. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's freaking go. Let's actually go.
Man.
Why is there thunder
Minecraft
sound?
is so cool.
I don't know.
I know, right?
It's
One
One more try in this
Fortnite
parkour that
live
I'm gonna go
event.
eat food. I'm gonna get food.
Wait.
Yeah, I need food too.
I have to go back to my editing dungeon, I guess. So yeah.
Am I what?
I was there last
Were you
night.
at the Bruno Mars
it's
brain
bad.
rot event in Roblox?
One more. One
I
more.
wasn't at the Bruno Mars
I
brain
was
rot
not at
event.
the Bruno Mars.
I was
brain rot.
not
Why
at
would
the
you even
Bruno
say
Oh,
Mars.
I was there. I was there. I was at the TikTok Bruno Mars with Penta. Me and Penta were there with Ludwig. On Ludcoid.
Petra was not there.
Yeah, Penta was there.
Freaking Penta. Wait,
Huh?
what?
Bro, because last time I played in a Block Wars, I told her all about Pentar, and now she says that she's best friends with Pentar.
No, we're you know, me and him, we were in
Why would you
Ludcoid.
reference Ludwig as well?
Yeah, because we're you know, my buddy Boone and I were in Ludcoid with Penta. And we play we play
because
Arc
I don't know,
Knights.
People are talking about Ludwig in the VC too. I don't know. What's
Oh.
Oh, well.
Cocaine once.
Yeah, Drap
Yeah.
and Ludwig are buddies.
Well,
Yeah,
Durap,
me and
you're in
Ludwig are
Ludcoid with me, Boone, and Penta, right?
yes, exactly.
Oh yeah. Me, Bud, and
No, Boone.
Penta,
You remember Boone?
yeah.
No, not Bud.
Boone.
Bud's a different guy. Boone.
Okay. Boone.
Yeah,
I
Boone.
was with Boone.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And we played Arc Raiders with Penta, and you sat in a VC and watched.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, Sam?
Yeah.
See, we weren't lying.
Go everyone. That was a
Yeah,
blast.
blast.
Bye, y'all.
But yeah, goodbye everyone.
Yeah, actually,
Bye.
Durapshu, aren't
Bye,
me,
guys.
you, and
No,
Lud
later.
and Penta hopping on Apex after this? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm down. Yeah. I'm down.
Yeah.
Oh, my Apex is not updated. Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, I think it's getting late. You know, I just
Yeah,
sun's
it's
happening.
getting
You know,
late.
my cat's on fire. My grandma's sick. I just lost my job. You know, yeah.
That's on fire.
Yeah.
Grandma's on fire, dude. Hope you can fix that. That's a
Mhm.
tragic one. That's that needs to be fixed. I can't even lie. That
Nice
needs to
meeting
be
you.
fixed.
See you later. Bye, Wolfie.
Nice
See you
meeting
later.
Wow. Goodbye.
Bye, Boast.
What do I eat, man? Do I eat? You guys told me not to eat, so I won't eat. What do you play? What do you play? What do you play? What we play? What we play? We play. I can't do white knuckle. My hand's gonna die. What do I play? I'll drink water. It's okay. The reason I brought that up is because I'm self-conscious. I don't like eating in front of people. Game? What game? Gamba? Gamba? Gamba game? Friend slap? Friend slap? Minecraft? Friend slap? Yeah, I need some low intensity. So I cannot do white knuckle. I will die. Actually, I could do Rimworld, actually, maybe too. I'll be right back, actually. I'm gonna BRB. Hello. Hi. What do I play? Oh, I'm hungry. What do I play? Dude, that was so long. Factorio? I actually never played Factorio. Rimworld, I could do Rimworld. What's Bite Night? Bite Night. What the fuck is Bite Night? Dog, what the fuck is this? It has 10 reviews. It has 10 reviews. What are you trying to make me play? Dog, what is this shit, man? This looks like a mobile game. What? I know we can play. Actually, guys, you know my friend Jal, right? His game came out. Yeah, yesterday. So let's play that. Let's play Jal's game. Let's play my buddy. I also am a voice actor in it. I have 2 lines. I have 2 lines in Jal's game. So it just came out. So make sure you guys get that. Make sure I'll probably promote that in Discord too. Let's play Jal's game. Let's play Jal's. Jal's a good friend, so I'd love to play the game. It'd make me happy. Bite Night, Dine and Die. There's like 8 games titled Bite Night, which is crazy. I'm really hungry. Okay, I'm gonna order food. I don't care if I'm gonna be self-conscious about it. Sorry for that's not yelling at you guys. Not yelling, guys. Don't tell a woman to drink water. I get really self-conscious about my weight. You know, I like, well, not self-conscious, but like I worry a lot about it. So like I worry about eating. I get embarrassed to eat on stream. You know, that's why I usually eat before stream. But I didn't have time today. I get a chicken sandwich or something. I want something light that's not gonna make me feel like crazy, you know? Yeah, when a light woman yells at me, please eat. I need to eat. I'm hungry. My tummy hurt from not eating. I don't know if I want like curry or a burger. Burger. Stay hydrated. I always stay hydrated. I drink so much goddamn water too. Like that's why I was like, what the fuck, man? I need food though. I need food real bad. I need food so freaking bad. Oh my god, yeah, I'm hungry. I like I can do curry because curry is pretty light. I've been kind of addicted to this one place's curry, but I don't want it right now. Well, I could get it, but it's a lot. That's a lot. Something with rice. I like rice food, like rice and stuff, rice and chicken. Or a chicken sandwich. Ow, sorry, my tummy do hurt. I just want something easy to eat that's at my desk. Like if something that sits at my desk, I just need to pick it up. Minecraft was fun. We're gonna switch to my friend Jal made a game, actually. Hold on. My friend Jal made this, buy it, please. There you go, look. Or wishlist it. We're gonna play that. I'm a voice actor in it, technically. It's not long. So, get a large pizza to eat for next 3 days. I could do that. I thought your name was Pretty Perfect Purple Pussy for a second. And I'm like, excuse me? Excuse me? But it was not that. I looked again, it was not that. There's just so many options, man. That's the part about living in a city. There's so many options, dude. Like, oh my god, it's a big fucking... I would love a pretzel, dude. Holy... That looks good! What is this? This is a new... Oh, oh, no, I'm not falling for this. I'm not falling for this. I'm not falling for this because... Dude. Hold on. Hold on. Do you guys know about the Millennial Burger place? Guys know about the millennial burger place meme? Hold on. At least I can find it. There's a place where like, yeah, this.
I can help the next hungry.
This. Right here. And I looked at food and it looked really good. It looked really good. But then it hit me that it was one of these places.
Human. What's going on? Let me get the, sorry, do you know how it works here at Tim and Todd's Bussin' Burgers? We're a little different from most burger spots. You're really not.
And I don't like these places, they're evil.
3, no onions. Dude, awesome choice. So you want the slap your daddy patty melt without the Shreks? You want any sides with that?
Yeah, these places with the weird fucking names, and they
Just
got
so you know, we do
they
have
serve on a
toast and
cutting
tater
board
tots
or
on
like a
top. I'm good with just the fries. Amazing choice. So kiss your best. Our Riz Ranch, our ketchup is good with me.
Dude, they're scary. There's a whole like meme on TikTok about these. Like,
We are young. We are young.
What do you guys think? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Where's the burger?
We are young.
That's not it. That's a scam. Can I just see the burger?
We are young.
No, I just want to see the burger.
We are young.
See?
There's a fire in our soul. Go big or go home to.
This is it, man. The millennial burger place. This is creepy, though. Why are you filming a random guy, man? Be nice.
We are young.
There you go.
Fire
Dude, look,
in our soul.
look.
We go big
Look.
or go home
20
to.
bucks for a burger and fries, and it's gonna come out a weird fucking thing, dude. Look, see? They don't give you a plate, anything but a plate or some like a box. They give you like, what the fuck is this? A metal serving tray, man. This is what I was talking about.
We all will be tonight. We are
This is the place, man. And they always have like weird names for shit, like Oklahoma onion burger.
fire in our soul.
I don't know. 20 bucks though, man. I could never.
And we're white.
I can't, dude. I can't. Okay, what do I eat? I still haven't figured this out. Guys, I need help. I need help. What do I eat? What do I eat? This place does look good, but it has no reviews, and I'm scared of getting a place with no. But it has a really good pretzel, it looks like. And I do love pretzels. I do love pretzels. That's wild. Yes, I'm saying like 20 bucks is too fucking crazy for that. Tacos? No. Listen, I will eat Mexican food, guys, but I live in New Mexico. So like there's always Mexican food. I don't want Mexican food. Like it's too much, man. There's too much. Bun slut? Oh my god. Chinese. I could get Chinese, but that's a little hard to eat. Like I don't want like too many boxes, you know? I could see if they have. Does this place have? I could go for like a brisket sandwich and some rolls, but they don't have anything like that. Get wings? I want vegetables. I want vegetable. I want mashed potato maybe. I want get for tacos. I don't want tacos. No tacos. Ew. No, I'm joking. Old Mexico, bro. That's just Mexico. That's just Mexico, man. There's Panera. I could get Panera actually. Panera might fuck. Burrito, a Panera bread. Imagine in a bread bowl, a Panera pasta bowl, man. Oh my god. Like a Panera pasta bowl. Oh my god. Lucky Block Minecraft at all? Actually, there was this game mode. I can actually show it to you guys. That like whenever they pogged out when I said Pillars of Fortune, it's a real game mode. But I gotta order food first before I could go for a bread bowl actually. I want some bready. Let me look up I wish, you know what I still wish Domino's had? And they got rid of it. I'm so pissed about it, man. I'm so pissed about it. Potato bacon soup, some kind of salad, true. Burger King? Ew. Yeah, I might as well eat out of the fucking sewer, man. Dude, this pissed me off, okay? Hold on. Do you guys remember? I don't know if you guys remember these. I was so sad. Like 90% of the Domino's stores don't have these anymore. This was my shit, dude. This was my shit. and they stopped offering it. Dude, it was a pasta bowl. It was a pasta bowl. Hi, Callie. We were talking about like, it's a pasta bowl with the pasta was baked in. The pasta was baked in the bowl, the bread bowl, and it's the Domino's pizza crust with like pasta sauce and shit. It was so good, and I can't get it. It's a pizza pasta bowl. It's one of my favorite things from Domino's. It's literally so good. They would bake the noodles would get baked into the dough, guys. The noodles would get baked into the dough. It was great. Look at this picture. Look at this picture. Right? Look, the noodles got baked into the dough, dude. It wasn't sprinkled on top. It was baked in, and it was such a game changer, man. This shit was like good. Good, dude. It was good. I miss it. I miss it. And they don't have it anymore. They don't have it anymore. Well, they do, but it's like very sparingly. I could. I'm still trying to. Callie, what do I eat? What do I eat? You would understand more than me, because, like, you probably get it. I don't want Mexican food. I don't want Mexican food, dude. I lettuce burger. I was thinking about a burger, but I also want something like that's easy to eat. Woman, good lord. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm picky. I'm waiting for someone to pick for me. Yeah, oh my god. What if I get pasta? Pasta. Dead ass pasta. What is this place? This place looks fucking awesome. I'm getting pasta. This looks fucking good, dude. Pasta. Like a really fancy pasta dinner is easy to eat. Pasta. This place looks good. It's just a random. Where the fuck is this, actually? Oh my god. Is this good? 4.5 stars. Oh my god, that does look good. Oh my god, they got salads. My mouth is drilled. I think I'm gonna get pasta, guys. I think I'm gonna get pasta. I gotta pick where I want to get pasta from. There's this really good place that does like authentic deep dish pizza. I might do that because they have good pasta. I get pasta there. They got ravioli. Forget pasta. I'm gonna get pasta. Hot pot. Dog, I just said I wanted something easy to eat, and you're like, you might as well, yeah, kill yourself. Hot pot.
I don't know if your average salaries just suck or your cost of living is so cheap that you think $20 for burger and fries is way too expensive. $20 is the average price for a menu at
Dog,
McDonald's
it is expensive.
or Burger King here. Anyway, I'll gladly pay the $33
Dog, that
and 50 cents for my T3 sub to me any day.
Thank you so much, but listen.
17 months. Let's go.
Back
Fiki.
in my day, I could go to any fucking burger place and get a burger and fries for like $3 to $5. $3 to $5. Okay, I'd not even fuck with you. I'd go to McDonald's. I'd spend $10. I'd walk out with like meals for a fucking week, dude. Okay. Back in my day, it was $1 for a large fry and a fucking like $2 for a fucking Big Mac, man. Okay? And now if I go there to get a Big Mac and a large fry, it's like $15, man. Fuck. Fuck, dude. Hell no. Dude, I'm gonna grip you guys by the neck and like kill you. I just want you to know that I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you, dude. Oh, I'm so hungry. They have spaghetti, salad, drink. That sounds good. I'm hungry, man. I'm hungry. I'm just looking at what they got right now because I'm just really hungry. And I don't want to get too much, but like, they got extra garlic bread. Get some garlic bread. Alfredo, garlic bread. No, it's too many carbs. Let's get Alfredo with spinach, and then I want there's a salad too. That's actually good. I'm gonna do the Alfredo salad and a drink, and you get a huge ass salad, dude. Holy shit, that looks good. Oh, I can add meat. Do I get any meat for the salad? Do I get any meat for the? I get a ham, pepperoni, or chicken. I'm leaning ham or pepperoni actually. Pepperoni. I want a little like acidity. I want a little acidity. I want a little bit of acidity. Peter, Callie, what are you doing today? Mr. Ali, are you working? Are you working today, Mr. Ali? He's gonna go, yes, May, I'm working today. But I like the pepperoni like Slim Jim. Slunday later? Man, I miss Slunday. I'll miss Slunday. Do I want pepperoni in my salad? I do want pepperoni in my salad. Do I want pepperoni in my I want pepperoni in my salad. May I work Monday through Friday? Dog, you and Sunny are incompatible. You and Sunny are like incompatible, dude. That's fucked up, man. That's fucked up. Opposite fucking schedule. That's crazy. What? Wow, dude. Okay, I'm getting food. I'm really hungry. Dun dun dun. I'm hungry. What do you mean there's a problem with my order? Oh, that makes sense. I am really hungry. I didn't eat today. I had to skip eating because we were gonna do the Minecraft event. I want pepperoni. I want the hit, man. It's gonna give me a nice hit. That'll change when I get the house chat because I'm gonna make Sunny like do part-time work if he wants to, or like he can also just like focus on stream. Because my goal this year, chat, I have a couple goals this year. Maybe it's like too dreamy of me. I wanna work hard to grow a lot on stream. I wanna work really hard to grow a lot, but I wanna do it in a way that's authentic to me. And I wanna do. Oh, do you guys wanna see the Minecraft game I was talking about? I'll show you. I want to do it in a way that's authentic to me, and I also want to do it in a way that's gonna make me happy, you know? And I don't want to grow in a way that's gonna piss me off and make me sad. And for me, okay, check this game out. I just want to show this real quick. I want to really help my friends grow. So I want to really work on getting Minty and Sunny into a place where they start making decent money from a stream, and then I make the house. The house. So you get random blocks, chat. You get random blocks, and motherfuckers come at you. Look, this person's gonna kill me. Look, they're gunning for me. I already know. They want me dead. Whoever this is, they're gonna come kill me. They want me dead. So people try to like pillar to kill people early. Look, see, they want to kill me. They're fucking bloodthirsty, man. Look at that. They're bloodthirsty. I'm so fucking scared. Look. Oh god, I'm so scared. They're gonna kill me. That's scary to pull. I really want to kill this person. Are they helping me? Oh, they're friends. They want to be friends? That's so sweet. Here, come here. There you go. I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. I think someone just said you're missing some chromosomes in chat. I just want to let that be known. Yo, chill out. Chill out. Do you have a Discord? No, I'm from Ethiopia. I am not supposed to be playing Minecraft. I have to farm wheat. We are getting the ground ready, but my dad isn't home because he's working a double shift. Anything to get out of talking with this person. Oh, okay. Listen, that's probably a kid, man. I at the wheat fields. Yeah, he's working a double at the wheat fields, you know? What the fuck are we listening to? What the fuck is going on, dude? The wheat field. I want to play Fred Slop, chat. I need to get Minecraft. I got a netherite sword. Where's this last motherfucker? Oh, I see them. I see them. I just got a mace. I don't think I can do this. Shh. Shh. Let's go! Let's go! They want to be friends, dude. People do that. People do that. They want to be friends with me in Minecraft. This game kind of hits, dude. Oh, really? That sounds fun. I gotta know what server that is. Also, Croc, you recommending me a Minecraft server is crazy. You recommending me a Minecraft server is... I thought you hated Minecraft. Damn. Bro switched up? What happened to you? Dude, I've been playing this Minecraft mode to practice, by the way. Because I like you hate Minecraft. That's so sweet of you. What? It's okay. Lock in. That's emerald. That's emerald. That's emerald, man. That's emerald. That's emerald. That's emerald. They put emerald there to trick me. I fell for the rage bait. Callie, we can get you and Vera. I want to play games. I want to slop it up. Let me slop it up. I'm so fucking scared because these guys try to kill you, man. Let me shower real quick. Okay, hell yeah. I gotta figure out slop to play though. Wait, can you play slop in a little bit? I thought I was supposed to actually play a game. I want to play a game. I remember a game I was gonna play. You don't want this smoke, man. Logan, you don't want this smoke, big dog. That right there, that's my boy. I'm a cold-blooded killer. You saw that? I'm gonna teach this guy the meaning of pain. This 4-year-old's about to learn the truth. Hell no. Hell no, dude. Now why'd you go and do that, huh? Quick slip. Oh! That was nasty, Logan. I told you I was gonna teach you the meaning of pain, buddy. Oh my god, yeah, you had the flu for a while now, huh? Dude, I love this shit. Listen, these kids don't understand what's gonna hit them. Look, I'm about to teach this guy the meaning of pain again. Must have killed myself. This guy's so scared. And for what, man? You don't want to be scared. You don't want to be scared of me, buddy. Okay, he's building up. Oh, dodge! Dodge! Dude, it's fucked up. You get random items, man. They have a Lucky Blocks version too, but the Lucky Blocks version's evil, man. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. Hi, God? Dog, can you just give me a game? Oh. I love Vera. Let's go get a helmet already. See, look, I got ops, dude. They're coming to kill me. That's what I do. I build a little setup. Look, this guy wants to kill me. You just know. You just know. Look, he's coming. But little did he know, I'm an expert tactician. Okay, I'm being double teamed. I'm being double teamed right now. You don't want this smoke, man. He does not want that smoke. I'm telling him right now. Hop on lore. I haven't played lore yet. I've been wanting to play lore. See, they don't want that smoke. Why'd they even try with me? Dog, you're cooked. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Go up. Hello? Why can't I build up? What was that? Dumb game, man. Dumb fucking game. What the fuck? I couldn't build up, man. I couldn't build up. I was getting cucked. I got virtually cucked by a fucking block, man. Fucked up. Fucked up. You got me a code for that? I want to play it. I don't know. Is it good? Is Lort good? Is Lort good? Look, see, they got fucking prey eyes, dude. He thinks he's the predator, but I'm the fucking predator. Okay. Look, he wants to kill me. He wants to kill me. Little Gup doesn't know what's about to hit him. Don't say that, for I've realized halfway over there. I'm saying, careful. Careful, buddy. I think we should kill all pedophiles, actually. Not a controversial opinion. Dude, he wants me. He wants the smoke. Oof, you don't want this smoke, little guy. No. Shh. You don't want this. Give me a rail. Ooh, that works. Oh, shit. Fuck you, man. Woo, woo, woo. Come on, little gup. Dumbass. Fucking dumbass kid. So you're a terrorist? If wanting every pedophile in the world to die makes me a terrorist, then so be it, chat. Then so be it. Then so be it, man. Worthy cause to kill every pedophile. Just saying. I think there's a motherfucker that's alive down there. I'll get canceled on X. If I get canceled for saying all pedophiles should die, that a pedophile is trying to cancel me, right? Like, is that crazy thing to say? It's like, Controversial opinion, I guess, guys. Sorry. How do I get down here? Okay, I'm so fucking scared right now. I'm so fucking scared right now. That's crazy, dude. The person who's defending that is kind of sus. Defending what? They're just fucking around. Because I've said that same exact opinion here before, dude. They don't even need a death penalty. Like, if you diddle a kid, like, gunshot right then and there to the head. Fuck you, man. You know, like how in Freyrin, like they're monsters, the demons are monsters. That's how pedophiles are, man. Like, they're nobody. I'm gonna die. Evil people. Fucking asshole just sitting down there mining gold blocks. I hope someone hits you with a car, pussy. Wood chipper feet first. How about we instead, like, excruciate, like, you know the guy that got, like, cut into like 1,000 pieces after he died? Let's do that to them. Let's do that to a pedophile, you know? 1,000 slices. Twitch risky? If Twitch bans you for it, man, I don't care. God forbid I say something extremely, like, that should be extremely normal, man. There's no rehabilitation for those people. If they were rehabilitated, they would have sought help before they did anything. I'm just saying. You know? There's a difference. There's a difference between, okay, like, Twitch is, there's a difference between, like saying we should go out and do that. I'm just saying we should. Like, as like a political sense, like, Twitch is, it's fine. Like, you know, it's not like, there's a difference in actively promoting, like, violence and a way of, like, saying, like, we should do this, you know? I'm very careful with my wording on that, because, like, you know? What brought this on? Oh, someone said, like, I think they were joking or something after something. I can't remember. Yeah, no, there's a difference in, like, I'm gonna kill this person between, like, or, like, you know, then, like, saying, like, this person should die. This game mode won't work anymore. They kicked me out. All right. Let's put it. I want to play Jaw's game. I voice act in this game, Jaw. I voice act in this game. I have one part that recorded on stream. Unusual Tales Deep Below. Well, I meant in the animal sense, you know? Dude, the music on this kind of fire, low-key. So my friend Jal made this game, chat. My friend Jal made this game. It's a horror game. It's a horror game. Yeah, I can do that. 1 hour long, we can do that. Then we can play some friend slop or something. We can slop it up. Today, I woke up. It's a good day then. Knowing it would be my last. Oh, that's a bad day then. It's a bad day then, guys. Bad day. Bad day. I've been having those dreams that I can't explain. This entity has following me ever since. No matter how much I move, it always catches up. At first, I thought it was my imagination, but today, I saw his face on a poster. Oh. That's good. Seen me? Yeah, I've seen you. Who is that? I know I'm gonna recognize some people, you know? That's good. Go home. Okay. Shut that.
I ain't gonna go back that way. It's too late, and the girl's already waiting for me.
Who is that? Who is? I know that voice. A bunch of Jaw's friends and I voice that. Who did that buff pump? Who is that? Ah!
What was that? I really have to relax.
Scary night, isn't it?
Yeah, it's real scary. I do, guy.
I guess, yeah.
Sorry. Didn't mean to make you uneasy, young. Lots of rumors going on around the city.
Dude, a bunch of people voice act in this game. I know it's fucking with me, man. I'm in this game.
That lost his mind stalking pretty girls.
No, Buff and
If
Shia.
I was you, I wouldn't stay in the streets for long.
Damn, Shia's.
Wow, it's like exactly what I was gonna do. Gonna go now.
You stay safe out there now, sweetie.
I guess Shia, guys. I literally, like, is that heavenly? No, that's not
One
heaven.
more thing.
Yes?
Don't look him in the eyes. He might always be watching, but he don't like being watched. Good luck when you meet him.
Okay, W, dude, W. See you later.
Ugh, what enough of the creepy stuff. Let's get to the street.
I can't take this voice seriously. It's so fucking funny. Oh shit, where am I? Okay, I think I go this way.
More construction? Ugh.
Well, we're in the story,
Just my
guys.
luck.
I don't know.
Guess I have to take the long route. Gosh.
Is
this
I
really
is
feels
it you guys? I
the
feel like you guys are
most
lying to me. I don't know. We'll have to see. Go home, alternate path. Okay, there's Jaw. Jaw. It's a horror game, chat. It's a short horror game made by my friend Jaw. That's supposed to be kind of funny. Oh, it ran through the boss. How to do that? Yeah, Jaw. Jaw. Not Jaw. Jaw. That's not good.
What the glitter? Did I take a wrong turn? God, I'm so done with this already. I'll call a taxi.
That's awesome. Dude, the voice acting is so funny.
Okay, this isn't funny at all. Whatever prank is going on, I'm not laughing.
I think my favorite... Absolute cinema, dude. Oh my god. I can't wait. This game's gonna be a fucking treat. I can already tell it's gonna be a fucking treat, man. This stream tonight was a different one. Who was this girl and what happened to her? No time for thinking about it. I have work to do. Shut that goddamn phone up. Hello? Use the toilet. Okay. Is the light switches? Yeah, let's turn these lights on. It's pretty fucking dark in here. It's only $6. Chat if you want to support y'all. Yep. Just gotta, let's get some over there too. I missed the spot. Yep.
Ugh, what a mess.
What a mess. Thanks, y'all. Thanks for letting me piss on the floor. Make coffee. That's not a coffee machine. What's the oh, coffee? Coffee. Water? Yeah, it's really good. I like this. This is like my favorite one game cliche. This is so fucking funny, dude. I can't. Okay. Put it on the keta. Okay, is this Krogus? The sound effects are really nice.
Work for coffee, only for it to taste like piss. Let's see what's on the radio today.
Who did that voice? I recognize the voice, but I can't bring a name to it right now. What's that on the radio?
Good morning, people of Clawford. It is I, your host, John Radio. To start the day on a bit of a gloomy side, multiple people report heard screams around 13th Avenue late during the night. Some people speculate it was a wild animal. Others assume the worst. For me, I have one thing to say. As long as I can't get my 8 hours of sleep, it better not bother me. And now for the weather.
Huh. Somebody should keep their dog on a leash if that's the case.
Dude. Oh, coffee? Oh, we used the same coffee cup. Okay, we don't clean it?
Ah, what a good cup. Well, no.
Oh, hold on. I fucked up. Get to work. Whoopsies. All right, let's get to work. I don't know which door is the front door. We have like 8 doors. Arriving just in time to catch a train. With some time to spare, I won't be late. But somehow I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. No time to waste. Let's move. I mean, some people like they season their coffee cups, you know? I just go.
Can't leave right now. I would be late for work. That is the last thing I want, is to get in trouble.
Okay. W.
What do you want?
Oh, I just need 1 ticket for the train if possible.
What do I look like? Some kind of ticket machine? Just go use one of the ones on the other side of the wall. What are you?
Oh.
Just what are you?
Oh.
Oh, help.
Just go use.
Who voice acted that? Who's that on the wall? Look, little doodles. Cute.
Hey there.
Yeah?
You gotta pay to use the metro, you know. This ain't a free country.
Oh.
Alright, let's try this out.
That side of the wall.
Last time I used one of these, it stole my quarters. Really? This is unbelievable. Why can't we have things that just work in this town? Ugh, I'm gonna go complain to the worker at the desk now.
Oh, yeah.
Hello, I have a problem.
And what is it? What are the toilets clogged?
Who voice acted this guy? Who voice acted this guy?
Someone punched you? That bit your toe? If you have any complaints, you can just call management. Because I don't get paid enough for this.
Actually,
It's.
nothing
I
of
think
that
it's
sort.
both, Secta. I think it's both. It's very
The
funny.
machine took my money without printing my ticket again.
Classic. You know the amount of people that tells me this just to avoid paying? What tells me that you are doing the same thing?
Do I look like someone that can't afford $1 ticket?
No comments.
Damn.
All right, listen. This is the only time I do this for you.
People these days always making
Oh
a
my
big deal
fucking
of
god. Oh, fuck. Go fuck you.
anything. What?
All right, coming right up.
Hey, what's up?
Here's your ticket.
Thank
Now
you.
move along. I don't got all day to chit chat.
Thanks,
Thank you.
I guess.
Hey, yoink. I can't wait.
Please stay away from the
odd.
track. Train is approaching.
Peak hours and it's empty? I hope my clock wasn't wrong when I'm
Please
late.
stay away from the track. It's empty. Nice weather we're having. Nice weather we're having.
Now, the waiting game.
Yep. Oh, what the fuck?
Gosh, maybe I should eat something. I've been feeling lightheaded
Yeah.
since this morning.
I'm really hungry.
Not
Me
eating
and you
is
both,
never
buddy.
smart. Someone somewhere behind a computer screen agrees.
Look at the
with me.
posters. I love wine. Joke. Beach. It's cool. That's cool. What these? I've been eyeing these ones over here. Half bat, half man, full freak. You going here? Kind of look at these. What about this one? I love wine. Me too, buddy. I love wine. I get fucked up on a glass of wine. So much love went into this game, you can tell. The sound effects are so fucking funny, man. The sound effects is, what the fuck is that?
Okay, just grab your snack and go sit back down. You have no
Yep.
reason to be distressed.
I got Poggy's cookies, chalky. Okay. Why I sit down on this? Can you sit down on that one? No? Okay. Yeah, season 3 ran off. Season 2, that's where it's at, man. I have food on the way, Chad. It's making me hungry, but my driver's just standing in the same spot. Oh, I fell asleep. My bad. That seems a lot longer than it was before. Huh. Let's walk away from the light. Go down this way, right? Away from that over there.
Oh, why can't I leave?
I was gonna tell her that she talk about that, but she did talk about that. And Stacy, she got a fat butt, so I don't play with her like that, you know. So I was telling her Stacy, you gotta lose some pounds, you know. Your butt's really big, but it's getting really too. I know she's crazy with it, you know. Okay. Yeah, I'll see you guys later. Okay, bye.
What nice guys. What nice guys. Honestly, they get it. They get it, man, you know? You get hit with the storm? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Well, we only got like 3 inches of snow. Maybe there's some road closure. Well, I don't know. Oh, rat. It's a rat. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Let me just go back. Yeah, me too, man. Chill out, bro. Chill out, man. Jesus. Watch your fucking back with your stupid fucking train. Jesus, man. Oh, it's freezing rain? I see. Yeah, I won't blame them. I mean, I tipped them good, so. Give them the $8 tip. $8 tip. They're not going far, so. That's cool, man. Oh, we're here. Yippee!
Please stay away from
This
the
actually
track.
fucks.
Train is departing.
It's managed to relax a bit on my way to the office. It was weirdly quiet that day. Everything has a feeling like a dream. Did I really wake up that day? Or am I still laying down? Ride the elevator to my floor. It is not It is a little scary. Also, hi, Doom Guy. I hope you're doing good. And hi, Joel. I'm trying to get people to buy your game, Joel. Tell them it's good. I'm actually really proud of you, dude. This is awesome. You're gonna make another game, too? Make another game, let me know. To do it for the team. Wash your hands before deals. It's just gross. Hell yeah. Let me know if you need help again, John. Let me know if you if you want to give me something crazy. I don't mind. This fucks. This is so you listen, I'll tell you something. You have a knack for like comedy-based horror. This is fucking funny, man. This is fucking funny and also really scary. Who the fuck is this? Yeah?
Could you back off a bit and let me enter the elevator?
Yeah.
Or is that too much to ask?
Go ahead, man. Be my guest. Yeah, come on in. Be my guest.
Floor 24. That's where I need to be.
Hey, man, it's kind of rude to make me press it after. Oh, but okay, that's fine. Yeah. So, how long you been working here? I've been here about, I don't know, like 6 months. Nice weather outside, right? Nice sunny day. Not the talking type. I get it, man. I get it. You know, it's stressful work. Did you wash your balls before the deals, man? Like, yeah, no, I get it. I get it. Yeah. How about the Mets? No? The Packers?
So, what is your deal?
I just work here.
I'm sorry?
What?
What do you mean, what's my deal?
What are you even talking about?
I don't know, man. I'm trying to make small talk in a
I
country.
haven't said a single thing to you.
I know. You've been looking at me and I'm trying to make small talk.
Not that I would either.
Okay, you're just a dickhead then.
Rookies like you.
I'm
are
sorry,
The reason my own job is on the line right now.
Maybe we should get fired then. You know, man, I'm sorry. Slow elevator? Slow fucking elevator, right, man? Jesus. Just... We'll get there fast. Don't worry, I'm gonna... See? Hey. See you later, man.
Now get to work.
Okay, I'm doing that. You ain't my boss.
I'll let the boss know about your rudeness.
What is everyone's problem today?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I look around.
Ugh, I stepped in chewing gum.
Are you sure it's not dog poop like last Friday?
Oh no.
Oh my god, it was one time.
You also try to put the blame on me for the horrible smell afterwards.
Man, you've changed. I miss the old you.
Damn.
Well, the office sure doesn't miss that stink.
Voice, what is this? Like coffee and chill. We're like family. Do your work. You good, man?
Oh, my glasses, where are they? It must be somewhere around here. Where is it?
What? Can we move the Halloween decorations where else? No. Okay, that's fine.
The game last night was crazy.
That's what I was saying. The guy in the elevator didn't care.
I don't know how they missed the last goal.
That's what I'm saying. I was gonna talk about that in the elevator.
Your goal should be kissing me on the mouth.
I didn't say that.
What? What?
I didn't say that. They said that. They said that. They read my mind. They read my... Ooh, spider. The audio cut out for a second when I looked at the spider. Ah! Ew, bro. That shit was thick. You can tell by the way it, like... You good?
Oh, there you are. I've been waiting for you to show up all day. Got a lot of stuff for you to do today.
Let me guess. Computer stuff?
Computer stuff.
Yes, computer stuff.
I knew it.
You know what you do. That's why I hired you.
Yep, 6 months on the job. Doesn't
Now
get easier.
Go out there and make me some money. I've got some business to attend.
I just like interacting with stuff. People who ate my lunch: Sky Foxington, Monte Barkillis III, Ash Kenny, Marley Cozen, Lib John Barely, Megafarts, Ziffo Raw, Tiberius. I will keep on dating the list for every lunch that's missing. This isn't funny. Can I eat his lunch? I want to eat some lunch, man. How do I get on his list? I'm so hungry. Oh, cute! Oh, not those kind of animals. The Office furry. Please be careful of bats on the office. Oh, is this his lunch? Yummy. Don't get his list too late. Whose YouTube is that? It's on YouTube. Blue screen. Hello.
Hey, Patrick. What are you doing?
Yo, what's up, Pat?
I hate my job.
Sorry to hear that, man. Me
I
too.
wish I was a streamer.
We all do, buddy.
Okay.
We all do, man. That's the way of life. Hey! Careful when you step around in your dirty shoes. I forgot. Hey! Careful when you step around in your dirty shoes. You step around your fucking dirty shoes, man. Oh, shit. I sound like that? I sound like that? Damn, I sound like that, don't I? Damn. Wow, do I sound like that? Ugh, stay at the work. Let's go. Yo, hey! Watch where you step around those dirty shoes. Yeah, it'll work. I love voice acting. I love voice. Look, I want a voice act. That sounds fun. Work. Yep, I get it, man. Put that flow chart together. Mix them charts. Send them emails. You know.
What a life.
What a life. Yep. Don't get any better than this. No fucking idea what to do, man. Oh, email. Stacy shit in the bathroom. It's clogged again. I'm kind of upset. Send email. Yeah, that's a couple lines of code.
All right, I have to go get the document at the printer. Then
Yes.
I have to place it in the archives. Won't be
Yep.
too long. Doing this a couple times a day will make the time fly.
Of course. I need to get by. Careful when you step around in your dirty shoes. Shit, dude, how do I get over there? Where's the printer? I don't know the printer is. You guys know that? Hey, you know what the printer is? I need the printer. Is it in here? It's in here. Oh, the printer is. Where's the printer, guys? Where's the printer? Oh, it's the printer. It's white. I have trouble seeing white things, guys. You know, I don't got white vision, you know? My eyes were just like glazed over in white.
To the archive we go.
The
Man,
archive
I
go.
love my job.
Me too, man. Love my job. Where's the archive? It's not over there. Can I get by, please? Hey, careful when you step around in your dirty shoes. That's good. I want to see people's reactions. I want to see people. Joel, do you have a list of people that have this game, like that played it? I want to see their reactions. I want to see the reactions of like the shit I've laughed at. That is me. Yeah, Joel asked me to do some lines in this game, and that's me. Hey, careful when you step around in your dirty shoes. Stop! I walked away. I'm back. Careful when you step around in your dirty shoes. Thanks. I want to see. I don't know why I said it like that. I was just like, I was down stream, and I'm like, shit, I gotta send this to Joel, guys. I gotta send this to Joel. And I'm like, yeah, this is me. Joel put together a game. They said, do this, and they got a bunch of friends to be in here, and it's really sweet. Where the fuck are the archives? It's funny. I hope so. No, this is awesome actually.
Oh, my glasses. Where?
Is this the archives? Sound like a shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up. Well, I just asked Shaw like, hey, what do I do? And he's like, I don't know, wing it. And I said, okay. And I did like a hey, get the fuck out of here. Stop stepping on my, I didn't, you know what I mean? Like my whiny voice, Guys, I don't know where the archives are. It might 2 million. Yeah, it's this one, right? Tournament went okay. We lost. But it's okay. I'm just blind. Oh, it's this one. Yeah, I'm blind as fuck. It happened. Get back to my boss.
Gotcha.
Doing what?
I knew I'd get you back.
What is wrong with you?
Yeah, what the fuck,
almost
man?
Gave me a heart attack.
Yes, and that's for coming into work late.
I'm sorry, man.
I'm sorry, sir. Won't happen again.
Yes, sir. Won't happen again.
It better not. I lose money when you ain't making me any.
I know, man. I'm sorry.
Now stop messing around. Go back to your tasks.
Right on, sir.
I'm doing
If
good
you'd
today.
Excuse me. I got a coffee calling me. Can't you see that I'm busy? Go do your job.
I need a burger. How do I eat a burger? I'm so hungry, man. I'm so hungry. Alan, we are so fucked. Oh, look at those taskbars. Yeah, that's going. Hey, man. What's going on? Jay? What's up, Jay?
Still up for the bar later?
Yeah.
Oh, what's with everyone scaring me today?
Yeah, we're up, Jay. Don't worry. We're gonna. The game was awesome last night. We can't miss it.
Sorry, mate. But yeah, down for a drink later?
Yeah, 100%.
I don't know, man. Just been feeling odd today. I might just stay home.
And a drink might fix that.
It might. Whose voice is this? I recognize it.
Besides, with the weird screams I heard last night.
Is this Shindigs? Joel, is this Shindigs? It sounds like
I could be useful to, you know.
Maybe it's
protect you.
Maybe it could be.
Yeah, you always were the fighter for sure. Wait, you heard the screams?
I don't know. I'm trying to think. Is it?
Oh yeah, and not the animal type like the radio said. Real human type stuff.
That's
awesome.
Concerning.
Right, it is. Anyway, maybe see you later then.
Yeah, no, buddy.
I got some keys to press.
Yeah, I got my DoorDash is outside, so
Likewise.
I gotta do some stuff, man. My DoorDash really is outside. Another day, another dollar. Some typing on the computer and more meetings. After what felt like hours, it was a great time to go home. Into the train for another ride. Awesome. Once it's dropped off, I'll go get it. Manly badass hero. For pictures, remember me phone 38. Secure your house. Okay. No taxes. No work. No worries. Turn into a Truth Nova. That's me. That's me on the picture. I turned into a fox, a girl. So true. Mean burgers, they will literally insult you with flavors. Drugs bad. Call us if you are 555-134. Okay, awesome. Hey, what's up? That's good. Happy for you. What's up?
I know you're like confused and you don't know what to do.
Shut the fuck up.
And I know you're really busy trying to sell over like a funny little bit or whatever.
Shut the fuck up.
No one cares.
I don't care about you. Shut the fuck up, man.
You have nothing new to add to this.
You got nothing new to add to that either. Fuck
There's
you.
Nothing new you can add to this experience that Wolf hasn't already done himself.
Okay.
So how about like
I don't know.
I don't know. You go back to just reading the top part of your screen and play the
Okay.
game.
Okay, I'm sorry, man.
I'm really sick of this.
I'm sick of this too. I'm sick of you.
They didn't even give me a script.
I gotta be right back. I gotta be right back. I gotta be right back. I got food to be right back. Dude, this game fucks. Y'all, please let me do the next one too. Anything for you, man. This is fucking good.
I don't have a script. I have no idea what to say.
Shut the f- Can we make... Hey, y'all, let me and Boone argue in a game. How about that? I hate this motherfucker, man. I hate this motherfucker.
You're just standing here still looking at me.
You're the one talking to me, you fucking ass fuck.
You could be getting a Brazilian butt lift right now. Like,
You could be
doing
getting
anything
fucking
else.
nose surgery. Look at your flat fucking nose, dude.
You could literally be improving your life.
You could literally shut the fuck up.
Okay.
I don't know. Fuck you. Get a job.
You could be buying a home.
I'm trying. You can. I don't know. You can win the fucking lottery. Fuck you.
You're not.
Okay. Yeah. All right, man. What's
Back
up?
in my day, there wasn't a metro that would take us home.
No, really. Really old timer. That's crazy. Yeah, it's Boone. I can't win, man.
We used to walk on our two strong legs, no matter the weather.
I know, man. Like back in my day, they had cars
But I
and
guess
and
with
now
this
these like
sudden
stupid fucking
downpour,
trains. Yep.
I'm happy it exists.
So true. So true. I've been harassed on the street, man. Thanks. See you later. Who's this guy?
That's right.
That's right.
I held up an entire train station because I overslept for 5 minutes.
Oh. That sounds familiar.
It's a damn shame I can't do that anymore.
I'm sorry to hear that, man. What'd they give me? Hold on. Oh, they put my bread in a box. What's this box about? Hold on. They gave me 2 boxes. I'm sorry. I got my food.
Cause I woke.
Yeah, the woke. Oh, them wokes. Yep. Yep, because of the woke. Yep. Hold on, I'm sorry, I'm making noise. They didn't give me utensils, chat. I have a utensil somewhere on my desk. They give me utensils, man. No fucking utensils. I don't want to. I can eat it with a knife. Oh, here we go. I got a spoon. Awesome. Yep, them dark woke liberals, them dark woke evil white big pharma I get it, man. I get it. Goddamn woke. Yep. Conductor, we have a problem. I love that video, man.
I know it might be silly, but...
Yep.
Today just felt like a blur from the very beginning.
I get you.
I can't shake off that something isn't right.
Con.
People could be feeling on edge from the news. The city has been feeling a lot less safe.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Bad news after bad
This
news
guy's
will do
spitting
that to
the
you.
facts. It's the woke. Bad news after bad news will do that to you. Yep. The AI Joker affirmation videos, I haven't. I've not. Is this what I'm missing out on? Long day, huh? We did good at work, guys. Maybe I'll get a promotion. Hey, what's going on, man? What's so funny? Yeah, you're making this ride really uncomfortable.
Train is approaching.
As soon as we get home, we relax.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. We're gonna pipe open a cold one. You know, relax a little. Relax a little.
It's almost the weekend, and I have plans.
I need the weekend. Please get me out of here, man. Please get me out of here. Please get me out of here.
Let this one be on.
I just can't with this game, dude. This game's art, man. This is a good game, y'all. This is a good game. Yeah? Hey, man. My bad, my bad. My bad, my bad. I'm just... See, hey, we can talk, you know? You got 3DS? You like Nintendogs? I used to play Nintendogs.
Can I help you?
Bro, you don't look or talk to the meth addicts, you know?
We're gonna find out the truth tonight.
Hey, that's awesome, man. Can't wait.
What?
You were gonna find out the truth tonight.
Cool. Hell yeah. Awesome. Can't
And
wait.
once you do, don't be afraid to look back at yourself.
I know I'm fat, man. It's okay. I'm a big lady. You know, you don't have to tell me like this.
I don't understand. Who are you?
No one. But also not unimportant.
Bro, someone sounds like a Dracula supervillain. I don't know.
Next stop is where you are needed.
Yeah, I'm going home. Very stupendous. Very stupendous opinion. That's good. That's good, man. See ya. Yes, Shia.
What a weirdo. But how does he know?
And we had Boone. We heard Boone earlier.
That street from my dream. That girl.
That girl.
What if everything is linked? The next stop is where that street is too.
That's awesome.
What if I do check it out?
Joel, you should make it so Boone like argues, but he doesn't have a script against who he's arguing about, and then let me argue against the script that he's arguing about. Thanks. That's so much. Just it'd be really funny. It'd be really funny. Just let him rant for like 15 minutes, man. At the train stop, I got out. I'm unsure what I decided, but the place I did in my dream. What am I even doing this for? What am I getting myself into? I'm only hoping this is the right decision. All right, we can sprint. This is the first time learning about a sprint button. I love weed. This is so much fun, Joel. This has been so fucking funny, dude. Horror comedy is so, like, underrated.
There's only one path this young lady could have taken.
Yep. Scary, like, I can't say that word. Scary shadow person. There we go. Nope, no scary shadow person. I thought there would have been a scary shadow person. No, it's a curious. I was already in here if you didn't see it. I was happy. That made me happy with Joel ass. I was like, what the heck? That's awesome. Oh, fuck you, Joel. I take everything back. Fuck you. You're a piece of shit. Fuck you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I got scared. I got scared. Fuck you, actually. Never mind. Oh my fucking god. I'm sorry.
Whoa, calm down.
Wait, you don't look like him.
What? Who do I look like?
What does someone like you find themselves wandering here?
I don't want any trouble.
I don't know. I'm just passing by, going home. I'm just going home.
This weather, at that time? You are lucky to only find me.
Papa, fucking goddamn it, Papa.
These streets aren't meant for everyone, you know?
Yeah, I know, I just... Do you know if a lady came by a day or two ago?
A lady? I mean, besides the usual lady of the night, not really. Although, now that you mention it, you did find a pretty necklace near the manhole down the alley.
I need a drink. I'm so dead ass. I need a drink.
I'm gonna check around there.
No problem, friend.
That's awesome.
Isn't the fire cozy?
Yeah, it is,
I
man.
made it by burning my old magic cards.
I'm just trying to get all the die. Oh, look, it's Jack Spadicy.
One last thing.
Yes, sir.
Be careful down there.
Oh. Yeah, you too, man. You too.
Many of my friends have gotten lost trying to find the answers.
I was told by a strange man that I would find my answer tonight.
It'd be a shame if you met the same fate.
Okay. Okay. Hello? Yeah? Oh,
Dead
cool.
end. Let's see if I can find anything here.
Well, I'm curious about this trash. Anything in here? Nope. A blood? Okay. Trash? Okay. Just a manhole.
There's some kind of liquid leading into a sewer.
It's what else would be red and like
God, what am I getting
streaky?
myself into? Maybe I should just head home and call the police. Plus,
Yeah.
I don't want my new shoes to get dirty.
That's what I'm saying. I got them Jordans, you know? What? What the heck, man? Why'd Papa do that? My head. I can't believe I was this foolish. Why did I even trust this guy? Anything over here? I just like looking for all those secrets, you know? I found that rat. Plap, 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 plap. Excuse me. Hello? Room service. Hello? This game's so fun, dude. What the fuck, man? Thank you. Plap, plap, plap. Get wet and stinky. I go down the dark pathway first, because no one else would. Can I find the teenage... There's pizza! Where's the fucking Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? There's pizza down here. Dead ass. Dead ass is pizza. Joel always cooks, dude. Joel... Okay, fuck you. Never mind. I can't say anything good about this guy or something bad happens to me. I mean, so fucking for real. Every fucking time I say something nice about Joel, something bad happens to me in this game. Fuck you. I mean, so for real. Yeah, me too, man. Me too.
Well.
Well?
Not a choice but to keep going deeper.
Yes, sir. Truth Nova. So why Papa do that, man? What's over here? Wait, what's over here then? Is it a maze?
Burned my face right off. And now what? I have to find a way to shut that steam.
Okay. Okay. This way? This is such a love letter for like this like niche genre of like horror game. I'm being so dead ass. This is such a love letter to that. It's funny, but it's also like serious in some points and also really kind of scary sometimes. Dude, I can't see shit, man. What is that? What is catching my eye right there? TWIST.
That should be enough.
Twist. If he does that again, it should be GRAB HIS DICK AND TWIST IT. What's that spell? What's that spell, chat? Oh, it seems longer than before. Hallway seems longer than before. Smiley face. The hallway seems a lot longer than before. Don't care. Actually, I do care. Smile. Yep, grab his dick and twist it. We take another right turn. That'd be okay. That's good.
Behind you.
Yeah? Hello? There ain't no one behind me. You lying sack of shit. You fucking lying sack of shit. I'm so sad. Hello? The fuck? Who just sent me a Steam message? Nobody sent me a Steam message. Fuck you, Joel. Are you kidding me? It's like, wait, what the fuck? Okay, Sun's not right about this. That's cool, man. I did. You did. Thanks, Joel. Really sweet of you. Ow, what is that? I'll take the door.
I need to get out of here fast. Can't think straight.
Ow, what is going on right there? Ow. I think my gums got like, what is that? I think the garlic bread cut my gums, you guys. Loki? Genuinely? Ow. It totally did, man. Fuck, that's sharp garlic bread. There we go, that's better. Okay, just keep running straight. Take a left. Hello?
Oh my god. Are you okay? Hold on, I'll find a way to get you out of there.
Was there just a homeless person?
He's somewhere in this room.
I just heard a door open. Oh, I did. I had a cousin that died from that. Are you serious? Somebody died from garlic bread? Left. I can solve mazes easy. Right? Right? Left? Right? Left? Back out, do a turn, 360. Okay. Right. We made it, see? That easy. It's a locked door. Left. Go straight. Left here.
Got it.
Bam. See? Easy as shit, man. Easy as shit. Left. Back around. Take a 360. Okay. Easy. Left. Look at that. You're lying to me. You're lying to me. Don't scare me like that, man. That's scary, man.
All right.
I almost died 3 times, did I? What do you mean by that? Joel, is that a world record for solving that? Did I do it good? All right.
Time to go back.
Time to go back, dude. I just know how to solve maves. You know, I just know how to do it. I just in my mind, I'm the rat chasing the cheese, dude. I'm the rat chasing the cheese. In my mind, I'm the rat chasing the cheese. Mazes aren't real. Left. You just know, like you just if you've played a maze before, you just know where to go. Bada bing.
Time to leave this place behind. Let's go
Bada
back
boom.
to the entrance.
Yeah, I know where I am because where I'm not, you know? If it don't make sense, that's okay.
Ugh, almost there.
Yeah, me too, buddy.
I'm 100% signing up to the gym.
Yeah, he probably should, man. Phil's gonna make fun of you. Whatever his name was. Jim? Jimbo? Philly? I don't remember his name. The one guy. This is so good, man. This is some good fucking pasta. It was the guy we saw and our work friend. Jason or something. I don't remember. I have dyslexia. Hold up. That didn't scare me.
Scare you? Yeah, I bet I did.
Time this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Running just makes you feel slower. You good, man?
Come on, you fat ass.
Yeah.
You can't stop when you're out.
I'm sorry. Joel took away my run. I was too quick with it, man. I was too 6'7"? 6'7"? 6'7". So low genuinely 6 to 7 minutes. 6'7". This food's so good, man. I love this game. This is a baller game. Good game. I got a fat ass. No, we're the fat ass. Loki?
There. Just
There?
a couple more slow and painful steps.
Cool. Fat ass, dude. I'm dead ass gonna watch everyone's playthrough on this game. I'm not falling for it that time. Fuck you, Joel. Fuck you, man. I ain't falling for that time. Fuck off. 6'7". 6'7". 6'7".
How am I gonna get this open and bring the girl up?
Well, you seem pretty strong to me.
Wait, you aren't unconscious?
Jeez. No.
Nope.
No, she's just doing it for the love of the game. Wait, the breadsticks came, the garlic bread came with mozzarella? Came with dipping sauce? No way. Sorry.
I just pretended so I could be carried a little.
You have to be kidding me.
Oh my god. Like, anyways, let's get up top.
Get out of here.
Yep, so true, queen.
Awful.
So true. Let's get out. After a couple of efforts, we both managed to get out of the sewers. Feeling rain on my face has never felt better. Time to get out of this alley. That's awesome, dude.
Hey, dude.
What's up?
Thank you so much for like saving me or whatever.
Yeah, like I get it, Queen. Like whatever. Like thanks, dude. I appreciate it, but like
kind of done being here, so I'm gonna go.
good idea. That's a good idea. What's that first guy named Papa Mutt? He builds Warhammer figures.
Call me if you ever want to hang. Later,
I
loser.
have a number? I don't think
she
I
didn't even give me her number. How am I? Doesn't matter. I'm tired. I only want to get out of here myself.
So true, Oompy.
You.
You.
You're dead.
Easy, easy. Hey man, gotta keep up. Look, I'll do it backwards. Listen, man, you're too slow. You just gotta, come on, man. I gotta go to the gym. You gotta go to the gym, man. Let's be real. Come on, I'm outpacing you. Look at you, little slow poke. Oh, you almost got me. You almost got me. Oh, he's gonna get me. Nah, just kidding. Oh, almost there. Oh.
You over there?
Yeah?
What are you even running from?
What?
There, he was,
Now calm down. Seems like you had a busy night, huh?
Yeah, cut.
This lady over here told us you saved her life.
I did.
Kid, else suspicious?
Of course. That's good, Joel. 10 out of 10. That was so fucking funny. Joel, I gotta be honest, so fucking for real. Keep this shit up. I'm being so honest. You did the music? Joel, you have a knack for horror comedy. That shit is so funny. That shit is so funny. Hey, there I am. Look at me. Yay! That's good. Who's the cop? That was so fucking funny. Holy shit. Joel, you got a knack for this shit. I'm being so for real. After long hours of interrogating, they let me go. I remember this night the rest of my life. His face, his tricks. Was any of that happened that day real? Hope with the information I gave them, they got the guy already. I know, but this one's like, you could tell it's a love letter. Like, this is so funny. Listen to the radio.
Good morning, people of Clawford. It is I, your host, once again,
John Radio.
A bit of a grim development about yesterday night.
I didn't even go that hard. I just put on my nasal voice.
Police found a lot of evidence of a murderer deep below the city.
Oh my god, deep below. Hold on.
After questioning some suspects and clearing them out of the list, the police claim the murderer might still be at large.
That's not good.
Or as small if you're an ant. Well, now with the weather.
They haven't caught him yet? How is that?
Uh-oh. It's very funny. It's very fun. 10 out of fucking 10, dude. 10 out of fucking, that's so fucking funny. That's the funniest game. I missed achievements too. I think I missed it. I missed a couple of achievements for sure. I'll have to go back and get those. I'm missing. You've met a terrible fate, haven't you? Oh, I think I was supposed to die. See me where the girl once walked. Really? I made this mechanic just for you. Huh. Let's figure this out. That's awesome, Joel. Seriously, that's such a good game. I'm giving that an updo. Funniest fucking game ever. 10 out of 10. Post review. Updo. No, the music's so fucking funny. I can tell this is a love letter to like all those like, because if you guys don't know Joel, I'm gonna give Joel a shout out for this. Joel is one of the fucking funniest motherfuckers, and all the games I ever see him playing are like the sloppiest, those silly slop horror games. The silliest like horror games, you know? And it's the funniest thing ever. It's the funniest thing ever. Why do I get... You know, but like it's the funniest thing ever. It's the funniest thing ever. And Joel plays those games all the time. You know, I every time I go in there, Joel's playing some weird horror game I've never seen before, so I can tell there's just a love letter to that. And that's so fucking funny. 10 out of fucking 10, Joel. That shit was funny as fuck. What do I do now? I could play some slop. I could play some slop. Which is good because I get scared of horror games sometimes. I don't know. I get scared. I can't be loud yet. Yeah, based on a real story. It was really funny. I could play Deadlock. I do like Deadlock. I like the code of playtester number 82 on Steam. Let me see. There's a bunch of them. That was so fun. I gotta go find people's like video footage of this. It was so funny. Yeah, I could play Sloppo with friends, or I could play Deadlock.
Fuck my
Hi,
stupid
Desync.
Mika mod life.
Shit takes a play. I gotta watch. I want to like. I love this. Like I think the first time I've ever done something like on this scale for somebody. I guess I like this scale, but like doing a voice acting thing, and I want to see people's reactions because I love that shit. I used to do a thing where I'd scare people. They played a scare game. They kept screaming. That's so funny. I also want to see like if they found the same stuff I found. Like because I talk to everybody whenever I play these games. I love just stupid shit. That shit's so yummy. I'm looking for multiplayer slop. I could play Deadlock. Oh, they're so cute. Oh my god, is that a cat? Brazil, is that multiplayer slop? That game hurts my eyes. I could play Lort. It is online. It is. It has online PvP apparently. That game hurts my eyes though. I watched Barrel play him. I watched Barrel play it apparently. I remember. You guys know, I'm excited for Goblin America. I could play Lore and have like a chat session. I kind of just want to wind down chat, you know? With such a high octane start to stream, I just want to I want to pull up some people and just chill and yap while I eat food and hang out with you guys, you know? I love doing that. I haven't played Lore. I've heard Lore's good for the most part, but I also we can just play Risk of Rain too. We can just play Risk of Rain too, you know? I don't know. I could get some friends that are gonna play Risk of Rain 2 or something. I thought, how does Lork compare to Risk of Rain 2? Is Lork good? Risk Rain 2 combat plus Elden Ring, Night Rain, day and night cycles. 3 days to beat the boss and escape. 3 days to get powered up. And then if you manage to beat the boss, you go on the next stage. One time when I said, dude, honestly, I don't like modding Risk Rain 2. It's a bit slower. We can do a poll. You guys want to? Okay, let's do a poll. We can do Lort, Risk Rain 2, or I want to find more friends. Stop that to the list though. Yeah, exactly. I could play Lort, Risk Rain 2, or I'm also looking for other stuff too. You know, I'm gonna see if let me see if my friend slop list is up to date. You know, let me see what's going on here. How do I view this? Cursed Companions. I do like Cursed Companions, but we played that a while ago. Actually, we played that recently. Yeah, Deadlock. Deadlock's an option. I'm gonna keep looking real quick though. Let me see. Where the Winds Meet. Not interested. Meow. Not interested. Quarantine Zone. I'm not interested. Mine Mogul. Oh, it's a single player. I would be interested in this though. This looks like Prime Slop, Prime Factory Slop. Yummy. Star Rupture is multiplayer, but I don't know about it. I don't know about it. Star Rupture. I could do Star Rupture. Bite Night says slop. I do. Listen. Let me look up Bite Night because I've looked it up like 3 times. Let me see it. Bite Night. We'll add it to the list. I want to do it. I want to do a night where I play a bunch of those games sunken. If you put in stream suggestions, I'll do it. I'll do it. Mage Arena. I hate Mage Arena. I'm gonna be so dead ass. Like streaming that game is I despise it. I despise streaming in that game. It's fun, but like it's like the antithesis of a stream game for
Lucky
me.
block stuff before I forgetty spaghetti are. Also me, cute, me, cute. Text string incoming Linko by the way. Me, cute. Also go sub.
Mia, I love you. Yeah, it just I don't like Mage Arena. It's just too much. It's like the opposite of what I want to do on a collab, you know? The Fortress. Mia, I love you for doing good. Guys, go check out Mia. She's so sweet. Mia, we just played a game that a bunch of friends like voice acted in and stuff, and me included, and it's so sweet. It's really sweet. I'm trying to figure out what friend slop I want to play, Mia. Well, it doesn't have to be slop. I just want to play something. Yeah, it's sick. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Croc. We could do Minecraft too. I could get some friends together and do some like private lobby, like friend block stuff or whatever. Let me see. Abiotic Factor? Nah, I don't feel like it. Onto Low genuinely. Thank you so much. Oh, let me see that. Lucky Block Invasion. What is this? That's interesting. That's funny. There's like that's interesting. So, huh? What the fuck is this mod pack, dog? What the fuck is this mod pack? That's interesting. I'm gonna save this, actually. I'm gonna save this in stream suggestions. Let's see, stream suggestions. I'm just gonna post this in here. I'm so curious about that. Go sleep late. See you later, Jenny. Rest well, rest well. Let's see. Let's see. I'm trying to look for it. Okay. Listen, we get to discuss friend swap. I'm eating food. I'm hungry, okay? I'm a hungry lady. I do like slop. Okay, stream suggestions. There you go. Mimesis. Mimesis is fun. I'm just looking. Is Repo up to date yet? No. Wait. Oh, devlog. Drug dealing simulator. I wanna do like, I wish there was a thing I could just hop on and play right now. I mean, I could do Hightail on the Boon server, but Hightail's alright. Hightail's alright. I just want to give it a little more time though. You know, I don't want to like burn myself out right now because it's just not my thing. It's not my thing. You know, dude. All I'm getting recommended is porn. Why Steam? It's not mid. It just needs to do more. You know, I don't want to play Minecraft too. I want to play Hightail. The combat's really tight, but everything else is kind of eh. I'm just trying to find like games, man. Yeah, no, I think Hightail just needs a little bit of identity. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's just like it needs more identity. That's all. I bought the big pack for a reason. I think it can be good and will be good. Foxhole. I wanna find a game that I can just really sink my teeth into. Gow. Deep Rock Galactic. I'd rather hang myself. I hate that game, man. I'd hate that. I don't know why. It just don't hit right. It's fun, but I just don't hit right. I'm just looking. I'm trying to see if there's anything new or like something slept on, you know? I don't deal well with like games that just throw hundreds of enemies at you. I mean, I just don't like it. It's overwhelming and like I think Left 4 Dead 2 is fun because there's a lot of like brevity. There's a lot of brevity and like niceness, right? But when I play like Deep Rock Galactic and like the Warhammer game, it's constant. It's too much for me. It's overstimulating. It's overstimulating and not in a good way. Not in a good way for me, you know? A roadside research. Looking this up. I'm just thinking of like what would be fun, you know? 1-4 co-op gas station simulator. That's interesting, actually. What the fuck? Rimworld? I could do that. I might have this on my wish list. It actually looks kind of fun. Skate Story? I haven't. I want to look for something to play with friends, guys, because I want to have I'm like kind of like tired. You know, I'm in that tired state after that big fucking Minecraft tournament, so I just want to chill. I just want to chill, you know? So I'm leaning more on like something chill and not like that game I would die. Nah, thank you. Stop it. Save your money. Thank you so much. That's why I'm just kind of like, I'm trying to think right now. We are planning Dark Souls with Lucia and Zen. You know? Because we have a lot of like solo this week, so I could just hop on Minecraft. You know what game I was playing actually recently? I got scared to play it. I think it'd be really fun to get some friends to play Tower Unite. I think it'd be so fucking funny. That game is so scary though. Like, dude, they make goon rooms. They have goon rooms and shit. But like, dude, I was gambling so hard. I mean, it's fun. You just gotta, you need a group of people, but look, hold on. You guys want to see my house? I was curious what I had. I know, dude. I know. I was so scary because someone like said the N-word. I was gambling and they were mad at me because I made like a big win on the horse race, and he's like, He looked at me and just said the N-word. But like, this is my room. See, cute, 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 right? I love golfing. I love golfing, dude. I love golfing. I think I forgot to feed my fish. That's okay. You guys want to see? I remember hiding something in this house. What's up, Hank? This is my guy down here. His name's Hank. I huff propane. It's all he does. This is Hank here. I wrote that when blasted out of my mind, guaranteed. Guys, look, there's a fish down here. You guys like the fish? You guys like the fish?
Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? I just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog.
It's Obama. Obama, this is before, I think Obama, when did Obama get, I think I did this, when did this game come out? Hold on, Tower Unite release date. I think Obama just left office after this, and I think it was like recent. Yeah, anyways. That's Obama. Anyways, that's all I have. I don't think there's anything else. There's a bunch of empty beer kegs around. Look, all I did in this game. Okay, how do I see it? Collection book? All I did was play golf, dude. Okay, I just played golf. That's all I did. That's all I fucking did was play golf in this game, dude. All I did was play golf. I love the mini golf in this game. This is still, to me, the best fucking mini golfing in any fucking game, dude. I'm being so fucking for real. Like, hold on, how do I see that? I'm so scared to click the wrong button, dude. Disconnect. Mini golf, man. Like, this shit was... Can we get this guy some help? Can we get this guy some help? This guy needs a friend. This guy deadass needs a friend, dude. Dude, I know it's scary. I'm scared of that, dude. Hold on. How do I host a lobby? Start a game. Can I make it friends only? They got custom maps, dude, now too. That's crazy. Friends only. Dude, this game though, I used to play. Okay, I used to play only mini golf. Look, I got the legend rank. And I would just sit there. Yeah, I might do a community night and do some like mini games with you guys. That sounds fun. I could also get do some friends and like cause this look at this. This is like the best mini golf. Like it's so good. It's literally the best, dude. I've never, but it's so hard to tell people, hey, hop on Tower Unite and play fucking mini golf, dude. They all play golf with your friends. When this is superior. This is the best mini golf I've ever fucking played in any fucking game. I'm being so dead ass. I'm being so dead ass. It's so smooth. It's so smooth, dude. Also, I want you guys to know how insane it is that I have this rank. I want you guys to know how many games I had to play to get this shit, dude. It is really good. It's so it's the best, like, all the game modes in this are just so polished, dude. It is, Callie. It is. It's crazy. Hold on, I got this. Don't say I didn't tell you. I'm really good at golf. I try to get it good, you know? Close. Damn. I love this game. This game's fun. It sucks, though, because, I don't think a lot of people stream it, because, a big part of the game is the public lobby. And if I told you there was just, like, fat furries walking around and, like, gooning, and like doing some weird shit, I will tell you that that is how it is. And people saying the N-word, it's like, it's crazy, dude. It gets crazy. Yeah, this is like VR chat, but if it was just desktop only, that's like, it's kind of crazy. It's insane, dude. They have like secret lock pads and shit, dude. I just want to play golf though. I could ask Callie and maybe V if they want to play this. I'd love to just have like a game night and maybe get chat. You guys want to play too, chat? We can do some game night in Tower Unite. How about that? You want to do that? You'd have to friend me on Steam, but we could totally do that. General Sam's video? Did he make a video on this game? I didn't. I didn't. I just know. I just know that people don't play this game because it's so... He did. What was this video about? I'm curious now. I do remember these things. Looking for goon. Was he actually doing that, dude? Did he find any? Did he find any? That's crazy, dude. That's crazy that this game's scary, man. I'm telling you. That's crazy. I mean, this game is notorious for that. Like, I'm being so fucking for real. It's like that prevalent. Damn. I mean, I would do that desync, but I want you to know how bad of an idea that is for a streamer my size to do. People watch the Gmod category just to harass streamers because they think it's funny. It is such a bad idea, and the bigger you are, the more they want to do it. It's crazy. People will do that. It's just because they have exploiting and stuff like that too. I am thinking about low-key just kind of playing mini golf with you guys and some friends. You know? If you guys want to play mini golf, it's fun. I promise this is fun. Actually, I haven't played this. This is a new level. You guys want to play mini golf on Tower Unite? I get some friends together. I get desync, maybe Vera, Callie. They want to. I'm gonna kill myself. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, let's do that then. I'm gonna call my friends and stuff and get you guys in here too. If you guys don't have me on Steam, it is friends only. There's my code. You should be able to join if you have that. Just send me a Steam friend request and I'll accept it. If I don't have you, it's whatever. You don't have to dox yourself if you don't want to, but I've been up for 26 hours. Get some rest if you need to. Let's see. Does Desync want to play? Does Minty want to play? I'm playing. Oh, hell yeah. Minty's playing Voice of the Void tonight. We're probably going to raid her. Let's see. 2P. I thought I had you already, 2P. That's crazy. All right. Desync, you want to play? I'm going to see if Vera wants to play too. Let's see. I'm game? Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Desync. Set it up. All right, cool. Let's see. Vera. We'll see if Callie wants to be down. And then I'll add everyone. Hold on. Accept. There you go. I have one rule if you add me on Steam. Don't DM me because I will cry. I will cry. Oh, fuck off. I got so excited. This game's badass, dude. I love this game, man. I just want to play the game modes. Like, I'm scared to go to the lobby. I'm scared to go to the lobby. Low game. There's also custom maps now for this, which is crazy because when I played, there was no custom maps on minigolf. People use Steam DMs, yes, all the time. I don't like them because they scare me. Please get a hole in one. It'd be so fucking cool, man. This is such a toss-up to get hole in the one, too. Like, are you kidding me? Come on. Dog, I'm not gonna make up the ramp. Fuck you, man. Dude, this is such a shit spot. Are you kidding me? You scare me? Ah! It's a mini golf game. I'm not gonna put guys. I'm not gonna put myself in the Tower Unite category. That's just asking for fucking freaks to join. So we're gonna just be in just chat, okay? Are you fucking kidding me? Excuse me. God bless. Dude, there's so many holes in this one. This is also why I like this mini golf. There's so many fucking holes, man. There's so many fucking holes. I'm cooked. It's okay. I'll run this. This is a cool map. What the fuck? Hell yeah. But yeah, we're just gonna stay in just chatting because there ain't no fucking way I'm dealing with those motherfuckers. That's a cool fucking map, dude. I like this map. Can I invite? Can 2P join? Like 2P can just join off of me. I was sitting here wondering why Stream was scared that I got jump scared by. That's what I'm saying. I just don't like it because I hate notifications of any sound and time because I hate having like I don't like urgency. You know, I get scared. It's a PTSD thing mainly. GC, do you need me to buy you the game? You know, just like I'll buy you the game if you need me to buy it for you. I don't mind. Just let me know. I don't like golf with your friends, man. It pisses me off. Plus, I get rewards and cosmetics. I get cosmetics. Ultra Diamond Legend? Dude. I think I'm gonna play with you. We can play. I don't mind. Do you want me to buy it for you? I don't mind buying it for you. Like, just say yes. You wanna know what? I won't give you that option. Hold on. We can play any other. There's other games in here, man. There's other games in here. There's other games in here, man. You know, there's a thing. Hold on. Let me just move the cash funds. Okay. Tower. Yeah, there's more than just golf on here, Desync. There's it's a whole it's an old Gmod game. Like, look, there's like so much in this, you know? It's not just one thing. I'm surprised. Like, this thing would be up your alley, Desync. This is one of those games that I feel like you'd love. No, it's not RP at all. There's no RP in this, Desync. It's a you can buy a house and decorate it. It's like a carnival game. There's like they have carnival games. They have so much stuff. You know? There's more that like we can don't have like I can show you a bunch of stuff. I have like you can buy like different houses and stuff like that, and there's like different rooms that you earn cash and money, and there's gambling and things like that too. What's the game name, by the way? It's Tower Unite. The hub is scary though. I'm gonna be honest. I don't. Can you make a private hub? Sorry, TP, for taking me so long. That's fine. That's fine. I'm gonna do something. Hold on. Actually, is there a way to make a private plaza or no? I don't think so. Okay, let me go to Australia. I'm gonna go to Australia because I don't want to deal with people, man. I get so fucking scared of the gooners. You don't understand. People just will say the N-word to you, dude. Are the yeah, you can upload custom player models. I have I just have the girl. I could have uploaded my old one. I'll probably do that, but you can add custom player models or decorate. You can also decorate them. I'm just Mina from Sun and Moon. Actually, I'm curious about who I'm subscribed to on this one. Hold on. Azure Lane, Deku, One Punch Man. Yeah, that's cool. Pretty normal stuff. Pretty normal stuff. Look. See? Badass, dude. Foodify. I'd be scared, dude. I'd be scared. I'd be scared. That probably. I'm scared because like people do that shit, man. Not in the lobby because they get banned for it, but look, there's like you can go over here. Look, there's like games. Oh my god, this is the one I used to fuck at right here. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's lock in. Tournament went good, Isaac. We lost, but it went good. It went good. It was fishing, D-Sick. You fish, man. You can. I'm so fucking scared to be in the lobby. I'm so fucking scared to be in the lobby. Get ready. Fuck you, man. Fuck you, man. I keep pressing, period. Why would you capitalize Martians? Excuse me? That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Yeah, D-Sync, there's a whole bunch of carnival stuff, right? There's carnival stuff. There's fishing. There's a casino. There's a casino. This game's awesome, man. I get scared to stream this game because it's bad, dude. It gets bad sometimes. It gets bad sometimes, dude. There's also a whole arcade with a bunch of arcade games. Pretty fun. Look, I'm already so fucking scared, man. People just sitting here and gamba. This is where the real money's made, okay? Silva fucking saddles. You ready to see me make some money, chop? You guys like Uma, play the real thing. Okay, 10 grand. Let's see. Spunky. I'm feeling Spunky. Spunky's gonna win. I'm putting, let's see, finish second. I'm putting all my I'm hedging all my bets in Spunky. Check this out. Bam. We about to make some money. We about to make some money, chat. We about to make some money. I love this. This is such a stupid fucking game, man. Okay, let me get all my friends' requests in. Hold on. Accept. Accept. No, it's not racist. It's just, Who is that? Why don't they have a play? Who is that? That's 2P. It's 2P. Okay. Mine's number 1. Look. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. They're doing good. Oh, come on. Don't slow down. Speed up, baby. Come on. Come on. Come on. Second or first. Second or first. Oh, my God. Dude, I'm about to make so much fucking money. Come on. Faster. Faster. Don't slow down. Stop. No, dude. I choked on my food again. I'm gonna kill myself. I only got 90 grand back. Help me. Excuse me. Now I have a crumb in the back of my throat, man. Oh, fuck you, dude. Coughing, baby. Joker? Little horse on the prairie? Horse of Penno. Horse of Penno. Come on, baby. Big stacks. Chay, you gotta think about the big money. Hold on. There you go. Big money. I'm spending 100 grand on this bitch, shop. I spent 100 grand on this bitch. Spirits. I'm just so fucking scared. Is 2P fucking gold ship? Or like, that's a Uma. Which Uma are you? Which Uma are you? Never sober. Come on, baby. Jungle pocket. Stop it. Okay, come on, baby. Ooh, my horse is close to the front. I'm gonna die. If 7 wins, I'm gonna kill myself. I put so much money on this, man. I'm gonna die. Please, please. Second. Yes. Let's go, dude. I just made so much money. I just made so much money, man. This is hype, dude. I just made so much fucking money. That's not bad. I'm good. Yeah, I choked on. There's like a piece of food like by my tonsil or something. Who the fuck is that? I'm so fucking scared. Never sober. Okay, hold on. Bets. I'm feeling love dust, but low key speed. I'm going all in on speed. This is the best way to make money, I swear to God, man. Miku to show? Miku? They got Miku? Oh, it might be Miku, Loki. It might be Miku. I don't know. I'm a little scared. But I feel good about speed, you know? This game's awesome. I just wish it. Why they gotta make it so goonery, man? Why people gotta goon to this game? I got a banana. I'm about to make fat fucking stacks, dude. I'm about to make fat fucking stacks. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on. Ooh, good turn. Good turn. Don't slow down. Go fast. Come on. Conserve that energy. Conserve that energy for the win, man. I got almost 1 million on your name. Come on. Oh my God. No fucking way. I don't want to fucking pay. We just made so much money. We just made so much money. Hold up. How much is that? Dude. I just made 1 mil. Damn. All right, hold on. Let's go spend it somewhere. Let's go. Is the high roller rooms up here? Where's the high rolling room? Is there a high roller room? I could just be. I think it's up here. That's right, baby. It's the high roller room up here. Texas hold. I do not want to play Texas Hold'em. I don't want to play Texas Hold'em. There's not enough people. Hold on. Let's go play blackjack. Let's go play blackjack. Let's go play blackjack. Let's see. Where's the? Okay, hold on. 250 right here. Easy, baby, easy. $10,000 place bet. 18 stand. I'm gonna kill myself. Okay, 10,000. 8 double. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. I got a 5. Hit me. Hit me. This shit's so rigged, man. This is not like, look, 20? This is not like actual blackjack. You never win, dude. You never win. 10,000. Let's go. Place bet. Come on. Money. Double. I'm gonna kill myself. What do you mean? What do you mean, man? Double. Callie, you don't get it, man. Why don't you hop on? Huh? Get on right now. Play around with me, huh? I'm in Australia 4. I'll call the group chat. I'll call the group chat right now. Double. You gotta be fucking kidding me. I get my money back? You're a cheating fuck, man. Double. I'm calling the group. Do it? Okay. I'm waiting for you, Callie. I called the group. I'm waiting for you. I got blackjack. He's gonna get blackjack. Oh my god, I actually made money. Callus of the Alley, Vera of the Samila.
May.
Hello, hello.
Hop on Australia 4. We're there. Which chat's gonna come. I'm playing blackjack, and then we're gonna play mini games.
Let's go.
13 double. I'm gonna kill myself.
Wow, it's like the real gambling experience. It's awesome.
Come on, come on.
It really is.
Double. I'm gonna kill myself. It was a 12. How does it do that?
Go to the casino this week.
Come on, Callie. Okay, all in on black, 17. 17 black, let's go. 17 black, let's go. All in, 17 black.
What's this fucking cutscene it's giving me? I've played this game before.
All in, 17 black. 200K, 17 black, dude. Let's go. Come on. Come on, baby. Come on.
Oh shit, they changed it.
They did. They updated the whole lobby. Come on, baby. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, 17 black. If it doesn't happen, I'm killing myself.
All right, which table are you at? Let's see.
I'm at roulette right now. I mean, they're at roulette. Chat, come join us in roulette. Right now, chat, come join us in roulette. That's gonna be next. Let's get next in here. Okay, hold on. nice. Chikola!
Thank you.
Chikola! All in
my
17
favorite.
black. No, actually, I'm gonna do, I wanna do, double zero. Going all in, double zero, Callie. That's 200 grand.
All in on you're crazy.
Think about it, man. Think about it.
I'm thinking about it, and I think you need to be put in a fucking institution. That's crazy.
How the fuck did you make this much off just playing golf?
It's horses. The horses
There's
pay
other
out
games.
so much. I made my money off horses, man. They're rigged.
Oh yeah, you're the horse. You're the horse.
This game's not good. The horses are crazy money. You guys want to make money? Come with me. Callie, come with me. Press control. Come with me.
Okay. All right.
I'll take you to make money.
God, Hagrid.
When I first loaded in, I was like, let me make sure I don't have some
Okay.
insane model on.
Yeah. You go to the goon rooms.
No,
So this
I
is-
do not, but I've seen some of the fucking models, dude. They're so funny.
I went on yesterday just to check things out because I reinstalled it yesterday, and I immediately saw this big fat furry. And it had jiggle physics, man. Like its belly was like jiggling. I'm like, I was scared.
Dude, it's bad.
I was scared.
Yeah, right.
All right, so listen. This is mostly a vibes game, okay? But notice how you will rarely see a horse. It's not, the odds don't matter. Okay, so let me you gotta sniff out the right one, okay? Okay. I'm looking.
Okay.
You gotta wait. This is good, man. This is how I made all my money. So you just want to find one, okay? You can either go all in on winning, or you can do like 2 and 3rd, okay? But you want to find one that pays out good. So my go-to, okay, is I look for a horse that's like 12 and 1 odds. So we have one. His name's My Little Failure. I'm going all in on My Little Failure. Maybe you guys want to go all in on My Little Failure, but you pick a. You could also do Astro. Astro probably has pretty good odds. I'm just saying. It's either Astro or My Little Failure.
I like Big Horse. I'm big.
Callie, big horse ain't getting in. Me and Chad already know Big Horse ain't coming.
See it. Let's fucking
Big
watch
Horse
it.
ain't coming.
You don't know shit about Big Horse. All right, what about a little bit of horse?
You like femboy flaps. Spread that. That's a good chat message. That's a good chat message. Yep. Love this game.
Oh, dude, that sounds about right.
Actually, no. Takes 2p. Come on, number 4, My Little Failure. By the way, My Little Failure is winning. I just know. I don't know where they are. Callie, your horse is in dead last, by the way. Just letting you know.
Horse. No, it's not. No, they're not. No, they're not.
Yeah, they're dead last, dog. You're cooked.
Don't know what you're talking about. That's not my fucking horse.
You're cooked, man. Here I come. Here I come. Third place.
My horse is
first place. Come on, run, run. My Little Failure. Run, 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 run. Oh, you fucker. Dude, Big Horse is cooked. Big Horse cooks.
I went all in on a little bit of horse. I went all in on.
Wait, you switched up on Big Horse?
I switched it up. I switched it up on Big Horse.
Why, man?
Because I believe in a little bit of horse.
I'm in, dude. We have so many people here, dude. What's up, prostate? How do I mute global chat? Is that a thing I can do? Let's click local.
Dude.
I mean, I just saw what's up, prostate. Hi, Colt.
Hit Y, and then you can swap between global and local.
Yeah, I saw what's up, prostate. I'm like, all right, maybe it's time to get off that. Too fast. Good soup. Good soup, man.
Good soup. Good
all
soup.
in. I'm going all in. First place. Good soup, baby. Here's the thing, Callie.
I'm feeling 80% horse.
If you go all in on 12 to 1, the odds are you're gonna make money.
I don't think that's how it works.
That's how it works. How am I wrong?
I'm crunching the numbers, and they're saying
okay,
that's
so
not exactly how it works.
You have a 12 and 1 chance, 1 in 12 chance to win, right? 1 in 12 chance to win, right?
Well, that's not how that works.
Yeah, that's how that works. No,
okay.
it's 50-50, really. You'll see when good soup ruins you.
Gambling is 50-50. Gambling is.
This is 50-50. This is 50-50. Yeah.
Either we win or we don't win.
Callie, my horse is winning.
Neither good soup's not. Did you not bet on good soup?
I bet on a Mystic Frost.
Oh, you're just saying that because they just crossed the finish line. You fucking liar.
Shit, dude, he read me like a book. Is chat winning? I wonder if chat's winning.
And look at your screen,
dude.
Vera actually won. Vera actually bet on.
Can afford a new pair of shoes. Let's go. W. I'm kind of pissed, man. I'm kind of pissed. I won't lie. My league. No, that thing, come on.
Gambling's hard.
Speed
Athena?
Narcissist.
Mr. Speed Twister.
Oh,
Perpetual
Goblin.
Dusk. Perpetual Dusk, man. All in on Perpetual Dusk. Let's go. I'm putting down 100K, and I can't help but notice you're putting 500, Callie. Like, what's your max bet, man? You poor?
Max bet. My max bet's okay. All right.
You'll hand me
Perpetual Dusk. All right, I'll match it.
Yeah.
I'll match it.
You'll match 100K?
I matched 100K. Well, no, because I already put down some bets before.
No, you're poor. Just say you're poor. Brokey.
The last time every time I played this game, I would go to the casino and gamble until I had no money, and then I'd be like, all right, I have to go play some fucking. I guess I have to play mini games now.
We're an adult now, Callie. Like, it doesn't matter anymore, you know? You can just be happy.
What the fuck are you saying?
Callie, you just be happy with yourself. You can just unwind. You're an adult now, man. Like, you just be happy.
What the fuck are you saying?
Callie, you can just be happy, man. Oh my god! 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 Oh my god!
Oh my god, she was right.
Shit, dude.
Oh my god.
I just made a milli, dude. I'm at 2 milli now. That's crazy.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I don't want to pick them, man. I don't want to pick them.
780,000.
Hi, Isaac. Dude, I won like 1.5. I won 1.3 mil. And I've only lost 300k so far, Callie. So I'm just saying. I'm right.
Oh my god, she's right.
I am right.
I hate to admit it, she's actually right. Her dumbass fucking plan is right.
The way to win at gambling is to be pure at heart.
I'm gonna go for brain. I'm gonna go for brain. $1 million. Let's go on brain. Bam. Who the fuck is that in front of us? Is that Bama? I love how look at Hank Lady's here. I love how he just like raided this lobby with my chatters. This is a good idea. This is a good community night game, Loki.
Good call going to Australia.
Which one?
So that way there's not 1,000 perverts.
That's what I was saying. I was so scared, dude. Watashi wa Miku desu.
No, it's bad.
Fat fucking Boone? Is okay, wait, I didn't see. Yeah, nope. That's crazy. Ooh, brain's looking good. Brain's not looking good, but it's okay. Hold out hope. Kelly, what are you doing? Are you cheating?
What am I?
Hi, D-Sync.
What do you mean?
We're in Australia 4. We're gambling.
Horse as you.
I don't think you'll have money to gamble with, though. I don't think. You have a little bit.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna be poor as heck. You know,
we can do game modes after this once you're ready.
Installing.
Well, we have to go once you're done with the tutorial and stuff. Mm-hmm.
I'll have to do a tutorial. Ooh.
Well, just to understand how to do it, you know.
I'm gonna spam click through it and then I'm gonna pretend I know what I'm doing.
I'm surprised you never played this game because this is an old Gmod game mode that they made into a full game.
You know, I remember I've heard about it a lot of times before, but I never heard good things about it.
It's cool. It's cool.
I've heard nothing but good stuff. It's a good game. The only thing that's bad is the community. It's all like it's all like hyper furry gooners.
That's more or less what I've heard. That's why I never touched it.
But it's not that bad.
Yeah. No, back in the day, I was the type of guy who on Gmod, I would always be on like Dark RP, making
Gold
like
Glimmer
Hobo castles and like revolutions.
Gold Glimmer's my horse. Yeah, there's a lot of femboys. Girl, come. Stop playing games with the cute boys in it. Do you want me to bring anything home for Din Din? I can stop at the store or something. All right. What is going on? What is going on?
We're getting chats from France, dude.
Oh, the French love this game.
Mm-hmm. There's also a whole arcade with realistic arcade games. That's really fun. Come on, 4. Let's go. Let's go, Gold Glimmer. Oh, Gold Glimmer's gonna win. I can feel it. I can't see them, but I know they're there. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, they're so close. They're so bad. They're so bad. It's so over.
What?
Excuse me. Is this a femboy server?
Bless you.
No, the game has a large like furry community. And then, you know, Not a bad thing. Nothing wrong with furries. But with that, you know, it starts expanding into like LGBTQ, and they're really open with like sex stuff, which cool. I get it. So there's a lot of gooning in this game. That's it. There's a lot of goonas, dude. There's a lot of goonas. There's a lot of goonas. Thunder? Thunder? Thunder! Yeah, I'm still playing. Fuck, I hit the wrong button. See? They're checking if I'm macroing. They're checking if I'm macroing. They think I'm macroing. Yeah, VR chat before VR chat. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. But VR chat's kind of worse than this now, man.
I think this came out after VR chat.
No, this came out way before VR chat, Callie. 2016.
Well, oh shit, okay. Well, I mean, this was originally like a fucking Gmod game back in like 2008 or whatever.
Yeah. I'm still eating my food, even though it's cold. I eat so fucking slow, man. I was so hungry.
Yeah, whenever I've tried to eat on stream,
Yeah, VR
before,
chat's
it always takes
bad.
like at least an hour or two.
I'm kind of glad to, I didn't know General Sam made a video on this game. That's kind of awesome, actually. I hope that brings some like new life into this game that isn't gooning. Because this game does fuck.
I think it's gonna bring in like even fancier goon rooms.
There's nothing wrong with being like a you know, like a sensible Kuma. Jerk your shit, man. Fucking toothbrush. Hate that fucking horse, man. Fuck off. Fucking stupid toothbrush guy. And Cozy from the collab Minecraft that I passed out just woke up. Hi, Kane. No idea how you get Cozy during that. Zam was crashing out, dude. Zam was screaming. It was funny. Yeah, once these things seats up in the casino, we can do the mini games.
Ooh.
Ooh, Sakura.
Oh my god, it's Among Us.
Sakura or Cloud? Feeling Sakura. Callie, 100 grand on Sakura. Do it.
100 grand on Sakura?
I got the feeling, you know?
You got the feeling?
Mm-hmm.
You got the spidey sense.
How much money do you have now?
Me?
Yeah, I just got achievement.
I have like 600k.
Okay. I'm feeling good about this one. Hell yeah, Kane. Well, it's good. I'm glad you guys hanging out. I'll probably do this again. If we can fill up a lobby like this, I'll feel a lot better. Because I don't want to, like, the only worry is someone's gonna say the N-word or something. So I feel a lot safer when chat and my friends are here, you know? Yeah. Come on. Gamba.
That's cool. Fucking love gambling.
Oh, okay. Good start. Not bad. Fuck, that's a fast horse. Okay. Come on. Oh, she's slowing down. It's over, Callie. It's over.
Hold on. She's good on the straights. Hold on.
You're good on the straights.
What the fuck do you mean by that? No?
Callie gives... I don't know.
No, I lost $100,000 to
Callie, it's okay.
It's
okay.
Among Us won. We lost to Among Us, Gold Glimmer, Spirit, and Biggest Horse.
Callie, you just gotta open your mind. Why is that's Croc? Okay, Callie. Listen.
I'm listening.
We're gonna find a horse, okay?
Okay.
We're gonna
find a horse.
Okay, hold on. Dude, we are Thickfoot. Let's go. Callie, we are Thickfoot, man. We are Thickfoot.
For a horse.
We are Thickfoot.
We are Thickfoot. We carry the race.
Oh my god.
Dude, I watched it and I was playing Minecraft today and they kept saying we are Lifesteal. and I was losing my mind trying not to laugh. Because they didn't know I was laughing so much. They didn't know I was laughing so much. It was so fucked up.
Oh my god. We placed the
a
blocks.
league, a legendary league, a League of Legends.
Just think you don't get it.
Oh.
You don't get it, man.
Damn.
And it's okay. It's okay.
We are lifesteal.
I don't know. I don't. Well, because it was like the team name.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good start. Good start from Thickfoot.
It's a good bit. Yeah, no, pretty strong start from Thickfoot. Okay.
Okay.
We are Thickfoot. We are Thickfoot.
We are Thickfoot.
Wait, what the fuck? Oh shit! I did not see number 8. Damn.
We're getting smoked. We're getting smoked.
What the fuck? My Twister. Callie, how much money you got?
We should. 393,000.
We have to hold faith, man.
Third. We just need one win. We just need one win.
We carry the race, man. We carry the race. We just gotta think about it.
If we believe that we carry the race, then we'll win.
Huh.
Uh-huh.
Huh. Huh. What is this? The little bit of horse burger? Sapphire Mist. All in.
Sapphire Mist, all in it is.
Ow. Callie's fucked.
There we go. I've managed to brute force my way in.
Oh, there you are.
Did you say Callie's fucked?
We have one more seat for you. We have one more, how much money you got?
I have. It appears that I've started with 3K.
Good enough. Put some bets down next race. You got some time to put bets down next race.
Race begin. Oh.
It's okay. It's okay. Just watch the race.
Mate, did you swap your bets?
No, I'm Sapphire Mist. All in.
Okay.
Ooh. We ain't winning, big dog.
Dead last? Look how slow that motherfucker is! That's not real!
It's the clutch!
It's so over.
Callie, listen. You just gotta believe more.
May, that motherfucker is walking!
Well, they have a cow. I didn't notice they have a cow pattern. That might just be a cow.
I could do better than that horse.
That might just be a cow, Callie. It's got cow print. I didn't realize that, man. It's got cow print. Callie, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Someone won 20K.
Okay.
I knew I should have bet on Goblin.
It's so fucking over. So fucking true, dude. What's the global chat looking like? Who's hugging their stuffies right now? Me with a happy face. That's good. Good for them.
Girl
good.
Cum is that person. The person who said me's name is Girl Cum. That's crazy. And the person who said who's hugging their stuffies is named Girl Stink.
Oh my god. We are Hoof. We carry the race, dude.
Where's We Are Hoof? Where's We Are Hoof?
Where?
Where's Hoof?
Oh, Hoof.
I see Hoof.
Oh,
I'm all in on Hoof, man. That's my goat.
Yeah, fuck it. I'll drop 2K on Hoof.
Dog, you only got 3K.
Yeah. What about it?
Me and Callie are throwing down money because we got money. You know? What's up, Walla?
Not for much longer. Not if you keep having me bet on Sapphire fucking Mist.
Callie,
am I gonna die of starvation in this game? Is this?
We are Hoof.
Hey, how much money do you have
we
left?
Carry the. I have $1,500,000.
Okay. All right.
Am I gonna ask me for a fucking loan?
No, I'm just curious.
I'll give you some money. I don't mind.
Okay, Hoof. I don't think can you give people money in this game?
Oh no.
I don't think so.
Oh, it's so over.
Oh no.
Dude,
no. Believe. We are Hoof. We carry the Hoof, man.
He's last.
We carry the horse.
We're second to last. All right.
I'm turning this
It's
motherfucker
okay.
into glue.
Let's go to the glue factory. It's over.
Dude, if I could bet on who would be last place instead of first place, I'd be so good at this game. I would listen to everything
No.
May says.
You just have to believe, Callie. You just have to believe, man. Callie, listen. I've lost 101 million. I won 1.3 million. Okay, I'm up, man. I'm up. We're gonna get our payout.
Barely.
We're due for a payout, man. It's 1 in 12 odds.
That is true. That is true. May, I can only go all in on 2 more horses.
Callie, go half in. Just go half in. Stretch your bets.
Start going half in? Okay, all right, we'll start going half in.
Because you'll still get like 800k back, you know?
Yeah.
Echo, Broken Nail.
Broken Nail.
Or Spirit.
There's also Spirit. I think it's Spirit.
We are Spirit. Let's go, man. Crocodile Chop's playing it. Oh, that's a good bet.
$1,000 on Broken
Do it.
Nail.
Do it.
I'm dropping my last 1K on a Broken Nail.
That ain't good. He's gonna lose. 100k and I'm so
I'm
fucked.
absolutely gonna lose.
Alan, we are so fucked.
Alan, we are so fucked. You think this horse is up to code?
Come on,
It's
baby,
over.
all in. I got a fucking fat salad to eat, Callus Alley.
So you know what? I'm gonna move it.
This is the fucking lettuce salad?
Dude, it looks so good.
Oh, it didn't let me. No.
What kind of salad you get?
Garden.
Stupid fucking name for a salad. Of course it's a garden. It's a fucking salad. Whoever named that salad needs to be fucking fired. Garden salad. That's the point of a fucking salad, asshole.
Come on. Come on. Pull through, man. Pull through. Come on. No.
Just barely. That's so fucked.
Hey, let's go play mini
Luckily, it
games.
fucked
I'm
up
starting a
my
mini
bet and I
game.
wasn't able to bet it on there, so I still have my 1K. All right.
Okay, guys, we're gonna do some mini games. Chat, if you want to play? Yeah, we're gonna do. Let's start with mini golf. So they have ball race, which is kind of like multiplayer, like Super Monkey Ball. They have SDNL, which I don't know what this is. Oh, first person deathmatch. Virus, which is like zombie survival. Knights versus Dragons, which is one of my favorite games. It's basically there's a dragon, you have to press the button on its back. There's a top-down twin stick shooter, which is kind of shitty. And then there's a Accelerate, which is Mario Kart.
Wait, hold on. Is Knights versus Dragons just the
Little Crusaders.
That one like that
Gmod.
one like Mother 3 game mode type thing?
Yes. Yeah.
Like hit the button on the back. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically every mini game in this is ripped from something else, but they do it really well, so I can't even complain.
Let's see here. What map do you guys want to do? You guys want to do Haven, Treasure Cove, Waterhole Island, Forest Garden, A Mission, Mushroom Wood, Nostalgia, Dino Drive, Altitude, Alpine. Sweet. We're gonna do random. Fuck it. It's Treasure Cove.
Homie, I don't know what any of these things are.
That's okay. Come join me.
Adventure.
Yippee! Yippee! Yippee!
Let's go.
Yippee! Just to warn you guys, me and 2P are kind of cracked at this. To Callie, they gave me cheese in my garden salad.
Okay, hold on. Maybe they're redeeming themselves a little bit.
Callie, do you know what's in my
Hold on,
salad?
Is it like, what's in your salad?
Garden.
Fuck off.
Yeah.
Oh gee, who would have fucking guessed?
Do you know what else is in my? You know what else is in my
It's got
salad?
fucking-
You know what else is in my salad?
Did you get
Lettuce.
pepperoni? Lettuce.
Why is
the
there
lettuce
dirt and worms
salad.
in my salad?
Callie,
Gordon.
we need to get you laughing at lettuce. How is it not happening yet, man?
Oh, fuck,
Why
it's
don't you
happening
laugh at the lettuce
again.
burger, dude? I don't get it.
I
Oh,
said
no.
lettuce earlier. I laughed at it.
That's the lettuce burger. I got the early access helmet? No way. For being early access?
Oh.
Wow, they let everybody in here, huh? Lettuce burger. You know, guys, what makes Callie not laugh? The lettuce burger.
It's a meme in my chat. I can never escape the fucking lettuce burger.
Dude, it's such a legendary bit. I want it to last for years. I want Callie to be like, we're gonna be friends like 12 years from now, and I'm gonna say, Callie, he's gonna go, what, May? I'm gonna go, lettuce burger, and he's gonna laugh so hard he's gonna die.
Oh my god.
He's gonna die. I'm being so for real. I'm gonna be so for real. It's the best bit ever.
You think I'm gonna die in 12 years?
Well, maybe not 12.
Die?
Ooh, Callie, bad swing on that, man.
Die?
That's a bad swing, dude. Yikes, dude. Yikes, look at that.
Bad swings.
What's that supposed to mean? I'm gonna fuck with Callie. I'm gonna go, better swing.
Callie's, yeah, Callie's turning 84 years old this year.
Happy birthday.
I'm gonna fucking kill myself.
Vera, can you come over and toss my salad?
Crazy work, but yeah, I'm gonna get it done.
Why?
Like a chef kind of thing, you know?
I just need it.
Tosses your salad.
Callie, better swing. You miss. You suck.
Hot take, the ideal salad, just spinach.
Just spinach?
Ooh.
That's kinda,
You got problems, big dog.
If I just hit full power this way. Ha! Oh, that actually worked.
Ooh, ooh, ah, fuck! I got paw.
Holy shit!
Callie, swing, miss. You suck.
Dude, shut the fuck up.
Oh my god. Oh my god, he fell off the cliff.
I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm gonna fucking kill you.
My mom used to have like a salad spinner for salad toss.
Oh my
and you
god.
press it down, it rotates fucking fast.
Oh shit.
Oh yes.
Oh no, I had one of those, except it had like a little turn thing on it where you
Hold
had
on,
to, like,
hold on. I
spin it and
gotta
spin
destroy
the
someone
rest
chat.
back with a gear.
Hey, Monty Hobb. I think you're the prime example of that. It's our OUR. Okay, OUR. Our evolution at this point has backfired with a period. Okay, I have dyslexia, so you should let me spell better than you, okay, buddy? So listen, if you want to try to be smart, make sure to spell it right. Dumb fuck.
I bet you the 13 at the end is their age.
No. They're born in 2013. Sorry.
How true.
Yeah, open school. Media literacy's dead. They don't know how to spell our anymore.
Yeah.
They say R.
Yarr.
He's probably a Kai Cenat kid, man. It's fucked up, man. It's fucked up. Fuck! I almost got the good hole. Of course, Higlity gets it. Fuck you, Higlity. Higlity got a hole in one, man. I want to hear he gets it. You hear it and it goes, Sunshine Day! Hole in two? I'm gonna kill myself. I'm buying a fucking rope and a chair. I'm gonna hang myself.
Oh, if you get in there, it just sends you straight to the fucking end? Okay.
Yeah.
Damn, what am I doing? Going the long way around.
Callie, my garden salad kind of fucking rules, man.
Yeah, what's in it?
Yeah.
Lettuce.
They don't even have fucking garden in your salad?
Purple lettuce.
I think that's cabbage.
Purple lettuce.
Wow.
Just like pulling it out piece by piece.
Slightly spiky lettuce. Hole in one. Hole in one. Hole in fucking one. Easy, man. Easy. Where's your hole in one, Callie? Come on, it's an easy map, man. Oh, Callie, what are you? Ooh. Oh, a hole in three? Ooh, hole in five, man. Come on. That's embarrassing, Callie.
Oh, dude, it's Jover. It's Jover.
That's
man.
embarrassing, Callie, man. This is an easy level too.
It's Jover for me. I do better when the work's harder.
Oh god, I almost said rope and share the other day and you not picked that one up. My bad. Buy a fishing line and a crane.
What?
Yeah, buy a fishing line and a crane.
Become magician.
I'm killing myself.
Yo, I got a pit for a salad, alright?
Not really. Twitch, I'm joking. I'm killing myself in golf, okay? I'm golfing. Golfing's really intense, man. Why does this game have the best golf in any fucking game ever made, man? This shit is so smooth. It's fucked up, man. Every other golf game don't feel as good as this. Buy a belt and a door handle. Oh, shit. Hmm. 4, 9, 5, 6, 4. Yikes, dude. Yikes.
I have 4s across the board.
I'm actually winning this. That's crazy.
I'm a second half player. I'm a second half player.
This game gets great. Callie, this game's actually cool too. How many holes do you think there are?
It's 18.
Yes, 18 holes, man.
I know. Like I said, I'm a second half player.
18 in this, though, is always a victory lap.
Now officially,
So it's always the easiest hole.
We're a nice 14th of the way there.
Quadruple bogey, I'm fucked.
That's you, Callie. Really insane. A stroke of lemon and a
What is
fuck
this?
take a mallet to my cock. What is what, desync?
Is it
It's
an
easy.
interesting hole?
This game has tight physics, though, man. I golf with your friends wish it could be this, man. I'm being so for real.
This golf with friends wasn't made with nearly as much autism as this game was.
This game is fueled by, I'm gonna kill myself, autism and furries, man. I think I'm in my hole in one. Hole in two, my anus, bro.
Told you, I'm a second half player.
G-Sick, how did you get...
Well, they like hone the physics of this in
How did you
Gmod,
get
right? It's
below
like
par?
10, 15 years of dev time.
When I sent it out at the start, I got stopped by the fucking stutter thing.
Oh, poor Penguin, dude.
I don't know when this game came out in Gmod Vera, but I was like in elementary school.
Well, if you're 84 now, it's a long time ago.
Shut the fuck up.
Well, you know, he just looks young because he had the lettuce burger. You know?
The lettuce burger is what gives me my youthfulness.
That shit makes him laugh, by the way. He loves the lettuce burger. I'm gonna kill myself.
Is there a way to like free cam around, or do I just have to like hope that I can figure out the map as I'm going?
You just figure out the map as you're going, man. Can you free cam in real life? It's realistic.
Well, let's go gambling. Well, I mean, you can walk around the course and look around where the holes
No,
are.
because that's
so yes, actually.
no.
That I think that's literally how it is. Yes.
Do that as a golf ball, huh? You think you're so fucking cool? Do it as a golf ball.
I am unfortunately not a golf ball. I do have hair.
I fucking stroked out, man. Hi, Rin. Good morning.
Oh, out of bounds gives you +1 stroke.
I'm gonna
Oh,
die
what
in
the
a
fuck?
snowstorm and you're laughing at me, dude. I'm literally gonna die and you're making fun of me. Fuck you.
Sorry.
Why are
Is
you
it
laughing,
actually
Kelly?
supposed to snow there?
It is snowing. A lot, actually.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. That's crazy.
Yeah, Callie, I'm gonna die tomorrow and
shuffled.
you're laughing at me.
Dude, I had a chatter tell me something once that I probably shouldn't have laughed at, but randomly they just went, one of my brother's coworkers is like the product of incest, and I started laughing so hard, and I was like, dude, I'm so sorry.
That is insane.
I didn't know how to react to it.
You know, it's kind of fucked up, but like, someone came in my chat, didn't know who they were, and they said my grandpa just died, and I don't know why. I went, oh well. I said, oh well, to him, and I'm like, I started laughing. I'm like, I don't know why I did it either. It just came out. It just came out. I said, oh well.
Dude.
Like, damn.
Was this like a first time chatter?
First time chatter said my grandpa just died, and I said, oh well.
I mean, well, they're a first time chatter, you know what I mean? Like,
I would never do that when I like long time chat, but like first time, never said a word in my chat to come in and say my grandpa just died. I said, oh well. Damn.
I don't know, that just reminds me of that one clip that's like, go around, my dog died. Let's go!
Dude, I'm fucking smoking everybody, man. I'm killing myself. Wait, it's not over? We're so bad. I'm not killing myself. I'm killing myself. No hole in one. Why even live, man? Ellie, don't fuck up. Ah! Ah! Dude, you almost fucked up. You almost fucked up.
Nah, you wish. You wish.
I'm ready. Oh, do you want to play 2-1 in here? Yeah.
Otter, get in here.
I've already supposed to like hang out offline. We're not offline though. I'm sorry, man.
I've been abducted.
07 for the other plan.
Well, I'm streaming today, so you know.
This is now the plan.
Yeah, it's okay. No worries.
It's Tower Unite matchstick. We're playing with chat. I'm gonna kill myself. What'd you say?
What?
You had me on Steam. Sorry, I just sorry. I want to add me. You gotta add me on Steam.
Okay. I think. Let me. Oh, I see you. Okay, I'm joining right now.
Yeah. And we're just. Sorry. Yeah, golf. We're playing Tower Unite chat. If you want to add me on Steam to play, if you guys don't have me already, which I'd be surprised if you didn't, because I add most of my chatters to play games on Steam all the time. So, there you go.
That's fucking out of bounds. What? Okay, this is. I went down.
This is the
with
best.
Everyone else and it fucking set me off.
This is the best mini golf game mode, physics-wise, map-wise, and everything. It's so polished. It's unreal. Callie, do you agree with that sentence?
It's better than golf with friends. I'll say that much.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Get out of bounds like that.
It's better than golf
I don't know.
with
It's just
friends.
so smooth. It's my favorite game mode. It's just like nothing compares, man. Yeah, it feels like they wanted to make a golf game.
A little bit.
Well, you usually can at the beginning. It just shows you like a little overview. But listen, that's part of the fun. You want to experience new things together. Arania, you can't miss this, man. Come on. There you go.
My ping.
May I'm sure that you have like every map memorized.
I don't actually. There's like a lot
Golf
of.
Lord.
I only have the first. There used to be 7 maps when I played. Now there's like double.
There's a shitload of maps, right? Like 20?
Yeah, they added a bunch of maps, each with 18 levels in them. Huh?
Utter, I have never played Gmod Tower.
How the fuck?
That's what I was saying. And he told me that he thought this game was just like role playing, like a mini game, like golf.
Roleplay and weird furries. That's what I was always told it was.
No, dude, this game's good. Besides the weird role plays and like weird furries and role play, man.
That is also there, yeah.
Yeah, like that's
There's
but
a lot of that, but you know, that's not like.
That's negligible.
Okay,
you know?
so there were always 3 things that I did on Gmod all the time. That was a lot of zombie survival, TGT and prop killing people in that, and Dark RP as a hobo.
Bro, give me the hole in one,
revolutions. And building castles on rooftops.
Yeah, you deserve that, Callie.
Still,
Bounce out, pussy.
Fuck you.
You deserve
Stop watching
that.
my ball, bro. Fuck you.
Your ball came flying in. I saw. Oh, how'd you miss that, dude?
The camera. It was the camera. It was the
You know,
camera.
I could have been evil. I could turn on ball collision in this.
Ball collision's so funny in this game.
Been funny. Yeah.
Okay, after this round, we'll do it.
It's so funny just to fuck people up.
After this round, I'll remake the lobby and turn on ball collision. Okay.
Yeah, because right now, as it is, it's kind of like just playing golf.
Chat's
around
saying
each
turn it
other.
on too.
But with
Chat's
ball
saying turn it on
collision-
too in game. So we'll do it. We'll do it. I'm gonna kill
With
myself,
ball
dog.
collision, it's playing golf against each other.
Chad, why do you hate
do
yourselves? I mean,
Hell yeah.
there's a reason why we hate ourselves, but why do you hate yourself?
Oh, my chat, they're evil. Yeah. They'll go into people's chats and just say shit, man. I would have got a hole in one too, dude. If I didn't fuck it up, man. Oh my god. I don't even know how I did that. I was looking away. Callie, things aren't looking good for you, man.
Hole in one on this map.
I got it. I don't know how I did it. I'll be honest with you, but I did it.
Higgly Strange Bomber also got it.
Chat
Okay.
is evil, but they also love my friends, so it makes me happy.
Good.
I want to build a strong
base.
community off of goodness, you know? Callie, 50 ain't looking good for you, man.
What do you mean 50? I ain't 50.
No, you
I'm
got
at
50
39.
points. Well, no, you got 50 total.
30 on 30.
Yeah, it's not looking great.
Life. Fuck my Chungus life.
Fuck my big fat Chungus life. Look at chat talk saying big
You have to go in
balls.
the middle. You have to go in the middle. Don't go anywhere else. You have to go in the middle.
Let me uncover chat for you guys. Hold on.
Ah, shit.
Here's where my damn Utter, your fucking PNG is sick.
Oh, thank you. It's a who's the name? They're Rama. Rama was their name. They made my PNG. They're really cool individuals.
Sorry, I just shut up, Callie. Fuck you, man. Oh, what would you say? What'd you say? What'd you say?
I was learning from you, dude.
Hurry up, Callie. Ooh, nice miss.
Oh, what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I can't believe Callie fucking missed that dude. Fucking actually washed.
May was yelling at you in Jaw's game.
Oh, May, not in first place
Wait,
anymore.
Boostva was in Jaw's game? Boostva voice acted in that? Did he? You mean Boone? You mean Boone? Dude, Boostva's European as fuck.
Boostva just confused.
I'm gonna kill my. Oh wait, no, wait, hold on. It's not over.
Oh, wait, does this just? Oh,
let's see it.
That's just a hole in one slot. Okay.
Hole in one, baby.
Are you kidding me? Both of you got hole in one, huh?
Yeah, you just gotta land in the right
Easy
slot.
stuff.
I hate
It's all
that
just
motherfucker.
Gamba.
Callie's such a piece of shit.
Watch this putt game. Watch this putt.
Easiest fucking game of my life.
Fuck my life. Fuck my life.
Dude, I'm in second place now.
Now watch this drive.
I am going to actually scream.
That's okay. I still can flex my rank in this game. No one's close to me. My rank, but I can't flex my rank next to fucking 2P.
Bruh.
Okay.
I don't wait. Rank 69. Wait, wait. Hold up. What did they mean by that?
Hover over it. You're rank 69.
Is that total? There's no way. There's no way I'm ranked 69 on the
Nice.
fucking leaderboards, dude.
That's what it says.
Nice.
No, I think it's just how much experience you have. It's how much
No, because
experience
2P's
you
a
have.
higher rank than me. Am I really ranked 69 in the fun? No, okay. What the fuck do they mean by that? Rank 1. Because you guys are all
Dude, that's
rank
your
1
level.
and 4. Check Minty DM? What does she want? Where'd you leave the crowbar? What crowbar?
Oh, the voice of the void crowbar.
I didn't. Did we have a crowbar that run? I don't think we did. Chat, did we have a crowbar?
Yeah, in the new versions, the old crowbar spot got replaced with a pipe, and it doesn't even exist until later.
What she want a crowbar for? Tell her I don't have it. If you need to open a door, use a hammer. Fun fact.
Well, you just open it with a rock too. Just fucking pick a rock up and start swinging it.
Thank you, D-Sync.
There's a thing making noise. Dude, shit's fucked. Good luck. Have fun. Dude, I put water on top of the machines that when she like tries to go to work, it's gonna make the power go out.
Why do you hate your friends?
I love my friends, actually.
Why do you want Minty to suffer?
I couldn't fix it. It was stuck. Chad, it was stuck, so I just gave up. It was stuck in the. I gave up with it. I said Minty can fix it.
You just said you poured water on top of it.
No, that was one. That was another thing.
Okay.
And I didn't pour water. I left it so that when she tries to move something, it'll spill water on the machine. It's a mess in there. Hold on, I'm taking a peek at a stream chat. I gotta see what's going on.
I'm good. Oh my god. Bear, are you seeing this? Bear, are you seeing this right now? Where I'm at right now? Bear, you see this?
Dog. She said she. Tell her it's a G. Hold on, you guys.
I'm gonna kill her.
What the fuck?
I'm going to kill her with my bare hands.
I tried fixing
I received horrid news from May. Oh my god. Did she say there's no crowbar?
There is no crowbar. There is no crowbar.
Because I think that's the truth of the fact.
Oh, this sucks.
Hi, Kerfer.
Dude, the room's a mess.
Hi.
Where can I plug this thing in?
Tell her she has enough money to buy a crowbar.
Where can I plug this fucking thing in? What is
Dude, that's funny. That's so funny.
Is that the TV?
That's so funny.
Why is it on the floor? Why is the microwave full of MREs? You know, we don't worry about that.
She's gonna have a great time cleaning. No, don't unplug my microwave. That's my microwave. I put that there. Sorry, I was
Is
AFK.
this like a shared world or something?
Yeah.
The shared save, I believe.
It's so over. Yeah, I was doing a share save, and she said, "Where's the crowbar?" I'm like, we never had a crowbar. You will have to buy the crowbar with the money. Go to bed, and the elves will leave you money. There's elves that leave her money. There's elves that like appear every night and left me money.
Oh hell
She'll see them. She'll see them. She'll see them.
That was a birdie.
You gotta, the next time you're on there, you gotta buy a shitload of bananas and just leave banana peels in random places.
That's no, that's evil. Not to Minty, dog. Not to Minty. I can never do that to Minty.
D-Sync would definitely do that to me. So,
oh, absolutely.
It was
Dude,
not my fault.
Asshole.
The game is cursed. I'm gonna try to check DM. Absolutely insane.
May.
Yeah?
Check your score.
Damn.
What is that?
6-7. 6-7. Rain! Thank you for the rain.
6-7.
Rain, Irene. Thank you so much. I love you, Irene. I'm gonna schedule a collab real soon. I gotta finish up my sponsor shit and I'm good. I'm good. Hi, Rain. Guys, go check out Rain. She's the sweetest motherfucker ever. She's just genuinely the sweetest motherfucker ever. No cap. Callie, I hope you fucking die.
Okay.
Oh, you hit the slow. Oh, double bounce. You're done. You're slowed, Callie. You're done.
Dude, I'm right next to you. What the fuck are you talking about?
Next to you. What the fuck are you talking about?
Mom and Dad are fighting.
Callie, look, you're gonna hit the wall, man. Ooh,
Oh, no, I
yikes.
didn't.
Oh.
I'm right on your ass, bro. I don't know what the hell you think you're talking about. We ended in the same exact spot, man.
Nope, I was a little bit forward than you. Thank you so much
New
again
best
for the rating, and I
69.
love you. Okay, I gotta make a new lobby.
How many of us got 69?
A lot of us, it looks like. What the fuck? Yeah, hold on.
That's awesome.
I gotta make a new lobby. Hold on. I gotta make a new lobby.
6-9.
If you guys wanna play,
New lobby.
let me know. I can give you my friendly code.
6-9.
Oh god, this is gonna be a clusterfuck.
Can we also have like funny gimmicks?
Oh shit,
as
I whipped to
well?
the
Is
main
that, like, a
lobby.
thing?
Hold up. I just saw somebody named Daddy Milk or something. Hold up.
Oh no. You fool.
Man, you gotta get us out of here fast.
Dude.
May
shit.
the furry models are loading in. May the furry models are loading
Just go
in.
escape and go back to the lobby. Go back into the lobby.
May, please.
I'm fixing it, man. I'm fixing it. Just give me a second, okay?
That guy's the fox from Zootopia.
Come join in. Come join in. Come join in.
Oh
Come join
god,
in.
he's typing. He's typing.
Oh, the weakest milk enjoyer guy was just Kinger from Digital Circus. Okay.
Dude, it's
even worse.
Dear God.
So fucking funny. Come join in, guys. It shows
Welcome
island.
to the island. The island mini golf map. Welcome.
I turn on collusion so we
Okay.
can collide into each other.
At last, I can kill my friend Desync. At last.
I can harass my friends.
Callie, my
At last.
advice is just wait for them to go.
Oh no, I know. You never go first here.
But the problem is they're gonna wait for us to go first.
Yeah, it's like a good old Midwest
Oh, gay chicken. They played that in
Am I
high
okay?
school. Gay chicken.
Callie, are you good, man? Do I need to come?
I don't know, man. I'm
Callie,
low-key
you
illiterate.
ever played gay chicken?
I'm low-key illiterate.
You ever played gay chicken in
Gay
high school?
chicken?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you ever like? Did you ever do it?
Did I ever? Did I ever?
I'm going first.
Like,
I'm going first. I'm doing it.
Nay, you're crazy.
I'm so fucking scared. Well, the problem is they also hit, like, your balls get hit midway, too. It's got way better physics. Oh, shit. I'm just not gonna move, because they're gonna keep fucking hitting me, because they want to sabotage me. Callie, good to see you. Chaos.
good to see you. Good to see you.
You don't get a penalty for getting hit, though. That's the good thing, so. Yep, you guys are such cunts, man.
Yeah, thanks for the boost. Oh, Pog.
They hit me all the way up there. Are you kidding me?
Very cool. All right. I
Wait, what
guess
the
I
fuck?
can
You
go
just
in
sent me
now.
back.
Dude, they're evil.
guess
But it's
I'll
okay. They're
go
gonna just don't move and let them figure it out. You know, Higlady's gonna gun for me. Yeah, I thought so. That's okay, because if you don't move, they run out of hits and they stroke out, Callie. Easy in, easy in. Jeezy, I'm gonna kill myself. Jeezy.
Who the fuck is literally in the way right now?
Keep
Go in
itching.
the hole now.
Why?
Oh
Why
my
did you do that to me? Why did you do that to me, man? Why did you do that to me? Why are my chatters so mean? Listen, you guys have to go for my friends too. You have to go for my friends too, man. They're evil.
Chat. May is the one who was talking all that shit.
Think how funny it'd be if you got Callie though,
May's the
chat.
one who was
Real talk.
talking all that
I'm gonna
shit.
kill myself. I'm gonna kill myself.
Oh my god, you're gonna
Are you
roll
kidding
that.
me?
Oh my god, you're
Are you
gonna
are you kidding me, dude? Are you kidding me? I was up there too, and then Bomba fucking hit me. Dog.
Oh my God.
If you rolled
Dog.
that down, I would have actually cried for
Dog.
you.
Dog.
That's it. Keep it up, chat.
Baby.
I'm about to have
Keep
a
it up,
nuclear
chat.
fucking crash out.
Hi, first place.
And strokes. Man, it was a par 4.
You gotta edge guard the hole like it's Smash.
I gotta pull out my old
Hang
college
out and
days
wait.
right now.
No.
Thanks, Desync. Thank you.
I'm not waiting. Screw you guys. I don't trust any of you. Fuck y'all.
Thanks for that bump, buddy.
Dude, I'm in. Dude, I'm in.
Ooh, shit.
I'll take a birdie. I'll take a
Diet
fucking
Coke? I love I just cracked a fresh one. Hold up. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's fucked up to do, Higgledy. You're such a cunt, man. You're evil. He don't care. He go for everybody. He's vicious. Lindsay said she loves me. Lost. Oh my god, she's so sweet. I love her. I hope she has fun, Lost. The save was fucked up. You don't understand. I was trying my best. And there's evil things in that, man. There's evil things in that save. That shit glitched into the wall. Like I kept. You don't understand. She'll understand, but I don't understand. I like how they're just trying to kill people. Bomber doesn't even care,
Is
dude.
literally just out to kill people. They don't care.
There's no one even left other than them.
Dude, that was a crazy trick shot, though. I'm giving
Crazy
moral
trick shot with a
support.
13.
Yay! I love you too, Minty! Yay!
Oh, this
I really
one's
like to
fucked up.
just I really like to just gently hit at the lowest power.
I'm gonna wait a
directly in
little
front
bit.
of
I'm
where
gonna
everyone
wait
else
a
is
little
going.
bit, Callie. I don't know about you. I'm gonna wait a little bit.
I always wait.
No, this
Because
one
otherwise
I'm
if you
gonna
go,
wait a
you're just
little
gonna
bit.
crash into someone.
I'm gonna wait. No, I'm gonna
Oh,
wait
no,
a
I see
little.
what you're saying.
Yeah,
I see
no,
what you're
this
saying.
is gonna be like,
No,
look,
no, I see
they're
what you're
gonna,
saying.
you know.
No, that's what I said when we loaded in. I was like, this one's fucked up for player
Strange
collision.
Bomber up on that hill? I guess I'll be waiting now.
They're waiting, dude. It's like a fucking.
I guess I'll wait
It's like a
now.
fucking like predator waiting for its fucking prey.
Literally.
Vera, I love you. Are you talking?
No, I'm one loop through.
Oh, I love you,
I'm
Vera.
gassed, dude. I went all the way around.
Oh, you fucker.
Who's with me right now? A penguin
Dog, they're
and-
waiting like
yeah,
animals.
penguin-
Do you see
we're
that?
not moving, all right?
We gotta move at some
Locked
point
in.
though. I don't know who they could be waiting for us. Like, look at Higgledy, dude.
I'm not moving until Bomber freaking gets the hell out of there, dude. That's all I gotta say.
I did a full fucking
I'm
loop
doing. I'm
and still got
striking.
par.
I'm on the move. I'm on the move.
Hi, how are you?
Sometimes it be
Bomber's down. Repeat, Bomber's down. It's time. Gamers, it's time.
Callie, you don't know what you fucking
Oh, I
signed,
overshot
man.
that. I overshot that. I didn't hit you. That was desync.
Oh, desync did that?
Yeah,
You know
why
what you
would
just
you
did,
do
desync.
That was desync, bro.
Callie, you're on my
Fuck me.
side, man.
No, dude, I'm right.
This sucks.
Dude, I'm
Pingin, you
right
didn't
next to
fucking
you,
move,
look.
Pingin. Said
Here,
Shreya.
here.
Hi, Sid. Thanks so much. I love you. Hey,
May move. May move.
I'm gonna have to listen. Zen, this is serious. Like, why did I see a clip of
Kitsia.
Lucia saying she's gonna finger herself when she doesn't play Dark Souls 1? Why did I see a clip of that? Are you gonna play? Like
I'm
like
gonna-
what are we gonna play? Are we gonna play? Like, that's a threat, you know? I want to play too. I want to play
I'm
too.
surprised y'all didn't just burn through the whole game in like 2 sessions.
We need a relaxed day, you know? We need a relaxed day, but I also miss it. Apparently it was a reference. What are you referencing? Where you saying you're gonna finger yourself? To what? A porno?
This one is that good though.
I'm gonna kill myself. Oh no, never mind, take it back. We're so happy. I'm so happy. We're playing Tower Unite with my chat right now and some of my friends, so You know, I was thinking about this game and I wanted to play, so we're doing that. Some UV posting on Twitter. Dude, I open up Twitter, my eyes glaze over. I see a UVT tweet. No. Tweet with a W. Tweet with a W, dude. I'm done. I'm quitting.
Sorry, say it one more time.
I'm graduating. See ya. Nope, I'm graduating. Goodbye.
There it is. There it is. You think if you fucking touch me, I swear.
How are you?
Don't touch me.
Bomber got in, guys. Bomber got in. What's up, geckos? Be nice to my co-pilots, please. They're very fragile. Very fragile. I'm losing my voice, kinda. You know? I'm not from fucking New York. I'm not from fucking New York, man. Yeah, co-pilots. Thank you so much again, Zen. I hope you had a nice time. I love Zen. I love Zen. She's so sweet. Make sure to go check her out. Hey, desync?
Gotta make her play white.
You're gonna die.
Yes?
You're gonna die. I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm so sick of this shit.
How are you first place? How are you first place?
I'm an Italian from
Actually,
Boston. I'm Irish from Boston.
I've been trolling too.
Irish from Boston. Oh,
I've
this.
actively been trolling and doing tomfoolery.
I'm so fucking scared of this level. Callie, we should be scared,
Where the
right?
fuck are you desync?
I'm not. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for everyone else to go.
They're gonna fucking hit me. They're gonna hit me. They're gonna hit me. Oh, they hit me. They hit me.
Look and see what happens.
Hey man. Wait, why are you running? Why are you running? Why are you running?
I'm gonna kill myself. No.
Penguin, you fucker. Penguin, you fucker.
Why'd you bark like a dog? Hello?
Albatross.
Penguin ice.
What are you, lucky?
Oh my god, I'm going again. I'm so happy. I'm gonna kill myself.
Hello Raiders, welcome to Meicha's stream. Here's all you need to know about May.
Dude, who
May's a
hit me?
40-year-old virgin.
Did you guys see that?
Whoever did that, your
girl from New
Whoever did that, your mom's
Yeah, who did that? Who did that, dude?
Friends, smoke weed and fill her belly with diet soda while playing Burnout Revenge for the PS2.
Right, so I gotta do it.
Oh my god, I just
Penguin, what? Wait, what?
Can I get in the hole? Hey, what's up? Thank you guys so much for the raid again. I love you, Zen. What should I do today, guys? What should I do today? What should she have fun? Did she have fun today?
It was going after you.
Did she play single player? What single player game she play? It was vibes? Hell yeah. We're just chilling right now. I did a Minecraft tournament today, so all my energy got sucked out of my body through the fucking soul cock. So my solar sea needs some recharge. Shadow Immortal? Oh, it's a badass game. Oh, let me unpin that message, but you guys should click anyways. My friend Joel made a game. My voice is in there. A bunch of other friends are in there. Some people you may know are in there. So, you know, my friend Joel made that game. So I'll set to unpin after like 5 minutes. Yeah, Joel, he made a game. He made a game. I have 2 voice lines that he asked me to put in there. So, and they're really fucking funny. They're really fucking funny. So. I'm biased. Yeah, he made a game. Thank you so much, F4, for the subs. Hey, Audinium? You're cooked, man. You're cooked.
Yeah, I'd like to see you fucking try and do anything. Dude, Callie, get out of the way. Callie, get out of the way.
Just bump me in. 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 I'm holding you hostage. I'm holding you hostage, motherfucker. Oh, you should have just bumped me in. You should have just bumped me in, buddy.
Get out of here. I'm getting out of here. Fuck this.
You should have just bumped me in.
Goodbye.
Don't fucking do this. Don't fucking do it.
Now look what happens. You could have just bumped me in.
I wasn't fucking bumping you in. I'm not giving
Simple
you
geometry. I got you, man.
Thanks.
I got you. Don't put that hat on me, you fucking
man.
sick,
Hype train.
perverted fuck. I'll curb stomp you, man. Fuck off. Take that shit off me now. I don't give a fuck. I need more weed. Jarvis, put weed in my asshole now.
Oh damn, May fucking boofs that
I'm
shit.
playing my lovely friend. I'm playing my friend Callie,
Jarvis boofed that
Vera,
edible.
Desync, and Udinius. Some of the good friends of mine. They're really sweet. They appear in my stream. Said some words. I'm gonna buy a gun, man. I'm gonna kill myself. How did that bounce me back? Are you serious? How did that bounce me back? Goodbye. Yeah?
May.
What, man? What?
How many times? How many times is it gonna take? How many times?
To kill myself?
How
never.
many times?
0, dude. I don't know. I just.
You've said that like at least. I don't even.
It's a vocal stim, okay? It's a vocal stim.
It's crazy.
It happens, okay? I'm gonna kill myself and them. Double
Gonna kill herself
homicide.
when she's doing bad. Gonna kill herself when she's doing good. Gonna kill herself if she fucking sees me. Quite frankly.
To the boost. Oh, hell yeah.
I'm high, man. Don't. I had to deal with Minecrafters today. I had to deal with famous Minecraft YouTuber and streamer Prince Zam, and famous Minecrafter the Rapichu, and like all these other fucking people, man. Like you don't get it. You don't fucking get it, man. By the way, I want you to respect my level here, my rank, because I played this game so much. I want you to know it took forever to get here.
Golf maxer.
You rank 70, legend.
Well, no, I don't know what that rank means.
Rank 69. No.
Well, you're
it's
rank
over.
2, Desync. I don't know what it means. I don't know what that means. My actual rank is, I don't know. There's a leaderboard, collection book, leaderboard. Let's see, mini golf. No. Where's the leaderboard?
Very cool, right? Very cool.
I don't want to see the fucking leaderboard. No, the leaderboard. Okay, I can go. I can change it to like global. Oh, I'm ranked 60.
Right.
Wait, I'm ranked 68?
What?
Wait, I'm ranked 68 in the entire game? What?
May,
That's
one to go.
crazy.
You can do it. One more. One more.
I'm ranked 68. I didn't know that. Oh my god, Galactic, thank you for the resub, and thank you, 20. The 20, get the subs anonymous, saving money. That's crazy. What? I'm ranked 68
Bomber,
entire
I
thing
swear
for
to God.
hole-in-ones, dude, apparently. Okay, I'm trying to get this perfect. I'm gonna kill myself. I'm gonna hole-in-one myself. It's just a common thing to say when I'm stressed out, man, okay? Okay?
I mean, I get it.
Thank you so much,
I know,
Anonymous. You didn't
I
have
get
to. Okay, I gotta get in the hole before they kill me. I'm gonna. Oh my god. Oh my god. I almost lost it. I almost said it again. I almost lost it, dude. Callie, you could just type in chat, man. I wonder if they're saying in global chat. Meow. Well, I was just saying if a girl were to eat me or something, I don't need my wallet anymore as gut pudge.
Huh?
Girls stink. Woof. Wait, why did that make me feel things?
Strange Bomber, you're the only one,
Question mark, question mark.
No.
You know, that's why we don't look at the global chat. So this game has a bad rep because it has a lot of Gunas in it. It's not a bad rep. It's true. This game's filled with Gunas and weird furries. That's why I stayed away from that.
Stink. Girls stink. If I can watch real closely, maybe.
Okay, I'm good.
Wriggles.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good, dude. I'm good.
Jesus.
No self-esteem. No like anything. Dog. Oh my god. You know,
Girls Stink has
I
been doing this in global chat since you hopped on this game. For like 2 hours.
That's what they do. Is they just role play. They just role play in here. Are they like they just role play? Oh my god! What a shot, dude! Okay, wait. This is kind of bad, actually.
Oh, bye, Higgledy.
I'm just gonna. Okay, Penguin's helping me out.
Oh no!
You're kidding me? The water hazards add to my stroke? If someone else knocks me in, fuck you, dude.
Yes, they do. It's awful.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, you can fuck with people.
Dog,
really
they're trying to
hard.
suicide
Okay.
bomb me. Oh my god, man. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god, dude. Oh my fucking god. No, just let me go in. Let me just right here. I'm gonna fucking kill myself. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking, just let me get through, man.
There we go.
Please.
Oh, this is okay. This
getting away. She's getting away.
Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, fight from Freem. I'm done. I fucking.
Fuck you, Otter.
2,996
I'm gonna kill myself.
I'm stroked out doing that, Otter.
I'm gonna have a fucking stroke, man. Oh my fucking god. This would be so much. It'd be so hard to convince fucking Zed and crew to play this, dude, but they should.
Desync truce.
It'd be so fucking fun. Oh my god.
Chill.
Nah! It's just scary. It's just scary.
So did everyone else.
You gotta play on the Australian server when no one else is online.
Well, we can host private matches too, but yeah.
Vera, I think 12 is par for this one. I'll be honest with you.
Holy shit! Look at that.
Oh my god.
Everyone got fucking
Oh my god.
10 strokes on that.
What a beautiful stroke that was. Pitfall. Oh, this will be lovely.
How the fuck? Never mind.
Oh no.
I gotta move. I gotta fucking move.
Oh, thank you.
I just have to move because I know they're gonna look. They're trying to fucking kill me,
Everybody
man.
Please, desync move. Desync move.
I got fucking haters. I got fucking haters.
Dude.
Oh, you will, Akiris. I think we can play this for like a long bit of time, actually. Like, I'm down if Callie wants to like sit here and chill before Sunday. Like, I'm chilling with this game. This is so much fucking fun, man.
Yeah, of course, dude.
This game also has so much to do. Like, they could all like go in the casino or play like arcade games and stuff. You know, there's more than just this. But we can stick with mini golf.
There's also like 10 other mini games to play.
Yeah, this game
is
is
there a
loaded.
coin machine in this?
Yes. There's
Oh
a
my
whole
God, I
there's a
can
whole
already see.
arcade with like plushies you can get to decorate your house because you can buy a house in this game. So there's so much good shit in this game. We're Alan.
I can live
We
my
are
modern day
so
fantasy of buying a
fucked.
house.
You gotta be fucking kidding me, man. Stop!
Oh fuck!
Thank you so much for the hype chain. I appreciate it. Save your money.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
over.
water. Hi, Yusa.
You can't move when it's the platform is moving and you're stuck on it. You can't move out of it. You're just
Yeah, that's-
Oh, that's fucked. Okay, I see.
So they balance like crazy trick shots. Oh, I just saw someone
Yeah,
get
oh, thank
pinched in there. Stop. No, no, dude.
Hey man,
no.
what's up? Yo, you want to take a drink with me?
No.
Yo, come on.
I hate this map. This is my least favorite map. Whoever made this map, I hope
This
I
map
hope
sucks.
I hope you have a horrible Thanksgiving. I hope your cranberry sauce tastes off, and I hope you have no fucking gravy. Fuck you, man. Oh, I did it again. Oh my fucking
whole family is a nice Christmas. This course is easy, by the way. Did you realize
Shut the
that?
fuck
This
up.
is easy, by the way.
This is not an easy course. They fucking lie when they put that. This is not an easy course. It's okay.
Good
When you
luck.
vote for the next map, you'll see it. Because you don't have to leave the lobby next time. I'm gonna fucking lose it. Yo, what's up, Ottoman? Yeah, I hope you. I did it again. Oh my god! Thank God, dude. Stop! They just went for me.
Sorry.
How are you?
Oh,
You think?
finally.
I swear to fucking God.
I'm
that's rough,
so
man.
happy.
No, that's rough.
Oh no, man.
No, that's rough.
Watching you slowly die.
How did you get 4?
Fuck my
What?
big fat Chungus life. Fuck my big fat Chungus life. Fuck my big fat fucking Chungus life.
Idiot! Oh!
I'm
I want
such
you
a
to know
fat
that
fucking
desync is
Chungus.
waiting for you, by the way.
It's
How are ya?
so
It's
over.
okay. I don't have to do anything.
It's so fucking.
Oh
my fucking hero, dude! Don't do it, these things.
Call him a loser. Why not?
Don't.
He's sensitive. I don't want him to cry.
Why'd you do that to me?
May, you gotta get in. Oh.
Decent killed me.
Wait, what? That killed you?
Yeah, you hit me. You hit me. Why would you do that?
Wait, I didn't hit you away from it. That didn't add to your score.
Well, but if
stroked
I was
out.
scared you're
You
gonna hit me in the
stroked out.
water, so I hit, and then he hit me
you
mid-air.
stroked out. Oh, I
Yeah,
see.
dude, you fucked me over. Vera's just having a time of her life, being silent and being safe. My oomphy.
It's just casually just knocking the ball in the hole, you know.
Yeah, a little slapping the ball
How
around.
did you get a 4 par on that map?
Dude. Oh, this map's easy.
Oh, this is cool.
Oh. About that.
Yes, that's easy.
Everyone did the same fucking thing.
There's no one to launch. I thought you could launch it. Oh, this I lied. Yeah, the easy map, by the way. Easy map, by the way.
This sucks.
This map's easy.
This is easy.
Fucking bounce me out.
Oh, fuck me.
Callie, you gotta go, dude. Dude, like that it's like a fucking storm.
No, it's right.
Easy map, by the way. Easy map.
This is hell. This is hell.
Easy map, by the way. I told you this is not an easy. This level's so fucked up. Why is it marked easy? Why is this level marked easy, dog?
I mean, I think it would be easy without collisions, actually.
God.
It's not even collisions. It's just like.
Oh, I think the collisions are adding a lot to it.
That's what you think, man.
The collisions are funny though. They
What's like fucking PvP
Well,
golf?
I haven't even had like the collisions hit me on this map. It's just like, it's just the map itself is evil.
I'm on stroke 7.
Oh my god, I got the lineup. I'm gonna kill myself.
I haven't left spawn yet.
I'm gonna kill myself, man. I haven't gotten paw in like 3 fucking turns. It's okay. This is my least favorite map. The island map sucks.
It's that
Callie.
shiny ball, dude. You're like a target. It's
Callie, you
irresistible.
feeling good about yourself? Getting 10 in a fucking hole, man?
higgledy.
Fucking piece of shit.
Vera,
where are you on the leaderboards, man? I don't see you on the leaderboards.
Oh,
I
yeah,
have to scroll down to see you.
I'm hitting the report button. I'm reporting your ass, dude.
Oh.
I did it by accident.
Oh, was it? I don't believe you.
Really
I see how it is.
I can still take this back. You know, we're only on hole 12, guys. 12 out of 18, man. How much worse can it get?
I mean, maybe.
This hole sucks. I'm gonna be honest, this is the worst hole in the fucking game I've ever played, dude. Fuck you, chat. Fuck you. You're so tight. The lineup for 8+ bogeys, +8 bogeys. Alan, we are so fucked. Ooh, there's V. I love you, V. Oh my god, we should hold hands and make
Let it
out.
be known. They literally just went.
Hi, May. Chat Corgo 100.
You are actually gay.
Hey, what's up, Blade? Thank you so much for 100 videos. Thank you. Do you realize? Shout out to when I was high and I kept stimming with do you realize for like 13 hours. 13
We are so
Don't full power this
fucked.
one. You'll regret it. Easy hole in one, man.
Oh my god, I got knocked off the second hole.
Easy hole in one.
Oh.
Easy hole in one.
Oh my god. Actually got hole in one. I was so scared. I was so Higgledy! Why you gotta be such a kind, man? They did that shit on purpose. They did that shit on purpose, man. And they I don't care. I got a hole in 2. I don't care. That's good. Hole in 2. Callie, handshake. Let's we need an alliance here, man.
Don't know what you mean. I got hole in 1 there.
We just need an alliance. We need friends. This is just RNG. Nothing matters.
I have not hit you once.
I know, but Callie, I just mean like we're toxic to each other. We're gonna be friends with each other, you know? We're gonna be nice to each other. Right? We're gonna be friends. We're gonna learn from each other and we're gonna teach each other.
This sounds like it's more work on your end than my end.
Well, Callie, we're friends, right? We have an alliance. That's all I have to say. Say yes to the alliance, man. Say yes to the alliance. Yeah, there we go. There we go.
Yeah.
Pulls gun to forehead. Say yes.
We
Just
are
say yes.
so fucked.
If you don't say yes, I'll kill myself.
Full caps.
Like 2v16,
full caps. You
right?
pushed me
This shit's
out.
crazy.
May, you cocksucker. Hey, my fault, man. My bad, chief. We're just playing golf.
Doing what are evil.
Fuck you, dude. Oh, 4 strength, 4 straight up, leather belt. And you guys get that?
What did you say?
Epic reference.
Yeah,
Plus
four
strength leather
Four
belt.
strength, 4 stram, leather belt, level 18. Do the noise. Do the noise. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We are old. We are golfing.
What's so wrong about a little bit of golf?
We carry the par?
Ooh, that's gas. That's gas, Loki.
Oh, it didn't work.
I don't know. I'm on the edge, man. I'm on the edge.
That was
especially
not on
for this
purpose.
fucking level. This level's evil, dude.
I know.
I feel so bad.
No. You couldn't have helped that. You couldn't have helped that.
I'm a murderer.
Actually, Higley, thanks. That you helped me out there. I won't lie. You gave me a better lineup.
Shot. Yeah, cool.
Oh, you little shit.
Oh no!
Well, that might actually help me.
Oh god.
The next map won't have a lot of out of bounds, so. Higgly's just playing like a target, dude.
Fucked.
Dude, the strat is actually just full powering into the wall and then bouncing that way, literally.
What if I just do this?
Pretty much.
Oh, I hate myself.
Nice
I'm killing myself.
Nice one, Hunter.
I'm killing myself.
You're picking up my stim. That's like I'm gonna actually fucking pull the fuck. I'm gonna put some leather, like not leather. Fuck you, man. I don't want to be talking.
I'm probably gonna get that stim.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm probably gonna get that stim. I'm gonna probably say that at work, and I'm gonna get in trouble.
Hey, that's okay. If your boss gets you in trouble, just say, put some iron in your mouth and pull the triggers. You know?
Oh, Jesus
I'm preheating
Christ.
the vape. I'm preheating the vape. This shit's like live leak, but golfing. It's so fucked up, man.
Jarvis, preheat the vape.
Jarvis, preheat my vape, please. Thank you.
Lively golf.
Jarvis,
golf
nearest gun store.
Spirits, show yourself.
Spirits.
Full power.
Full power, right wall. Hit it. I'm gonna kill myself. I gotta stop saying that, but it's okay. It's fine. I noticed other people started picking up my stims too, dude.
You said it.
It's okay. I was hanging out with Zen. I forgot who said it. I think it was either Heavenly or Zen said it, and I was like, I don't know if they picked that up from me or they just said that shit, you know? Low-key, Higgly's trying to kind of helping me here. Like, I ain't gonna lie, I'm not pressing a button. This is the good thing with collisions. They can keep hitting you all they want. I just got a hole in one. See? I didn't do shit, dude. I didn't do shit.
Are you kidding me?
That's wild.
Listen, if they're hitting you, just don't do anything. If there's it's only problem there's no walls. You know? Tina Pina says it with the same cadence. I think sometimes I say I'm gonna kill myself and people pick it up from me. I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm so happy. I'm so happy.
Bomber's a hero.
Read the Bible, Callie.
What
Callie,
the fuck,
would you
dude?
be mad if I just gave you Bibles? Like, just like started giving you Bibles that randomly? Would you be mad?
Why? What the? Why would I get mad if you randomly gave me Bibles? Is this because I'm gay?
No, I don't know why you would say it. Why are you assuming that? That's crazy.
Why are you randomly giving me Bibles?
Callie, do you want a Bible? I think it's awesome. What's wrong with wanting a Bible, man? Why you gotta?
I have a Bible.
It's for the bit. Do you have something against the Bible?
Hey, pro tip, I just got a hole in one. You don't actually
Catholic.
need the middle section. You can just shoot over the wall. I do know this level. You can just shoot over the wall at the right power and get a hole in one. Oh, Callie. Callie, you're not gonna
Just
get
wait.
the hole in one you desire.
You fucker.
Just wait.
Callie, you know you're not gonna get it,
me.
man. Something bad's gonna happen, Callie.
Self-desync.
No, it's not gonna happen, man. It's not gonna happen.
No, just wait. No, just wait.
No, just wait. Hold on.
Look where I'm stuck.
Wait, just stay there. There's one person up top.
Decent, you gotta.
They have to come down eventually.
You gotta be like a bro.
I got
Okay,
you.
well that didn't
So
work.
Bomber
Who's got
and
that?
Vera
That
up
didn't
there.
work?
Bomber and
Thanks,
Vera
man.
up there. So all you need is one tap. Look, see?
Okay, come on, please. Please.
Aww.
Oh my God, Callie, hole in one.
Oh my God. No
Not
way.
really.
No, not even close.
So close.
Oh wait, hold on. Just stay, Callie. Don't move.
Wait, hold on.
You can be a piece of shit here. Don't move.
Hold
Don't
on.
move. That's a strat. Don't move. You're right next to it. See, if you just gotta wait it out. That's how you do it. Okay, now it's 18th hole. It's easy. I cannot wait to get off this map. I want a new map, dude. I want a new map now. Get me out of here.
Know that I'm winning now because of you. Yeah, I am winning now.
Oh, Pachinko!
I got you. You're welcome.
Plinko. I don't think it matters if I'm going in. I don't think it matters. Goodbye. I don't think it matters at this point. See ya. Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, I'm killing myself. It's so over. No hole in one. I'm gonna stay still though. I'm gonna stay still. Maybe. Okay, I'm blocking. Wait, this is gonna work out. I'm just not gonna move. I'm just not gonna move. I'm not gonna move. I can still get my hole in one. Because I know people are gonna try to get me. You know? You see that, Callie? They're gonna try to get me.
That was me. I'm trying to hit you.
I'm not even gonna risk it.
Callie, you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. Okay, they're gonna.
Statistically speaking, if you just
I'm
go
so
in
scared.
the middle of the Plinko, you'll probably get hole in one.
Please, please, please.
The
Please.
middle hole of the Plinko is also a hole in one. Yeah.
I'm just gonna stay here.
Two separate flags.
There's still a chance, Callie. Don't. You don't have to try for me. Play legit, Callie. You know?
No, that was actually me just going for it. That was me just going for it.
It's okay. I can still get in.
Missing the hole over and over again.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Let's go.
Damn.
I don't think I've ever played this map. Nice on the talks I mind. I saw snow for like the first time in years. So I've been to New Mexico. It was awesome.
I want snow. Can I have some?
I'm excited to move to Vegas so I don't have to see snow, but it was nice to see, but it's cold.
I'll take like half of that foot, Vera, if you don't mind. If you don't mind.
It was like cold.
You can have my snow.
It's already pretty much melted. Okay, well, I haven't played Nostalgia. That's new. Emissions newish. They also put workshop maps in here, which is funny. So
wait, I want to
play Minecraft. I want to play Minecraft. That's a that's a GameCube. What the fuck is that? That's crazy. I'm gonna do like a normal map. You know, I'm not ready for the workshop maps. I'm gonna do. I like Kingdom.
What is Minecraft?
Gimmick golf. That is
bad
scary.
Sharky map with a Gura thumb. What is this bad Sharky map with a Gura thumbnail really far down? What is this?
I don't know. Be careful. There's like that could be Guna shit.
Could be
Is it AI generated image of Gura?
And this.
They're gonna play. I'm gonna put my vote's on GameCube, man. That looks fun. Yeah.
No.
GameCube.
I'm sold. I fuck with GameCube.
Yeah, can do Minecraft after. Ready up.
I still have my old wired GameCube controller that I got when I was like fucking 8 years old, dude. I fucking love
Absolute cinema. Feels like 9 degrees here. Had to put some stick socks. Yeah, it's cold. I'm wearing my long, like, woolly skirt, and it's really comfortable, but it's like cold still. My feet are cold. They're made of metal, so they get cold usually. I want to spray some like WD-40 on my feet.
Yeah, I got you, homie.
No collisions. Too late, man. It's. Wait, this map looks sick.
Oh my god.
Mario!
Oh,
Mario!
Melee!
The Nintendo DMCA ain't got these guys yet. Oh no, we just gotta send it, dude, because they're gonna come for us, man.
What is with the collision? Right the horde is coming.
Oh, is there no collisions?
Coming. Yeah, we've got the fucking.
Oh, I don't think we have collisions.
It's the fucking.
I think we're good.
Wait, it's the default GameCube like settings music.
What?
Dude, I'm clipping to the fucking.
Yeah, there's no
wall.
collisions. There's no collisions. I think I have to like turn them on
Insane.
as you vote. I left them off. Oh, good. Okay, I'll turn them on after this.
It's okay.
This map is
Nice
cool.
save.
You're telling me we just have to play. You're telling me we just have to play normal golf? All right.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't understand. These holes get scary. But you guys voted for a non. You guys voted for a workshop map. So quality's not gonna be up to standard, you know? Is this
I can only
quality?
win in like PvP golf.
Wait, Toopy, how'd you get a background? I want a background. They got like a fucking backdrop. That's sick.
They are also level 337, so.
Well, that's for golf. That's for golf.
Oh.
I apparently have. Listen, it's crazy. I didn't know this. I went into there's a leaderboard, right? There's a fucking leaderboard. I went to the leaderboard. You go to collections, leaderboards, and I went to top hole in the ones, and I'm number 68. Or no, I'm not. I'm number. That's not mine. I'm sorry, that's not mine. I've been lying. Best scores. How do I see my rank? I'm so sad. I lied to myself. I'm sick.
So fucked up.
I'm so sad. I realized what the ranks mean. I'm ranked like 40K. Don't laugh at me. Don't laugh at me. Please, please, why? I'm gonna hang myself.
Points finger laughs at you. Points finger laughs at you.
I read. Well, I know I have something. How do I see my more leaderboard stuff? Hold on. How do I see? What am I topping?
5 of us are tied with 8 for first place.
Please. That's awesome. What? God damn it.
May.
This map sucks cock, man. This map sucks cock.
Watch them fucking die.
This map sucks fucking cock.
Bro, she's dead.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No.
Are you fucking kidding me, man? This map sucks cock. This is Tower Unites mini golf. Hey, Shift. Tower Unites. It's my favorite like mini golf ever. Tower Unite kind of fucking slaps. It's one of my favorite games ever, but it's also full of weird like gooners. So, fuck you, Boosfa. I'd like to see you play this game, you fucking green pussy. Like, Curious might be in an infinite loop. There you go. You gotta hit it, man. You gotta. Oh, that's real sad too. They had to restart all the way. You'd lose this mini golf, man. You fucking lettuce pussy. Go fuck yourself, man.
What?
He's a lettuce pussy.
Lettuce pussy is terrifying.
He's green. He's green. He's a green pussy.
Lettuce pussy?
He's a garden salad.
We are lettuce burger. We carry the crunch.
Oh no.
Was that good? Was that heat, Callie? Was that heat?
We'll workshop it. We'll workshop it, May.
Callie, don't be a cock.
Workshop it.
Ladies.
Don't be a little cock, man.
Fuck yeah.
I gave you my honest opinion. I'm sorry.
I gave you my honest opinion. I hope Superman burns her house down.
I hope you freeze to death.
God, you see the storm outside?
That's fucked up and twisted. That's fucked up and twisted, actually.
The storm outside's great. I need to help me.
Can't believe you done this.
Spirits, help me. Oh God, there's a God in heaven. There's a God in heaven. There's a God in heaven. Father be his name.
I hope the heel of your shoe gets stuck the next time you try to put it on.
What? What are you talking about? What? What are you talking about?
Huh?
What are you talking? What does that mean?
You know, like when you're trying to put on a shoe and like the heel gets stuck, like under your foot.
No.
You think you need better shoes? I think.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
Dog, are you putting your fucking shoes
Like,
on
yeah,
wrong?
like a little back of the shoe.
I know what
What
you're
are you
talking
talking
about. And I
about?
think you need better shoes, desync. There's
Dog,
like a
that's
cardboard
never happened to me.
esque thing in the back. That's never happened to you?
No, I fucking put my shoes on by grabbing them by the heel. What? Toes in first.
Desync and I are very lazy.
Right?
No, toes going last.
Hold on one. I'm gonna kill myself.
Yeah, that's how you put your shoes on. You
No,
put the heel in.
No. I put my toes in first
there
and
we
then
go.
plop my heel in while holding the back up.
The point was that it was supposed to be a mundane curse, like step on a Lego.
But it doesn't
that's
happen
much
to me.
more
I don't get
severe,
it.
actually.
How would it do that? I do toes first, not heel first. I don't understand.
Well, it's like when you don't like untie your shoe and like you just put your foot in and you like bend back the cardboard piece out the back.
But I don't step on it. I always put my toes in first and pull the back. It never gets stuck. What?
You're doing it wrong. Toes last for shoes and pants.
No, you cool.
Yes. Yeah, you start with the heel.
Am I crazy? Am I crazy?
Yes,
I
you are,
never
actually.
step on the back of my
Yes.
shoes.
Yeah.
I always pick them up to put them on. Am I the crazy one for once?
Yes.
For once.
No, this just seems like crazy to me. What do you mean you have to step on your shoe and then like unstick it? What?
You gotta use the technique.
Do you tie your
This technique.
shoes?
You have
No,
to-
I
you
just
have to
pick them up
loop-de-loop
by
and
the
roll and your
heel.
shoe's all good to
I
go.
stick my toes in while I'm holding the heel, and my heel just slides in. What? I never ever get them stuck, man. A lot of guys don't use their hands. They just raw dog it. You're telling me they just like put the shoes in without touching them?
Yeah, I think this is just a woman shoes moment.
What? Well, I couldn't do that because like if I'm putting on boots or something, I have to like was. Fuck, I'm starting to say what? Like what? Fuck, dude. Fuck. I mean, have you guys seen my shoes? Like I can't put them. I can't put them bitches on by like stepping on them. I have to use both hands to put these things on. Want to see chat? Here, I'll show you guys. I can also show you guys, but I know Vera's seen them and maybe Callie. Here you go.
You got cute shoes.
Thank you. Look. My shit's not creased. Look. No creases, man. Look at that. That's crazy. You guys like my shoe?
It's probably 10 times harder with those
platforms.
kind of shoes, though, I feel.
Oh, yeah. Big shoe.
I love these shoes.
Oh, it's
They got like
child.
little chains. I did. I stepped on our child. Specifically your chud's son. I stepped on.
Can't believe he done this.
You were in the hotel. He was being disciplined. You short? I'm 5'7". I just want to be tall. Demonia? No, but I do own a pair of demonias. I have I have the charades 110, and they're really
Is that
pretty. Look at
5'7"
these.
with the platforms on.
No, I'm like almost 6
Do you
foot
think that's fucked
with
up?
them on. Look, see? Well, I'm Irish.
No,
I'm
it makes
Irish.
tall.
We're Irish. I'm Irish American, so I'm just like I have the tall genetics. The reason, and this isn't like a mean thing, okay? It's just like it's genetic stuff, right? The reason most VTubers are short is because a large majority of VTubers are like Asian descent, and they live in California, which is like there's a lot more short people there than like East Coast, which has a lot of tall people, but there's not a lot of East Coast VTubers. You know? It's crazy. It's crazy, you know? But all the people, VTubers that I met that are like European are tall. You know? Like, you know?
You go to TwitchCon EU?
I'm throwing up East Side right now.
I just met a lot of people.
No.
Yeah.
I don't think Froggy's Asian. Yeah, but there's also like, you have to pick like the type of like European that has tall genes. So like Irish people have like some tall in them. Scandinavians, you know, things like that. You know, Polish people are pretty tall. You know? That's the thing. That's the thing. Yeah. Excuse me.
I've got that Italian blood. Everyone in my family is wide.
Please, hole in one.
That's fucked up because I know what you mean, D-Sync. That's fucked up because I know exactly
Yeah,
what
Froggy
you
also
mean.
in short, you know? Yeah. Are Italians meant to be tall?
Pizzical.
Not
Oh,
really. I don't think. Are Italians supposed to be tall?
No, Italians are wide.
I don't think so.
Italians have chest hair. That's what they have.
Can confirm.
we're not tall.
Well, Italian has tall
yeah,
right
like
in the name, right?
like it depends, you know.
Fair.
There's some, that's why I said some tall genes. And like, you either have like you're either a really tall Irish person or you're like short, and there's no in between. I'm also not that tall. Like I'm above average, you know, like I'm 5'7", you know, and for a lady that's kind of tall, but like I'm also not tall. I'm just like above average, you know? Yeah, American Irish, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm taller. I'm on the taller end of average for sure, but also like, you know.
Okay,
in my
every one of
family,
these
I
holes
was
feels like
shorter.
the same fucking thing. You're right, this map sucks.
Yeah, I don't like the workshop maps, man.
Yeah,
I don't know why we did the workshop maps. These things suck.
Yeah, but I just got an eagle. So this map is great.
All right. Every one of these holes is exactly the same. They're identical.
I know, it's
They're
pissing me
shaped a little
off,
different,
man.
that's it.
Minecraft map sucks. I know. I wanted to do the OG maps because the custom maps suck. They don't have soul.
No,
I got an ankle spine and my mom let me bake. True.
You clip through the ground, dude.
Like I'm half Irish, like a quarter German, and like a quarter French Canadian. So I'm not only am I like ghostly fucking pale, I rolled a nat 1 for fucking ghost paleness. I'm also like kind of tall, but also not tall. And yeah. Yeah, my grandma was German. She came to America from Germany. Do you speak French at all? No, but my meme did. My meme did.
I'm mostly Irish and Italian.
She lived in like French Canada, moved to like Germany, moved out of Germany to America. I mean, she's my meme. Called her meme.
I'm mostly French, Italian, and German.
I think that's like a French Canadian thing we did for her, but called her meme. Ooh. And then I don't know, but like, dude, this map sucks, man. The holes just keep like this is the same fucking.
How could it suck?
It's all the same thing, man. It's all the same. I could just make. Can we make a new lobby? I'm so sick of this map. No, it's fucking. We got 7 more holes. Fuck it.
I
want the money at this point.
I want collisions back. I want collisions back.
But
too.
The biggest
I'm also
thing,
sick of
chat.
drifting around the map constantly.
I'm an American, and I'm proud to be an American. God bless our country.
This map.
I love guns. I love hamburgers.
I love my Second Amendment right, brother.
I love hamburgers. I love guns. I love hot dogs. I do not live in Canada. Excuse me?
Hot dogs with mustard and no ketchup.
I live in, dude.
Nothing better.
I lived in Boston. I've never lived anywhere else. Canada. I'm the most American VTuber around. I'm patriotic. Dude, this map sucks. The worst part about being up here is it's gonna keep going up and down and like. You gotta be fucking kidding
you can't do this to me.
Oh no. Hi, how are you?
Yeah, like I don't know. Boston was cool. I liked Boston. And now I live in New Mexico.
I like Boston for how clean it was, considering it's like a
clean.
major
It's
city,
clean.
quite frankly.
And it's nice food. Weather during the summer's nice. It's beautiful, but the people are assholes, man. And there's nothing to fucking do. There's nothing to fucking do, and the people are assholes, and everybody's miserable. Like, you go into a store and they don't say hello, they look at you. They like stare at you, and you go up and they like, hey, can I get this? And they're like, yeah. Is that all? And you're like, yeah. And I'm like, cool. You know, that's everyone talking. They're like,
don't.
What?
Sorry, but you don't like going on the red trail like for the 100th time or whatever it's called? The
Fuck,
historical
all there
red
is to
trail?
do is hike. There's nothing else to do in Massachusetts. You hike and drive like trucks around and shit. My entire growing up experience was sneaking out at 14 at my friend's house and like we'd smoke weed in the Walmart parking lot and like go to the 24-hour Walmart.
Yo, it's a fucking Charizard.
That's my whole life right there, just going to the 24-hour Walmart. And I miss that shit. Fuck COVID. COVID took that away from me, man. I miss 20. Fuck you, Walmart. Bring back the 24-hour Walmarts. That was the best. Going into Walmart at 3 a.m. and like just drinking. That's what COVID took away from us the most, man.
This I think this map is gonna make me crash out. This one in particular.
Yeah, they aren't the same set. That's all the whimsy was taken away once they got rid of the 24-hour Walmart. I'm being so honest. We had it all, man.
What was the reason for getting rid of 24-hour things anyways after COVID? I still don't understand that.
They got rid of it because of COVID, and then they never brought it back.
Yeah, because they realized, oh, we don't make any money at night.
They realized, yeah, we make less money at night. And it's more expensive.
So they fired half their staff. Like most places fired half their staff and stopped being 24 hours. You know?
Or we can fire more people.
And then the employees that did work at night that weren't like, you know, the stalkers and stuff, they just like, you know, they fired half of those motherfuckers too. Dude, this is the same shit, man. This map is cockwater.
I swear to God, this is the same map as Hole 3, but now there's a tiny gay little bridge.
There literally is. Me when I'm a tiny gay little bridge.
Bikini Bottom.
Me when I'm a tiny gay little bridge.
Me when I'm a tiny
dog. Never do a fucking like workshop map again, man. This shit is awful. All the whimsy got sucked out of this, man. There's no fun.
Especially the lack of music does not help either.
I'm playing my own music.
They're just doing like GameCube menu music. That's what they're doing.
I don't know. Ba-na-na-na, da-na-na, I don't know.
All right, get this the fuck out of here. How many more maps are there? 4 more?
3 more.
I'm crashing out.
We are hole 14 and we are sad.
Crashing out.
Oh, we're in hole 14.
Somebody fucking just kill me. Somebody
Guys,
just kill
can
me.
I just say, can I just make a new lobby? Can I just make a new lobby? I'm making a new lobby. I'm making a new lobby. I can't anymore. I can't anymore. I'm losing my fucking mind in that. Okay, start a game. Okay, we're gonna do, okay guys, you guys want Forest, Garden, a Mission, Mushroomwood, Alpine, Altitude, Dino Drive, Nostalgia, Sweet Tooth, or Kingdom?
Dino Drive.
Actually, can we do that? Can we do that thing you said before that was like Ultimate Chimera Hunt? Like you hit a button on someone's back.
It does have a lot of players. So
let's do the hardest one ever.
You want to do a hard one?
Ever.
Really? You want to do? Okay, I'm gonna put on some. Okay,
hard one. Let's fucking
okay.
do it. I'm a gamer. I can do it.
Oh my god.
Okay, we'll do that. Hold on.
Out of your fucking skin in the lobby.
Okay, guys. Sweet Tooth or Kingdom?
What's wrong with my
Sweet Tooth or Kingdom? Sweet Tooth, in my opinion, is harder.
It's so smooth.
But Kingdom or Sweet Tooth? Kingdom or Sweet Tooth? Kingdom. It's easier than Sweet Tooth. What do you guys want? Sweet Tooth or Kingdom?
Is it okay? If Sweet Tooth's the harder one than Sweet Tooth.
We'll do Sweet Tooth. All right, come join.
It's time. Gamers, it's time.
I was losing my fucking mind in that game, dog. I was losing my fucking marbles. I'm being so fucking for real.
Mate, turn on collision.
It's already on, buddy.
It's time.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
I don't know if they ever patched it, but there's a place that you get stuck. This map's also really glitchy. I don't know if they ever patched it up.
Perfect. I love it.
I'm pissing. Let me piss. It's okay. You can join midway.
It's
fine. Oh, witch hat. I gotta buy more hats. Maybe I'll go to the store and buy some shit. What I got in the store? Callie, we gotta go spend our money. In the lobby, man. We gotta go to the lobby. Australia, I'll go spend our money.
We have been making bank, honestly.
We can decorate our house, Callie. I have to show you my house later. I want to make a crazy house.
Dude, I'm gonna be honest with you.
I gotta show it to you.
I don't think I've decorated my house once in this game.
I'm gonna buy a house, dude. I got money. I want to go see what houses I can buy after this. I think it's middle here, actually. Nope.
Oh, fuck.
I'm so scared. Collision's on, man. I'm so fucking scared. I'm so fucking scared. Wait,
yeah, collisions are on.
I'm so fucking scared. I'm so fucking scared. I fucking knew it, man.
Jesus Christ.
Go ahead, do it.
Oh
go
my
in. I was so scared. dude. If you let me take down some things, I'll show you in 500 hours. What do you have to take down? Hey, 2P, what do you have to take down? Non-goon material? What do you have to take down?
Okay,
Inside jokes? Okay. Oh my god. Are you sure it's not porn? Like, I won't be mad if it's porn. Can you take us a tour, 2P?
It's porn.
Can you take us on a tour after this? Can you take that shit out and then take us on a tour? I want to buy some stuff, so it's gonna be a little bit. If you don't mind, you can take us all on a tour. If you want to.
Hell yeah.
Just the jokes? Anything that's you're gonna be upset about or that'll get me in trouble. Okay, this level's awesome. Good luck.
What the fuck?
Hey, easy, man.
No fucking way you just
Easy,
did it.
dude.
Are you kidding me?
It's an easy map, easy level, dude. Come on. You haven't got hole in the one on this one?
Go gambling.
This app's easy, dude. This app's easy. What are you talking about?
It actually is easy map.
Yeah, dude, easy map. Come on.
Easy map, baby map.
Just use your fucking eyes, dude. Use your fucking eyes, man.
Skill issue, Dio.
Look, everyone else got a hole in one. Why can't you guys? Oh, Vera, you got the worst one, dude.
I got fucking destroyed. I got knocked off the little rail, dude.
She's starting to get angry about it. Guys, 2P is gonna take some stuff down for us. And they're gonna give us a room tour of like 500 hours because people get really detailed houses. There's like a lot of crazy shit in here that isn't just like goon material. Like there's like actual animations and like crazy shit people do. So I'm curious what 2P got. We can make that. We can do this as a community game more. If you guys want to build up a house and like show me shit, I don't mind. I'll definitely, if you guys want to do that, I'll play this more on stream with you guys. And my friends here too.
It's like
Community effort, like the ultimate goon room.
The ultimate
you
goon
gotta
room.
clean up for us. Take out the vacuum.
I got like 18 entries like that they can put in there.
It's like
Okay, 2P.
judging people's Minecraft houses.
Well,
and
you
if their
have time
Minecraft
if you
house
want.
is just a big fucking plane covered in machinery, then you throw them in the
I was gonna go buy stuff and look at the store after this. So
I'm gonna taste test a 12 gauge. Holy shit.
okay, this is the map you can get really fucked up in, like really stuck in. There is a hole in one if you get it perfectly, but I don't think I'll get that.
Fuck, I hit someone. God damn it. Ah.
Wait, which way am I supposed to go here?
Oh, match, no.
Where's even the fucking... Where's even the fucking...
I got the worst one. I got the worst one, dude. Life is so sad.
Oh, I see it.
Life is so sad right now.
I see. That's the worst one. Okay, so I will not be going over there.
I got a hole in two, man.
I'm going somewhere.
Actually, it's the best one. Never mind. Fuck it. It could have been much worse. I don't care. I'll take a hole in two. Callie, how you doing? Oh, you're doing good. You got it, Callie.
Stroke 3 right now. I have no idea where I'm going. Oh, hey,
Not
look
bad,
at that.
dude. Not bad. Look, check it. Check it. Check your hands, dude. Dude, check this out. Check this out.
Easy
we're whole three, man.
We moving.
I don't know where I am, dude. I don't know what's going on anymore.
I like the Willy Wonka. I like the Willy Wonka chocolate spirals where the like child dies.
Oh, this is my favorite map in the game. It's really hard though. It's like a really like it gets crazy. You'll see. Mind you, this is hole 3 out of 18.
Keep to the sides.
What came first, Willy Wonka and Chocolate Factory or this map?
Yeah, so there's like a place that leads you hole in one. I don't remember which one it is. I think.
Presumably it's the sides.
I'm gonna kill myself. It's so over.
No.
I ain't moving.
It's okay,
Callie,
dude.
I ain't moving. Hold on. One at a time. One at a time.
No, people did. No, people did. We fucked up.
Did they? Oh. Oh, hi, how are you? This is so fucked.
Hold on. They pushed me forward.
Hi, Vera.
It's so over, dude.
Now, where the hell am I going?
I'm not, I don't want to go.
Penguin, you're such a little cocksucker for sitting there. Fuck you, man.
I'm not pushing you. I'm not pushing you, DC.
Are you kidding me? You sat there, you little cocksucker. I can't believe you'd fucking sit there. Now I'm gonna do the same thing.
Thank you. All right, Vera, we gotta go now.
I'm gonna do the same thing, man. Callie, be careful. There's rats, man. Be careful. Look, just wait there, Callie. Wait there. You might go back in. Ooh.
Thanks, Penguin.
Oh, fuck me.
Penguin fucking cock blocked me from getting in, Callie. Callie, you might as well just go in, man. Or you can wait. You wanna wait? You can wait.
No,
There's look how many people are down in there.
I'm kind of waiting.
Yeah, look how many people are stuck down there, you know?
There's still a chance.
Oh wait, Farrah's actually incredibly smart.
Oh my god. Wait.
Whoever just hit me, I hope you. I wish nothing but the worst for you.
Damn it, fuck me.
Callie, I think it was Higlity.
Why do you have to be in the way?
Oh, I wasn't in the way, dude. Listen, I'm just trying to get some. I'm trying to get like, look at. I'm trying to get par. You know.
Whoa.
Callie, bro, I got you.
Thanks, May.
Run, be free.
They hit me right as I went for it. Dude, I fucking.
It's okay, Callie. I'm just not gonna move. This is so fucked up, man.
Oh well.
Why? Why did you bounce like that?
7.
May, are you good? May, is everything okay?
I'm trying to get away
May?
from these motherfuckers. I got killers. I got hitters. I got fucking hitters.
Dude, fucking King Vaughn in the golf game right now. Jesus Christ.
I'm gonna fucking kill myself. I'm gonna pull the fucking trigger, dog. Thank God. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
I'm put on King Vaughn. I'm put on fuck this. I'm put on King Vaughn. I'm put on King Vaughn. Fuck this, dude. I'm mad.
I'm fucking my first now.
You think I see you? You think I see you?
Hello.
All it takes is one bad hole, DC.
I was joking.
So we gotta get all the way. Oh, jeez. Oh, I guess that does work, huh?
T-Sync, you fucked it up, man. I'm gonna cry.
What did I do? I just went. I went after
Nope,
you.
No, man. Just kidding. I don't want to be stuck here. This is like this one will be hell to be stuck on. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Desync? Desync, I think we both went at the exact same time. Yeah.
That's so fucked.
You gotta be kidding me. I got it, but I
Callie, just get in there, man. Get in there.
I'm going. Good luck, May.
It's okay. I'm double bogey.
Bruh.
Please, 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 God, if God exists, let me in. Thank you.
I'm listening to King Vaughn right now. This is King Vaughn in golf, mini golf goes a little different. I'm not gonna lie. Dude, seeing Higgledy roll up is like seeing a Dark Souls boss roll up, dude. The fucking Dark Souls boss rolling up. That's crazy.
Oh no, they actually won! Higgledy! That's so fucked up.
Dude, you know who I haven't listened to in a while? Vince Staples. Is that guy still around?
He hasn't made music in a little bit, but
Really? They used to bump his, like, use his music in his bumpers and Adult Swim a lot. He died?
he...
Otter, what happened?
He died.
not
Wait.
die. He's working.
Wait, no.
He's working on TV now. He works on TV now.
Oh, he works on TV. Really?
That's what he's been doing.
Good for him.
That's what he's been doing recently.
Good for him. I remember one of his like all his music I play on fucking Adult Swim all the time. This one's kind of crazy. If you get there's a hole in one area if you get a good angle.
All right, May, where's the angle?
It's over. It's over. It's fucking over. It's so fucking over.
You know what? I'm just gonna.
Yeah, Vera, I think that's the way. I think that's the way.
This used to play in Adult Swim. His song, which is it? North North. That one. I play all the time. Hey, who hit me?
Oh my god, I love North North.
You know what? It fixes itself.
Oh, it's so fucking over.
What happened? Vera, what the fuck happened?
Callie, I'm getting it, Callie. Goodbye.
I'm going.
Let's
I'm
go.
going.
Get out of there, dude.
I'm going.
I saw King Von
Let's
pull
get
up.
the
I was
fuck outta
scared,
here,
you know?
man.
Like. That's some shit Suey would be saying.
Von pulled up.
Whoa, dodge it.
Hey, buddy. It's Higgledy, dude. It's Higgledy. They don't care. Look, they care only about killing. They're at the bottom. They only care about killing.
They crave violence. Only blood and battle can make you stronger.
Oh, who is King Von? He's a rapper that like. There was a meme because he killed a lot of people, and he would sing about killing people. And he was just kind of like evil, and people would just sing about like you know when like an evil guy shows up that's like you know a killer, you know, and then when he died, people went crazy and they said hell ain't safe no more because King Von's there and shit like that, and it was like it was a huge like thing on TikTok for a while too. And Suey is obsessed with him. I'm being so for real. Suey is obsessed with this one, like him. I'm gonna fucking kill myself. What? Was? Why?
Was?
Why are you there, you fucking hoe?
You know what? I'm not gonna go for that.
Oh my god, I didn't get the good one.
Down the side. I'm not gonna gamble.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Let's
thinking.
see what happens.
Go, I fuck myself.
Oh, please.
Hello.
Stop! Come on, man. Give me some fucking brevity.
Wait, what the fuck is this?
Oh, now we're in the... See, now this is why I didn't want to go in the fucking pit, man. Now we're in hell. Now we're actually in fucking hell, dude.
On the side, no.
I'm not moving. Oh my fucking god.
Oh my god.
Oh my fucking god. Please let me in. Thank god.
Wait, where are we supposed to go? Am I not supposed to go that way?
It's a miracle for a fucking 11 stroke, man.
Into the hole you go, bud.
Oh no.
You fool.
This sucks. Get me out.
Oh, there's a little bumper that raises up on the outside of it. You can try to like nail that and get in.
Okay.
I'm gonna explode. Hi, Captain. Do you know?
I got it. I fucking
do you know what pain feels? Do you know what the definition of insanity feels like? We're bringing that back,
hey guys.
guys.
Killer Croc got like a hole in one in this one. Hey guys.
Yeah, I wish I got a hole in one, but I got my ass fucking fucked from 8 different fucking angles by 12 different guys on a fucking Saturday night evening. Fuck you. Kill yourself. Buy a rope and a fucking
like a
chair,
good
an electric
time.
chair, you fucking piece of shit. I don't give a fuck. Suck my clit. Hole in 2. Okay, this isn't bad.
Hole in 1.
Could have been worse. Could have been worse.
Oh,
No.
I thought we
No,
were
see,
You're shooting it, bro.
You go first. You go first.
Okay, you gotta hit that hard. Hit that hard when you
fuck
can.
It. I'm gonna full
but
power
not too
this.
hard.
Fuck it.
I'll hit that hard.
I see.
Hole 3, not bad.
I understand.
There you go. I got you,
Wait,
Callie.
full power fucking worked?
Hold 2,
What do
hold
you
2.
mean full power fucking worked?
Full power went over it.
Crash out.
I saw
Crash
everyone
out, dude.
undershooting it, and I was like, are they just not going?
I'm getting fucking butt fucked by 18 fucking golf balls with 16-inch fucking penises going on my fucking pussy all at once.
Holy fuck!
I'm gonna fucking lose it, man. I'm gonna fucking lose it.
What the hell?
They stretching my shit raw, dude.
They stretching my shit raw.
Hard mode's too hard.
I'm sorry.
Oh, fucking Iggly.
Wow, UV. How you? Oh my god, UV. Hi.
Oh my god.
UV is one of my favorites. She's so sweet. She has a reputation being freaky, but she's not even that freaky. It's all a bit, maybe. It might not be a bit, but it's okay.
Freedom.
Yeah, Callie?
I just said maybe because you said maybe.
Dude, Killer Croc is killing us. I'm 32 right now.
Yeah, no, I got Iggly.
That's how I feel. It's a bit. This gets worse, but this map, I love this map.
Jesus Christ!
Hey,
Everywhere
Godspeed.
I look
Hey,
in
good
this
luck,
map is
by the way.
fucking
Good luck.
crazy.
Good luck getting the hole in one. No! I felt the worst thing to fall in.
No.
Bro's pulling the Cleveland Brown.
No.
Man, that's okay. I got a hole in 4. I can't complain.
People.
It's not the worst that could have happened. She did not see my tits?
Desync don't.
No, I said
Oh, Pengy,
I
you
see
fucker.
Yubi's tweet, but I said teat by accident. Okay? I'm just
getting this hole in
stupid.
1, even though it's going to be a hole in 3. All right.
And I have seen Yubi's teats because
Hell yeah.
she has Rule
Hell
34 on it. Okay? And it wasn't my choice to see it, but you know, it's just there's not safe for work of me and Yuvi in my not safe for work tag, and I saw it. Okay, it happens. Okay, Jarvis, put on Gay Bob by Electric Six.
You a gay bar.
Hey, can you do the cow?
song.
Damn, Callie's so
Music
good at that,
fucker.
dude. I saw that video on the fucking TikTok, and I thought that shit was real for so long.
How did I still get one?
It is real. That's a gay little cow. It is real.
Callie, it's a guy that does it, man.
No, May. It's a gay cow. They exist.
Callie, I'm not denying the existence of a gay cow. I'm just saying, it's that specific cow is being voiced by a man pretending to be a gay cow. It's not an actual gay cow, Callie.
I think it's a gay cow.
Callie, I'm not denying the existence that it may or may not be a gay cow. I'm just saying that it's not a real gay cow. It's a man voicing the gay cow.
It's not a real gay cow?
Well, I'm not saying that gay cows aren't real. I'm just saying that like for this instance,
Yeah,
okay? For this instance, the cow is a real cow, but its moos were dubbed over by a man who vaguely was trying to sound like a real gay cow.
Like a real gay cow. So gay cows are real. You just don't think that one's real.
Yeah, that one's not real in particular, no.
Okay.
What if it's like the cow is
It's
gay,
still
has a gay
really
movement,
funny.
like, in a different language, so it gets dubbed over for like American audiences?
Frog moaning. Meme? What are you saying? Gay animals exist. It's usually due to a
They're like
dominance
swans.
higher
Fluff
like
of
archy
15
where like a
months.
dominant
Hope
male
today's stream
makes a
has been
submissive male, and the submissive male takes his place in the order. There's a lot of gay animals. People don't understand. Animals be fucking gay, man. It happens. It happens, dude.
Well, like bonobos just go for it.
Yeah.
No,
They're just gay for the love of the game.
Hey.
Dog, I am so sad. I am so sad. What just happened to me?
I got it, motherfucker.
Thank you, mate.
Motherfuckers. That's a holy one, baby. All right.
Maybe we collided with each other at that
Higgledy,
first
take
spawn
the
because of that, I
shot.
got a
There we
home
go.
too.
No. Oh, thank God.
No.
Thank God. There is a God in this world. I'm a believer. I'm a believer. Why is Higgledy such a cock to me? He can be a
no
cock to
God in
anybody
this
else,
Candyland.
man. He's always playing cock to me, man. Target some other people. Huh?
Been talking to me a couple rounds ago.
I mean, sex is sex for some animals. Like dolphin, you want to talk about sex? The more developed an animal's brain is, the more it's usually gonna be into weird, fucked up shit. Dolphins like will kill a fish and use it to masturbate. They will do drugs. Dolphins are
fucking
disgusting,
crazy,
man.
actually.
They're evil. All dolphins are evil, man. I'm being so
Unironically-
fucking for real.
Unironically, dolphins are the King Vaughn of the animal world. Unironically.
Dolphins are
They're fucked
fucking
up. Are
evil,
those, like,
dude.
Swim with the dolphin things?
Yeah, well,
Aren't those swim with the dolphin things? You can't touch their belly or they'll like start humping you. Seriously.
There was a King of the Hill episode about that
They're
where
fucked up.
Hank Hill gets sexually assaulted by a dolphin, and then there's a guy being a dickhead to him, and he gets he pushes the guy into the dolphin tank and he gets sexually assaulted. Yes, it is. It's 100% confirmed. Dolphins are intelligent creatures, but they also, since they're intelligent, they also have like really weird things that they do because that's just how it works,
Fucked
you
up
know?
vices like people, like actual people.
Now I
They
think
get high
about
on
it. Do
puffer
crows
fish,
and
too.
raven? Yeah. Actually, do crows and ravens do any kinky fucked up shit?
No, because crows
I'm
and
pretty sure they
ravens
don't.
aren't really like. So, intelligence is a very hard thing in the animal field. Fun fact: I used to work wildlife science. It's a really hard thing to talk about in the animal field, and there's a thing called like. So there's different ways of thinking for animals. They're smart, but they're not smart in a way that would be the same way as a dolphin. So crows and other animals like them are smart in a way of like it's called goal-oriented instincts, basically. What they do is they can think and make goals for themselves, but their goals are always like specific. And orangutans are actually the same way. So, for example, there was a long-standing theory for a long time that orangutans could talk and like sign language and stuff like that. That's not true. They can do it, but what they are doing is basically a goal-oriented mimicry. And what that means is, right, is that they will learn to sign because they get food, but they don't know what they're saying. They don't know what it means. They don't know what it means. So there is tons of clips of like monkeys and orangutans doing stuff. They're intelligent, but their intelligency is goal-oriented. It's not, they don't have the drive or passion or need to do more than just like get food, so they don't get food. So that's how crows work too. Crows are intelligent, they can solve puzzles, but so can octopuses and other stuff like that. While there's other examples of animals that are smart that have like language and things like that that can be understood more. So yeah. Fun fact.
Monkeys
So they don't
never ask
understand.
questions, right, if they want to speak.
Yeah, no, they don't understand. It's basically like a mimicry. It's a goal-oriented instincts. So they have a goal in mind and they will follow like, it's kind of like programming where like, it's like, do this, get food, right? But if they see the human's not happy and they don't want to get food, they try something similar. You know? Because they have a goal in mind. They have a goal in mind. Why are you guys
are
all
our brains
targeting me in
wired to?
particular, man? Like seriously, these
Not
things
Romain's
right
giving
there.
us the wildlife knowledge. There we go.
You guys
I was
are
getting
such
chased for half of
cockheads,
that
man.
round, all right, they were already getting me.
I don't care. I'm sabotaging Match. Fuck you, Match.
Hey,
That guy's name's Matt Mace. No, his Mace sucks. That's why Penny Patterson released on it. Coke tapes. Yep. The Coco tapes are a complete fraud. She didn't actually teach that fucking orangutan shit, dude.
Oh.
They don't. There's no like given proof that those animals are more intelligent besides like goal-based mimicry, while like other animals are significantly more intelligent, but they also follow the same symbol. Like dogs are a lot more empathetic. They can understand human emotion, and they are a lot more, in my opinion, dog and cats are a lot more intelligent than orangutans and stuff are, since they have understanding. But it's a more advanced version of goal-based learning. While like there's dolphins just do shit because they do shit, and that's a more sign of a like human-like intelligence. If they just do shit, they do shit, man. This map is fucked up, by the way.
I think Dead Croc, I think you know exactly what would happen if you gave dolphins hands. Okay.
I mean, they don't need hands. They already like kill fish and use them to masturbate, other shit. They're crazy.
Yeah.
I don't want to imagine what they could do with hands, man. That's fucked up. Harpoons and shit. Orangutans are probably the smartest primate. But intelligence, that's why the word intelligence has to be like described in a certain way, because it's not like human intelligence, right? Human intelligence has a lot more creative thoughts. The big difference between human and animal intelligence is, we'll use a dog for example, right? A dog is content with its life. It will do and eat food and just be happy. You don't see a dog trying to do more than that, right? You don't see a dog trying to do more than that, right? So they lack a certain something that humans do. You know, and I think humans are the only thing on the planet Earth that has the capability to go further enough to have that sort of intelligence. Dolphins would be there, but the problem with that is they're stuck underwater. They can't do things, you know? That's why I think the fucking, what is it? The Fermi paradox, the great filter is a fucking bullshit. And I think life is actually a lot more rare than people think it is, because it's just hard to get like the knowledge, you know? Because we have a bunch of life on planet Earth. You think more would be smarter than us, but they're not. They're not, and because we have a perfect storm for us. We have a perfect storm for us, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like there's still...
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I feel like given that, there's still a non-zero chance, given the size of space, for there to be another place where the perfect storm could have happened.
Oh, yeah, I'm not... No, there definitely is intelligent life somewhere,
still,
but, like...
Yeah.
I'm just saying that's why we haven't met life yet, is because it's just so rare. Because, like...
I think it's that combined with the Fermi paradox, though.
Well, the Fermi paradox, I don't believe in the Fermi paradox, because it just doesn't make sense. It just there's too many things. I think it's one of those things like philosophical, like fear things. Herptor, thank you so much for the resub, and thank you so much for the resub too. Thank you so much. Life is just really hard, because like, you can look at our own planet, for example. There's no other intelligent species that has the intelligent human drive. You know?
Yeah.
Well, I've heard theories that octopi, like, if they could keep records, if they could, like, develop any kind of social group, they would possibly be at a human level.
Maybe.
But they just don't have that.
I think in my opinion, dolphins would probably be the most likely, but the problem is when you're underwater, you don't have the same capabilities. Like, fire is a big thing in human intelligence. Fire is a big reason why humans can be social, you know. Then there's agriculture. There's agriculture, which, you know, is a part of that. And underwater, it'd be extremely hard for dolphins to have any of the quality traits that have increased human intelligence. You know?
Can't start your
I think a
vintage
big
story
thing
world
is
from underwater.
also like hands and like thumbs and things like that are incredibly
that's
important
another
for
big
us
thing,
to like
dude.
actually do things, and they only have fins for like swimming in underwater, and
There's a
I
big
couldn't even
thing with
imagine
our
how
world,
they could like
you
start
know?
a fire. You know?
There's also another thing too, where like we're a specific life form. You know, we're carbon-based, oxygen-breathing life forms, right? What if we have a perfect mix to make gas, do gas stuff without it being dangerous? We can eat from it, you know, all this other stuff. Other worlds might not have that. What if they're nitrogen-based, like thing? You know, like it's. There's a lot of things that people don't consider with that. That's why I don't like the Fermi paradox. I don't believe in it. I think that shit's fake as fuck, and it's just like life is like hard to have in the perfect way, you know?
I like the theory of that out there within our visible, at least, ability to like see and like, you know, go to. There's probably like maybe like bacteria out there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like in the in developments of life, but like just to think like actual alien civilizations. I
think there's
sadly,
some somewhere, but the universe is unfathomably big.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
Yeah, I do wonder how common germs are in space, though, and like bacteria and such.
In space, 0. Non-space.
Zero
well, not
in
like space, but like across
unlike,
space, like the different planets.
Probably
You know what I mean?
common. It's probably, but the thing about that is like, which is we're looking at things from a human-based like thing, you know, but we don't know what's out there, man. They could be breathing carbon. You know, imagine a planet where the air was explosive, so they couldn't like leave Earth, like they couldn't leave their planet. You know, like have you thought about? Because that could exist. That absolutely could exist. We don't know what exactly, you know, support, because there could be different ways to like have other life. You know, doesn't Great Filter take and play into account evolution as well? Kinda. The Great Filter is just like kind of like an explanation for like, oh, there's no life because so and so reason, so and so. You know. But there's
Well,
no
you could,
like
have life that breathes methane, right? Because like oxygen burns, methane burns.
Yeah. So Jupiter, probably. Yeah, like there's like an infinite amount of like possibilities, you know. And the Fermi paradox is like, why isn't there life and why haven't we seen life? Surely we must have seen intelligent life, but time frame is such a small thing and Earth is so big. I don't like the Fermi paradox. Doesn't really like account for that. You know? Isn't oxygen explosive?
At the same time, at the same time, the reason why I give the Fermi paradox so much trust is because I just think about how many times humans have come close to just fucking exploding ourselves. So.
It's only kinda. Kinda.
Do you think if a nuclear apocalypse happened, humans would still be able to rise from the ashes?
Probably.
Yeah.
Most nuclear isn't like, it's not like, it's a lot more clean than it used to be. So I don't know. Like I think like if that happened, it would still be bad, but like it wouldn't be bad, you know? Like, you feel me?
Oh yeah.
All in 2, baby.
Let's go.
And also, like, I think the biggest thing would just be like all the debris and stuff would block out the sun, but people would be fine. You know? And also, nukes are also like, it's one of those things where like in war, like people don't really want to use them. They're more just a scare tactic, because if they did use them, it would be like, it's at this point, it's mutually assured destruction. So like, you know, I don't think that happened. And also, I think they got something better, you know?
Something better?
Yeah, you know, I don't know if you know, my half brother was in the military, and he couldn't tell me what he did in the military. He just was in the military. He worked on satellites, and that's all he could tell me. And he's like, he told me this. He's like, yeah, what you guys see on TV, that's like 20 years behind. And I'm like, what? Like, wait, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? And he's like, I can't tell you. It's classified.
He's not wrong.
And I'm like, damn, all right.
If I told you, I'd have to kill you.
I'm like, okay. And I know there's like theory, yeah, there's the rod of God, which is like a tungsten rod they shoot from space.
Those are fun.
You know? So I'm just curious. I don't know, that stuff's so cool to me, but like, I don't know. I don't think like war will be that bad, like as people like think it'll be. I think that stuff's like a lot of just like, I think it's good to have that. I don't know. I think like too, like there's a lot more better missile defense stuff. They don't talk that stuff, they keep tight about. I know that, for example. There's probably like some crazy missile defense shit.
Well, they can't talk about it because they need to save it for when they use it.
Look at shit like the Iron.
If they talk about it, it kind of defeats the purpose.
Yeah. Like I'm like, I don't know. I think it's me. I don't. Most of this stuff crazy, you know. Just as the War Thunder community.
Yeah, all that crazy like.
What about the
There's
War
all that
Thunder
instant,
communities?
like,
They're
thyroid
doing
acceleration
planes and
stuff, right?
tanks. That's their autism. You know, we need to get like a War Thunder like satellite and spaceship edition, man, to get the real crazy shit.
That would be awesome, yeah.
War Thunder,
Space
but
War
it
Thunder
uses
would be
like
great.
it's just you shooting like missiles down, and then we could get some really crazy shit, you know? The crowd control thing.
Your
Well,
fucking Call of
they've
Duty
had
kill streaks.
there's one that's banned, I think. Well, no, I don't think it's banned, but they use microwaves that burn the outer layer of your skin as a thing. And there's also a sound one too. They have a couple of crazy shit, but the microwave one's really crazy.
Yeah, the brown note.
2P, is your thing ready? 2P.
Yeah. On a side note.
Sorry, I have
Go fuck
planks and
yourself,
tank
Desync.
autism.
I hate you.
2P. I'm gonna go. Look it. I'm gonna go into. Yes, is your okay? I'm gonna join you when you're ready, 2P. Okay. I want to go in the store. Okay,
Hell
guys,
yeah.
I'm gonna go into Australia. Okay, there's no gooners there.
We get to see everyone's lovely
Yeah,
bodies.
there's sound stuff. There's a couple of public thingy things. The microwave one that boils you from the inside out. No, there's one that just like hurts the outside of your skin. And there's also like sound stuff. But I don't think the sound thing's public. I know the microwave one's public because I use that in the Gulf War. And now the SWAT
I mean, that
team
one's
in
not
America
like,
has that.
That one's not like crazy effective though. It's just kind of.
It's kind of effective. The one that like you shoot a microwave into someone and like there's outer layer of skin burns. The sound one's public? Yeah, is it? I didn't know. Wait, where do I go to get stuff? Central Circuit. They have fucking specimen tanks? This is all the stuff you can buy for your house, Callie. You can buy some stuff for your house, man. Where's the... I want some drip, though. Where's the
I'm
drip?
in the toy shop.
You in the toy shop?
I'm in the toy shop. I'm gonna buy an RC car.
Whoa, dude.
I'm in the toy shop.
Yeah. Yeah, when it burns, it's a really bad sunburn. You'd have to stay in there for like over 3 minutes to get like really burnt, I think. Cars? Oh, they're stationary. Damn.
Hello.
No, you can. Oh, the cars. Oh, no.
Yeah, I went to room speed. I'm sad
dude
now.
walking around. That's there's a dude who's walking around who's just a fucking craft dinner box of like.
Oh, I was
mac
scared.
and cheese.
I thought you said there's a nudist walking around, dog, and I'm like, wait, what?
What? No.
I was
There's a
scared.
dude walking around with just a box of mac and cheese, craft dinner box.
Oh, cute.
May, where are you?
Well, I'm buying stuff, Callie.
Which store?
I'm buying
You get a
fox
golf
ears.
cart.
I'm buying fox ears, Callie.
Okay, actually, what store is that? Because I want to check that store out. But also, I need to bring my RC car. I need
It's
to show you the
Tower
RC car.
Threads. Tower Threads, man. I'll be there soon. I'm tripping out,
Tower
dude. We gotta play this
Threads.
game more, actually. This is
I
really
bought
fun.
my pickup truck. I bought my pickup truck.
Dude, May.
Hold on, give me a second, Callie. I'm just getting some drip. They have a cat collar? No. Oh, look at that, dude.
Hi, Vera.
Give me this scoff, man. Hell yeah.
I'll use
What else they got? I need they got, oh, a cigarette? Give me the cigarette.
Got your shiggies.
Wait, a cigar? Give me the cigar.
Oh, I need the cigar.
I'm dripped up right now. Back? I already got some on
All
my
of
back.
my experience with this game is golf and gambling, so I have no idea where the store is.
How do I queue inventory? How do I
It's
put
right
this
next
on?
to the spawn desync. It's the spawn to the right.
I wandered off somewhere.
You fool, Mr.
Wait, okay,
Singh,
hold on.
Where are you?
I don't know. I'm in the train station.
We're from the train station. Look for a big
Yeah,
rock.
there we
desync.
go. Actually, make them blow on the
Big
match
rock.
of character I'm at right now.
I'm at the top
Cute.
of the train station right now.
Wait, where's my cigarettes I bought? Oh, the tail. That's
You gotta
so cute.
Refresh it, possibly.
Desync, are you in the instance?
I think we're in different instances.
You idiot.
I do.
Did I not buy it?
You gotta join Australia.
Oh, cute. I got
Yeah, I was
drip
going
now.
Australia.
That's so cute. Okay, I swear I bought. Hold on. Was it in neck? No, it was in face. There you go.
Oh, player
Am I doing it?
model. Huh.
Yeah, let's go.
Wait, can I buy
Drippy,
stuff?
what's in here? Let's see. I got some drip, man. Look at that. Cute. Wait, oh, I took off the ears. Shit.
I can buy particles.
There you go. Save. New
Dripping
outfits.
wet.
So wag. Done. All right, Callie, show me your thing. Yo, that's sick. Yo, that's sick, dude. Wait. What songbirds? Oh yeah, you can buy instruments. That's right.
There you go.
There's actually like instruments you can play too.
Event.
It's a working bass guitar now? What? Victorian pipe? Organ? I want to buy that for my house, dude. I want the bass guitar too. That's crazy.
How do I put on my sweaty drip particles on my rock? How do I do that? I'm sorry, what? I found it. Don't worry about it. Shut up!
What?
My rock has sweat now. I don't think you can see
Yeah.
it, but I do have sweat now.
We're in Australia. That's why the ping's bad. Because you guys don't want to look. I'll show you guys what public does. Look, we're in a public chat. Listen, people say some weird shit in here, man. They welfare EBT. I don't know what they're talking about, man. I don't know what's going on. Oh, the plaza's gonna reboot.
Plaza will reboot in 1 minute.
That's okay. Is 2P's house? 2P, is your house ready? Oh, they are. Okay, I'm joining 2P. I'm joining 2P. You guys, I think you guys can join off of me. If not, you may have to add 2P. I'm curious. They said they have like 400 hours of condo.
Oh.
Show and trust. They're gonna give us a tour. Let me know if you guys can join. Oh my god.
We can just join off of you.
I'm loading everything in. Oh my god. There's so much in here, dog. Okay, there you go. I got everything loaded in. You guys can join off me?
Yeah, we can. I think.
Perfect.
Pretty sure.
You can pick up Maxwell?
Loading.
Oh my god. Maxwell.
Oh, hell yeah.
Maxwell.
Close the connection. Okay.
Okay. Read me.
I'm trying to join.
I'm a
off you, it's not
concept
doing
artist
anything.
and
It
digital
says no
artist who
join
loves weapons and
permissions.
VTuber girls. Okay, you can't do it. I'll send you 2P's friend code. Here you go.
Okay. Thank you.
Damn. Okay, wait. Damn. 2P's a good artist. You drew this, right? 2P? I think I recognize your style. Brazilian Miku. Wait, is that American Miku actually? That's American Miku. Maybe.
American me.
That might be American Miku.
Mega
All the
Dale.
artists here my own. That's awesome, dude. You're such a good artist. Oh, they got a bathroom? Okay. I don't want to. I'm just waiting. I'm trying to load in. Yeah. No AIR based. I got a coconut.
Okay. I'm coming in.
I see mint. I see a lot of
I'm
mint.
2P. Oh, hey there.
We'll wait till everyone's here and then we can start the tour.
Kids
2P's gonna give us a tour.
Kids Doro bounce.
Why are you a rock, man?
Except my wed with
I am rock. What do you want from me?
Hey, Elon, thank you for the
Rock
resub. I'm so curious about that. Do you have? I wonder what's in the secret room then. I wonder if there's anything in the
God.
secret room. There is a secret room in here. 2P, can I go in there?
I would like to shout out that the workshop furniture is 69. I would like to shout that out real quick.
I bet I can go in there.
Apartment.
Tell them to send our key again. I can't see it on stream. The RQ. The what?
Request. Friend request.
Oh, friend request. Yes, send the friend request again.
Also, I'm probably gonna hop out here.
No, Cal, you gotta do the tour, man.
You have to do the tour,
No,
Cal. I can't leave yet.
I gotta start. I gotta start getting ready for the.
Callie, just do the tour. It won't take long, man. Come on, you're gonna miss out on this.
Do you want to hold Maxwell?
Okay.
You gotta see the house. Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
All right.
The
I'll stay for the tour. I'll stay for the tour.
Sunshine Day. I'm so scared to visit. This is the cool part. Is I don't want to move around too much. I want to wait for the tour. You know, we're gonna tour. How many hours have you put in this map, 2P? How many hours you put in this map? Let's accept some friend requests. There you go. Let me see.
You aren't crouching, my guy. Your name tag is going up and down. The rock is not moving.
Yay.
Shh. Shh. Fish and women don't melt me.
Hello, Gordon.
Is that fat ass fucking Boone? Excuse me?
It's fat ass Boone.
Dude.
I like the realistic nipple.
God.
Like it's really crazy.
Yeah. It's like they tried to like work it off, but they couldn't do it.
Yep. I'm so excited for
I need
Callie.
to tot her off. I'm still a little bit sick.
Callie, we're just waiting on Callie and Vera, then we can start.
Is it time, Vera?
Well, I crashed trying to load in the first time.
Let's try again. It happens sometimes.
All right.
Yeah, the
You
bottom
can't
of my
miss
screen
out.
is just workshop furniture downloading.
I'll go on the
25 out of
tour before I
69.
get her off.
Can I fish in
Matchstick,
here?
There's Callie.
I got some mighty balls.
Loading in.
Matchstick. Ooh, Callie. You got the Johnny Bravo.
Thank you very much.
I like you.
Lights.
Oh, Callie, you still have to see my condo after this, and after that you can start Sunday. I'm sorry. I have to show you.
Okay.
It won't take long. I don't want to look.
Okay. No,
Oh my
no.
god. Okay. Yeah.
I'm down. I'm down to see your condo.
Oh, I see.
I'll go fast. Yeah. Mine won't take long either. I gotta add more stuff to it. I was too poor to finish it. Maybe I'll decorate it. We got the bathroom, the big shit up. Okay. We got American Miku? Maybe. What flag is that? I don't see any stars.
That looks like America.
American Miku.
look
It's
at this
American
photo.
Miku. Okay. I'm stuck. There you go.
2P help, please.
2P, Sent, can you accept the Vera's request, by the way? She's sort of Cali-ish. She's by the Santa Monica Pier. Oh my god, dude.
Oh.
I knew a guy who was
that's
like
where I was born
in
and
this
raised.
game server, and he said he had a fake girlfriend he got, and he said he was gonna like invite us all to have like a wedding on the Santa Monica Pier.
Thank you.
Perfect. Chicola! All right, cool. All right, next up.
Got the doink too.
Oh, this is drippy. A quick 2-hour repaint of a nature scene I saw in the Twitter video.
I love the zero privacy toilet.
Yeah.
Oh, great, and Nina and Pat, cute. And a meat, and she's buying
okay.
Wonder Bread. I see a Gigi and a Zen. Damn. Oh my god, she's buying
the
Wonder
art.
Bread.
Jesus Christ, the art's really good.
So greasy.
Twitch.tv. That's so funny. Nina. Oh my god. It's so cute.
Oh, the grape art on the wall.
Oh, mint.
It's so cool.
All these
Aww.
pastries have rotted by now. No way they're still in mint condition.
Well, mint's nearby, so they're
Looks
still
like
in
the
mint
ghost of
condition.
mint on the wall. Yeah.
That's so cute, dude. That's so cute. Those pastries are cooked. Can I have one? Live, laugh, and pat your chud belly.
Oh, my belly. Oh.
I love that.
My
Wait.
fucking shud belly, dude.
About chud belly.
I love
Oh.
that, dude. That's crazy.
Little
Whoa.
Mario standing in
Fucking
front of it with the
aircraft
fucking
museum
ciggy.
in this. What the fuck?
Wait, that's
Hello?
BBW.
Warning, BBW are beyond this point. Yeah.
Who? Snake girl, I drew. You're a snake. Who's this? Tabitha. Oh, it's me. What the heck? Oh my god!
so
Wait, I'm
cute.
so cute. You put me in here? What the heck? Oh my god! I went to the BBW zone. I went sorry, to the BBW zone.
You know you want BBW.
I saw. I got.
Warning.
Is the
It's through a
BBW?
wall. I see. Okay.
Is this safe? Is this safe? Is this safe BBW?
They're safe for work. They're safe for work.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Wow.
Safe.
I love big beautiful woman.
Badass.
I just saw a glimpse of this one. I got scared.
Dude, one of these is this character just got released like 2 weeks ago. This shit's recent.
So cute, dude.
Oh yeah, them. I remember seeing them on fucking Twitter.
God.
I saw them all over my fucking Twitter.
Your OC is so cute too, P. I just want to say
Everyone.
that. Oh, it's meat. Oh, fun. Cute.
I love this microwave-esque like room here. Also,
I'm just trying to get out of the water right now. I'm stuck in the water.
Oh yeah, I forgot. This is not this is an addition on the house. This is I think this is a swimming pool originally or something. They built this floor. All right, I'm catching back up. Sorry. What the fuck is this? Hey 2P, what the fuck is this?
I think it's the streamer room.
The horses? Turn on the TV and
Turn
sit on the
TV
horses.
on, sit on horses.
How do I turn on the How do I turn the TV on? Oh, I see. Oh, I hit it too fast. Okay. I'm living for this.
Virtual.
You're so fucking. Why do I wait? I feel it though. I don't know if I'm just high, but I feel like I'm there. I feel like I'm there right now.
I am in
the video's an hour long. Oh my god.
Oh my god, dude. I feel like I'm there right now. It works. That's crazy. I want to set one of these up with a car in my house. I'm gonna check. Can we build my condo later? Can we do that? I want to set one of these up with like a Lambo and like a POV Lambo racing video in my house. I need that. That shit. Oh my god, that's awesome. Okay, and you got what's in
Tokyo
here?
night drifting video.
What's in here? What's in here, Utterneer?
I'm gaming. Go away.
I just shut the fuck up. MLG video.
This is my gamer castle.
2P, this is sick.
It's built different.
It's a little more inside the house for go outside. Okay, okay. Callie, I'm glad you didn't miss this, man. You get a story for your Sunday. You can
This
tell
is
them about the mansion
beautiful.
you saw. Guys, come in the art room. There's an elevator.
Oh, there he is.
No, this game's awesome, chat. There's so much you can do.
I see
It's
the fucking
this
MLG
game's
views in the
sick, man.
background.
All right, let's go up. Let's go up.
Come here, guys. Come here.
Wow. Little bookshelf. Unfinished. Okay. And you got
All the
guns.
Fumos.
Wow. Magical instrument. Oh, you made these? Damn.
Nice.
That's a beautiful weapon. Holy shit. I'm gonna commission you for something. Oh, these are beautiful. I'm gonna commission you for a weapon design someday, big dog. That shit's beautiful. BBW.
They got Fumos. They got Fumos
Where?
over here. Over here.
Oh,
Yeah.
cute
We passed
Mimi.
it.
It's a Mimi. It's a hen of Mimi. And Elena. And Mono Monet.
Mono Monet.
Another grape. I see. I don't know who this is. Nova Polaris. Sunny. I know who that is. Snuffy. Cute. Oh, she's cute. There's so many cute art here, dude. Oh my god. Seminar room. The secret room you saw earlier. No, isn't there a vent in this that you can sneak through somewhere? I'm like 90. I don't. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe it's on this map. I know these maps have secret like vents and shit you can open up. Oh, that's a smaller one? I see. Dude, this is beautiful too, P. What the fuck? 2P, be real. Is there a secret goon room, man? Be real. Where's the goon room?
Where is the good
Yeah, you don't have to show me. You don't have to show
Where's
me.
the goon room?
Oh, it's a, look at that. Oh my god, it's like a hot tub.
I'm drowning. I'm not tall enough.
No, it's not healthy. No.
I just want to know. I want to know, Tupi. That's all. I'm just so curious, you know? Tupi's typing a long message.
Yeah, what was it you had to change before you could invite us?
So the comedy room has been deleted. Sad.
Sad.
The comedy room. You keep saying comedy and inside jokes, but more and more I think it's a goon room.
We're all very curious.
You can't draw bellies without drawing a couple of nipples here and there, you know? Fiber optic cable tastes so delicious.
Yummy.
I draw mad tits system.
I fucking love eating fiber optic cables.
This is pretty. I'm upstairs.
Welcome to the garden. The garden.
The garden. Okay, we're spitballing it. Damn, this is such a big place, man. This is the light that leads me to the goon room. Wait, Tupi has a not safe for work all? Link it.
Christmas tree.
Why is there a nice romantic couch up here?
Big like the women. I love big, beautiful women. Anything else special, Tupi? This is awesome.
Area.
Yeah, this is one of the places you can buy.
Like, there's so much going on.
Yowie Lighthouse. I do like that. I love Yowie.
Dude, I still hear the fucking horses in my ear.
I got a friend who's a sub. Excuse me? All right, I'm here. Well, I gotta Google something real quick. No, I'm just curious. Damn!
Yo, Mr. Bones is here.
Damn! Sorry. Sorry.
Wait, Tupi. Wait, can we look at the main attraction here? Can we look at the main attraction here, please?
Hold on.
Can we look?
I just had to do something. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Man, get the fuck over here. Man, get the fuck over here. Yo, you want to take a picture with Shaq? Papa John's Shack? Yeah, I got you. Yo.
Don't look at my follows. Don't look at my follows. That's so fucking funny. But you have to press it, then take a picture. And it also adds. Oh my god, that's so fucking funny.
Desync, where are you? Come in to the
find
kissing
over
booth
there. This.
I need to add my model to this game. I wonder how hard that is. I'll just say to do that.
Probably not that hard at all.
Because I have my old model I don't really like, so I don't mind putting that in this game.
Hands stuck trying to take a shortcut.
Get over here. Come on.
The rest of the house is just an empty party house. That's sick, dude. You've inspired me, Tupi. You've inspired me greatly.
Kissing booth. You want to take a picture with Shaq?
Help desk assistant.
Take a picture of Shaq.
Hi, thank you for coming. I hope you enjoyed your stay. I did. Thank you so much.
Hello, Gordon.
This is sick. And there's nothing else hidden away, 2P? You know, guys, secrets? This is cool, dude. The goon ship. Hold on, you're right. I don't think 2P has a goon room. They removed the fun room. There is no fun room.
They hid the goon room.
That's good, dude. That's crazy. You're investigating?
There's nothing here.
They might have cleared house, Callie. They might have cleared house, man. Who knows?
Yeah,
it's on the cargo ship. I know it. It's on the cargo ship.
Wait, what's this?
They heard we were coming and they had to clean it up.
There's a flower with a pillow and some candles. Hey, where does this take you?
Suspicious.
What is this? Where does this take you? Why does that take me here? I'm scared. Tupi's got to teleport. That leads me to the old part of the house. I see. I got to. What's a secret bunker? Hey, Tupi, what's in this secret bunker? What's this? What's blocked off here, man?
It's old ideas, May. It's old ideas. Old ideas.
Okay, so that's where the room is. I don't want to.
Yeah, they didn't take anything down. They just sealed it off like a
Tupi,
tomb.
what if I peeked my camera on there? What would happen? What would happen? If I get what if I peeked my camera on there? What would happen to my stream? Try it, sister. Okay, hold on.
Wait.
You might like peek your head and it's just Corey in the house.
Wait, hang on.
I could do that. Hold on. A vacation, probably. Do we want another vacation? They closed us off pretty tight, Callie.
They did. They got inside of it. I don't know if you saw
Do
that.
I want
but
the truth?
They walked
Wait.
right through it.
Tupi, I want the truth, man. I'm about to get in there. What's the truth? Oh, I'm scared to look up. I don't know where I am. I'm in. Oh, God. I don't know what's in here. I'm scared to look around. Tupi.
Oh, no.
Tupi, if I turn around, am I gonna get banned?
Hide it on stream first.
Hold on,
Hide it
yeah,
stream
hold
first.
on. Let me hide on stream. I'm scared.
Hide it on stream first.
Open sesame. Here, I'm gonna block it real quick. Don't mind me, chat.
Oh.
Oh, we're safe. It's a. Did you delete it? Wait, hold on.
It was Corey in the house, dude. Ah, fuck. I knew it.
Did they delete it?
You gotta just have like a secret room that you can get teleported to. That like every wall is just covered with Corey in the house.
I did delete it, but you can save snapshots of your condo, said Tupi.
What's up?
Damn.
There's nothing here. It's a trap room. I can't even get the fuck out. Oh, fuck you.
I'm gonna revert deleting all the pics.
There is pics. It is a goon room. That's okay. That's based.
So
From here,
up.
we got the horse race track. Wait, what? Take me? I two goon rooms?
The two feet are all stuck in here. Two feet.
They had two goon rooms? You should have kept them. Should have kept them, man. Hey, take me back here off stream. I want to see. I'm an appreciator of the arts.
How you doing, DC?
Oh my god, I get it.
Oh, wow.
I'm the Uma. I'm an
We're gonna have
Uma.
to trap it.
I think they're teleporting us.
I'm a fucking Uma. I'm a fucking Uma. By default, should I write a goon room? I'd probably have a goon room. I'm winning right now. This is where you can watch episodes of Uma. You can watch Uma here?
Just all those
Oh my God.
episodes.
Hold on. That's awesome. I have it
How are
on.
you, like,
Put on
teleporting
some
around?
Uma. Put on some Uma. I'm excited. I just want to. I want to see the Uma.
Yeah, Chad, you ready to watch
Give us the Uma
What's some
experience.
Uma,
Yeah,
man?
No, never.
Oh,
but
Callie,
sure.
you want to see something you don't have? Because you know I play mini golf so much. Where are you, Callie?
I'm still at the Uma track. I'm right here. That rules. Ow! It hurt. Ow! Stop! It's making me blitz. Ow, stop! Stop it! Leave me alone! Hold on, I know I've got a weapon. Do you have a jetpack, huh? Do you have that?
I'm...
Kill Chikawa.
You don't test.
No, be nice.
Where's Uma? Yo! Hold on, I want to watch this shit. This is the show. Sit next to me, B. This is the show. I'm so excited, dude.
Oh my god.
It's the main event, guys. The main event.
Desync, you're missing the show. Desync.
I'm trying to figure out how to enable it. Can't fucking reach it.
That's good, dude.
I'm too short to get there, dude. I'm Chikawa.
Turn my Arc Knights girls into idols now. Damn. Now I want to make a cool ass house.
What do you think?
Where do I buy a house?
You should.
By chance. What?
Like an underwater, high rise, odd studio, theater, resort, ice moon. Let's see, I only have the condo, the smooth dirt, the suite, and the house.
Good old GM.
Thank you so much, 2P.
Flat grass.
This was sick. This is awesome, chat. If you make listen, if you if you play this game, chat, we'll definitely do it for some Keen Nights. Oh my God, is that Marine? Why is there a warning when they talk? I don't know. She just said some shit in Japanese. I can't read that. Thank you so much. That's so cute, 2P. All right, Callie, you gotta see my shitty house, man.
Let's see it, dude. You probably should have started with yours and then gone into this.
No,
but...
it's okay. It's okay. I want you to understand. This is humble beginnings, Callie. Come to my place, Callie. Okay.
I'm excited. I'm excited.
This is back when I was poor and I
I
didn't have money in this game. Come join. It's open.
But now you're up.
Roku Nana. Roku Nana.
I'm loading in.
Roku Nana.
I'm loading in.
Roku Nana.
There's no tour really. There's only one like this is the house. I would get drunk with my friends in VC and we would drink the kegs and there's a guitar here. I don't even know how to build in this game anymore. I'm gonna be honest with you. I was trying to figure that out.
I like your snail.
There's so much shit in here. Whoa! Whoa!
What?
I can make a mini golf course? No way!
Suburban mini golf course house?
Damn, that's crazy. Wait, they added so much shit to this now. What the fuck? Inventory. I just bought, here, I bought this. You guys can play that. Or you can also play on this pipe organ I set up, okay?
I fucking love the jacuzzi, man. Especially when it's raining outside.
That's good. That's good. All right, guys, come down here. Come downstairs. I want to show you something. Okay, this is the main draw of this house. Okay. I got really high one night and I built this basement. I just want you to I want you to talk to Hank Hill.
Whoa. Callie's Alley. The secret to a steak is to be firm but with little give. That is medium rare. Well done. We ask you politely but firmly leave.
I was really high when I made this. I just want you to know. I want you to come back over here too, and you can meet our hero. He stays in the basement.
Jesus fucking.
Hey, Pimp. I love a mean hot dog. You're my hero, Callie's Alley.
He's a little sick. You know, he used to be made of cardboard, but it got deleted, so I turned him into a cube. Hey, this is my house.
I love you, Mr. President.
What do you think, Callie?
What is he
I'm gonna go buy a new house,
watching?
man. I want to decorate a little bit. Hold on, I'm gonna go to Sydney.
Dude, you should.
I'm gonna go to Sydney. I'm gonna find the realtor. I'm gonna buy a house, and I also want to hit up the. You guys want to go to the arcade? Want to go to the arcade?
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay,
please,
we'll do
yes,
the
please,
arcade.
yes,
We'll do
please.
the arcade. You need money to buy
love the
that, so you
arcade.
can buy tickets there. We'll do some of that. We'll do some of that. And I'm playing High School Music because I grew up in I was a baby. Okay, I was a baby, man. All right, I'm gonna play my baby song. Actually, if we're gonna do this, can we move somewhere closer than Australia? Let's see what Plaza's not like fucking full. Let's do France. No one's in France.
Probably for the best.
Fuck the French.
Everybody hates the French. Let's go.
Yeah,
It's
yeah. Let's go
time.
French.
We're going to France.
French, dude. We're French. It's all along. love. Wake me up when September ends. All right,
Completely
cool.
different song. My bad.
Hello, Miku.
Completely different song.
Hold
That's
on.
my bad. Can't really tell without the backing.
There you go. Okay.
Thank you, DC.
I gotta find where's the condo hub up here. I hate the word condo because Roblox has ruined that word, man. I'm being so fucking for real.
What do you mean Roblox ruined that word? No. Back it up. What do you mean?
No. Go back. Plaza. You don't want to go that way. Plaza. Turn around, dude.
You don't know about Roblox?
No, I don't. What the fuck?
Turn around. Don't go to the condo hub. Do not go to the condo hub, dude. Turn around.
Desync is in the condo hub.
Don't go there, man.
I'm still in Australia.
It don't matter. There's public rooms, man. Oh shit, I gotta load back in. Hold on.
Oh no.
They put me back in France. France 8.
Welcome to Paris. Welcome.
Dude, if you go to the condo hub, it shows like all the public condos, and I just felt it immediately. Bad, evil. Okay, anyways, the reason why condo is a bad word in Roblox is that's the term for a sex world in Roblox. Like a sex game.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not. They call them condo. They call them condos in Roblox. It's crazy.
Roblox porn?
Yeah. Well, so it's a whole thing where like people make these games called condo games, which are fucking disgusting, and they hide them and people get banned. It's scary. That is such a cute avatar.
Literal like 5-year-old children play that game in
Yes.
Yeah.
Guys, where do I buy a house, man? Can someone take me to the... Where do I buy a house? Where's the realtor? I don't want the minigame arena. Get me out of Gen Chat.
Let's play laser tag.
Hold on, I gotta figure out how to buy a house. Cafe? Oh, cute! You're so cute! Cafe meow. Oh, what do you got? Pets? You get a cat? You get pets? Hold up. How do I buy a pet? Go upstairs. I'm going upstairs.
Avery snack, pet supplies.
Oh, I can adopt a cat. Do I want Wallace, Kiki, Lady, Luna? Oh, I like Luna. Sunny. I already have a cat named Sunny, bro. It would be really funny to get Sunny though.
This one looks like Nemi. I love you. You're coming with
Pickles.
me.
Is it like a mini Sunny?
I've adopted Pickles. And I'm gonna buy. Listen. Let's get some sweet treats. No, not sweet treats. I need pet supplies. Pet bowl. Let's get them a pet bed, litter box, some cat condo. Yeah, check out.
Of course, it's a pig cat, girl.
You can get a fish. I have a fish. It's just dead. You just have to. It's a fishing game, chat. You can fish up fish in this game.
Didn't feed your fucking fish.
This game's heat, dude. Callie, we gotta get into this, man. I'm telling you, it's heat, dude. This might be heat.
Dude, I used to play this game a bunch. I'd be down to play more.
Hell yeah. Wait, where do we go to? Where's the fucking thing? Where's the... Hold on. Where is the retail? Realtor? Where do I find the realtor?
That might be in the place. That might be in the place you didn't want to go.
No. Where do
It might be in the condo hub. I hate to tell you.
For sale at the realtor. I'm above it, sister? Excuse me. Oh. Oh, you're right.
Condo's real estate.
Wait. Oh, thank you.
I'm saving my money for the arcade.
Because I got a milli. So I wanna see what I can buy. I want roomy. High rise.
Welcome back to that. Hey, and welcome back to That New Condo. I'm your host.
Look at the condo. They have videos. They have videos.
Located in the approximate dead center of the Bermuda Triangle. The
Wait, this one's pretty.
Is...
They give you like a tour.
Welcome back to another episode of That New Condo.
Very good.
Hi there.
Welcome back to
There's
Daniel
drowning.
I might buy the underwater.
All right.
Today, we're
I might buy the underwater. Bye, Vera. I love you.
Hey, and welcome back to
What's love?
Good night, Vera.
Welcome back.
Enjoy condo building. I'm gonna be working, but I need to chill for a little bit.
Let's see what the underwater has.
Welcome back to that new condo.
This one looks sick. I have money for
I'm
it.
also gonna be hopping out.
Today, we're
Bye,
going
Callie.
10 leagues under the sea. To
Bye, Callie. It's a pleasure meeting you.
Going, Kelly.
Nice meeting you, Utter. Good seeing you.
I want this. I can
Bye,
cook with
man.
this. I'm buying it.
Oceans and mysteries and placed a house
Big
under
love,
the
Vera.
sea.
Big love. I love
Welcome
you.
back to another. Hey, and welcome back to that.
That's I'm gonna buy the art studio.
Welcome back to another episode of that new.
Can do a lot of stuff with that. Cool.
Do they have a gaming room that you can buy by chance?
A gaming room? You can. I think you
Gaming
can buy like arcade machines. There's a bunch of
Dude,
things. There's
fucking
DIY.
Okay.
There's so much shit in there. There's transportation. You can buy elevators now. What?
At last, I can buy a
There's
power drill, my
elevators that you can.
lifelong
Oh my god, we
dream.
can build extensions. There's walls, frames, fences, door. This game is sick, dude. Man, they changed so much on this shit.
Yo, desync. Yo, wait. I found
Rob's
Minty's crowbar.
Imports.
They're right here. I found them. Crowbars. They're right here.
Western junk. Used electronics. Cryo cat. They have TVs.
I gotta find you.
Floppy
Do
disk.
you want a crowbar, Mr. Sink?
Yeah, I'll take a fucking crowbar. Where they?
Come over here. Come over here. Come over here.
Oh, there we
They
go.
got like
Yeah,
circuits. Is this Circuit Central?
Crowbar's right here.
Security equipment,
Ooh, they're
media
not
players,
expensive.
outdoor clock,
It's like
security.
$500.
Security. Making puzzles, TV wall, what? Vault door. Oh my god. Laboratory. Dude, there's so much shit. No wonder they got hidden goon rooms and shit, man. Are you kidding me? They have a fucking security doors and other shit, dude. I'm gonna buy a TV though. I can buy a plane. Oh my god.
Make a cocoon room with
Computers.
10 security doors behind it.
Outdoor clocks. Dude, I didn't know how much this game evolved. 2P, is there a way to buy arcade machines? You would know. I want to know if you can buy like the arcade machines that they got in like the arcade.
Surely you can buy
Or like some sort of machine. Okay, so
machines.
okay. There's a way to play emulator. What? I could play any game ever.
Yo! Oh my god.
What?
That's sick. How?
Hey, we gotta play Ribbon King in this.
Hook them up to a TV and play and put any game on. Dude, this game's crazy.
Yo, you guys want to play Left 4 Dead 2 in Tower Unite?
That's crazy, dude. Well, what about like, is there like actual
here
like?
it is.
I want to like know if I can buy like a.
Okay, so.
Eh?
No, so I found it in the toy shop. There is a section for retro gaming, and it looks like you can get different arcade machines that let you play your emulators through LibRetro.
Oh! Oh my god, wait. Wait, what? Wait, what?
I think you have to have stuff set up on your computer already.
Oh my
and
god,
then
wait,
hook it
I
up
do
from
have
there.
LibRetro set up. That's sick. What? What the fuck do you mean they have That's so fucking cool, man. Wow.
Gotta set up Ribbit King.
Okay. Netplay is not currently supported. That's sick. I could play Ribbit King, yeah. Do they have a GameCube? Let's see. Game Station?
Wait, are you telling me you could play custom Robo in this?
Well, it's playing through a computer in this, but yeah.
Fuck do you mean
Hold
they
on, I'm
have
curious.
PartyCon 2S's, but they don't have a damn GameCube?
That's insane. This game is crazy. What? Hold on, I gotta go check something out. Then I'll be back. I just got it. I gotta see
I
something.
have a 3DS.
Hold on, chat. Just in case, I'm gonna send. Okay, wait, that's Joe Biden. I'm gonna censor this because I don't know what pops up. I'm a little scared. We'll just use Froggy. The Froggy censor. There we go. I don't know what's gonna pop up when I click this. You know. Let's see. That's the froggy sensor, okay?
Oh, Jaden.
Oh, wow. Insert a game cartridge or select the game in settings. How do I do that? Browse game. Open ROM folder. Okay. Wait, that's insane. They have Dolphin? I don't think they have, like, GameCube. Do they have GameCube?
No, it looked like they... I don't know, it looked like they only have stuff that's supported by Libretro.
Damn, okay, well, I do have... Hold on.
They do not have GameCube.
Well, they have PS... They have a PS2? I don't think they have PS2.
Maybe.
I don't think I have PS2.
They have a 3DS for some reason.
Tragic. It doesn't show anything, but...
Edge.
I don't have...
a retro gaming computer.
The controls are crazy for this. That's okay. I'll just set that up.
I gotta play Doomineer.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you, geckos. I really appreciate it. No, don't return to Cono Hope. Okay, I'm gonna go into... we're playing with chat right now. All right, EU, France, 8. We're going on. I'm gonna go in the arcade. I'll lead you guys there. Meet me in spawn.
All right, it's time.
Kentucky.
The U.S. servers are scary. The U.S. I don't want to be in the U.S. servers. I'm scared.
Ultimate ball master. All right, let it be known. Fucking 50 ball drop. That's my game.
This fucking guy.
No.
What is ball drop?
What is your game?
Like horse plinko or something?
Horse plinko.
No, it's the fucking May. You know the one. The fucking.
I don't know the one.
Balls. You have to drop 50 of them into a jackpot.
Oh yeah.
Is that one?
Yes, that is
like
one.
the
I'm
only
pretty
one
sure.
I'm good
There's a
at.
bunch. Hold on. I'm in the center. Where are you guys?
Hello.
I see
Okay.
you. Hello.
Right over here, we have the Warzone arcade.
Hello, Gordon.
Come on in. Hi, geckos.
Time to prove your gaming prowess.
Read geckos. Geckos is so sweet, guys. Go check out geckos. They have the cutest gecko ever. Oh, they're giving me a new thing.
Chloe.
Did they finally
Chloe.
finish this? Is this like last time I played this? I was like half unfinished.
Chloe, you got Tower Unite?
Oh, hi,
Is Chloe in chat?
Chloe is in
Yeah,
chat.
Miss Croc, Miss Croc, it's called Tower Unite. If you want to play, let me know. We can play.
Yeah,
it's
you
really
wanna join
cool.
us?
It has there's a lot of gooners though. Be careful. But it's really fun. There's like a bunch of arcades, mini
I missed
games.
it.
You can decorate a house and stuff. I can buy it for you if you want.
Oh, I missed you, dickhead.
Make sure to buy some tickets, by the way. You have to buy some tickets or tokens. Okay, yeah, check it out. Let me know if you want. I'll buy it for you. I don't mind. Miss you, dickhead. I miss Chloe. Oh, can we wait? Guys, come up.
It's a
Upstairs, I'm playing pool. Hey,
GTRP thing.
come up.
Yeah.
Come upstairs, we're playing pool.
Oh?
Where are we going?
Over here. Come play pool.
Oh, I
They have
see.
pool.
Oh,
I gotta
fuck
find
yes.
the
We're playing
stairs.
pool, dude.
Desync,
We're
follow
playing
me,
pool.
follow me, Mr. Sync.
The fuck?
All right.
Oh,
there?
come back.
Okay, there
Yeah,
we
right
go.
here.
Desync, you go first. It's your
I'm
turn.
playing. Okay, no, you guys, set up. Just join in. It's a lobby. See? It's like an actual
it's a
mini game.
lobby?
Yeah, press E. Press E.
Okay,
Desync, press E on it.
got it.
I'm pressing it. It's not
Desync.
doing anything.
On leave.
I think
I'm
it's
doing
only...
it. It's not fucking...
Oh, it's only two player?
All
Desync, come this one.
Aki,
Come this
it's
one.
2-player. It's okay.
There you go.
Aki, are you ready to ball?
I'm
right.
excited. I'm
Okie dokie.
excited, man. And
It's
buy it?
adorable.
I won't buy it. I love you. You're such a sweet friend.
I've never... I think I've played billiards once, maybe.
Okay, so the idea is whatever you can get in first, that's your color. So either gonna be stripes or solids. So your solids. So you want to get all the solid balls in.
Oh, no.
Which makes me stripes, which means I kind of want...
You're so fucking cooked, Aki. Let it be fucking known. Let it be fucking known, Aki. I used to play this in college, all right? Let it be known.
So when you get them in, do you think? When you get them in, you get points and you can keep hitting them until you get like a wrong one in or fuck up. Sorry, I grew up in a, like, my dad was in a biker club. So like, I just got you 2 points. Shit, dude. So I know all about this shit. I know all about this shit.
Yeah. I just know that if you hit the black ball in early or the white ball into the hole, then you're fucked.
Yeah, well, I don't know if that is this. I don't. Maybe. I don't. There's like a lot of different game modes.
If you put the white ball in, you're allowed to move it wherever the hell you want. If you put the black ball in, you lose.
Yeah, there you go.
Wait, what?
You hit the
Also,
8 ball
Aki
in.
is fucking destroying me right now.
You hit the 8 ball in. All right, let's one more.
D-Sync, did you lose already?
He hit the 8 ball in,
I
dude.
hit the fucking big pile of things and the 8 ball bounced in.
Man, come
There was a big cluster of
on,
things. It bounced off of other shit.
Was that chat in the
you
corner?
are a master's in mechanical engineering, and you can't even play pool?
It's
I wasn't
lesbian
looking where I was
T-girls
shooting at.
touching
I saw a
balls
pilot,
in
I
the
was like,
game
"Ooh."
world browser. Okay, I'm gonna
What?
hide. Yeah, sorry. I left the main chat up, dude. I'm sorry. I told you there's weird gooners in this game, man. It's scary. Okay, I'm solids. Oh, I'm gonna get you a stripe
Aki
man too.
is legendary at pool.
Shit. So you are
Oh, you're
stripes.
solids, okay. In that
So you got 2
case,
stripes
I'm
there.
just
You
gonna
want to
hit the
like
big shit pile and hope it
a good
doesn't
way to
send
hit
them
that's
in.
in the side. Yeah, there you go. Look at that. Good hit. You actually put me in a pretty bad position. I won't lie.
Fuck me, dude.
Yeah,
How the
the
fuck did the
right
balls do
May. We
that?
got the
What?
right May. I'm not left May today. I put you in a bad spot too, dude.
Oh, interesting.
You're gonna hit the. Why are you gonna hit the?
Let's
Don't
see
hit the
here.
8 ball. Don't hit the 8 ball. You don't want that.
What
That's bad.
about- There we go.
I can make a comeback. I'm a gamer. I can do this.
Let's see here. Bunch of solids there. Fuck it, we ball. Oh, you know what? Right there.
Fuck me.
No
fuck
good,
me,
man.
fuck
No
me.
good. I gotta import my model into this game. Actually, my old one that I don't use. That'd be sick.
You have
you
a
could do
Gmod
that.
player model?
No, but this isn't Gmod.
Fucking Power Unite? No. Right.
I do have my old model that I currently use, but I don't like it. So stop.
What?
Hold on, I can do that. Nothing.
Oh, thanks for the lovely
Yeah,
lineup
with
there.
the huge tails. Yeah, not my gooner model. My new model's more
The big
goonery, if
floof.
anything. My new one's more goonery, if anything. You can grab a model and rig it to Tower Unite set. I gotta see how to do it because I have my model. I have my model and a few other models, so.
How? How did I
so
scratch
cute.
that?
Ball.
And there it is.
Check this out, desync.
I hate this game. I hate this game. I hate this game.
Easy, man, easy. Oh shit! Wait, why did I get another turn? I hit the ball in.
Wait, what?
That's weird.
Did you?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You
I'm just.
scratched
I'm.
the white ball too?
Look, I'll do it to a boy too. Stay still.
Stretch.
What's up? We got up there, Link. Huh?
Oh, damn it.
Damn. Wearing jeans, dude.
Never.
Fuck you, man.
I made that in.
Fuck. Wait, I made it in. Oh, never mind. Yay!
Yeah, I made it in.
Yay!
Ah, scratch.
That's okay. You gotta catch up. I got 2, man. I'm not a sex pest. I'm not. It's just I'm a VTuber. Asset pool. Heavenly. We should play this sometime. First of all, also shut the fuck up, man. Walking away. Okay, not walking away. Sorry. Also, I'm winning. Fuck you, dick cunt. Fuck you, Heavenly.
This
my homie.
This is the first time that This is the first time I play pool in probably 15 years.
No way, 15 years? What, you mean you
Me and my friends would like.
I don't have a fucking
We
pool
would like
table,
before we
man.
could drink. We would go after high school, go to a bar just to get Diet Coke and play pool.
The last time I played pool was probably on Monkey Ball 2 and Monkey
Come on,
Billiards.
guys. Come on. That's a cool thing.
mean to
I'm
tell me-
so cool, man.
You mean to tell me you never played pool in college?
No. Why would I?
Bro, you went to college?
Yes.
Yeah, I have a master's degree in mechanical engineering.
Yeah, he does.
Undernear is also an engineer.
I am a bachelor's in mechanical
Yeah, you're-
engineering and material science engineering.
Yeah.
Dual degree.
Yeah, did you realize that you're in a call with 2 certified engineers?
Yeah, really certified engineers right now.
I think
I work on satellites as my day job.
I think I'm feeling like a wealth gap here, man, guys. I don't know. you said at first you started at college and then you said master's degree, and now I'm starting to feel kind of like a wealth gap, you know, like.
Nah, there's not a wealth
I think
gap.
I'm too
like,
poor to
I
talk
have
to
a
you
lot of
guys. I'm gonna
debt.
be honest.
D-Sing has a lot of debt, and I live in Los Angeles.
a lot of
mate. I
debt.
live in Los Angeles, the most expensive place to fucking go.
Yeah.
And he's got a wife.
I do have a wife. Her name is Khan. I love her very much. Oh. D-Sing's a Nepo baby.
I am not. My family's polar as fuck.
No Nepo baby, Mr. Singh. Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, totally. Yeah,
Dude, I
believe that.
couldn't
That
even
is
get
some
the
bullshit.
loans to like even try to get into college, dog. I tried. I could have gone to MIT, but I just couldn't afford it.
Dude, let it be fucking known. Let it be fucking known. Lockheed Martin paid for my fucking tuition. Let it be fucking known. I got a 20,000 fucking scholarship from those motherfuckers, and I ran with it.
And you didn't even have to make bombs.
I didn't have to make bombs. No, I didn't. No, not at all. They fucking actually denied me from every fucking job I tried to apply for them. This is the funny part.
Damn, I lined this up for you. If you miss, you're a pussy. Man,
Oh, it's
aid,
beautiful.
dude. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do it, dude.
B-17 paid his tuition.
I said,
Yeah, kinda.
you know, I'm cool with being like poor. I'm cool with not going to college, you know? Damn. I almost went to college. I almost went to college for wildlife science robotic thingy. I'm gonna kill myself.
There we go.
I'm going upstairs. What else they got in this bitch? Pluck a
Nice
pal,
clean
don't care.
game.
What else they got in this bitch? There's literally nothing in this room. Hold on, they got...
Oh yeah, this one's it's the keyboard game.
Yeah,
It's
fight me,
fucking so
pussy.
fucked up. All right, you fucking. Well, you're already in a game right now, so I can't join you currently. But you will win. My friend Bug is cracked at these fucking games.
Oh.
All right, hop in.
All right, fine. I'll play one. I'll play one.
You're playing with the rug.
Wait, how am I supposed to?
Oh wait, hold on.
Do this? Hang on.
So you gotta click join.
I need 8 tokens to play.
To join in. Oh, it's one. Wait, it's one player.
It's not
on
one
change
player.
game
Wait,
type.
change
Hold
game
on.
type. Wait, you have
there you
to,
go.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
All right. Or key.
You're
Okay.
done, bro. You're done.
Okay, here we go.
You're done. You're
I
cooked.
probably am. I'm not very good at this. I don't even remember how to play. How do I fucking... Oh my god. Yeah, it's over. Wait, check it. Wait, check it. Wait, check it. Wait, check it. Wait, hold on. Wait. I just learned how to play. Wait.
Hey, man, you know? Someone want to lock
I
in?
don't even know how to play. All right, D-Sync, keep going.
Yeah, if someone find Croc.
Oh, it's
Croc's
Fat
on.
Boone. Fat Boone's coming in.
You know what, Utter? Both of us are bad at rhythm games. Come here.
All right, you wanna challenge me? You challenge me?
Yeah. I don't know how to start this. There we
You
go.
can fucking. You have to change the game type, you fool. What are you doing?
I don't know where to do that. I'm fucking. hold
Not
on.
the personnel,
How do I
kid.
change game type?
Hang on.
Change game.
Multiplayer.
Oh, there
I
it
got
is.
it. Yeah, I got it. Okay, come on.
I'm fucking kicking ass.
Now that I know actually how to play, you are toast. You are toast.
What are the buttons even?
Q, W, and OP.
Q, W, O, P. Okay.
Wait, what? You finished?
Oh.
I win. I win. I win.
I didn't even know the controls. Fuck you.
Hold up. Hop back in. Hop back in.
All
Fight me.
right. Now that I know the controls, you're actually toast. All right, let it be known.
I didn't know the
Here,
controls
get my screen
either.
up.
Demo play. Wait, what the fuck is this? Waiting to start? No.
No.
Oh, that spent my fucking coins anyway. Okay.
It's okay. If I lose some, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Fuck!
I almost did it to the end that
Double
time.
the score.
There's actually an end. Hold on. Hop. One more.
All right. Is this like an actual song, by the way? I kind of heard like an actual song in there for like a second. How? What? What?
Whoa, she's fucking zooming.
You finished it?
No, it's okay.
No way.
It's okay. I missed a bunch. I'm getting out of here. No way. Chat, I'm not leaving this fucking machine ever. You guys know. You guys know. You know what I am.
May's baby
chat.
model. May's baby. The coin game. She loves them.
Let's go. Okay, I know how to play these. I'm really good at them, dude.
I will never forget the day when we were at Okai. You made poor Sino fucking waste all his arcade money on coin game.
Dude doesn't get it.
Never forget.
I get it, dude. These games fucking rule. You should be happy, grateful. There you go.
Gotta let it slide.
Okay, bonus coins. Badass.
This arcade is so fucking loud. What's happening on the other side?
I don't know.
It's a tornado.
Oh, okay, it's all clan machines. They're just all really loud.
Yes, they're all together in one place.
Not bad, guys. Not bad.
So fucking loud.
I gotta hop back in though. Okay, here we go.
Oh. Was it like the shiny bricks?
Get this, come on. I want a wheel spin. Right there. Right here, right here. What's fire, bro? I got the dragon. What's the dragon do? Oh, he pushes more?
Time, motherfuckers.
Yo! Chat's not pulling me away from this machine, man. I'm just setting myself for a lineup, you know?
He's gonna be hungry for a while, D-Sync. You want to play Candy Slam with me, D-Sync?
I'm so... They added coin pushes.
This is
and
the
I'm,
rest of the
this is
stream,
it,
y'all.
dude.
All right, let's go play Candy
Oh
Slam.
my god.
Wait, I need more tokens.
Candy must be punched off the conveyor belts and then the candy piles to be safe package.
Gotta hop back on. Look, you see that payout? That's for me, man. Let's see, I gotta see right there. That's what I want.
Face into fucking rock.
Am I helping?
No,
More gems? Hell yeah. Trying to get in that chest though.
Byron.
Tips. 50 tickets. A chest worth
Candy Slam feels like a
750
very
tickets.
unfair game.
Oh my god, they added another chest there. Holy shit. Look at that. I want that. You said center payout? That's money, chat. I'm going for that. I'm going for the center
Let me get the
payout.
last one. What? It timed out before I got it.
It's gold.
Sorry,
Fast.
D-Sync, it's time. I have tokens this time. Let's go again.
Candy Slam is bullshit, dude.
Higgledy, get out of my way, please. Higgledy. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep slamming.
Thank you.
What's
I'm
stopping me
addicted,
from
man.
just doing
Thank you. I'm
this?
sorry. I'm addicted.
Oh,
This
you
is my
fool.
stim game. I love coin
I'm not that
pushers.
stupid.
Chat ain't pulling me away from. They know.
Literally,
They know,
what is
man.
stopping us from just keep pressing it?
The like trash.
I just want that big payout right there. You see, I already got a big payout. 1,000. Not bad.
Fuck.
2,000? 2,000 tickets? That ain't bad.
It's your
Good
budget.
pull. Good pull. I love this one's good. This one's good. I like this one. Not my favorite, but it's pretty good. 280? Damn, I got 2,000 right there. What are they playing? Candy Slam? What is that?
Bro.
Well, I
It
fucking won
I
somehow.
hit every candy that came to me. Both of us hit all the ones that came to us, and there was like.
I'm stuck in this
no
coin
way.
machine because coins keep falling.
It's
There you go.
bullshit.
What a good coin pusher. I like that.
This is lonely gun.
Okay, I want to try candy. Lonely gun?
You want to
No.
try Candy Slam, the bullshit minigame?
Yeah, I'm waiting.
Candy Slam
It's
sucks.
literally, you can just keep pressing spacebar the entire time. You just have to like not hit the trash. Fuck. Fuck. You see what I mean?
It's really dumb. Yeah.
You don't want toothbrush?
No, you don't want toothbrush. Why would you want toothbrush? That helps with teeth and stuff. We want to ruin our teeth, May.
But toothbrush good. This game is bullshit,
Not
man.
in this world.
This game is bullshit. That's fuck
I
it. I'm
told
moving
you.
over here. Coin River, Gears of Coin.
Over.
Hold up. World of Fish. Oh, World of Fish is
no,
what
she
you
found
want.
more coin machines.
No.
No.
Hey. You
Oh,
want
dear
World of
God.
Fish? That's the dropper. The 50 ball dropper with the jackpot. You can do it, man.
Oh, here we fucking go. Jackpot, baby. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready to see. I'm watching.
Oh, that thing.
Fuck.
Ooh, yikes, dude.
All
Come on,
right,
don't
relax.
Don't you have a master's degree, man? Don't you have a master's degree?
I'm a little rusty. I don't have a master's degree. That's easy.
Yikes, dude. Oh, you got a
I thought you did.
bachelor's.
Do you have two
No.
bachelors then?
I have 2 bachelors, yes.
I'm gonna play
Fuck
Newton's
me,
apple.
fuck me.
Check
No,
this
no,
out.
That was practice.
It's over. Hold on.
Fuck it, I'm so locked in right now.
It's so fucking over, man.
Dude, I fucking did it. I fucking
Chat,
did
check
it.
the-
I knew
oh,
I
yeah?
just need some practice, all right?
Chat, check the jackpot out. Check this out. This is so easy to do. You ready? Close. 2. I'm just warming up. Close, dude. No, this is fucking Tower Unite. There's a lot of Guna people on it though, so I get scared.
Just don't look at the Gooner people. Look at the funny arcades. Look at the funny arcades.
Game's bullshit, man. Yeah. It's all a myth anyways. Don't care. What are my tickets?
Oh, I can rotate the coin gun. Oh.
What's Gears of Coin? I'm trying out Gears of Coin. Oh, I get it. I fucking get jackpot! Jackpot! Oh my god, jackpot! The jackpot had nothing in it, man.
Jackpot.
Are you serious?
Empty fucking jackpot.
Wait, is that arcade machine just broken?
No, it's so easy to get jackpot on it, dude. Try it out. You'll see.
All right.
It's so easy. That's so easy to get a jackpot on, dude.
Which one is this? This one.
Yeah, Gears of Coin. You gotta go Gears of Coin.
Coin.
Look how easy it is to get a jackpot, man.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
The Higley just got a jackpot, dude.
Little late.
No, they just spam space. You don't need time. Just spam space. I'm being so for real.
Okay, all right. Fuck. I would just spam it. I fucked up.
Just do it. Look, it's so easy to get it. Just do it. You just gotta spam.
Practice. It was practice.
You just gotta spam space, man. There's even a time stream multiplier.
3, 2, 1. All right, I think that's
Look, you got jackpot.
There it is, baby.
Good
There
job.
it is, baby.
See? That shit's broken.
That's nothing. That's so easy. What do you fucking mean?
Oh my god, is this like a pachinko? Fuck.
Decent, how's it going over here, man?
Not very good.
Ooh,
This coin pusher over here is
ooh.
kind of shit.
Which one?
Don't do the river one.
I'm gonna do the river. I bet you're just ass.
Don't do the river coin pusher. That's kind of ass.
I bet you're just ass, man. You don't got respect.
Damn, D-Sing. He's calling you out, man. You gotta prove yourself.
Try it. There's two of them.
Oh,
next to me, coin river.
Bonus! Bonus! Yo! Bonus! Bonus!
Bonus ball.
Oh, you get wheels, dude. Okay.
How was that not jackpot?
All right, I'm gonna try this coin river game.
There we fucking go, baby. There.
Okay. Oh, I see. I get it.
Jackpot.
This ain't bad. It's a mid coin pusher, but you just have to understand the mechanics. This is really complex. So that opens up. That drops down there.
It's a little
Perfect.
wonky.
Get the V.
She's
get the
calling
E.
you trash, D-Sing. That's what she's saying.
Cool. Got coin river. Let's go. Got the coin gun now. That's awesome. This one is slow though. This isn't a dopamine fulfilling one. This is a slow burn, evil ass coin pusher.
1,000 fucking tickets, baby. That's
It
what we're
doesn't suck.
talking
It's slow. That's all. You're too ADHD for it. I don't understand.
Too slow.
No, it's
I have
not.
too ADHD for it.
You just have to have some respect for the medium, man. Not
But
bad.
I don't.
You don't respect. I know you don't. You have no respect for the coin pushing medium. Yeah, you just gamble your money. Well, you can buy prizes, chat, for your house with this. You can buy prizes.
Let's go gambling.
This arcade actually has prizes, man.
White knuckle.
White knuckle. You fucking idiot. Oh my god. Fucking every single time you have like nothing to do on your streams, you fucking always just pull up white knuckle and just try to flex on people. I swear to God.
It's fun. It's the evolution from when I used to do it with getting over it instead and then flex with that with like a 5-minute run.
Look at that, chat. Ooh. Dude, I'm good at this.
Yeah, so.
That's not bad. I got a good look at that. Look at that flow. What a good ticket flow, dude. I almost got 2,000 tickets from that. Not bad. I don't know what plushies they had. Though. I'll have to see, chat. I'll have to see. I got 2,000. Yeah. I think I'm ending on. Oh wait, hold on. 2,200. Okay. Is that it? Not bad. Not bad.
You think, am I helping?
Lost.
You think?
Not bad, dude. Global rank 131 on that. Yes. I know there was a couple I was like really high on. I'm trying to remember. It might be this. Prismatic. Ooh. Not bad. I get 2 bonus balls. This one's pretty hard though.
Apple.
I'm just kind of like looking around. There's so much stuff. Oh, the fucking stackums. Oh my god.
Yeah, this one you get bonus
yeah,
balls
you
in.
stack 'em,
It kind of
bro.
twists randomly in like different directions. But there's one specific spot that's really easy to land things in. I'm trying to get there again. Fuck, man.
T-Sync, what was that, man? What was that?
This is my first fucking try. I'm trying to remember how to do it.
I'm global rank 10 in that game. Hold on. I just hit global rank 10 on Prismatic. That's crazy. Maybe I can try. Give me a second. I'm playing Prismatic.
Give it. Come over here. Fucking flex on D-Sync for me, please.
Okay, hold on.
Try using the center. I think that's better.
Where are you guys?
We're next
I
to
see.
right of coin river.
All right, stack them. All right.
Let's see it.
Yeah, start in the corner. Loosed one. Now we're into money.
Ah.
Let me retry.
All
Yeah, if you get in the corner, chat,
I'm
that's
going in. Yeah, Utter, do yours. Yeah, fuck it, Utter. Come on, let's see how you do.
Here you go.
I'm fucking expert
smug.
gamer,
Huh?
alright? I'm so
We're all
fucking
watching
good at
you.
this, man.
You see this shit?
Hey, look at mine.
Yeah, I'm seeing that shit.
Fuck.
Yeah, I'm seeing that shit. Oh, what's that? Oh, yeah, fucker, that's what I thought.
Hey, what stage did you guys get to?
May's doing great though.
I'm on stage 2.
I haven't gotten to the next stage yet. Thank God.
This game does get hard. Yeah, there's stages
Yes,
if you
there
get
are
to the top.
stages.
Hold on, I'm gonna lock in again. It's been a while since I played this. I gotta warm up.
Oh, fuck me.
Fuck.
What prestige are you?
It's always so hard to kill. Like, I can do 1 pretty easily, chat. It's hard to keep 2 or 3. Stage 2.
Oh, fucking, I'm actually destroying
Stage
this
2
right
makes
now,
it
DC.
crazy.
All right.
Right at the top. There we go. Stage 2. Okay.
Hey, good luck at stage 2. It gets crazier.
Stage 2, baby.
So, chat, the trick is you want to get in the corner like this, and now it's really easy. Look.
Fuck. Fuck. Yeah, there's 94 tickets.
No, I was almost to stage 3. I was at the top. Fuck.
Hold on, let me start. I did the strat wrong. Give me a second.
Ooh.
It's better to late push. Oh, I need more tokens. Hold on. Where's the tokens? Yeah! There we go. All right, hold on. Fuck, dude. I did it again.
This one's fun. It's a lot more economic compared to the other stuff, let's say.
Yeah, no, Stack'em's great. Anybody gone to stage 3 yet?
No, I was like right next to it though. Oh fuck.
Nah, just redo.
Fuck, the thing on the bottom distracted me. I was about to get to stage 3, man. I was locked the fuck in. I was locked the fuck in, dude.
Minigame!
Maria the event cat.
That shit popped up and distracted me.
Fuck.
Alright, here we go.
Yahoo!
Okay, I got it, chat. This is
I was so
trap.
locked in, I forgot you I was so locked in, I forgot you streaming. Fuck. I looked over and I was like, oh yeah,
This is strat, chat. I told you. It's triple on level 2.
Triple
Oh,
on
fuck.
level 2? Are you fucking
Yeah,
kidding
strat's
me?
over. Well, I had to strat, dude. I had to line up. I lost it though on stage 2, but it's okay. Stage 3 with 2. Gonna get that guaranteed. Okay, stage 3 with 1. Never mind. Close. Okay. Let's try it again. Once you get the strat, chat, it just lines up all the way to the top.
Ugh.
I want to switch 2 by doing this, you guys.
Really?
That's crazy.
Yeah. Not a Switch 2. Sorry. What was a Wii U? That's the word I'm looking for.
Ah, there we go.
Well, they look similar, don't they?
Yeah.
A much worse deal.
So if you get them on a right like this, if you have 3 on the right, they only spawn on it. This is like if you get 3 on the right all the way, it'll only spawn from the left. As long as you don't let it bounce. So let me do this again.
Oh.
The setup's hard. You fucked it. It's so hard to get it, man. Hold on. There you go. Let's try again. I got this, dude. I got this. This is the one. I'm gonna lock in, chat.
Fuck. No one's made it to stage 3 yet, right? It's a badge.
No,
One of us
I have
has to
not.
make it to stage 3, and then we can move on.
I was 1 block off.
Okay, hold on. Try it again.
Oh,
Try it
fuck,
again.
1 block on stage 2. Oh, jeez. Oh, my God. Yeah, I wasn't going anywhere. Ah.
Oh, restart.
Target practice results, no players participated. Fucking target practice, Maria the event wizard. No, it stuttered.
That's what they all say.
Fuck, man. What's
fight
up,
you. Come
Rage
here.
Sage? Hold on.
I'll fucking play stacker with your purple blocks. Come here, Adonair.
Shut up.
I gotta do this. Hold on. Can I stop getting put so
Come on.
close to the machine, man? It's kind of pissing me off. Like, sometimes they'll put me like...
That's stage 3, baby. That's stage 3, baby. That's stage 3. Who
Getting
even
to stage
cares?
4.
I did it.
I'm getting to stage 4.
You die immediately?
What do you mean you're sitting to stage 4? No, we can't keep doing this.
Oh, look at my glitch. I got the glitch.
Lies and deceit. That's stage 1.
I know. Fuck, I got distracted. There's a glitch you could do.
I literally just gave up after
Hold
I
on.
got
One,
this
last try, man. Last try. Check the strat. Check the strat out, man. Check the strat out. Check the
We're
strat
not going
out.
to stage 4. No fucking
Check this.
way.
No, check the strat
This
out.
is your final try on stacker. Last stacker try.
All right, you doing good?
I like losing one here.
Honestly, you don't need all 3 blocks. It's fine. All right.
I hate this game.
Oh.
All right, hold on. Actually, I just had let me get a revelation. All right, here we go.
All right. My fucking God. All right, here we go.
All right, this is the glitch. Check this out. Then
All
it'll
right,
only come.
we're
Oh, I
checking.
fucked it up. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. You gotta believe. You gotta trust in me.
Bad road, bad spot.
So if you get all 3 on the right side, they only come from the left side.
That's not a glitch.
Yes, it is.
Well, May is correct. They do, but whether it's actually a technical
That's
advantage, I
intentional.
don't know.
It's not intent. You guys are
I don't
just. You
think
guys
that
are.
actually
You
helps
guys
you
are
at all.
semantics, man. It does help. You don't understand. Check this out.
It really doesn't.
I'm checking, May. I'm checking, but I'm not seeing anything right now, May.
We're looking.
You guys are ruining the feng shui, man. I'm really pissed off.
Okay.
Yep. Hey, I'll see you guys at a game you can't beat me in.
All right, where?
I gotta find it. Yeah, I'll see you guys at the ice cave. Good luck, man.
The ice cave? What the fuck is this?
Play ice cave, Dromar. What is this? Yeah, round 1.
It's the you have to bounce the balls on like tablets or whatever the fuck these are.
Hold on.
How the fuck do I play this? Oh,
So
you bought it.
you have a time limit. You have a time limit, okay? And you have to get all the balls within the time limit. And then you have a set amount of balls, but if you get all the tiles lit up, you get a bonus round. Shit. Redo it.
I just used all my throws.
Yeah. You have to get the bonus round. All right, hold on.
Okay.
Hello?
She almost got him.
Hello? On, redo it. I don't understand what's happening, man.
Time.
Hello? Light up, man.
Huh. Yeah, I'm like hitting them with it and it's not fucking doing anything.
I think the server is like laggy for this, man.
Something wrong.
What's
I could be
Ultimate
wrong.
Cow
Europe,
Wheel?
aren't we? Yeah.
I'll see you guys in Ultimate Cow Wheel.
This one sucks.
Yo, nope. I just got it. I got the M, dude.
I hate this arcade machine. Can I be honest? This one is probably the worst one I've ever seen.
No, you just don't get it, man.
This one, yeah, it's just wrong.
You just don't get it.
No.
You just don't understand. I live for this, man. Oh, I see the K. I see the K. Oh, the K's mine. Oh, so close. Shit, man. It saves though. It saves too, because like, look, the K's lit up for everybody.
Whenever I go to an arcade, I avoid these machines like the fucking plague. Let it be fucking.
You don't want milk?
So excited.
Milk. Fuck.
Look, I'll get fucking milk today, but in IRL, never.
Why are you so upset? Why do you hate whimsy and fun?
I'm not here for whimsy. I'm here to win.
You see, this is why you have a quitter's mentality with a winner's mindset. You hate whimsy and you hate everything, man. I just want to get milk.
Say that again one more time. One more time for me, baby.
I want to get milked.
I can't even tell what the controls are on this fucking
Bam!
thing.
Ah, shit. Close. I don't want to know what milk does. I want to know what milk does. I'm so curious. Guys,
Yeah,
we're probably the first people to play this game in Tower Unite history, man. That shit's just sitting here. Think about it.
Oh, we got milk.
What does milk do?
They got jackpot. Somebody stole the jackpot by getting milk. That's what happened.
You want a game? I hate Salmon Says this game.
Also, of course, it was fucking Higgledy.
Can play Simon Says.
Literal Simon. All right, whatever.
Just normal Simon Says.
Just literal Simon Says desync. Let's see how far you can get.
All the spots are taken.
Oh, I fucked up. I actually fucked up. God damn it.
Yeah, what a fucky wucky.
Unlock the fuck it. Fuck! Oh, I got 11. I got 11. Global rank 63. Hold up. I'm about to smoke whoever's on the top. 1.
Dude, I guarantee you fucking Mr. 63 probably wrote all these fucking down, all right? Let it be known. Fuck. Do you think you want to try? Here, come here.
Yeah. I'm gonna get off the Ice Palace thing. There we go. Now what do we got here?
It's literal Simon Says.
I got the worst pattern ever right now.
I guarantee you there's a way if you want to take this really seriously, take out a sticky note, RGBY.
Yeah.
Write it down.
Doesn't seem like there's a timer.
I have the worst fucking pattern ever, man. That was awful. Not a single yellow. 10 in.
How you doing, Mr. Sink?
No greens yet.
Robots are spreading around a mini keypad. Quickly break them.
Well, there's 10.
This is such a better pattern.
green, blue, red, green, red, blue, red, red.
I won't work on me, chat. Why does chat always want to suffer? They never want me to be a gamer, man. It fucks up.
Oh, there it is. Oh, you lost it.
Yeah, 13. That's pretty good.
No, that's very good. I'm not even gonna fucking bother with this, dude. I think the highest I could ever get was.
Who makes it?
How you doing, man? 12, motherfucker.
13.
Up. Now she's tied with me at 13. She's still going.
$14.
Did you actually remember that?
Yep.
No fucking way.
Yep.
She gone.
$15.
No way. Are you kidding me?
$16.
All right, well, I'm not playing this anymore. I'm not beating that. I'm not beating that.
Back into the river.
Wheelfire sucks. This is literally just you just.
Fuck! I lost a 16. The achievement distracted me, dude. Global rank 16. I gotta see the leaderboard on that. Hold on. That's crazy. I want to see what the top is.
13 with mine.
Global. Okay, let's see. That's Salmon says. Salmon says. The fucking achievement distracted me. I could have gone higher if it wasn't for it, dude. Okay, the top is 26. I don't think you can write it down. There's probably a timer.
Maybe.
I don't think there was a timer. I don't think there really was a timer.
That seems reasonably obtainable.
I mean, it depends on the pattern. That's crazy. 26, dude. That's hold on. I want to get that one more try.
Oh, here we go.
Where's the timer?
Oh boy.
Hey, D-Sync, you want to spend your tickets on something with me?
Sure. Where's that at?
Over here. And your tickets on stuff.
I could buy it a waiter from a punch show.
I like the retro person.
Dude, I need like 4,000 more tickets to get the all-knowing 8-ball.
These are expensive.
Yeah, they are. Line up for. Decent, come here. No, get off the wheel. Come here. You have to see.
Hold on, I need 7 tickets. Hold on. Yeah, we're gonna have 5K. Okay.
Yeah, I gotta put my tickets in. Oh, I have 12,000 tickets. Oh, interesting. Yeah, come here, Decent.
Jesus, 12,000?
Decent, come here. Look at this.
Obnoxious citrus blush.
May, you done yet? You gotta come here.
Dude, I'm doing this so quick now. Hold up.
Okay, let's see it. Let's see the fucking world record speed run.
Just 12 more.
115.
Aki's trying to fuck you up, right?
Fuck, dude. That was such a hard pattern too, dude. I only had yellow, green, and red, and I had one blue.
15 again.
All right, mate, come here. Come here. You have to buy this.
Yeah, come to the ticket
What am I buying?
Yeah.
Oh, I bought a bunch. What do I have to buy?
Obnoxious citrus blush.
I don't have enough for that. I need more tickets.
You don't have enough for it? What do you mean?
Oh, I do.
What?
Hold on. I do.
Yeah,
But I want to earn more money because there's other stuff too you can find in the shop. Pizza for your condo.
Pizza parlor. Oh,
They
these are
talk
cheap
to
as
the,
hell,
yeah, they have a
okay.
guy
Oh,
too.
you get the fucking Rasta banana. The
Yeah,
classic.
I want to see what the most expensive thing is here. Okay. Yeah, no, it is a TISM thing,
Where the
Chad. I
hell
do
did
lock in for that. UFO pet?
Where the hell did the Rasta banana even start at? Like that's a
no
classic thing
fucking
that's just
idea.
everywhere.
Wait,
The Rasta banana
UFO
is the Rasta
pet.
banana.
Wait, get a car? Rideables? There's actually rideables? You can drive stuff? I need that motor scooter, 100K.
That's the guy.
Where is there skee ball? There's got to be skee ball somewhere, right? Because they have the football. They do.
Oh yeah,
They have skee
there's
ball.
definitely skee ball.
Skee ball.
Where?
Football.
Here it is. I found it.
Oh, you don't have to look at the balls. You can just press E.
Oh, the tricycle's 40K.
That's 5,000.
It's in the center. What do you want up there? Shit, hold on. I'm going back in.
The stupid Wowazela is 2.5 million.
What?
Yeah. Check the weapons. Look at the
Noisemaker,
bottom.
2.5 million.
Not bad. 60K.
How the fuck 60K?
Yeah.
Oh.
What about
Decent, get over here. We're playing skee ball. Come on, skee ball.
Fucking skee ball, jeez.
Gotta get
Get over
100K.
here. Get over here. We're playing
It's
skee ball,
full.
loser. Come on.
The skee ball's full, dude.
100K, baby. 100K.
slow.
Bam.
How the fuck?
New best, by the way. New
Holy
best.
shit.
I'm going back in too.
Yeah, I gotta get the sides. 10,000s.
They just don't get it, man.
I'm trying to get it. I'm trying.
They just don't get it.
Sweet spot.
Fuck. Fuck. You're decent.
They'll
You
never
wanna
get
try?
it. I know. They're going to the Super Bowl.
of
Like
points.
someone, they must have sacrificed Tom. Almost got 200K.
Where's like a coin exchange?
Almost 180K. Not bad.
How the fuck are you so goated at this? Hello?
I just know them. I got the touch, you know?
She built different.
You got the day.
Any one of these fuckers to get off the ski
Is that
ball
5,000 or like? Hold on. Let
I've
me
seen
check,
it.
son.
This-
I've only been going for 5,000. Hold on. Let me try it. Let me see if we can find a sweet spot for 10,000. Oh yeah.
Alright, here, desync. Oh no.
Oh no, all my balls got stuck. That might be the spot, chat. That might be the spot, Loki.
There we
Let's
go.
go back in.
That's a pretty good amount. 89,000. Okay.
What is happening? Guys, I think I might have glitched a ball. I'll take it, though. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it, dude. I don't know how that happened. I'll take it, man. I'll take it. One of the balls got stuck in 10K and rang up like 100 times, dude. That's crazy. Is that gonna count? That's gonna count, isn't it? That's crazy. Really? Cheater? Dude, it did it for me. That's a game mechanic then. If it doesn't, it's not a cheat if the game did it. I didn't do it on purpose, dude. Oh my god, it's actually saved. 600K? That's crazy. Leaderboard, hold on.
Oh, what's the record?
So are you just gonna
I don't know, what is this game called? Starfield Lanes? I'm number 2.
No fucking way, number 2.
Number 2 at global.
It's crazy. Number 2 global.
Holy shit.
Ketamine addicts beating
No
me by
Starfield
700K.
Lanes
That's
gamer.
crazy, dude. I mean, to be fair, before that I was number 3. So I'm not upset. The game definitely is not played by people. That's crazy.
And we can't get myself a Sprite.
It's over. They're gonna ban me, chat. They're gonna ban me.
Get you some fucking spurt.
Oh,
I don't want them to ban
Dr.
me.
Green's private reserve.
Yo. Fuck.
Hey, Desync, you
I
want
don't even know
one?
that
I'll
a
get you
glitch
one,
happened.
dude.
That was crazy. I'll take it.
Yeah, I'll have some from Dr. Breen's.
Hey, yo, man, you want a Dr. Breen private reserve here? I got you.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, I figured out how it works. Okay. Yeah, they banned me.
Supposedly
I want to find a new game. I need more game. There's so many games in here, man. There's so much life to offer. There's so much life to offer for me, you know? I might
you
need
wanna
college
play,
in my throat, though.
May, wait.
Incredible.
What about this one?
Which one?
Over here.
Okay, I'm down.
You have to choose two cuck. I need more coins. Fuck. But you choose 2 colors and you just bet. It's literally betting.
Green and yellow, baby. Green and yellow. All in green and yellow.
Let's go gambling.
Literally gambling.
It's green. Yellow.
Hey, Roof.
Green. Yellow. You're a cunt. You know that? Oh my god, I love you. Oh, I hate you. You're a fat cunt. Oh, I love you. I love you. I love you. This game sucks. I got 500 tickets for that. Are you kidding me? Hi, Roof. I'm gonna do the shooting game. 70 tokens? Bet. Let me buy some tokens.
Ooh.
Like, I gotta redeem my tickets. I got like 8K in my hand. There you go. You're good at that one, IRL? Hell yeah. What's up, Roof? Alright, I'll be orange. I'll wait for their game to be done.
Give me green. Give me green.
Actually, I wanna be pink.
fucking
Blue
Lord.
and yellow,
I'm
blue
pink.
and yellow.
I'm pink.
Yeah, I win.
Alright, whatever.
Winner.
You shoot
Shooting gallery. Okay, you got it.
It's an easy 500. I ain't no FPS gamer.
World-renowned TF2 streamer plays shooting gallery. I'm sure.
Oh, I shot a bird. It's over.
The corn. Can we shoot the can?
Just a fully filled out shooting gallery.
Yep.
Cans give a lot of points.
Cans give a lot of points.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Round 2, baby.
Really good.
But don't shoot a bird.
All UFOs.
I shot a UFO, dude. Damn. Round 4 to get around 3. Round 3. Yeah.
Come on, I can't shoot anything.
Good UFOs.
Big boy. I don't think shooting it does nothing.
Shoot the eyes.
I don't think they do anything.
No, that doesn't do anything. Yippee!
No.
Huh.
All right.
I sucked at that. I sucked at that.
Oh my god, dude, my throat
Local
hurts.
TF2 gamer washed up.
You good, May?
Yeah, no 2D games. They didn't add upstairs yet, man.
Oh, Sage.
They're still working on some stuff. I mean, they added a lot more since I've been in here. They got trivia. I'm in the trivia room though.
What else has existed for?
Yeah, you want to play trivia?
A lot of this stuff's new. Like a lot of stuff's new.
Ooh. I wasn't sure if they were actively updating this game. That's kind of crazy.
I need to go rest my throat though, guys. So I'm gonna wrap things up. I'm streaming for almost 11 hours. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Understandable.
Thanks for hanging out.
Dude.
Bye.
Yeah.
Thanks for having us.
It was a lot of fun.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
DC go.
All right. See you guys later. Bye. Chat, we're gonna raid Minty. We're gonna raid Minty. I'm gonna go rest on my throat. I'm not going to bed, but I'm gonna rest on my throat. We're gonna raid Minty. Minty is playing Voices of the Void. So Linga, raid her. Sorry for the mess. We love you, Minty. Have fun. Sorry for the mess. Sorry for that. Kids, yeah. Yeah, she's playing voice. Remember the voice save chat? She's doing Voices of the Void. So I'm excited to see what she's doing. She's right now she's doing Voices of the Void. So it'll be fun. If you guys enjoy the Discord and keep on me, I'll be in Discord hanging out. I think she has to figure everything out with it because it's been a lot. It's been really crazy. So have fun with Minty, guys. Bye, chat. Bye. Bye. I love you guys. Take care, okay? She's probably cleaning up. I left a horrific mess. Take care of her. Be nice with her. She's continuing her save. So if you want to see what's going to happen, I can't watch too much. I don't want spoilers. But she is playing, so she will be having a good time. Bye, chat. I love you guys. See you guys later. I'm losing my voice. My voice really hurts. So have fun, Minty. Give her lots of love. One of my goals this year as a streamer, chat, is not only to like really get my house and stuff like that. I want to help my friends grow. I want to help Sunny and Minty grow and all my wonderful friends. I want to support them as much as they support me. Zen, everybody. So fucking sweet. So I love you guys. I want to make sure you guys know that. You guys are so lovely. So make sure to give her lots of support. She's such a sweet person. She's so cute. And she's really funny. So bye, chat. I love you.